Discovering that she had been reborn, Bai Xianyuan wept tears of joy. In her previous life, as the legitimate daughter of a prestigious noble family, she once enjoyed a blissful home. Her father was warm-hearted, her mother capable, her grandmother kind, and her younger brother adorable. She also had a fiancé whom everyone envied. However, everything changed when her father's long-lost first wife and legitimate daughter returned. Her fiancé's heart wavered. Her father, mother, grandmother, and brother all passed away in succession, and Bai Xianyuan found herself infamous, fleeing to distant lands, only to meet a tragic end with a sword piercing her heart. All of this was the doing of that mother-daughter pair. Heaven showed her mercy. She was granted a second chance. She vowed to unveil the true nature of that mother-daughter duo and tear them apart, feeding them to the dogs. What are you crying for? Suddenly, a cold voice broke through the air. Having discovered you've been poisoned, you should seek out your fiancé, not come to me. And now you're crying. Bai Xianyuan froze, turning to face the speaker. This damned reincarnation moment was none other than her loyal bodyguard, Heiress, who had followed her for years. She had forced him to cure her of the poison she had contracted. In her past life, she had given him money to leave. This time she intended to do differently. She planned to marry him. However, later, after Bai Xianyuan triumphed in the battle to protect her family, she was appointed by the emperor as the crown princess. Reluctantly, but for the sake of her family's lives, she had no choice but to wed. On their wedding night, when the veil was lifted, she saw Heiress dressed in resplendent red wedding attire, holding a ceremonial scepter, raising an eyebrow and asking, surprised? Unexpected? Bai Xianyuan felt an oddity. She should have been dead, her heart pierced by a long sword. How could she still be alive? Yet at that moment, she distinctly felt warmth within the hibiscus canopy, the sound of jingling ornaments echoing urgently. She suddenly opened her eyes. Before her stood a man, tall and muscular, with a gaze both frosty and fierce, his actions devoid of any gentleness, as if he meant to tear her apart. "You ran," she gasped, struggling to kick him away and retreating to the corner of the bed, grabbing an object to shield herself. "Is that enough?" Heiress's tone was laced with resentment. Bai Xianyuan stared at him, bewildered. 3 years prior, she had been afflicted by a poison known as karma fire, which, if not resolved, would lead to her demise and convulsions. In desperation, she had barged into Heiress's quarters, threatening him with death to force him to antidote her. Afterward, he had asked a similar question, his tone and expression mirroring this moment. Moreover, Heiress's room matched her memories. Simple shades of black, white, and gray, with a lone potted camellia by the window, vibrant in color. The camellia was in full bloom, its petals a tender yellow, with white edges and a creamy center, flourishing and robust. Even the flower was identical. What was happening? Had she truly been reborn? Quickly find her. A stable and powerful woman's voice echoed from outside. "We must locate the second young lady." "Yes," a chorus of servants replied. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps. This was just like 3 years ago. The commanding woman outside was her stepmother, Wu Mi, eager to expose her scandal and ruin her reputation. Upon hearing that voice, she had hastily dressed and fled through the window. But now, Bai Xianyuan felt nothing but elation. She was certain she had indeed been reborn. Did this mean she had the opportunity to change everything, to expose Wu Mi's true nature, and save her father and mother? Just as her heart raced with excitement, Heiress turned to the bookshelf, twisting a vase atop it, revealing a hidden door in the northern wall. Then he turned back, his expression unyielding as he gazed at her. Bai Xianyuan was taken aback. "Huh? How is there a secret chamber in your room?" Heiress replied, "Is this really the time for such inquiries?" The voices outside grew closer, and Bai Xianyuan jumped from the bed, darting inside. At the same moment, loud knocks echoed at the door. Heiress calmly gathered her scattered clothes and shoes, tossing them into the secret chamber, rotating the vase to close the hidden door. Then he pulled the quill from the bed and spread it out before moving to open the door. Bai Xianyuan, concealed within, could clearly hear the conversation outside. That was Aunt Gui, a long-serving maid beside Wu Mi, demanding to Heiress, "Why is the door locked in broad daylight?" Heiress replied, "I was napping." "What brings you here?" Aunt Gui did not respond but leaned in to peer inside, then pointed to Heiress's wardrobe, ordering, "Search the wardrobe." Heiress's room was so simple that it was evident there was no place to hide anyone. 2 burly maids pushed past Heiress and barged in. Heiress made no attempt to stop them, merely watching them with cold indifference. His wardrobe was as sparse as the room itself, neatly arranged with a few sets of clothing, several pairs of new shoes, and a locked lacquered box, with nothing else. Aunt Gouet then inspected the bed. She first bent down to look under the bed, finding it empty. Next, she glanced at the bed itself, which held only a simple pillow and a blanket. However, the bed was slightly disheveled, the blanket spread out with one corner lifted, indicating someone had recently slept there. Aunt Gouet was meticulous in her work, although the thin blanket did not seem to conceal anyone. She still reached out to lift it for a closer look. Unexpectedly, Yuran suddenly seized her hand, forcefully pushing her away, and coldly stated, "Do not touch my blanket." Aunt Gouet had never been treated like this since arriving at the household, and she immediately erupted in anger. "You little brat. What's the matter? Is your blanket so precious that it can't be touched?" Yuran's expression was one of utter distaste. "I find it filthy." "You." Aunt Gouet was infuriated, but Yuran exuded the aura of a martial artist, cold and imposing. She dared not confront him directly. With others urging her from outside, she spat at Yuran and stormed off, grumbling. "What a joke. Just a dog meant for guarding the house. Yet he thinks himself important. He should take a look at who truly holds power in this household hell, regret it later." As Aunt Gouet's curses faded, the search party moved further away. Yuran waited a moment before lifting the blanket. Underneath, a small stain of crimson caught his eye. His expression darkened as he quickly folded the blanket, removed the stained sheet, and replaced it with a new one. Then, taking the soiled sheet, he lit a glass lantern and entered the secret chamber. Inside, he found Bai Xianyuan had dressed in the dark, kneeling on the ground, covering her face as she wept. If Bai Xianyuan, still unmarried, were discovered in such a compromising position with her own servant, Yuran would face execution, and her life would be ruined. Thus, she had initially intended to escape through the window. However, the overwhelming joy of her rebirth had delayed her reaction, leading to a dramatically different outcome. Yuran's room indeed contained a secret chamber. Now, she was hidden within, no longer needing to crawl out through a dog hole in the back wall like a stray dog, her clothing soiled, her hair disheveled, evading detection, only to be discovered and forced to pretend she was drunk from a fall, returning home to face her grandmother's punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall, starving for an entire day and night. Therefore, rebirth truly offered the chance to alter the course of events. This realization filled her with excitement. She bowed thrice to the heavens, overwhelmed with emotion, weeping tears of joy. At that moment, Yuran entered. Yuran had come to their family when she was 5, appointed as her personal bodyguard by her father. In her memories, Yuran had initially treated her quite well. She vividly remembered when, at the age of 8, she was captured by 2 northern spies. Yuran pursued them for over 100 miles, killing them and rescuing her. She had cried in fear, and he had gently comforted her, carrying her down the mountain. However, as the years passed, his temperament grew increasingly peculiar, prideful and unpredictable, often indifferent to her as his mistress. Sometimes she would complain to her father and mother, only to find them favoring Yuran, turning back to admonish her. Today, compelled by circumstances, she sought his assistance in antidote, which must have intensified his disdain for her. The icy glare he cast upon her was palpable, and his tone dripped with both indifference and mockery. "Upon discovering you have been poisoned, you ought to seek Mu Qingfeng. Why come to me? And now you weep." Mu Qingfeng was the betrothed of Bai Xianyuan, promised to her since childhood. Bai Xianyuan found it impossible to articulate the reason for her tears to him. She could hardly admit that she was overwhelmed with happiness. Yet, she wished to avoid any misconceptions on Yuran's part. Thus, she fabricated a pretext for her tears. "I am in pain." Yuran's expression faltered for a moment as he regarded her. Bai Xianyuan, dabbing her tears, rose to her feet and inquired, "Why is there such a secret chamber here?" Chapter 3. I can do anything. The chamber was recently engulfed in darkness, but now illuminated. She discovered it was quite spacious, furnished with 2 colossal bookshelves brimming with tomes. In the center stood a desk complete with ink, brushes, and paper, the inkstone containing damp ink, evidently frequently used. On the eastern wall hung an enormous map, marked with numerous annotations. To her astonishment, there was even a bed tucked in a corner. Yuran grumbled, "We'll discuss the secret chamber later. Follow me." He tossed the bed linens onto the bed and, lantern in hand, ventured deeper inside. Bai Xianyuan then realized there was another passage within the secret chamber. Descending several steps, she found a lengthy underground tunnel. At the tunnel's end was another secret chamber, larger than Yuran's, resembling a warehouse, cluttered with many sealed wooden crates. Among them, one box was ajar, revealing a substantial stash of golden bars. These boxes are uniform. Surely they can't all contain gold? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Indeed, Yuran replied. Whose are they? After a brief silence, Yuran stated, naturally, they belong to the master and mistress. Bai Xianyuan thought as much. Could they belong to Yuran? Where's the exit? She asked. Yuran did not respond, but instead produced a wooden comb from his sleeve and offered it to her. Your hair is disheveled. He had brought a comb? No wonder Bai Xianyuan had often heard her father praise him for his exceptional patience, meticulous thinking, and attention to detail. As she touched her hair, she realized it had become quite untidy. However, she awkwardly admitted, I cannot braid my own hair. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, one of the three prominent families of the Southern Dynasty, she was accustomed to having a multitude of servants attending to her needs, including dressing and hairstyling. She had never styled her hair by herself, but now, it was clearly not the right time to summon someone to assist her. Yuran snapped, turn around. Bai Xianyuan complied, and Yuran reached out to arrange her hair. You can braid hair? Bai Xianyuan asked, perplexed. Yuran remained expressionless. I could do anything. I mean, how do you know how to braid a woman's hair? Seemingly disinterested in her query, he deftly arranged her hair and declared done. Bai Xianyuan touched her hair, finding it neatly styled, just as it had been before. She gazed at him in astonishment. Yuran had been by her side for a decade, akin to a familiar ivory comb, so familiar that she could recognize his footsteps from afar. Yet now she realized she had never truly taken the time to understand him. Ignoring her gaze, Yuran tucked the comb away, pressed a brick on the wall, and opened a door leading out of the secret chamber. Upon stepping outside, Bai Xianyuan discovered it was the study where her parents resided. How could her parents' study connect to Yuran's room? A torrent of questions flooded her mind. Yuran followed her out, placed a lantern on the desk, and said, the main door is locked. I will go unlock it. Wait here. He then strode out. At this moment, Bai Xianyuan's parents had been deceased for 3 months, and thus, their residence, Shiha Garden, was typically secured. Shortly thereafter, Yuran returned, placing a key on the desk. This is the spare key the master entrusted to me before leaving. If they inquire how you entered, say it was given to you by the master and mistress, as you wish to sit here in remembrance of your late parents. This was increasingly absurd. Even if her father intended to arrange a spare key, it should have been entrusted to her grandmother or steward Qin, not to Yuran. Chapter 4. The kiss mark, however, they could arrive at any moment, and it was not the time to question this. Bai Xianyuan took the key and nodded, all right. You should return quickly. Don't raise suspicion. If anyone asks, say you haven't seen me today. As Yuran went to retrieve the lantern, he suddenly paused, his gaze landing on her neck. Your neck? What about my neck? Bai Xianyuan asked. Yuran remained silent, poured some water, ground a bit of ink, dipped a brush, and gently touched her neck, saying, you can claim to have accidentally spilled ink while writing or painting. Bai Xianyuan was puzzled. What is on my neck? After a moment of contemplation, Yuran replied, a kiss mark. Bai Xianyuan froze, her mind racing back to that moment. Initially, Yuran had resisted. In the grand scheme of things, that event had only recently transpired. Yet, it had been buried in her mind for 3 long years. A memory she had dared not revisit. Now, recalling it vividly, she even remembered the sensation of his lips upon her skin. A shiver coursed through her, warmth flooding her cheeks. Yuran's gaze swept over her flushed face, and he said nothing more, taking the lantern and returning through the tunnel. The secret room's door lay at the base of the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. She recalled how, as a child, she often hid there while playing hide-and-seek, never imagining it concealed a secret door. Bai Xianyuan sat down, resumed grinding ink, and spread out a sheet of paper, resolving to create a portrait of her parents. They had vanished from her life for 3 years, during which she had been mired in anguish, uncertainty, fury, and self-doubt, never truly reflecting on their appearances. Her father, the head of the Bai family in Yuzhou and commander of the 200,000 ironclad troops, was, in her eyes, the most gentle and loving figure. He would carry her to see the lanterns, tell her stories, and teach her to write. Her mother, born into a prominent family in Jiangsu, was capable and spirited, adept in business and skilled in medicine, embodying a fierce strength. Bai Xianyuan adored her mother, but also feared her. When angered, she would strike her palm. As a child, she would run wildly through the courtyard, terrified of the impending punishment, hiding behind her father and calling for Yuran, who would only watch and laugh. Reflecting on it now, she realized that despite her frequent worries about her studies and her mother's strictness, those were indeed happier times. All misfortune began with the arrival of Wu Mi. For months prior, on an ordinary day, Wu Mi had suddenly appeared, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful daughter. Wu Mi was her father's first wife, who had passed away many years ago. Back then, her father had led troops to guard the borders and lost the city in battle. Everyone had believed Wu Mi and her daughter, like many others, had been slaughtered by the enemy and discarded into mass graves. Yet after more than a decade, she had returned with her daughter. She claimed to have been captured in the north and had barely escaped, throwing herself into her father's arms, weeping. Her mother's expression had been exceedingly awkward at that moment. Afterward, the awkwardness escalated, as her mother was her father's legitimate wife, the moment Wu Mi returned. Some clan elders insisted that her mother should be referred to as a concubine. To make matters worse, Wu Mi constantly clung to her father, lamenting during the day and claiming to have nightmares at night, insisting her father sleep beside her. Chapter 5. How could there be a potted cactus? And Bai Xianyuan, having lost both parents just 3 months prior, had transformed from a cherished pearl of the Bai family into the second daughter of a household devoid of parents. Moreover, she had inexplicably been branded with numerous labels: disrespectful to her stepmother, harmful to her elder sister, infuriating her grandmother, and so forth. More labels awaited her in the future: ungrateful, oblivious to the greater picture, frivolous, indulgent, and even complicit in murder. Ultimately, she faced the grim fate of being jilted by her fiancé, abandoned by her family, cast adrift in a foreign land, and meeting a tragic end. Fortunately, upon leaving Yuzhou for the capital, she uncovered certain truths. Her parents were, in fact, alive. They had been imprisoned. Wu Mi had not returned from the north. Her arrival at the Bai family was a calculated move to usurp everything her parents had painstakingly built over the years, including the famed undefeated army of 200,000. Regrettably, Bai Xianyuan, aware of these revelations, had yet to grasp the full extent of the situation or rescue her parents before her own demise. Heaven, in its mercy, granted her another chance. This time, she was determined to uncover the truth, to expose their true nature, and rescue her beloved parents. As Bai Xianyuan was only halfway through her portrait, she heard the sound of someone pushing the door. A young servant's voice called out, "This door won't budge. It's locked from the inside." Wu Mi's voice resonated from outside, "Break it down." Thus, the young servant gathered all his strength and forcefully charged at the study door. Unexpectedly, the door suddenly swung open. The servant stumbled forward and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "How could there be a pot of cacti?" He struggled to rise, his face now covered in pricks. Bai Xianyuan stood to the side of the door, tilting her head to observe the group of people outside. In an attempt to ruin her, Wu Mi had meticulously orchestrated this. Today was the day when the second and third branches of the family came to pay their respects to their grandmother, a routine that occurred every fortnight. A large crowd of people had gathered, including her second aunt, third aunt, their daughters, daughters-in-law, maids, and servants. Even Bai Xianyuan's own maids were bewilderedly searching for her. It was easy to imagine that if so many people caught her in the company of a man, would she still have a way out? What's going on here? Bai Xianyuan asked, feigning surprise. Aunt Gui hurried in, grabbing the prickly young servant and turning to Bai Xianyuan, "Second miss, do you know that everyone has turned the manor upside down looking for you? After finally finding you, why on earth do you have a pot of cacti here to set a trap?" "Trap?" Bai Xianyuan looked at her incredulously. "I was merely concerned that the plants in my parents' study were neglected and intended to take them back with me. How dare you break in here and accuse me of setting a trap? Are you mad or simply tired of living?" As the sole daughter of the Bai family, Bai Xianyuan had grown up surrounded by adoration, exuding an air of nobility. Aunt Gui, known for her fiery temperament, could only cower in front of her. Unable to articulate a response, and could only glance back at Wu Mi, Bai Xianyuan ignored her further and turned to the crowd outside, asking, "Aunt, second aunt, third aunt, what brings you here? Just now, Aunt Gui mentioned she was looking for me. Surely, all of you must be here for me?" Wu Mi and the second aunt remained silent, while the third aunt finally spoke. "A Yuan, what brings you here?" Bai Xianyuan pointed to the painting on the table and said, "I miss my parents and came to sit for a while." "What exactly is happening?" It was evident that she had been painting just moments ago. The third aunt furrowed her brow, glancing at Bai Wanro. "Miss," Bai Xianyuan's headmaid, Wadan, approached, her voice laced with barely contained anger. "Miss Wanro claims she saw you intoxicated, flushed, and staggering toward the west courtyard. So the ladies came to find you." After searching everywhere without success, someone mentioned the lock in Shi Garden had been opened, so everyone came here. What? Bai Xianyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Intoxicated? Heading to the west courtyard? Wadan nodded. The maids all insisted it was impossible. You clearly said you were going to find young Master Mu. Yet Miss Wanro insists she saw it with her own eyes. She claimed she, as a young lady, could not enter the west courtyard. So she returned to find the ladies. Bai Xianyuan fixed her cold gaze on Bai Wanro. You saw it with your own eyes? I was intoxicated, flushed, and staggering into the west courtyard? Bai Wanro appeared flustered, not accustomed to such a situation. Yes. Yuan, when did you come here? Why didn't you inform Wadan and the others? Do you have any idea how worried we were for you? Bai Xianyuan stepped closer, their faces nearly touching. Can you smell any alcohol on me? Bai Wanro naturally could not detect any scent of alcohol, as Bai Xianyuan was in mourning. How could she possibly consume alcohol? Bai Wanro attempted to divert the conversation. Yuan, as long as you were all right. We were so worried. In a sudden move, Bai Xianyuan slapped her hard. Bai Wanro staggered to the side, nearly falling without her maid support. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Bai Wanro, you dragged me into the lake and claimed I pushed you. At grandmother's, you burned yourself with a candle and said it was my doing. What do you intend to accuse me of this time? Claim I drank during my mourning period? Or perhaps that I was intoxicated and acted inappropriately with Ren? Given that Ren was the most handsome young man in the household, many young women admired him, and shameless women often joked about him. Previously, a maid had gotten drunk and made advances toward him, which became a notorious joke throughout the manor, prompting Bai Xianyuan's current remark. Bai Wanro covered her face, her demeanor delicate and hurt, her voice trembling. Yuan, why do you always think so poorly of me? You are my dear sister. How could I ever wish you harm? In the past, I explained to everyone that it was all an accident. She had indeed made such claims, which only further highlighted her supposed kindness and understanding, while Bai Xianyuan appeared to stubbornly deny any wrongdoing. Bai Xianyuan scoffed. Is that so? Then explain to everyone why you spread such rumors. Don't tell me you are unaware of what it implies when a young lady is said to be intoxicated and enters the quarters of men. I did not spread any rumors. Mother, second aunt, third aunt, I truly saw it. Perhaps we arrived too late. She had already left and came here. Bai Wanro, with her striking resemblance to Wu Mi, had tears welling in her eyes, yet they did not fall, creating a pitiful sight that elicited sympathy. In contrast, Bai Xianyuan, having grown up in an environment of adoration, could not allow herself to show weakness, even when wronged deeply. Her pride forbade her from revealing any vulnerability in front of others. In past conflicts, Bai Wanro had used this demeanor to portray Bai Xianyuan as arrogant and willful, winning the belief of all. However, this time, her tactics were evidently ineffective. The third aunt spoke sternly. Wanro, as an older sister, even if you did indeed see Yuan enter the west courtyard, you should have immediately sent someone in to bring her out, instead of allowing her to go and letting it become public knowledge. Third Aunt Xiaoqing was a unique figure within the Bai family. She was a heroine, having fought alongside her husband in the battlefield. After his death, she returned to Yuzhou with her 2 children, vowing to remain faithful to his memory. Thus, the Bai family members, including their grandmother, held her in greater esteem and affection than other daughters-in-law. Among the numerous wives in the Bai family, her standing was second only to Bai Xianyuan's mother. Therefore, when she spoke, Wu Mi and the second aunt dared not retort, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. Bai Wanro's tears, which she had been holding back for show, finally fell, and she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. I'm sorry, third aunt. It's my fault. I was careless. What do you need to apologize for? Third aunt replied, you should be apologizing to a Yuan. A flicker of resentment crossed Bai Wanro's eyes. But when she turned to Bai Xianyuan, her gaze was once again filled with tears. Sister, I'm sorry. I apologize for being so worried about you that I didn't think things through. If you wish, you may strike me again to vent your anger. She took Bai Xianyuan's hand, pretending to hit her. Bai Xianyuan did not resist, and instead returned the slap. Bai Wanro exclaimed, oh dear, I see this as merely a misunderstanding. The second aunt interjected, playing peacemaker as she pulled Bai Xianyuan and Bai Wanro apart, smiling in a manner that was both overly sweet and insincere. Perhaps Wanro mistook someone else? Our Yuan is so beautiful that the young ladies of Yuzhou all aspire to dress like her, even the maids in the manor. Perhaps it was a maid who imitated a Yuan's attire, leading Wanro and the others to mistake her for someone else, right, Wanru? This is the stairway provided by my second aunt, and Bai Wanru had no choice but to follow suit, saying, I do not know. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding at that moment, as we were somewhat distant. The second aunt patted Bai Xianyuan's hand, saying, Ayen, you two are sisters bound by blood, inseparable like bones and sinews. The days of your companionship are still long ahead, are they not? Let bygones be bygones. Can we not speak of past misunderstandings? Bai Xianyuan subtly withdrew her hand, a smile that was neither warm nor cold gracing her features as she replied, Aunt, you are quite biased. The last time Bai Wanru fell into the lake, you raised quite a ruckus asking me, how deep can the animosity between sisters run? The aunt's smile faltered for a moment before she retorted, Child, your tongue is quite sharp. Are you not afraid that I might report this to your mother-in-law? Bai Xianyuan merely chuckled. It was not yet the time to sever ties. Ayen, Wumi approached to speak with her. In this matter, it is truly we adults who have acted thoughtlessly. However, I hope you understand that whether it is Wanru or us, it is all out of concern for you. When we could not find you, we were in a state of panic with no thought for anything else. With Wumi, Bai Xianyuan felt no need for pretense and replied coldly, Do not feign sincerity here. This entire incident was concocted by you two. Who knows what ulterior motives may lie within? Her attitude towards Wumi and her daughter had always been consistent. Any change would only raise suspicion of her integrity. Chapter 8. A naturally beautiful countenance, Wumi met her gaze, raising her brow slightly before letting out a sigh of resignation. Ayen, you always perceive me and Wanru as the villains. Given the gravity of the situation at home, I do not blame you for your reaction. I believe that time reveals a person's true heart, and eventually, you will come to see my genuine intentions. Bai Xianyuan smiled, looking directly at her as she said, Is that so? I eagerly await the revelation of your true heart. In that instant, the girl's demeanor seemed to mature by a decade, as if she felt exposed. Wumi's facade of virtue was nearly faltering as she turned to the second and third aunts, saying, Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, rest assured that I will address this matter and ensure no harmful rumors about Ayen circulate. Both women nodded in agreement. Let us return now. Mother awaits us for lunch. Wumi added, when we see her, kindly refrain from mentioning this incident as her health. The doctor has advised that we should only share good news, not distressing matters. Stress and worry are like a death knell for her. She was already unwell because of this sister's matters, if we bring it up again. Understood. The second aunt's expression grew somber as she continued. However, we left in such haste earlier. She will surely inquire upon our return. Why don't we say that Wanra merely tripped? It coincidentally explains the redness on her face caused by Ayen. We can say it was simply a fall, nothing serious, and avoid further discussion. The third aunt nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed, the second aunt declared. Ayen, you should hurry back as well. It is nearly noon. Go home. Have a good meal, and take a rest. Do not dwell on it. Bai Xianyuan replied affirmatively. After departing from Shiha Garden, Wu Mi, the second aunt, and Bai Wanru took the opportunity to slip away under the pretense of visiting the restroom, distancing themselves from others. Wu Mi's pent-up anger erupted suddenly. Wanru, what is going on? Did you not say you saw her enter? Bai Wanru affirmed, indeed. She returned from the north alley and first sought out Mu Qingfeng. However, Mu Qingfeng was taken by our cousin to visit a classmate as planned, so she immediately went to the west second courtyard. On her way there, it was evident that she was already poisoned. She appeared quite abnormal. She took a less traveled path and ran right past us. There is no mistaking it. After seeing her enter, I had the doors of the west second courtyard watched, so I can assure you she never left. I truly do not know how she ended up in Shiha Garden. Wumi contemplated for a moment before turning to the second aunt, Mu Shi, and asking, Is there a secret passage from the west second courtyard to Shiha Garden? Mu Shi responded, That cannot be possible, can it? I suspect it might be the doing of Yuran and his associates. Yuran? Wumi inquired, surprised, Ayan's guard. Mu Shi nodded. Yuran possesses remarkable skills. He can traverse walls as if they were level ground. Perhaps he sent something amiss and scaled the wall to help Ayan escape. Wumi's expression darkened. Such a person cannot remain by her side. Bai Xianyuan carried her father's favorite potted cactus as she exited Shiha Garden. No one questioned her about how she possessed a key to Shiha Garden. After all, it was not unusual for a daughter to have her parents' keys. What was strange, however, was that the daughter did not have a key, yet her guard did. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Yuran standing alone by the wall. Tall and poised in his dark attire, his long hair flowing gracefully, exuding an air of distinction. This man was undeniably handsome, with a striking figure and compelling features. His fierce phoenix eyes were framed by long lashes that curled slightly upwards, and when he smiled, it seemed as though one could drown in his gaze. Yet when his expression turned cold, an aura of chilling cruelty emanated from him. It was no wonder that the young ladies of the estate were so drawn to him. Bai Xianyuan dismissed her maidservants, stepping forward to speak with him privately. Chapter 9. He does not seem to consider it a favor in her previous life. After seeking his help to neutralize the poison, Bai Xianyuan was filled with embarrassment and indignation, leading her to summon Yuran and offer him a substantial sum to leave the Bai household. At that time, his expression had been one of deep displeasure. As he cast the silver note to the ground and walked away, Bai Xianyuan felt a pang of regret then. What fault lay with Yuran? He had saved her life. As an orphan from the northern territories, without kin or identity, where could he go after leaving the familiar surroundings of the Bai household? She had instructed the steward, Uncle Chin, to take care of him, only to be met with the news that Yuran had died, an accident involving a carriage. Bai Xianyuan had seen his body. Though it had been cleaned, traces of blood remained around his mouth and nose, indicating that he had indeed been struck by the carriage. It pained her to think that he had served as her guard for 10 years and had saved her life twice, yet met such a tragic end. In her distress, she confronted Bai Xianyuan, the cause of her poisoning, only to find herself nearly confined as a madwoman. Having been reborn, Bai Xianyuan's sense of indignation had diminished significantly, perhaps due to her brush with death. In the face of mortality, all else seemed trivial. Furthermore, the man she had once yearned to marry ultimately declared, "Yin, I have fallen in love with Wanru. Let us annul our engagement." In that moment, her once cherished virtue felt utterly inconsequential. It seemed that Yuran had been extremely reluctant regarding today's affair. His expression was notably cold, even tinged with animosity, as he awaited her to speak without uttering a word. Bai Xianyuan found herself unsure about men. She could not comprehend why Mu Qingfeng, to whom she had been betrothed since childhood, would develop feelings for another, nor could she fathom why Yuran appeared even more pained than she. After all, in traditional views, it was the woman who suffered loss while the man gained advantage. Yet he did not seem to regard it as a gain. Was it because he had been coerced? At that time, he was compelled by her life-threatening situation. Perhaps such matters, regardless of gender, would never be pleasant if forced. To be compelled and then dismissed with money would be even less agreeable. It was no wonder that in her previous life, Yuran's expression had been so grim. His action of discarding the silver note filled with rage, and his departure marked by a profound sense of desolation. This time, Bai Xianyuan vowed never to act in such a manner again. Feeling momentarily shy, she first broached the subject of the secret chamber. Yuran, why is there a secret chamber connected to my parents' study in your quarters? Furthermore, why did they entrust you with a spare key? Yuran replied, that secret chamber has always existed. It was not constructed after I arrived. I merely happened to reside in that room. Is that so? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Yuran, I have a fondness for books, yet having so many in the quarters of a servant does not seem fitting. Thus, my lord revealed to me the location of a secret chamber, instructing me to conceal the books within. Bai Xianyuan felt an incongruity in the situation, but could not articulate what it was. Regarding the key, Yuran mentioned that there were important documents belonging to the lord that must not be seen by others, so when he was absent, he permitted me to tidy the study. Bai Xianyuan, is he not concerned about you seeing them? Yuran, perhaps he is not. Bai Xianyuan, isn't your room connected to his study? Why would you need a key then? Yuran, should there be any noise that draws attention, they might accuse me of thievery. Therefore, he provided me with a key and informed Steward Chin. If you wish, you may inquire with Steward Chin. Bai Xianyuan. Chapter 10. Suddenly, she felt a sense of reassurance. Is there anything else? Yuran inquired with an expressionless demeanor, suggesting that if there were no further matters, he would take his leave. Dachi. Although it was difficult to voice, Bai Xianyuan felt compelled to express her gratitude. Thank you for today. Yuran cast his gaze downward, remaining silent. Today, you saved my life once again. This marks the second time you have done so, and I should repay you appropriately. If you have any requests, do share them with me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Yuran, I have no desires. You need not rush to respond. You may contemplate it. Bai Xianyuan continued, for instance, if you wish to enlist in the military, I can provide an introduction. If you wish to start your own business, I can assist with the capital, and so forth. Upon hearing this, Yu Rant's expression shifted, reminiscent of the look he had when she once offered him money to leave. It was as though a still, cold pool was disturbed, unveiling a current more chilling than its surface. What kind of gaze is that? Does he misunderstand that I wish to dismiss him? Bai Xianyuan hastened to clarify. I do not wish to send you away. Yu Ran regarded her. I truly do not wish to dismiss you. Bai Xianyuan insisted. I am merely considering your future. You see, I am now an orphan, and the future remains uncertain. By following me, you may find yourself in danger one day. My father praised you on numerous occasions, stating that in his eyes. There is nothing about you that is lacking. I believe he would have preferred you as a son. Do you understand? Yu Ran's countenance finally softened somewhat as he replied. I harbor no grand ambitions. I find contentment in my current circumstances. Well then, in that moment, Bai Xianyuan felt a weight lift from her heart. Perhaps it was due to her long-standing habit of having him protect her. Without Yu Ran, she would feel increasingly vulnerable. How did you become poisoned? Yu Ran inquired. When she had been aflame with anxiety, she had not explained clearly. So Bai Xianyuan recounted in detail. Bai Xia informed me that Mu Qingfeng wished to meet me in the North Alley to discuss something of great importance. Upon my arrival, I encountered an old woman who suddenly pricked me with a needle. Right here, she extended her hand before him, pointing to a small red dot on her delicate, pale wrist. It was right there, at the time, a black line traced along my meridian. Bai Xianyuan continued. That person told me it was called karmic fire, a type of spring poison. If not resolved, once the black line reached my heart, I would perish. Fortunately, my mother's book contained a record of this with identical symptoms. Hence I sought you out. Chapter 11, What Could Have Provoked Him? You ran. Why did you not seek Mu Qingfeng? He's your fiancé. Bai Xianyuan. I did seek him, but he was not present. Yu Ran's tone turned icy. He may be absent, but there are still many men in this manner. Why seek me? Bai Xianyuan. Well, at that moment I could not think of much. Perhaps it was because my parents always trusted you. My mother told me before she passed that in times of trouble, I could consult you, for you are trustworthy. So, subconsciously, I felt that I could rely on you. Yu Ran's expression remained impassive. Trust, huh? You should not have asked that question. Bai Xianyuan, Yu Ran, I know you have never held any fondness for me as your mistress, and you would certainly not wish to engage in such a relationship with me. Just consider it. Merely fulfilling a duty, and do not take it to heart. I will not dwell on it either. Yu Ran raised his gaze to meet hers. Do not take it to heart? Bai Xianyuan nodded. Just treat it as a trivial matter. Understood. Yu Ran abruptly interrupted her, his face darkening as he turned to leave. Bai Xianyuan watched him depart, puzzled. What was the matter? What had she done to provoke him? Upon returning to her light blue garden, her maid, Wadan, dismissed the others and quietly inquired. Miss, what transpired? Wasn't it Mu Gongzi who invited you to the North Alley? What is this commotion from the madam? Bai Xianyuan regarded Wadan, her eyes reflecting a peculiar blend of sorrow and mirth. Wadan, perplexed, miss? Bai Xianyuan suddenly embraced her. The feeling of having someone back in her life was wonderful. In her previous life, Wadan had sacrificed herself for her. The only granddaughter of Vice General Xie Heng under her father's command had met a tragic end, with evidence pointing towards Bai Xianyuan. It was Wadan who took the blame. Even so, the soldiers of the Iron Armored Army had harbored great anger towards her. Later, during her confinement, one day, all her familiar faces vanished, and Wu Mi informed her that they had all abandoned her, seeking their own paths. At that time, she believed it, as she was indeed in a pitiful state. After she escaped from the Bai family, she encountered a former maid who had served her, only to discover that it was not as she had thought. They had not betrayed her. Rather, they were either killed or driven away by Wu Mi, who had cleared her circles. In this life, she would protect them. Mississippi. Miss. Wadan, caught in her embrace, was stunned and dared not move. Bai Xianyuan chuckled as she released Wadan, saying, It's nothing. I just suddenly felt the urge to hug someone. Wadan sensed that her mistress's emotions were askew and asked, Did Mu Gongzi say something to you? He wouldn't betray you just because the lord and lady are gone, would he? Bai Xianyuan was somewhat surprised. Why would you think that? Wadan quickly knelt, apologizing. It was my careless words. Please punish me, miss. Bai Xianyuan helped her up. Punish you for what? Wadan, now that my parents are gone, you're the closest to me. If there is anything, just tell me directly. Do not make me guess. That is what truly benefits me. Wadan bit her lip and said, A few days ago, I saw Mu Gongzi conversing with a lady from Yulan Garden. She seemed to be crying, and Mu Gongzi appeared quite concerned for her. The Lady from Yulon Garden is by Wanru. Bai Xianyuan fell silent for a moment, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her heart. What is yours cannot be chased away. What is not yours cannot be held on to. Let be. Wadam, miss. What did Mu Gongzi say to you? Why did he ask you to meet him alone outside the manor? Chapter 12 by Xianyuan. I went there and did not see him at all. Instead, assassin was waiting for me. Had it not been for Yu Ran's timely intervention, I might not have survived. She believed it was best for fewer people to know about the matter of the karmic poison. Hence she referred to the individual as an assassin. Whether or not that person was indeed a killer was beyond Bai Xianyuan's discernment. The figure was merely an ordinary old woman, carrying a basket filled with fresh, dew-covered wild vegetables. Behind the Bai residence, and to the north lay the Yin Mountains, with a stone-paved path leading directly to the rear mountain, seldom traversed by others, though some local residents would occasionally venture that way to forage. Bai Xianyuan assumed the woman was a local forager, unsuspecting as they brushed past one another when the old woman suddenly pricked her hand with a needle. Instantly, Bai Xianyuan felt dizzy and weak, collapsing to the ground, asking, What? What are you doing?" The old woman cackled a few times, raising the needle as she proclaimed, "This is laced with poison known as karmic fire. Remember, it is poison, not medicine. You must find a man to mate with within half an hour, or you shall foam at the mouth and convulse to death." With that, she swiftly departed, moving with an agility that belied her age. Bai Xianyuan felt an increasing heat within her blood boiling from the bottom up. Moreover, a dark line began to creep from the site of a needle prick on her hand, slowly spreading towards her heart. Bai Xianyuan's mother, Lu Chuyen, had inherited medical knowledge passed down through generations, studying various disciplines of medicine, including traditional Chinese, shamanic, and Taoist practices. Their home housed a myriad of medical texts, alongside a thick handwritten notebook containing her notes on poisons. Bai Xianyuan had previously encountered the entry on karmic fire in her mother's notes, recognizing its symptoms as identical to what she now experienced. It explicitly stated that the sole antidote was a man. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Thus, she staggered back to her residence, first seeking Mu Qingfeng, but finding him absent, she turned to Yu Ran. Upon hearing the term assassin, Wadan abruptly covered her mouth in shock. "What?" Bai Xianyuan replied. "From now on, be wary of Bai Xie." Bai Xie was her cousin from her second uncle's household. Wadan questioned, "But why? You two have been close since childhood. Could she truly wish you harm?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "With my parents gone, the malevolent spirits have revealed their true faces. Wadan, please fetch Granny Wang and Kai Wei. I have matters to discuss with you both." Wadan went to summon Granny Wang and Kai Wei. Granny Wang was a person brought from Bai Xianyuan's mother's family, a Miao woman knowledgeable in shamanic medicine. Due to her mother's numerous responsibilities, after Bai Xianyuan was born, she entrusted Granny Wang to care for her, making her akin to another mother. Kai Wei, like Wadan, had served Bai Xianyuan since childhood. "You have all been with me for many years," Bai Xianyuan declared. "You understand what kind of person I am. If I truly harmed Bai Wanru or caused her injury, I would not shy away from admitting it." The others nodded in agreement. Granny Wang, filled with indignation, stated, "The moment I laid eyes upon her, I sensed her malevolent nature, like a poisonous flower blooming in a gutter. You are pure and innocent, having yet to experience the harshness of the world. Henceforth, be cautious of her and keep your distance." Bai Xianyuan continued, "I have received reliable information that the duo of mother and daughter has colluded with my second uncle's family, aiming to seize control of the entire Bai household and the iron-armored army for their own use. As for me and Ah Fei, we are the ones they must eliminate. Now, Wumi has already become the matriarch of the household. It is likely that my second uncle will soon seize power over the Bai family as well. If I wish to safeguard myself, Ah Fei, grandmother, and you all, preserving the hard-earned legacy of my parents, it is evident that a fierce battle lies ahead. Granny Wang, Wadan, Kai Wei, I require your assistance." Chapter 13. The copper mirror. The three exchanged grave looks, affirming, "We shall heed your commands." Bai Xianyuan declared, "The foremost priority now is to seek my grandmother's forgiveness." The incident involving Bai Wanru's burning occurred at her grandmother's residence. Bai Wanru, having suffered burns from the fire, cried pitifully while Bai Xianyuan vehemently denied any wrongdoing, even enraged enough to attempt to strike Bai Wanru, causing her grandmother to faint from anger. Upon regaining consciousness, she ordered Bai Xianyuan to reflect in confinement. It had been nearly half a month since then, during which Bai Xianyuan had worried for her grandmother's health and attempted to visit several times, only to be barred from entry. Granny Wang expressed her relief, stating, "It is good that you can discern the gravity of the situation. The old lady refuses to see you due to your illness, and those within the household are speaking ill of you, claiming you are unfilial." Bai Xianyuan responded, "Tomorrow, arrange for me to visit Dr. Liu." Granny Wang inquired, "Dr. Liu? Is he the one who has issues with the matriarch?" Bai Xianyuan affirmed, "Yes. His character may be lacking, but he is currently the only one capable of treating my grandmother's ailment." Granny Wang cautioned, however, "He likely will not be willing to come, will he?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "We shall give it a try." In this contemporary era, with a history spanning thousands of years and myriad dynasties, customs and decrees have varied greatly. Yet, one principle remains unchanged from ancient times: filial piety. The foremost of the three great families, the Mu clan, is renowned for its founder, Mu Xiang, celebrated for his devotion to filial piety. His exemplary conduct towards his stepmother garnered him recognition from the emperor of the time, who ordered the documentation of his deeds and appointed him to significant positions, thereby allowing him to establish a powerful lineage that has stood for over 5 centuries. Those deemed unfilial face severe censure from their neighbors. Should the situation escalate, and their parents bring charges against them to the authorities, it is a grave crime second only to rebellion, punishable by extreme penalties. The gossip within the household regarding her alleged unfilial behavior is no mere triviality. It could ruin her reputation entirely. Bai Xianyuan's previous downfall had commenced from this very point. In truth, compared to Wu Mi and her mother, she was initially in a position of advantage. After all, she had deep roots in Yuzhou, while Wu Mi and her mother were newcomers. She possessed wealth, connections, and familial support. The 200,000 iron-armored army was raised by her father, who had always regarded her younger brother Ah Fei as their future leader. Although Ah Fei was still young, Bai Xianyuan, as the elder sister, had referred to several key military leaders as uncles since childhood, thus granting her greater influence within the army than Wu Mi and her mother. She had also been betrothed to the only legitimate son of the head of the Mu clan in Guangling, and in the future, she would become the matriarch of the Mu family. Although her parents were temporarily absent, she still held many advantageous cards. How had she fallen into utter despair? It all began with the accusations of unfilial behavior, which severely tarnished her reputation. Wu Mi exploited her weaknesses, leading her step by step into a trap. Meanwhile, she became ensnared in hatred and anguish, her actions spiraling out of control, hastening her downfall. That evening, Bai Xianyuan took a bath. Normally, she would have several maidservants attending her, but due to the marks on her neck, she opted to wash alone. The bathing chamber contained an exquisite full-length copper mirror, reflecting her clearly in every detail. As she disrobed, she noticed several red marks on her body, particularly prominent on her chest. Although she had not been entirely conscious during the ordeal, certain intense moments remained etched in her memory. The reflection in the mirror revealed her increasingly flushed face, a source of deep embarrassment. How could you ran? Fortunately, with autumn's chill setting in, the next day Bai Xianyuan donned a scarf to conceal her neck. Racing no suspicions. Accompanied by Dan and Granny Wang's 13-year-old granddaughter, Wu Yu, she prepared to leave when Aunt Gui, accompanied by 4 strong maidservants, blocked the entrance of the Qianlong garden, inquiring, "Second miss, where do you intend to go?" Chapter 14. Climbing the wall to find you ran. Bai Xianyuan responded, "Aunt Gui, is there something you need?" Aunt Gui pressed, "You are indeed planning to go out, aren't you?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Yes." Aunt Gui retorted with a forced smile, "Have you forgotten? The old lady commanded you to reflect in confinement." Bai Xianyuan felt a rush of indignation at this servant's audacity to govern her actions. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows. "Aunt Gui, what do you mean by that? You, a mere servant, dare to interfere with our young lady's departure?" "Yu," Bai Xianyuan immediately interjected. "Aunt Gui is no longer serving at Ah Fei's side. She is now a favored attendant of the matriarch, and we must show her due respect." The matriarch referred to Wu Mi, who had been addressed as such since her return, as per her father's wishes. Aunt Gui, in her past service to Miss Fei, displayed a rather amiable disposition, adept at navigating social interactions with ease. Bai Xianyuan, however, had not perceived her remarkably resolute side, as she feigned a smile while saying, "Do not jest with this old servant, my dear. I have come at the behest of the mistress to inform you, miss, that to avoid any recurrence of yesterday's incident that might incite the old master's ire, it would be prudent for you to remain within the courtyard for the time being. Bai Xianyuan inquired, "What incident do you refer to?" Aunt Gui replied, "It was the matter of your sudden disappearance. Everyone in the household was in a frantic search for you. It caused quite an uproar." Bai Xianyuan chuckled, "Indeed. That was my fault. Very well. Please convey to the matron that I had arranged to visit Aunt Sin yesterday." Seeing her relent, Aunt Gui's tone grew firmer. "The mistress has commanded that you remain within the estate." Bai Xianyuan countered, "But I went out yesterday, and she made no objections then." Aunt Gui asserted, "It is precisely because of yesterday's events that the mistress has issued such instructions." Bai Xianyuan asked, "Is she intending to confine me?" Aunt Gui replied, "She is your biological mother and has the duty to guide you. I implore you, do not defy the good intentions of the mistress." The word defy echoed in her mind. Should she force her way out, it would only solidify the charges of disobedience and unfilial conduct against her. Bai Xianyuan smiled and nodded. "I understand. Very well. I shall not venture outside." With that, she retreated. Aunt Gui stood momentarily stunned, watching her departing figure, unaccustomed to such compliance. How had she become so obedient? Once Bai Xianyuan was out of earshot, Aunt Gui whispered to several other maids, "This little ancestor used to be quite unruly, often sneaking out to play, having scaled every wall in the estate. She even disguised herself as a boy and spent a month mingling at the Yuzhou Academy. Given her recent demeanor towards the matron, I expected a scene. Yet here she is, so docile." The other maids echoed her sentiments. Inside, Yu was seething with anger, while Bai Xianyuan maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Do not be upset. You should climb over the wall and find Yuran. Have him devise a plan to remove those individuals." Yu replied, "Understood." Yuran was known for his cleverness and capability. Soon after, a figure entered the front courtyard, and upon noticing the stillness in Qianlong Garden, Aunt Gui and her companions hurriedly followed the newcomer. Bai Xianyuan surmised that since Wumi was relatively new and could only manage the rear courtyard, she would not be able to control the main entrance. Indeed, she successfully exited. As she approached the carriage, she discovered that Yuran had brought along her other 3 bodyguards, Qin Lang, Xiao Shi, and Bai Xianyuan, who accompanied her closely. Upon seeing Bai Xianyuan, Yuran, as usual, merely offered a faint bow and stood aside, awaiting her ascent into the carriage. As she passed him, she was inexplicably reminded of the red marks she had seen the previous night, and their origin quickened her pace as she climbed aboard. Then she overheard with Dan joking with Yuran, "Ah, Yuran, it's been quite a while since you accompanied the young lady out. What brings you here today?" Yuran responded, "A new merchant convoy has recently arrived in the city, predominantly comprised of martial men, somewhat suspicious, and I fear for safety." "Wouldn't like it. You are quite well informed." Yuran replied, "It is my duty." Wudan did not pursue the matter further and joined her in the carriage as they smoothly exited the estate. Before long, Wudan recalled something and, pulling back the curtain, queried, "What excuse did you concoct to take Aunt Gui and the others away?" Yuran glanced at Wudan, only to find Bai Xianyuan peering at him from the window. His expression grew more austere as he said, "Today's distribution of the monthly allowance, originally scheduled for the afternoon, has been moved to the morning." Wudan chuckled. Yuran did not utter another word, urging the horse to quicken its pace as he rode ahead. Yinshan Alley was predominantly inhabited by the Bai family, centered around the Bai residence. To the east lay the homes of the 2nd and 4th uncles, while the 3rd uncle's house was to the west, all connected by adjoining courtyards in a densely packed array. Bai Xianyuan first visited her next-door Aunt San. Aunt San typically assisted her mother in managing the family business, and the 2 sisters-in-law collaborated seamlessly, sharing a deep bond. Having experienced the past life, she was acutely aware that Aunt San would support her, especially since Aunt San had paid a heavy price for aiding her, losing her children, and subsequently falling into despair. In this life, she was determined to preserve herself, which in turn would safeguard Aunt San and her family. She expressed her intentions to Aunt San, stating her concern for her grandmother and her desire to seek out physician Liu for her treatment. She requested that Aunt San accompany her to her grandmother, fearing she would be unable to enter the courtyard alone. Aunt San laughed. "Child, what nonsense! She is your biological grandmother. As her granddaughter, you, who have never lifted a finger in labor, seeking a physician for her, will only bring her joy and gratitude. How could she possibly deny you entry?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Perhaps you should remain hidden initially and observe. Xiaoqing found her response somewhat peculiar, but was more concerned about physician Lu. However, you should know that it may not be easy to summon him. Are you aware of the events that transpired between him and your mother? Bai Xianyuan nodded. I have heard my father and mother speak of it. When my mother first married into Yuzhou and visited his pharmacy for medicine, she happened upon him treating a patient with sores and charging 2 taels of silver for the remedy. Seeing the elderly farmer as poverty, she advised against such an expensive prescription, suggesting he could use a common weed found in the fields instead. Thus, the animosity began. Yes, since then, physician Lu's medical ethics have come under scrutiny, and there were even cases where patients died due to his misdiagnosis, leading to the destruction of their family name. Enraged, he challenged your mother at the Yuzhou Medical Association, only to be defeated by her. Your mother's reputation soared, while his position plummeted. Aunt San chuckled. I still recall the look on his face, utterly mortified. Bai Xianyuan remarked, my mother mentioned that although physician Lu's character is lacking, he possesses ancestral medical skills and excels in treating rheumatic heart disease, which is beyond her reach. Grandmother suffers precisely from this ailment. Aunt San affirmed, indeed, there was a time when your grandmother's condition flared up worse than ever, and your mother sought him out for help. However, he proclaimed he would never step foot in the Bai residence. Bai Xianyuan suggested, now that my mother is no longer here, perhaps he may relent? Aunt San, I wish to try. Aunt San consented. Very well, then you may attempt it. In her previous life, it was Wumi who sought out physician Lu. Upon returning, she reported that his condition for treatment was to obtain the secret book of witch doctors from their mother. Witch doctors rarely had written records, and if they did, they were often kept secret. Moreover, if one were not of the same lineage, they would not recognize the characters inscribed. Bai Xianyuan's maternal grandmother was the daughter of the Miao clan leader and a witch doctor. Hence her mother could read Miao script and had access to the witch doctoress texts. In her youth, she had invested considerable effort in compiling various materials related to witch doctors, ultimately penning the secret book of witch doctors. It was her mother's labor of love and an exceedingly precious item. How could physician Lu dare to demand it? At that time, Bai Xianyuan had refused, thus further solidifying her reputation as unfilial. Eventually, under pressure, she was forced to present a copy, leading to her grandmother's recovery, Wu Mi gaining widespread acclaim, and her standing in the Bai family rising, while she herself lost both her dignity and her soldiers. This time, she directly brought the secret book of witch doctors with her. The group arrived at Lu's pharmacy, marching in with great determination. A young attendant, who had been dozing at the counter, was startled awake by their commotion and, with a face full of fright, asked, What brings you here? Bai Xianyuan turned to assess the situation and quickly understood the cause. Her 4 imposing bodyguards, all exuding an air of intimidation, wore expressions of cold indifference, especially Yuran, who walked at the forefront with a gaze as frigid as ice. They hardly appeared to be there to seek medical aid, but rather to threaten the establishment. Is physician Lu available? Bai Xianyuan inquired. I have come seeking medical assistance. The attendant replied nervously, It's inside. Bai Xianyuan asked, Could you guide me there? The attendant nodded and led the way. Bai Xianyuan turned to Yuran and said, Please wait outside. With so many of us entering, they might suspect we are here to kidnap someone. Yuran cast a glance her way, remaining silent, yet he halted his steps. Thus, Bai Xianyuan proceeded with Dan and Yu into the courtyard behind the apothecary. In the rear yard, Dr. Lu was leisurely reclining in a chair, fanning his face with a palm leaf. Bai Xianyuan introduced herself and expressed her earnest plea for him to attend to her grandmother's ailment. Upon hearing she was the daughter of Lu Chuyan, Dr. Lu's demeanor darkened immediately. I cannot attend to this. You should seek someone more capable, Bai Xianyuan insisted. My mother once mentioned that within Yuzhou, you are perhaps the only one capable of treating my grandmother's condition. I implore you to take a look. I am willing to pay 100-fold in consultation fees. Even 1,000 times more would not persuade me. He waved the fan dismissively. Leave at once, unless you wish to propose a condition. Bai Xianyuan queried, What must I do for you to acquiesce? Dr. Lu, with a mean expression, retorted, What? You would agree to any condition I propose? Bai Xianyuan responded, As long as it is not illegal. Dr. Lu replied, Then you shall kneel outside the apothecary and plead with me. Bai Xianyuan was taken aback. Kneel to you? Is that not what you seek from the witch doctor's secret tome? Dr. Lu's face twisted with malice indeed. But your sincerity and ability to sway me depend entirely on my mood. After a moment of silence, Bai Xianyuan stated, I can kneel easily but it would not reflect well on you. With so many passers-by, they might form a poor opinion of Lu's apothecary. Curse your mother. The entire Yuzhou knows I lack medical ethics. Dr. Lu dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. Bai Xianyuan produced the manuscript of the witch doctor's secret tome and presented it to him. This is a unique copy in the world. If you do not value consultation fees, may I offer this as payment? Please do not make it difficult for your junior. Initially, she believed Dr. Lu would be swayed by her offer. However, he merely glanced at it and rolled his eyes. Witch doctors? Merely a group of charlatans. What do I care for that? Realization struck Bai Xianyuan. It was not Dr. Lu who sought the witch doctor's secret tome in her previous life, but Wu Mi herself. Yet, what purpose would she have for it? So what will it be? Are you willing or not? If not, be gone. Do not disturb my rest. Doctor. Lu glared at her. Bai Xianyuan took a deep breath and said, very well. I shall kneel. She turned and exited, seeing her retreat. The 4 guards waiting in the apothecary's main hall instinctively looked towards her. Bai Xianyuan, for some reason, could not help but glance at Yuran. Their eyes met, and his gaze turned even colder as he averted it from her. Bai Xianyuan sighed softly. It was rare to find another servant in the entire estate who dared to show her such disdain. Yet, she could not retaliate. What did she do? She was indebted to him, and this debt was insurmountable. Lu's apothecary was situated in the bustling heart of Yuzhou. Although the shop appeared deserted, the streets outside were teeming with people. Bai Xianyuan knelt outside the apothecary, and onlookers began to point and stop to observe the spectacle. Wadan and Yu knelt behind her, their youthful faces flushed with embarrassment. Do not kneel, for I may need your support later. If your knees ache, who shall assist me? Bai Xianyuan remarked, surely, I cannot ask Yuran or Qinlang to help me. She intended to mention Yuran, but the words felt like a forbidden taboo, and she quickly amended her statement. Perhaps we should return instead. Yu glanced around at the crowd and quietly said, this is too humiliating. However, Wadan, being younger and more resolute than Yu, suggested, you go ahead. I will kneel with the young lady, and you can come back to help us afterward. Yu reluctantly stood and approached. Yu, Qinlang called her over. What is going on here? Why is she kneeling? Yu, filled with indignation, recounted Dr. Lu's unreasonable demands. How outrageous! Qinlang rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Yet, Yuran stopped him, shaking his head. Qinlang hesitated, asking, shall we just stand by and watch? Yuran leaned against the dark wooden pillar beside the apothecary. His tone icy as he replied, it is rare for you to show a semblance of intelligence. Should we not observe carefully? What do you mean? Qinlang asked, bewildered. Yuran cautioned, do not act rashly. Qinlang, feeling protective of his young mistress, was troubled. She was the beloved daughter of the former lord and lady. Delicate and beautiful. How could she endure such humiliation at the hands of a charlatan? His concern was evident on his face, furrowing his brows. But watching her kneel like this invites ridicule. If it truly distresses you, you may simply close your eyes. Yuran's voice turned even colder. Qinlang shot him a glance, suddenly hesitant to speak. Why was he so irritable? Had he said something amiss? Moments later, the 2 young ladies, unaccustomed to hardship, could no longer bear the strain of kneeling. Their legs grew numb, aching painfully. The kind-hearted citizens of Yuzhou, witnessing the 2 young girls on the verge of collapse, began to inquire about the situation. Wadan explained the circumstances truthfully. Oh dear, this is too excessive. You ought to seek another doctor. This one is notoriously unscrupulous. Wadan shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Our mistress said that only Dr. Lu can cure our old lady. Your mistress? I see the Bai family's carriage over there. Could it be that your mistress is the matriarch of the Bai family? One passerby remarked. Indeed, she is. My mistress is a physician, and she has always treated the old lady's ailments. Alas, she has passed away, leaving us no choice but to seek Dr. Lu. Oh my! The matriarch of the Bai family is a goddess among us. Whenever calamity strikes, Lu Chuyin provides free porridge and medicine. The townspeople know her name and recognize her as a remarkably skilled female doctor. It is such a pity that she is so young. I heard her parents fell victim to bandits, perishing together. Another added, how tragic. And yet, this young lady remains so dutiful. Someone else exclaimed, indeed, if my daughter were as filial, I would sleep soundly. The crowd grew increasingly incensed, some attempting to enter the apothecary to confront him. Bai Xianyuan hurriedly intervened, saying, dear elders, I appreciate your concern. However, my grandmother's life depends on him. Please do not provoke him. Upon reflection, they complied. Yet, as another quarter of an hour passed, Dr. Liu still did not emerge. Wudan, anxious, whispered, "Miss, what shall we do if he does not come out?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. If he remains unwilling, I will return and seek alternative solutions. You need not kneel alongside me. Go stand for a while. But your legs." Wudan protested. "I am aware of my limits. I can endure. If I can persist, so can you." Wudan straightened her back, and Bai Xianyuan continued, "There is little difference between one person kneeling and two. You truly need not be here. Please get up. Miss, it is my duty. Leaving you alone would be more painful than kneeling." Bai Xianyuan felt a warm surge within her as she grasped Woden's hand. Such a wonderful girl, yet in her past life, she had led her to a tragic end. She must live well. Only by living well could she protect those around her. As she pondered these thoughts, she suddenly heard Yu joyfully exclaim, "Dr. Liu is out." He had emerged. Chapter 19. If he cannot heal. Slay's entire family striding towards her. He bore an expression that conveyed both restrained frustration and urgency. "Get up, let's go." With a sigh of relief, Bai Xianyuan attempted to rise. However, the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her foot. She let out a soft gasp and began to topple sideways. A firm hand caught her arm just in time, and before she knew it, Yu had draped her shoulder over Bai Xianyuan's arm, steadying her. Bai Xianyuan glanced back and saw Yu ran heading towards the carriage. "Thank you, doctor." Woden struggled to stand and expressed her gratitude to Dr. Liu. Returning to her senses, Bai Xianyuan also thanked him, inviting him into another carriage that had come specifically for him. On their way back, Yu kneaded Bai Xianyuan's legs while quietly saying, "Our brother Ran certainly has a way. He was in there for only a short while before he came out." Bai Xianyuan was struggling with the pain in her legs, and her vision was slightly dimmed, so she hadn't caught that he had gone in to find Dr. Liu. Yu continued, "Yes." "How did he speak to Dr. Liu?" Shaking her head, Yu replied, "I don't know. He wouldn't let us follow him inside." Bai Xianyuan suggested, "You should ask him later." Yu vigorously shook her head. "I dare not." Bai Xianyuan pressed, "Dare not? Why?" In a hushed voice, Yu admitted, "I'm a bit afraid of him." "Afraid of him?" "Yes. He seemed quite fierce." Bai Xianyuan shook her head and lifted the carriage curtain, calling out, "You ran rode over. How did you manage to bring him?" Bai Xianyuan asked quietly. "You ran patted his sword." "What?" Bai Xianyuan exclaimed. "If you pressure him like that, how can he treat my grandmother properly?" Yuran replied, "I told him, if he cannot heal her, he will face the wrath of his entire family." Bai Xianyuan was left speechless. Upon returning to her third aunt's residence, she informed her that she had secured Dr. Liu and asked her to accompany her to see her grandmother. However, her third aunt felt she was being overly sensitive. "Xianyuan, I have matters to attend to. Just take Dr. Liu with you. It's impossible for them to deny you entry. Your grandmother inquired yesterday as to why you haven't visited, even mentioning your temper. Clearly, she cares for you." Bai Xianyuan, in her usual manner, clung to her arm and pleaded, "Third aunt, please go with me." Xiao Qing's heart softened immediately. All right. No need to pout. I'll accompany you this once." The group headed straight to the Fusho garden where old Madame Liu resided. Bai Xianyuan instructed her third aunt to stand by the wall and proceeded inside. The gatekeeper stopped her, visibly anxious, saying, "Orders from above state that the old madam's health is poor. Anyone who arrives must be announced first." Bai Xianyuan responded, "Then go announce me." The gatekeeper, not daring to delay, hurried off to inform them. Soon, Aunt Fu, who was by the old madam's side, emerged. She had previously halted Bai Xianyuan when she attempted to see her grandmother, and now she was back again. Bai Xianyuan's gaze turned cold. Wumi's grandfather had once been an official in the capital. After retiring, he returned to his hometown, Yuzhou, where he was also a prominent figure. Therefore, when Wumi married into the Bai family, her wedding was grand, with an entourage of servants. After mistakenly believing she had passed away, her father and grandmother felt guilt towards her and treated her remaining servants generously, arranging good placements for those who wished to stay and rewarding those who wanted to return to the Wu family. Among the remaining servants, grandmother took in her two closest maids, Aunt Gui and Aunt Fu. Chapter 20. Grandmother later, Aunt Gui was assigned to care for Ah Fei, while Aunt Fu remained with the old madam. Now that their former mistress had returned, both women appeared to regain their composure, with Aunt Gui and Aunt Fu alike becoming lively. "Oh, the second young lady has arrived," Aunt Fu exclaimed with a smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. The old madam just took her medicine and has fallen asleep. Bai Xianyuan replied, I have invited a capable doctor for my grandmother. It would be rude to keep him waiting. Since she has just fallen asleep, perhaps she isn't fully asleep yet. I shall go check. As she spoke, she made to enter, but Aunt Fu stretched out her hand to stop her. Second young lady, please hold on. Why? Bai Xianyuan asked. Aunt Fu wurde a troubled expression. You should not go in. Why not? The old madam is still angry. She instructed you to reflect in Qianlong Garden, did she not? I fear seeing you come out may upset her again. She cannot bear the strain on her health. Bai Xianyuan insisted, I will apologize to her properly. I will not provoke her again. Aunt Fu glanced at the doctor and said, how about this? I will go check if the old madam is truly asleep. If she is not, I will inquire about her wishes. Bai Xianyuan agreed. Thank you. Please tell her that I invited Dr. Liu. Aunt Fu, uncertain if she had heard, turned and went inside. After a short while, she returned to Bai Xianyuan, saying, the old madam is already asleep. Perhaps it would be best for you, as a young lady, not to entertain male guests. I can welcome the doctor in. You may return for now. When the old madam awakens, I will send someone to inform you. Xiao Qing, who had been standing by the gate, initially thought Bai Xianyuan was merely being sensitive due to her family's upheaval. She was surprised to find that they were indeed preventing her from entering. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward, saying, if we must wait, let Ayin wait inside with us. Aunt Fu, startled by Xiao Qing's sudden appearance, forced a smile. Madam San, you are here too? You startle me. Xiao Qing questioned her. Aunt Fu, is it the old madam's will that you do not allow Ayin to enter, or is it your own decision? Aunt Fu feigned a joke. What do you mean by not allowing the second young lady to enter? The old madam has just fallen asleep. The second young lady is of such esteemed status. How could I let her wait out here? Xiao Qing cast her a glance, feeling no desire to engage further with the servant, and directly took Bai Xianyuan's hand, leading her inside. Having been on the battlefield, Xiao Qing carried an aura of decisiveness, and with her close ties to the old madam, Aunt Fu did not dare to obstruct them and allowed them entry. Once they were out of earshot, she turned and signaled to the little maid, Payer, who quietly slipped away. Upon entering, they found the old madam reclining on a couch in a half-sleep state, asking, who has come? Is it my third daughter-in-law? Xiao Qing stepped forward, saying, Mother, your hearing is quite remarkable. You can hear from so far away. The old madam sat up, and upon seeing Bai Xianyuan, her expression darkened. I thought you would never set foot in my door again. In Bai Xianyuan's memories, her grandmother had already passed away. Thus, seeing her suddenly, a wave of indescribable sorrow engulfed Bai Xianyuan, and tears threatened to fall. When the lifeless bodies of her parents were returned, her grandmother, with her white hair mourning the loss of her black-haired children, was inconsolable, fainting multiple times from grief. The second aunt had remarked that the elder sister was usually understanding and open-minded. Why could she not tolerate a pitiful soul returning from misfortune? Why could she not allow her to return to her maternal home? At that moment, a flicker of resentment had crossed the old madam's eyes. Chapter 21. Who prevented you from entering? She blamed her mother for being petty and jealous, running back to her family, which led to the tragic demise of both. Consequently, she was less inclined to see Bai Xianyuan, who bore some resemblance to her mother in both looks and temperament. Additionally, after being repeatedly framed by Wu Mi and her mother, the old madam became irritable and ordered Bai Xianyuan to return and reflect in solitude. From that point onward, their relationship grew increasingly distant. Bai Xianyuan harbored resentment towards her grandmother. Having grown up by her side, how could she not trust her, yet place her faith in that wicked woman, Bai Wanru? However, later, it was the old madam who sensed something amiss. She summoned Bai Xianyuan to inquire about many matters and cautioned her to be wary of Wu Mi and her mother, as well as the second uncle and aunt's family. She also mentioned her intention to visit the matriarch of the Mu family in Guangling to discuss the possibility of arranging Bai Xianyuan's early marriage. However, tragically, on her way to Guangling, her horse was startled, causing the carriage to tumble down the roadside slope, resulting in her untimely demise. Reflecting on that moment, it becomes evident that my grandmother was merely overwhelmed by the profound grief of losing a child, and her feelings towards Bai Xianyuan were not rooted in genuine disdain. Rather, it was Wu Mi and the second aunt who, at times overtly and at times subtly, instilled in her the notion that the grandmother did not wish to see her, that her presence would incite anger in the grandmother, and thus it was best not to disturb her for the sake of her health. I can only wonder what they conveyed in the grandmother's presence, If I'm not mistaken, they likely spoke of her fiery temperament, suggesting that she should refrain from visiting the grandmother altogether. I resent that at that time. I had only just reached the age of maturity and lacked the experience to see through their schemes of division. Grandmother, Bai Xianyuan exclaimed as she rushed forward, embracing the noticeably frail and weakened matriarch, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Do you truly not wish to see me again? Have you forsaken me as well?" Over the past 3 months, Bai Xianyuan had shown great aversion towards Wu Mi and her daughter, publicly humiliating Wu Mi, pushing Bai Wanru into a lake, and even injuring her with a candle. Such actions had naturally incensed the matriarch. Initially, she had been perturbed by Bai Xianyuan's behavior, but upon witnessing her tears, a tender part of her heart softened, and her eyes glistened with emotion as she gently patted Bai Xianyuan's back, saying, "You foolish child, how could that be? They all say you do not wish to see me. I have come here several times to pay my respects and apologize, but they would not allow me to enter. They said that seeing me would worsen your condition." Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, her face a portrait of grievance. "I thought you no longer wanted me." The old lady was taken aback. "Is that so? Who prevented you from entering?" "Bushi did," Bai Xianyuan replied. The old lady turned her gaze towards Bushi, who was waiting at the door. "Is this true?" Bushi opened her mouth to defend herself, but the third aunt interjected, "Absolutely true. Initially, I did not believe Ayan when she told me, but having just come along with her, it is indeed the case." Woden approached and knelt before the matriarch, tearfully stating, "Madam, today the young lady has endured great hardships, even kneeling in the streets to summon Dr. Liu to treat you, only for Bushi to claim that you had already retired for the night and sent the doctor away. On the previous 2 occasions, she was also turned away, unable to see you, which caused her to weep for a long time." The matriarch's expression darkened as she inquired, "Afu, why did you not allow Ayan to enter?" Bushi hastily knelt, stammering, "Madam, it was my instruction." Suddenly, Wu Mi's voice echoed as she hurried into the room, her face beaming with satisfaction at the sight of the grandmother and granddaughter embracing. "It seems the 2 of you have reconciled. My heart can finally rest." Seeing her, the old lady's tone softened considerably as she asked, "Did you instruct Bushi to prevent Ayan from entering?" "Indeed," Wu Mi replied, her eyes brimming with concern and fear. "The last time the doctor advised that you must not become agitated. Ayan has a fiery temperament, and I fear she may say something to upset you." The old lady responded, "I understand your filial intentions. However, Ayan has recently lost her parents and is undoubtedly grieving. By preventing her from coming to pay her respects, do you not exacerbate her distress?" This was clearly a reprimand towards Wu Mi, a rare occurrence since her return. Wu Mi bit her lip and knelt before the old lady, nervously saying, "I did not consider this thoroughly. Please forgive me, madam." "Why are you kneeling?" The old lady quickly exclaimed, "Third daughter-in-law, help your sister-in-law up." The third aunt assisted Wu Mi to her feet, and Wu Mi, with a face full of remorse, addressed Bai Xianyuan, "Ayan, I was in the wrong. You have seen how frail grandmother is, and I truly feared for her well-being." Bai Xianyuan, holding onto the old lady's arm with a stern expression, replied, "You are overthinking it. I have grown up by grandmother's side. I care for her far more than you do." "Ayan, what did you just say?" The old lady interjected. "Did you not say you were coming to apologize? Why are you still being so disrespectful to your aunt?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I understand, grandmother. As long as they do not provoke me, I will not bother them. Is that acceptable?" Bai Xianyuan had never known true hardship in her life. Since she had begun to understand things at the age of 6 or 7, she had never shed a tear. Now, as she cried and cooperated, a mix of sorrow and bitterness filled the old lady's heart, and she reached out to stroke Bai Xianyuan's head, asking, "Woden mentioned that you knelt before someone. What transpired?" "I was pleading with the Dr. Liu," Bai Xianyuan explained. "Mother said he is the best at treating your ailment." The old lady inquired, "Is it he? Did he ask you to kneel before him?" Bai Xianyuan reassured, "It is of no consequence. As long as grandmother recovers, I would kneel for him every day if necessary." The old lady felt deeply moved. Just then, Bushi interjected with a worried expression. "Can someone who has become adversarial really be invited to treat you? What if he harbors ulterior motives?" "Bushi," Bai Xianyuan retorted, "do you not remember? I have learned medicine alongside my mother since childhood. Even if I cannot concoct an excellent prescription, I can discern the quality of the prescriptions and whether they have been tampered with." Bushi remained apprehensive. "You are still so young and have yet to treat anyone." "Let him in," the old lady declared. Shuyan mentioned that while Ayan's medical skills may still require practice, she has learned what she needs to know. Since he is already here, let us see how it goes. Thus, Dr. Liu was invited in. The old lady treated him with utmost courtesy and respect, and he reciprocated by taking her pulse. His medical expertise was evident, as the symptoms he described matched her condition precisely. After administering 2 needles, the old lady remarked that she felt significantly better. Dr. Liu then prescribed medication and took his leave. Bai Xianyuan examined the prescription and noted, "His reputation as a doctor is truly well-deserved. This prescription is excellent." The old lady responded, "Then let us send someone to fetch the medicine and try it." Bai Xianyuan declared, "I will personally gather the herbs and brew the concoction for grandmother to drink." The old lady's heart swelled with warmth, and, combined with the relief from the 2 needles, she felt a newfound vigor. She patted Bai Xianyuan's hand, saying, "Well done, my dear granddaughter, with your sincere heart. Grandmother's health is sure to improve." "Indeed," Bai Xianyuan replied. Wu Mi observed the interaction between the grandmother and granddaughter, maintaining a smile upon her face, though it did not reach her eyes. As the third aunt departed for another matter, Bai Xianyuan lingered a while longer with the old lady, conversing before taking her leave. On her way back to her modest abode, she passed by Yanting Lake, where a large cluster of lotus leaves bordered the path, their leaves beginning to wither while the lotus pods flourished and dragonflies danced low over the water. Beside the lotus leaves, 2 figures were engaged in conversation. One was Bai Wanru, and the other was Mu Qingfeng. It must be acknowledged that Bai Wanru was an exceptionally exquisite beauty. Her large eyes, glistening with tears, evoked a protective instinct in men who beheld her. Bai Xianyuan detected that same instinct in her fiancé, Mu Qingfeng, whose gaze was filled with concern and a hint of anger. If Bai Xianyuan was not mistaken, that anger was likely directed at her. As Bai Wanru was covering her left cheek and recounting something, evidence of a slap Bai Xianyuan had delivered the previous day, a familiar pang of bitterness stirred within Bai Xianyuan. Mu Qingfeng was the sole legitimate heir of the Mu family, her betrothed since childhood. When she first laid eyes on him at 13, a line from the Book of Songs came to mind. Ji Fu composed the ode, "Mu is like a gentle breeze." He stood tall like an elegant orchid, his laughter as radiant as the moon, his demeanor refreshingly upright, and his manners impeccably refined. Even her parents could not help but commend him, remarking on the fine upbringing he had received from a prestigious lineage that had thrived for nearly 5 centuries. He had moved to reside in their home 2 years prior to pursue his studies at the Yuzhou Academy, and from that moment, Bai Xianyuan had been captivated by him, her heart wholly devoted to him. In her childhood, when she sneaked out of the house, it was merely for amusement, but after that year, it was solely for him. She even took advantage of her parents' absence to disguise herself as a boy and attended classes at Yuzhou Academy for a month. Because she often spent time with Mu Qingfeng and her cousin Bai Yinghui, the 3 of them were affectionately referred to as the 3 talents of the Bai family, garnering considerable admiration from the Academy's students. Mu Qingfeng treated her exceptionally well. Each time she engaged in such reckless behavior, he would kindly advise her, and when his words failed, he would helplessly yet indulgently cover for her. He would buy her favorite pastries after school, no matter how late it was. He would defy the strict upbringing he had received and skip classes to accompany her in playing polo. After returning home for the new year, he would capture the moonlight from his side and send it to her, traversing great distances. But later, he told her that he had fallen in love with Bai Wanru and wished to break off their engagement. If given another chance, she would have taken it all in stride. Yet, seeing them converse together still caused her heart to ache. The once piercing pain and fierce anger had transformed into a dull throb, akin to the lingering discomfort of a wound that had scabbed over but still ached with nostalgia for youthful days and disappointment in that forlorn romance. She even wished to avoid seeing them. However, they stood conversing by the roadside, and, as she needed to return to Qianlong Garden, she inevitably had to pass by them. She lingered for a moment, summoning the courage to walk past. Bai Wanru spotted her first, her expression revealing a perfectly balanced mix of shyness and complexity, as if she wished to draw closer, yet was apprehensive. Following her gaze, Mu Qingfeng also noticed Bai Xianyuan. "Ah, Ju," he called, his tone somewhat restrained. Bai Xianyuan nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing and walked on. Both Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru were taken aback. Last time, she had encountered them speaking and had flown into a rage, questioning them sharply about the propriety of a lone man and woman being together, which had brought Bai Wanru to tears, and even Mu Qingfeng had shown rare anger. This time, They expected her to be furious again. To their surprise, she simply walked away. Chapter 24. Unfathomable and unrecognized, Mu Qingfeng paused, then turned to Bai Wanru and said, Sister Wanru, I apologize on behalf of Aju. Please be lenient. She is currently in a stubborn mindset. I will counsel her, and she will be all right. Bai Wanru nodded. Thank you, young Master Mu. Mu Qingfeng bowed to her. I shall take my leave now. Yes, Bai Wanru replied, gracefully returning the gesture. Mu Qingfeng then caught up with Bai Xianyuan, blocking her path. Aju. Bai Xianyuan replied. Is there something you need? Mu Qingfeng glanced at Woden and Yu, giving them a signal. They understood and walked away. Aju, why did you strike your sister again? Mu Qingfeng, a true gentleman, repressed his anger until they were alone, so as not to embarrass her. Bai Xianyuan fell silent for a moment, about to speak, when Mu Qingfeng, his tone tinged with anger, interjected, You wouldn't dare claim you didn't would you? Bai Xianyuan replied, No, I did hit her. Mu Qingfeng continued, I understand your heart aches, but your sister is innocent. Why do you persist in venting your anger on her? Moreover, this is detrimental to your reputation. What will others think? Bai Xianyuan gazed at the earnest Mu Qingfeng and suddenly realized that in the past, she had always perceived him through a veil of gentle sentiment that obscured the truth. Now, everything appeared remarkably clear. From his words, it was evident that his primary concern was not her reputation, but rather the harm she had inflicted upon Bai Wanru. Had he fallen for her at this moment? Bai Xianyuan asked, Brother Qingfeng, how do you perceive me? Mu Qingfeng contemplated for a moment before responding. I have always believed you to be an upright, kind-hearted, and vivacious girl. However, now, to be honest, I find you somewhat incomprehensible. Bai Xianyuan's expression became numb. Incomprehensible? Mu Qingfeng's eyes reflected sorrow. No one wishes to see their parents in distress. Why do you continue to hurt your sister? Don't you understand? When you were in the north, your aunt served as a wet nurse for the illegitimate son of a royal family, while your sister worked as a maid. Facing exclusion and hardship, she bears several old scars on her wrist. Meanwhile, you have lived a life of luxury, surrounded by servants. Enjoying a life she could scarcely dream of. They escaped back home from peril, and yet you treat them this way. Aju, where has your integrity and kindness gone? These days, I hardly recognize you. Bai Xianyuan laughed. You seem to know a lot. You even know about the scars on her wrist? I wasn't aware of such details. I am here to comfort them for your sake. Mu Qingfeng retorted. Do you realize that if your aunt were to say anything, it would tarnish your reputation? Bai Xianyuan understood that Mu Qingfeng was inherently noble and had always disdained deceit. His initial purpose for approaching Bai Wanru was likely to soothe her and apologize on her behalf. Bai Xianyuan sincerely said, Thank you. Mu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling unaccustomed to her unusual demeanor. Brother Qingfeng, do you have other matters? I am a bit hungry and wish to return for a meal, Bai Xianyuan stated. Aju. Mu Qingfeng said earnestly, I advise you not to target them any longer. Would I ever harm you? Bai Xianyuan nodded, You would not harm me. But you do not love me. At least, not as you love Bai Wanru. For you would gather the courage to confront your family and break off the engagement for her. Chapter 25. Aftermath. Mu Qingfeng softened his tone. What brought you to seek me yesterday? I was visiting a classmate with Ingui. Bai Xianyuan remained silent for a moment before responding. It's nothing now. From now on, nothing will matter. Mu Qingfeng said, There may be nothing now, but there were certainly matters then, right? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Did you ask Bai Siye to send me a message, inviting me to meet in the North Alley? Mu Qingfeng replied, No, I came to find you for a reason. There was no need for her to convey anything. Bai Xianyuan nodded. She might have been joking with me. Truly, there is nothing now. I shall return. Bai Xianyuan signaled for Woden and Yu to follow her. Mu Qingfeng watched her retreating figure, feeling a pang of discomfort. She had grown distant from herself. Why was she so obstinate? She heeded no one's advice, misinterpreting and coldly treating his intentions. Mu Qingfeng felt increasingly disheartened. Miss, they are together again. Yu exclaimed angrily, a lone man and woman, lacking shame. Bai Xianyuan responded wearily. Yu, refrain from such comments. He is merely being considerate of me. Miss, what is wrong with you? Yu, both angry and anxious, exclaimed, He is your fiancé. Meeting with other women repeatedly. You cannot ignore this. Bai Xianyuan replied, If those who love each other become husband and wife, life will be sweet and full of joy. If there is no love, it becomes a tedious torment. Day after day. Why force it? Yu was momentarily taken aback, but Yu and young Master Mu were once so well suited. Bai Xianyuan urged, no more talk. I am hungry. Let us return for a meal. Oh. Bai Xianyuan gazed at the secret book of sorcery and medicine before her, falling into deep contemplation. In her previous life, Wumi had borrowed this book under the name of Dr. Liu. Wumi did not understand medicine, so it was certainly not for her own use. Who could it be for? Bai Xianyuan recalled the woman who had pricked her with a needle yesterday. The flames of karma are akin to voodoo. Perhaps that woman desired it? What could be in the book that she wanted? Sorcery, as compared to orthodox medicine, is somewhat esoteric. Bai Xianyuan had yet to master orthodox medicine and had not studied sorcery or Taoism. She had never read this book. She opened the book and skimmed through it. It was divided into 3 sections: the medical section, the poison section, and the sorcery section. In the poison section, she spotted the flames of karma again, and the details within far surpassed her mother's handwritten notes. It meticulously records the detailed methods of concocting the infernal poison, its symptoms, and the antidotes, mentioning that after the poison is neutralized, there will be lingering side effects. These after effects are rather peculiar. They inexplicably transfer to the individual who administers the antidote. For several days each month, that person will suffer for a duration ranging from 3 months to a year. Fortunately, the toxicity has diminished considerably and is no longer life-threatening. It merely requires finding someone to administer the antidote once more. Bai Xianyuan could not remain still. She instructed Yu to summon Yuran. Entering through the back door to converse. In her light blue garden, there stood a remarkably precious moon tree in the backyard. This tree was a seed that her mother had sourced from the deep mountains of her grandmother's hometown and planted upon her return. Her mother had stated that the moon tree needed to be planted in a place where the 5 elements were balanced, and, after searching the entire estate, the location was ultimately chosen to be her backyard. The enchanting quality of the moon tree is that, at night, the edges of its leaves emit a faint glow, resembling the arc of a waxing crescent moon, which is why the locals have named it the moon tree. The brighter the moon, the more vibrant the glow. During the full moon, it appears dreamlike. In the past, relatives and friends would frequently come to marvel at her moon tree, all expressing their awe. Chapter 26. I have no preferred woman. The moon tree was planted when Bai Xianyuan was about 5 or 6 years old, then as tall as she was. Now, a decade later, it has grown into a grand tree, providing her with shade beneath its boughs. She stood beneath the tree, watching as Yuran strode in through the back door with his long legs, then asked expressionlessly, "What is your command, my lord?" Bai Xianyuan directly handed him the book, urging him to read for himself. I only discovered today that this book contains even more detailed accounts of the infernal poison. It has after effects. Yuran perused it without displaying any additional emotion, replying, "It is of no consequence." Bai Xianyuan shook her head. "You do not comprehend its severity. If the poison is not neutralized, it is indeed a fate worse than death." Yuran inquired, "So what?" Bai Xianyuan continued, "I called you here to discuss a solution. This potion has no other antidote. It can only be, you understand." Yuran regarded her in silence. Bai Xianyuan pressed on, "If I recall correctly, you came to my house at the age of 13, and now you are 23, correct?" "Yes," Yuran affirmed. Bai Xianyuan remarked, "At your age, you should have already wed. If you have a favored woman, I can take charge and assist you in securing her without regard for cost. This way, you need not worry about the lingering effects." Yuran's gaze visibly turned cold. "I have no favored woman." Bai Xianyuan countered, "Surely there must be one or two whom you feel slightly inclined towards." Yuran's tone grew harsher. "No. Why was she getting so agitated?" Bai Xianyuan suggested, "Then shall I help you find one? You need not consider Wadan or Kai Wei." Yuran interrupted her firmly, "I will manage it myself." Bai Xianyuan pressed, "How will you manage that?" Yuran maintained his stoic demeanor. "Do you have any other matters?" Bai Xianyuan insisted, "Yuran, this is not a trivial matter. Do not take it lightly. The book states that even if the toxicity diminishes, it can still render you worse than dead, and it can severely harm you, potentially leading to extinction." Yuran seemed lost in thought, staring at her in silence. Bai Xianyuan proposed, "If you do not wish to marry for the time being, I could arrange for a concubine for you. What sort of woman do you desire?" Yuran turned and walked away. "Hey, Yuran," Bai Xianyuan called after him, but he did not return. Why was he so stubborn? Bai Xianyuan felt troubled. What could be the reason for him not marrying at 23? Yuran strode swiftly back to the west second courtyard. Outside his door, A freshly laundered bed sheet hung, with a faint, almost imperceptible stain that refused to wash out. In a fit of frustration, he struck the sheet with his fist. The loud noise startled Qin Lang, who was washing clothes nearby. "Hey, boss, what are you doing?" Qin Lang asked, wide-eyed. Yuran paid him no mind, retreating into his room and slamming the door shut. "What is going on?" Qin Lang wondered. Yuran entered his room and poured himself a glass of water. The pent-up anger within him seemed to dissipate as if doused with water, leaving him cold and desolate, motionless like a lifeless statue. After a lengthy pause, he stepped towards his wardrobe, retrieved a red lacquered wooden box, and unlocked it with a key from his pocket, extracting an object to gaze at intently. It was a blackened dried peach, beautifully preserved in shape. That day at the Furong Mountain Summer Retreat, Bai Xianyuan had argued passionately with her peers about the merits of dance. Chapter 27. He possesses rare and precious treasure. She asserted that dance is a form of exercise that enhances physical strength, cultivates elegance, and promotes graceful postures. Yet it has been unjustly imbued with connotations of vulgarity and lowliness by men. In the end, no one was persuaded. That evening, she danced alone under the moonlight, graceful as a startled swan and fluid as a swimming dragon. Yuran, who should have remained hidden to protect her, found himself captivated by Bai Xianyuan's movements, momentarily forgetting to conceal his presence. After she finished dancing, she called out towards him, "Yuran, I see you. Come out." Yuran had no choice but to step forward. "Did you hear me arguing with them this afternoon?" Bai Xianyuan asked. "Yes," Yuran replied. "Do you think I was right?" Bai Xianyuan inquired. "Yes," he affirmed. "Was it I who was correct, or them?" She pressed. "You," he stated. Bai Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?" Yuran continued. "If the low status of dancers renders the art of dance contemptible, then, by the same logic, the lowly status of musicians would belittle music, and thus should noble families refrain from learning the lute or flute. Furthermore, if the existence of courtesans devalues propriety, should noble families not have heirs?" Bai Xianyuan erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, Yuran, you are my kindred spirit." Hearing the term kindred spirit stirred a sweet sensation within Yuran, akin to seeds sprouting in spring, yearning to awaken. No, upon encountering a kindred spirit, gifts must be exchanged. With a hint of mischief, Bai Xianyuan glanced around and plucked a fruit from a nearby tree, presenting it to him. "This is for you." Yuran accepted the dried peach. "You have given me a dried peach. I shall repay you with rare and precious jade. It is not merely a reciprocation, but an everlasting bond." His heart trembled slightly, and he shyly replied, "I do not currently possess a suitable gift in return. You may return it to me when you have something," she said, yawning as drowsiness overcame her, waving goodbye. "I've had a bit too much to drink. I'm off to sleep. You should rest early too." Yuran clutched the fruit, responding, "All right." That night, he held the dried peach tightly, his heart in turmoil. He thought that upon returning home, he would present her with a gift in return. He possessed rare and precious jade, a beautiful piece left to him by his late mother, which she had instructed him to bestow upon his future daughter-in-law. It was the finest jade, and only Bai Xianyuan deserved it. However, upon returning from the summer retreat, he learned that Mu Qingfeng had come from the capital. It was then that he discovered Bai Xianyuan had been betrothed since childhood. His gift would never be given. Now, even the thought of her had to be severed. She had pressed him so, and in a moment of confusion, had called out for her elder brother Qingfeng. Moreover, she arranged for him to have wives and concubines? Huh. He placed the peach back, alongside the soft brocade box containing the rare jade. With a resounding clap, he closed the wooden box, causing it to tremble. "Boss, what are you doing? Making such a racket?" Came Qin Lang's voice from outside. Yuran wore a face of desolation, washing her clothes. Bai Xianyuan personally prepared and brewed medicine for her grandmother, watching her drink it down. Lady Lu observed her maturity and composure had grown significantly, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as she took Bai Xianyuan's hand and said, "Ian, I have something to discuss with you." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Grandmother, please speak." Lady Lu continued, "When I was a young lady, I was neighbors with your aunt's mother. We've been close since childhood." Bai Xianyuan remarked, "So you share this connection?" This was her first hearing of the matter. Chapter 28. The connection between grandmother and Wumi. Old Lady Lu nodded. "Eventually, we all married. She went into the prominent Wu family of Yuzhou and bore Wumi. In her youth, Wumi was renowned for her beauty and virtue, a paragon in Yuzhou, sought after by many suitors. The Bai family was, at that time, merely a modestly prosperous household, far from the prominence it enjoys now. It was only through my friendship with Wu Mi's mother that we managed to marry her into our family. Bai Xianyuan remarked. Her current beauty is incomparable. Her presence is exceptionally striking. Old Lady Lu nodded. She had been married for less than 2 years when tragedy struck, leading everyone to believe that she and her mother had perished. Her mother fell ill and soon passed away as well. I am filled with a profound sense of guilt towards her. Do you understand? Bai Xianyuan remained silent for a moment before saying, Grandmother, after their return, you have been so kind to them that both my mother and I have felt a tinge of jealousy. Now I realize you wish to compensate her. Old Lady Lu nodded. Their sudden return has caused your parents. Grandmother understands. You must harbor resentment towards them. However, Wumi is someone I have watched grow up. Her nature is kind, and she is no villain. All of this is simply fate's cruel jest. It is not fate's jest. It is a conspiracy. But Bai Xianyuan refrained from voicing this thought. The notion of reincarnation is too incredible. No one would believe it. If everything were to unfold exactly as in her previous life, she might have been able to convince her grandmother with foresight. Yet, since yesterday, when you ran open that hidden door, everything has changed. The only ambitions she can foresee are the predatory nature and ruthless tactics of Wu Mi and her mother. Ian, Old Lady Lu said, I hope you will not harbor animosity toward them. They, too, are pitiable. Think of it this way. Wanru is even more unfortunate than you. You have spent 15 years with your father, while she lost hers in infancy. Just when she finally found her father, he was taken from her again. Bai Xianyuan replied, Grandmother, I understand. For your sake, I shall not be disrespectful to my aunt anymore. I will get along with them. Old Lady Lu, surprised, asked, Really? Bai Xianyuan nodded. After all, she is the granddaughter whom Old Lady Lu has watched grow up, and her heart aches for her. She whispered, Even if you truly hate them, do not let it show. It would tarnish your reputation. The Mu family's young master resides in the estate, does he not? Your second aunt is also from the Mu family. Once you are married, it will be detrimental to have any scandal. Bai Xianyuan affirmed yes. Moreover, if you were to quarrel with them, Grandmother would be caught in the middle, which would be distressing. Old Lady Lu began to coax her. Think of my feelings, dear. Do not let your temper flare with them. Bai Xianyuan smiled. I understand, Grandmother. Rest assured, I shall cherish my reputation and take good care of your health. I will no longer trouble them. Is that all right? Grandmother, truly bright and good. Our Ian has suddenly matured. Bai Xianyuan then asked, Last time I scolded Fei, is he still upset with me? It has been quite a while since I last saw him. Bai Fei is only 6 years old, since the passing of her parents. Wu Mi, the second aunt, and the third aunt have all vied to care for him, but Grandmother did not permit it, insisting he stay in her Fusho garden, where she personally tended to him despite her frail health. Old Lady Lu said, What can a child be angry about? These days, he has cried for his father and mother several times. It breaks my heart to hear. You are quite heartless. It is one thing not to visit me for so many days, but to neglect your brother as well. Chapter 29, Yu Ran goes out again. Bai Xianyuan felt a pang of guilt and said, It is my fault. I have been inconsiderate. Old Lady Lu replied, Do not blame yourself. You are still a child. Bai Xianyuan said, Grandmother, today I wish to go to the academy to bring him home. During the day, Bai Fei attends his elementary lessons, leaving at dawn and returning only in the afternoon. Old Lady Lu is naturally pleased. Go. Hurry back. We shall have dinner together. Bai Xianyuan instructed someone to prepare the carriage. The powerful families and their illustrious lineages are the envy of the common folk. Yet they bear risks unknown to ordinary people. Bai Xianyuan has faced danger numerous times since childhood, prompting her father to assign her 4 guards to attend to her every need and protect her closely. Among the 4 guards, apart from Yu Ran, the others also have notable backgrounds. Qin Lang is the adopted son of the estate's steward, Qin Jian. Xiao Shi is a relative from the third aunt's family. Guo Songyun's father was a trusted bodyguard of her father, who heroically perished while protecting him during her parents' disappearance. They all arrived around the same time as Yu Ran and have been by Xianyuan's side since childhood. In the west second courtyard, the 4 guards received a notification to set out. Qin Lang remarked, Chief, you seem out of sorts today. Perhaps you should refrain from going. I will accompany Song Yun instead. Yu Ran replied, Recently, whenever the master goes out, we must all follow. Xiao Shi inquired, Why is that? Is it because of that merchant caravan? Yu Ran, polishing his longsword, replied, Better safe than sorry. All right. Wait for me. Qin Lang hurriedly returned to gather his quiver of hidden arrows, medicinal herbs, bandages, silver, handkerchiefs, water bottles, and other items. Bai Xianyuan was astonished to discover that Yuran was also heading out. The 4 guards mounted their steeds, dispersing in 4 directions around her. Wudan inquired, "Are so many of you accompanying us? We are merely going to fetch the young master from the academy. 1 or 2 should suffice. Our chief has ordered us to accompany the master on all outings," Qin Lang responded. Wudan asked, "Is it again because of that merchant caravan?" Qin Lang replied, "Perhaps." Yuran's emphasis on that caravan piqued Bai Xianyuan's interest. In her memory, there was nothing notable about that caravan. However, that did not imply it was free of issues. In her previous life, at this very moment, she was engulfed in the immense pain and confusion of betrayal, unable to focus on anything else. She lifted the carriage curtain and called out, "Yuran." Yuran, who had been walking ahead, reluctantly slowed his pace upon hearing her voice, matching her stride without looking at her, merely leaning slightly towards her. "Investigate the background of that merchant caravan," Bai Xianyuan instructed. Yuran responded, "I've already done so." Bai Xianyuan inquired, "How many people are there?" Yuran replied, 45 in total. From their physique, gait, and calluses, it is evident they have undergone training. Some are skilled, while others are not as proficient. Bai Xianyuan asked, "What business do they engage in?" Yuran explained, "They claim to have originally conducted business in Jiangzhou, but had to relocate to Yuzhou due to offending local powers. They now collect goods, spices, grains, cotton, silk, bamboo crafts, wood carvings, and more, to sell toward the capital." Bai Xianyuan asked, "What is their accent?" Chapter 30. "That is my handkerchief." Yuran replied, "Their accents are quite mixed, predominantly local Yuzhou and that of the capital." Bai Xianyuan continued, "What do you find suspicious about them?" Yuran said, "Their arrogance." Bai Xianyuan questioned, "What do you mean?" Yuran explained, "Businessmen who have traveled extensively, upon entering a new territory, typically pay their respects and proceed with caution. However, I observe their demeanor after drinking. While they dress the part, they do not carry themselves like merchants, but rather resemble officials accustomed to a domineering attitude. Consequently, I did some digging and indeed uncovered token." Bai Xianyuan asked, "What sort of token?" Yuran retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Bai Xianyuan unfolded it, and her expression shifted dramatically. The handkerchief bore the likeness of a token, and she recognized it. It was the token of the royal guard of the Liang prince. In her previous life, after arriving in the capital, she discovered several floating Kongming lanterns during the Lantern Festival. The lantern emitted a verdant glow, taking the charming form of a pig's head, complete with 3 curly tufts of hair adorning its forehead and adorably short ears. This design was a collaboration between her and her father and mother, and those whimsical curls were her own artistic creation, driven by an almost frenzied enthusiasm. She followed the trail and discovered that the lantern had been released from the Liang Wang's estate. She devised various means to infiltrate the Liang Wang's residence, and, to her astonishment, encountered her imprisoned parents. However, her presence did not go unnoticed by the Liang Wang, and she found herself confined within the estate for several months. The Liang Wang, driven by lustful intentions, sought to possess her, but she resolutely refused, injuring him in the process. In a fit of rage, he pierced her heart with a sword. During her time within the Liang Wang's estate, she had encountered tokens bearing this very pattern. The merchant caravan was, in fact, not merely a caravan. It was the Liang Wang's military guard, with her parents imprisoned by the Liang Wang, Wu Mi and her second uncle commanding the armored troops, and the Liang Wang being proclaimed as the prince. All of this was far from mere coincidence. Thus, were Wu Mi and her second uncle aligned with the Liang Wang? Clutching the handkerchief, her mind raced, connecting disparate pieces of information like a tumultuous tide. "Do you recognize this?" Yuran inquired of her. Bai Xianyuan responded, "This handkerchief, who else have you shown it to?" Yuran replied, "I just obtained it the night before last." Having received it the night before last, the event of the following morning must surely imply it had yet to be shown to anyone else. Bai Xianyuan folded the handkerchief and tucked it into her bosom, declaring, "Do not disclose this to anyone just yet." Yuran glanced at her bosom, his ears turning crimson with urgency. "That is my handkerchief," Bai Xianyuan insisted. "Just allow me to keep it for now." "Why?" Bai Xianyuan explained, "I feel as though I have seen this type of waist token before, but I cannot recall where. I shall ponder it further at home." Yuran seemed to bristle with annoyance, riding in silence. Having reconciled with her grandmother today, and having grasped some crucial insights, Bai Xianyuan's spirits soared as she leaned against the window and smiled at him. You ran. You performed admirably. No wonder father dotes on you. You ran remained stoic, refusing to speak. Meanwhile, Qin Lang approached with a broad grin. Master, our Lord has always been clear in his rewards and punishments. When you do well, there are rewards. Now that you are in charge, shouldn't there be some sort of reward? Bai Xianyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, a reward is in order. You ran. Do you desire anything? You ran responded with a blank expression. Nothing. Ah, how dull you are. Bai Xianyuan shook her head, her attention suddenly caught by some large, succulent peaches by the roadside that looked utterly tempting. Stop. Bai Xianyuan commanded, instructing Wadan. Those peaches look splendid. Purchase them all and share them with everyone upon our return. Chapter 31. Do you enjoy giving peaches to others? Wadan and Yu descended to procure the peaches. When they returned, the eager Yu held 4 freshly washed peaches, presenting them to Bai Xianyuan. Miss, I washed a few with our water. Please have a taste. Bai Xianyuan nodded, taking a bite. The peach was crisp, sweet, fragrant, and bursting with juice. It was truly delectable. What a delightful peach. She casually picked another and tossed it to Yuran. Consider this a reward for you. Yuran caught it, casting a sideways glance at her, but saw only her beaming smile. Do you truly enjoy giving peaches to others? Yuran queried, his tone unexpectedly dark. Bai Xianyuan responded. When have I given peaches to anyone else? I have only given one to you, not even to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, feeling aggrieved, piped up from the side, miss. I was involved in the investigation too. You shall not have any. Yu, fearful of Yuran but unafraid of Qin Lang, took one for herself, while handing another to Wadan. Yu, Qin Lang grumbled. Do not expect me to bring you delicious treats next time. Yu stuck her tongue out at him. Yuran tossed the peach back to Qin Lang. If you desire it so much, take it. Then he spurred his horse onward. Qin Lang held the peach, looking bewildered as he glanced first at Yuran and then at Bai Xianyuan. This? Bai Xianyuan was incensed by Yuran's actions and called out. Yuran, you have gone too far. At the very least, do not undermine her authority in front of so many people. Yuran ignored her. Bai Xianyuan seethed with frustration. Master, has something transpired between you and our leader? Qin Lang whispered, noting Yuran's unusually foul mood over the past few days, during which he had thrown things and displayed a sour demeanor. Bai Xianyuan's anger dissipated slightly. What could possibly have happened? What is wrong with him then? Bai Xianyuan shook her head. I do not know. Qin Lang hurried ahead to catch up with Yuran. Brother, what is troubling you? It is one thing to take it out on us, but how dare you show disdain towards our master? As he questioned, he began to eat the peach. Suddenly, his hand was left empty as Yuran snatched it back, biting off a large chunk. Qin Lang exclaimed, What is the meaning of this? Yuran replied, There's a whole basket over there. Wash your own. This one is mine. Qin Lang retorted, Did you not say you did not want it? Yuran ignored him. Qin Lang swallowed hard, frustrated, and grabbed another peach, wiping it on his clothes before taking a bite. Ugh, hair! Qin Lang spat it out. Yuran's lips curved into a rare smile, akin to dark clouds dissipating under the warm autumn sun. The Yuzhou Academy had gained a modest reputation in the Southern Dynasty due to the success of numerous scholars in securing official positions over the years. Undoubtedly, the Bai family's recommendations played a significant role within the selection system of the 9-rank Zhongjing system. However, in Yuzhou itself, the populace placed greater emphasis on the Qingtiao primary school established under the Yuzhou Academy. Previously, the children of ordinary citizens seldom had the opportunity to receive an education. But since the rise of the Bai family, her father had established a well-equipped Qingtiao primary school, hiring several esteemed teachers and welcoming a multitude of students. With tuition fees kept low, earning widespread praise from the Yuzhou populace. Ah Fei, being the only son in his family, could have easily been tutored privately by a teacher at home. However, his parents chose to send him to this school, stating it would broaden his horizons and teach him how to interact with others. Lacking playmates at home, he was more than willing to attend. After class, the children burst forth like jubilant little birds. Chapter 32. The wooden post Ah Fei, however, walked slowly amidst the crowd, appearing rather glum. Bai Xianyuan's heart twisted with guilt. She felt remorse towards Ah Fei. In her previous life, she had witnessed him being doted upon by her grandmother and the Wumi mother-daughter duo, leading her to believe he did not require her attention. Moreover, all her thoughts were focused on Mu Qingfeng, resulting in her neglecting him. Of course, later on, she became overwhelmed with her own troubles and could not attend to him even if she wished to. Shortly after she departed from the Bai family to the capital, she received news of his death, said to have succumbed to a high fever. Upon spotting Bai Xianyuan, Ah Fei's face lit up, and he dashed towards her as if propelled by wheels of fire, leaping into her embrace, his small lips quivering as he cried, "Sister! Wu sister! Where have you been?" Bai Xianyuan wiped his tears. "I have not gone anywhere. I have been at home." Ah Fei inquired, "Then why have you not come find me?" Bai Xianyuan explained, "Grandmother has been unwell, and you returned late. I did not wish to disturb her rest." But then, Ah Fei suddenly stepped back, his eyes wide with fear. "Are you getting married and going far away, never to return?" Bai Xianyuan asked, "Why would you think that?" Ah Fei sobbed. "The eldest sister said so. She said you are to marry Brother Mu and go to a very distant place, never to return. With father and mother gone, you will not come back either, Wu. She said I would only have her to play with in the future." Bai Xianyuan took his hand and spoke with conviction. "Ah Fei, I will not abandon you. I will always be here for you, to protect you." Ah Fei raised his tearful eyes. "You are not getting married, then?" Bai Xianyuan affirmed. "No." Familiar relatives had vanished one by one, and with her grandmother unable to rise from her bed due to illness, Bai Xianyuan felt immense fear. She turned to ask others, "Yuran, do you think my sister is getting married?" Yuran, after a moment of silence, replied, "No. My sister will not leave home." "Will she?" Yuran confirmed, "Correct." In a fit of indignation, Yu confronted young master of Fei, exclaiming, "Your sister Wanru is adept at deceiving children. Our Lord has instructed us to be honest and trustworthy, so we shall no longer play with her." A Fei, finding joy in her words, replied, "Very well." Bai Xianyuan took his small hand, saying, "Let us return home. Grandmother is waiting for us to have dinner together." With a skip and a hop, Bai Fei followed her. Responding, indeed, the siblings, hand in hand, made their way to the carriage, only to encounter Mu Qingfeng and Bai Yinghui descending the mountain. The Yuzhou Academy resided atop the hill, while Qingyao Primary School lay at its base. "Xianyuan, how delightful to see you," exclaimed Bai Yinghui, the eldest son of his uncle. "What brings you here?" Bai Xianyuan smiled. "I came to fetch a Fei. It has been quite a while since I last saw him, and I missed him." "Is that so?" Bai Yinghui teased. "Are you missing a Fei, or is it someone else?" With a playful glint in his eyes, he nudged Mu Qingfeng toward Bai Xianyuan. She glanced at Mu Qingfeng, noticing he no longer bore the anger he had displayed during their last encounter. Instead, he looked at her with a warm smile, his eyes radiating kindness. In her previous life, she had been ensnared by such tenderness, oblivious to the fact that his affections were shared with everyone around him, while his favoritism was reserved solely for Bai Wanru. A pang of bitterness twisted in Bai Xianyuan's heart, prompting her to avert her gaze. "Third brother, please refrain from such jesting. Young Master Mu does not appreciate it." Bai Yinghui burst into laughter. "Doesn't he appreciate it? How could he not be pleased to see my sister?" Mu Qingfeng playfully smacked Bai Yinghui and said to Bai Xianyuan, "There is no need for you to come all this way. We will escort a Fei home daily, as it is on our way." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Thank you. No need for such politeness." Mu Qingfeng naturally took a Fei's other hand, leading him toward the carriage. The servants followed their masters, yet one remained rooted like a wooden post, motionless. Chapter 33. Who is Yuran? Qin Lang turned back and noticed, returning to pat him on the shoulder, softly urging, "Let us go." Yuran retracted his gaze, mounting his horse in silence, as if all anger had been sapped from him. Having spent many days together, Qin Lang had gleaned some understanding of his thoughts, and he sighed softly. Their lord and father had told them that outwardly, they were all Bai Xianyuan's bodyguards, yet in truth, the three of them were Yuran's protectors. Yuran's identity was peculiar, concealed within the Bai family, and they were forbidden from uttering a word about it to outsiders. Failure to comply would result in execution. Qin Lang was uncertain of Yuran's exact identity, but Mu Qingfeng was the heir of the Mu family, one of the three great clans. In this world, only the three major families and the royal family could match his status. Could Yuran contend with him? Furthermore, his health was gravely compromised. The matriarch, who had been secretly treating him, was no longer present, and it seemed his days were numbered. Having boarded the carriage, a Fei saw the men on horseback and clamored to ride too. Bai Xianyuan, indulging him, could not bear to disappoint, called out, "Yuran, please take a Fei for a ride." She sought Yuran out of safety concerns, for he possessed the greatest martial prowess among the group. Yuran rode over, dismounted, and lifted a Fei, preparing to place him on his horse. Let him ride with me. Mu Qingfeng interjected, extending his hand. In that moment, a Fei sensed a sudden rigidity in Yu Ran's entire being. Then, Yu Ran placed him on his own horse, mounting swiftly and shielding a Fei in front of him. Mu Qingfeng frowned. Yu Ran? Yu Ran replied, Young Master Mu, is you who should speak to Our Lady. This implied that he had no authority to command him. Mu Qingfeng's expression darkened as he turned to Bai Xianyuan. Xianyuan, let a Fei ride with me. Bai Xianyuan glanced at Yu Ran and said, Why trouble you? Let him ride with Yu Ran. I trust him to keep a Fei safe. After a moment of silence, Mu Qingfeng nodded, refraining from further protest. Upon returning to the Bai residence, Bai Yinghui asked Mu Qingfeng, Qingfeng, have you had a quarrel with Xianyuan? Mu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, replying, These past few days. She has been at odds with those two. After all, they're her stepmother and elder sister. How would it look if word got out? I have advised her several times, but she refuses to listen and continues to blame Wanru, growing distant from me as well. Frankly, she has become unrecognizable. Bai Yinghui's expression turned somber as he patted his shoulder, saying, Your uncle and aunt met a tragic end, and their heads have yet to be found. She has suffered greatly. Please be understanding. Mu Qingfeng replied, I understand. However, she should not project her pain and resentment onto the innocent. Xianyuan is strong-willed, while Wanru is gentle and lacks foundation. Xianyuan has always bullied her, taking advantage of her weaknesses. We cannot simply stand by and watch. Bai Yinghui countered, Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Do you not know Xianyuan? She shares her uncle's sense of justice and detests the strong oppressing the weak. How could she act in such a manner? Mu Qingfeng replied, That is precisely why I say she has become unrecognizable. Bai Yinghui suggested, I shall speak with her later. I refuse to believe she has changed so suddenly. Mu Qingfeng nodded, but then inquired, What about Yu Ran? Who is he? Bai Yinghui explained, He is an orphan that my uncle brought back from the northern battlefield. Chapter 34. Mu Qingfeng remarked, He possesses a remarkable sense of pride. Bai Yinghui replied, Do not take offense. That's just how he is. Mu Qingfeng pressed, A mere servant behaves in such a rude manner? Indeed, who could blame him when my uncle favors him so? Even when Xianyuan reported to my uncle that he was disobedient, my uncle defended Yu Ran. Bai Yinghui laughed as he spoke. To be honest, I do not particularly like him either. Mu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, Bai Yinghui continued, Those beautiful maidservants in the estate go to great lengths to attract my master's attention, while the maidservants here fawn over Yu Ran, gathering to discuss him and devising ways to catch his notice. Nobody pays attention to me. Ha, ha. Mu Qingfeng chuckled at the humor. You have certainly improved. Competing for affections like a servant. Bai Yinghui responded, On a serious note, Yu Ran is exceptionally talented. The guards in this estate train under Uncle Qin. Yet he has received the true teachings. He could take on 10 adversaries without issue. As for his pride, talented individuals often possess such traits. If utilized properly, they could be formidable assets. Moreover, he has the virtue of never causing trouble or indulging in flirtation, maintaining a low profile. Mu Qingfeng pondered. This is a person not to be underestimated. Would he willingly remain in the inner courtyard as a guard? Bai Yinghui replied, As for that, I cannot say. Mu Qingfeng fell silent. Bai Xianyuan took a Fei to visit their grandmother, and before long, Bai Yinghui followed. As the eldest son of a second branch and the eldest grandson of old Lady Lu, Bai Yinghui had grown up under her doting care. Upon entering, he called out in a sweet voice, Grandmother, Grandmother, Ayin is here. The grandmother smiled broadly. Just returning from school? How could you bear to visit your grandmother? Bai Yinghui, whose full name was Bai Ying, with Ying as his courtesy name, exclaimed, I returned with Xianyuan and a Fei. Bai Yinghui, feeling a tinge of disappointment, asked Bai Xianyuan, Xianyuan, did you not inform grandmother? Bai Xianyuan looked at the carefree and bright youth before her, her heart swelling with warmth and pain. In her previous life, at the beginning, Bai Yinghui's reaction had mirrored Mu Qingfeng's. He would earnestly counsel her. However, he eventually seemed to sense something, growing increasingly silent. Later, when she had been imprisoned, he had secretly climbed over the wall into Qianlan Garden, kneeling before her and weeping for a long time. Bai Xianyuan had been unaware of many matters then, asking him what he was doing, but he remained tight-lipped, only stating he would find a way to help her escape. Ultimately, she managed to flee due to his assistance. He intended to leave with her, and the two of them sprinted towards the rescuers from Zhang's maternal side. When the ruthless sword of Hongshan lunged at her, he, like a moth drawn to a flame, or perhaps driven by a desire to atone for or avenge his parents, resolutely placed himself in front of her. Bai Xianyuan saw blood spurt from his mouth. In his final moments, he uttered to Bai Xianyuan, I'm sorry. I changed off Fei's clothes and didn't even have time to drink water. Bai Xianyuan swallowed her pain and joked with him as before, saying, besides, why would I mention you to grandmother? You are no different from them. You don't believe me. The bond among the three heroes of the Bai family is as solid as this winter jujube. She picked up a winter jujube the size of a small egg and tossed it to him. Chapter 35. Let Nature Take Its Course. Bai Hui examined the winter jujube from various angles. Like this winter jujube? What do you mean by that? Why don't you take a bite and see? Bai Hui bit into it with a crunch. So crisp. Exactly this crisp. Bai Xianyuan laughed. Bai Hui was reluctant to hear such words. How could it be crisp? The bond among the three heroes of the Bai family is eternally as solid as a rock. Bai Xianyuan retorted. Then why do you all not trust me? Bai Hui asked. What do you mean doesn't trust you? Bai Xianyuan replied. Even Bai Wanru herself said those incidents were accidents, that she was careless. Why don't you believe that? You all think I harmed her? Bai Hui insisted. But there were so many witnesses. On that day, when you pushed Wanru into the water, I and Qingfeng were present. Our eyes are not blind. Hey. Old Madame Lu interrupted. Do not speak of past matters. Ian has promised me to get along well with them from now on. Let bygones be bygones. We won't bring it up again. Bai Hui responded, Oh, it's fine, grandmother. Bai Xianyuan looked at Bai Hui and said, He just loves to talk. He must have come here to question me. I'm not here to question you. I have something to ask. Bai Hui said, Come out. We need to talk privately. Bai Xianyuan followed him outside. Old Madame Lu shook her head, not interfering. To her, these were merely small conflicts among children, easily resolved through conversation. What do you wish to discuss with me? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Bai Hui skeptically asked, Do you really intend to get along with them? Bai Xianyuan affirmed, Of course. How could one so easily stop disliking those they detest? Bai Hui remained unconvinced, suspecting ulterior motives. Bai Xianyuan explained, Did you not hear second-hand mention? Grandmother and my aunt's mother share a deep bond of sisterhood. After grandmother's severe illness, how could I dare to treat them poorly? Bai Hui responded, If that is the case, then it is for the best. But what about Qingfeng? Why are you still at odds with him? Bai Xianyuan retorted, When have I ever quarreled with him? You think I can't tell? You are currently in a cold war with him. Bai Hui asserted. Bai Xianyuan clarified, There is no cold war. I merely lack the mood to indulge in romantic frivolities as before. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then nodded understood. I will also talk to him and encourage him to be more understanding towards you. Bai Xianyuan advised, Do not speak to him about this. Let it unfold naturally. Bai Hui agreed, That seems reasonable. Ian, cousin. A voice called from behind by Wanru's. Bai Hui politely greeted her. Sister Wanru has also arrived? Bai Wanru smiled softly. It is rare to see my cousin here at this hour. Did grandmother call you for dinner? Upon hearing this, Bai Hui felt a pang of jealousy and rushed inside, exclaiming, Grandmother, you called them for dinner, but didn't he summon me? I am heartbroken. You ungrateful one. Old Madame Lu laughed. In the past, I thought you would be home for dinner, but 9 out of 10 times, you ran off to play. I will definitely not go out to play if you call me over in the future, he claimed, sitting beside Old Madame Lu, for there is nothing more important in this world than sharing a meal with his grandmother. Did you hear that? Ah Fei? Ah Fei obediently responded, Oh, you little rascal. Old Madame Lu chuckled heartily. Chapter 36. Shattered into pieces. Bai Xianyuan also chuckled. The atmosphere in the room became warm and joyful. Bai Wanru stood outside, watching the four of them, pondering if she had remained in the Bai family with her mother, perhaps she would have several adorable younger siblings and grow up in happiness. In that case, she might also shine as brilliantly as Bai Xianyuan, her laughter as radiant as pearls reflecting sunlight. Bai Xianyuan's smile lingered in Bai Wanru's mind. Yet a vision of blood-red hands with filthy black nails clawed at Bai Xianyuan's face, tearing it apart. Bai Wanru's lips curved into a shy, tentative smile as she entered and respectfully greeted Old Madame Lu. Wanru pays her respects to grandmother. She understood the elderly lady's sentiments well. Old Madame Lu was fond of her grandchildren, and they felt at ease around her. Bai Wanru's cautiousness and unease felt incongruous, immediately piercing the old lady's heart. Old Madame Lu reached out to pull her up and have her sit beside her, saying, Wanru, this is your home. There is no need for excessive formality. Look at your brother Hui. He always bursts in like a firecracker. You need not be so reserved. Relax a little. Bai Wanru glanced cautiously at Bai Xianyuan and nodded. All right, thank you, grandmother. In her previous life, similar circumstances had occurred. Bai Xianyuan was completely oblivious to her ulterior motives. She would appear carefree and happy when alone with old Madame Lu. Yet in the presence of Bai Xianyuan, she would act timid and flustered, like a frightened little rabbit. Old Madame Lu could not bear to see her this way, and since Bai Xianyuan often angered her, she seldom called for Bai Xianyuan to come over. After a moment of silence, Bai Xianyuan offered a large jujube to Bai Wanru. Speaking gently, sister had a jujube. Bai Wanru, taken aback, accepted it. Thank you, Ayen. Bai Xianyuan smiled. Sister, grandmother is especially kind, treating every junior with warmth and love. You need not fear. This remark made Bai Wanru's hesitance appear as if she feared grandmother. Naturally, Bai Wanru did not wish for grandmother to think she was distant, and instead wanted to convey her affection, quickly asserting, I certainly know grandmother is kind. Since my return, grandmother has treated me exceptionally well. I only regret not coming home sooner and enduring hardships in that dreadful place. Her voice trailed off, revealing a hint of sorrow. It is all right now. Old Madame Lu comforted her. Let the past be forgotten. You are home now, and everything will be fine. Bai Wanru gazed at old Madame Lu with admiration, nodding. Enjoy this jujube. Old Madame Lu added. Ayen has a farm with a whole mountain of jujube trees. They are both crisp and sweet. Give it a try. Bai Wanru took a bite of the jujube and, with a soft and delicate tone, asked, Does my sister have a farm as well? Old Madame Lu chuckled. You'll have one too. Once you settle down, I will personally arrange everything for you. Whatever you desire, you shall have. Bai Inghui interjected, Grandmother, isn't Sister Wanru 18 this year? Old Madame Lu nodded. Yes, she is 2 years older than you. Bai Inghui remarked, In our clan, the girls, like Ayen, are often betrothed by the time they turn 1, and the later ones by 12 or 13. Most are married before they turn 16. Sister Wanru is 18 and still unbetrothed, and now she must observe mourning. It truly is a delay. Chapter 37. Who is the more exceptional one indeed? Old Madame Lu stated a few days ago, I discussed with your mothers that if we wait until 20 to find a match, it may be challenging to find a suitable one. It would be wise to find a good match first and wait for the mourning period to end before the marriage. Bai Inghui nodded yes. The daughter of the Bai family, making the other party wait for 2 years, hardly counts as a grievance. Old Lady Lu chuckled and said, Speaking of which, I was just about to inquire about someone. Bai Inghui responded, Who might that be? Old Lady Lu replied, The second son of the Wu family. The last time I saw him, he was quite handsome, and he seemed gentle in character. I heard he is a talented scholar from your academy. Bai Inghui's expression momentarily faltered, and he quickly cast a glance at Bai Xianyuan, saying, Are you referring to Wu Mei? His talents are indeed commendable, and he possesses both looks and character, but... Old Lady Lu interjected, But what? Bai Inghui hesitated. Well, Bai Xianyuan kicked him lightly. When she disguised herself as a man to enter the academy, she had some interactions with Wu Mei. Later, upon discovering she was a woman, he became infatuated and unabashedly confessed his feelings, displaying an unwavering determination. Even when he was presented with a sword by Yuran, urging him to pledge his loyalty, he found himself unable to strike the blade. Bai Xianyuan still feels the urge to bury him whenever he is mentioned. After being kicked by Bai Xianyuan, Bai Inghui changed his tune. He can be somewhat stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, he perseveres relentlessly. No amount of persuasion seems to work. Old Lady Lu chuckled. What of it? Such a person is quite desirable. Someone like that is unlikely to change their heart. Bai Wanru asked, Who are you speaking of? Grandmother? He is your cousin. Old Lady Lu replied, When an opportunity arises, I shall introduce you. Bai Wanru smiled sweetly. Thank you, grandmother, for your concern regarding my matters. Huh, the Wu family? As the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, and the eldest at that, why should Bai Xianyuan marry into the Mu family while she is relegated to the Wu family? What is the Wu family, after all? In their eyes, Bai Xianyuan, having been cherished since childhood, deserves the very best, while she, having grown up as a servant, is only worthy of marrying into the Wu family? Just wait. I will show you all who is truly the more exceptional one. During the leisurely chat among the family, the meal was served and everyone gathered at the table. Bai Inghui and Bai Xianyuan ate their own meals, while Bai Wanru hardly touched her food, constantly attending to a fei, serving him dishes, removing fish bones, cleaning his hands, and wiping his mouth, displaying both gentleness and grace. Grandmother said little, as it seemed that this had become a customary routine over the past 3 months, to which both she and Afei had grown accustomed. Yet, her kindness towards Afei was far from sincere. She and Wumi planned to take Afei away from grandmother once the Bai family academy commenced. Afei was the only son of her father, the heir of the Bai family, the sole future lord recognized by the iron-armored army. Controlling Afei meant controlling the future of the Bai family and wielding considerable influence. In her past life, Bai Xianyuan never contended with her. Firstly, Wumi took excellent care of Afei. Secondly, once the mourning period was over, she would marry, making it impossible for her to take Afei away. It was better for him to develop feelings for Wumi early on. She thought Wumi would treat him well as a support, but unexpectedly, Afei ended up as Wumi's discarded pawn, losing even his life. This time, she would not allow Afei to fall into their hands. From now on, just be mindful of what you say, Bai Xianyuan said. Sister, please refrain from telling Afei about my impending marriage or that I will be going far away. He is still young and might take it to heart. Moreover, I am still in mourning, and such words would not reflect well if they were to spread. Bai Wanru's eyes flickered. At that time, Afei cried and wanted to find you. I truly did not know how to comfort him, so I said that. I am sorry, sister, it was my mistake. Bai Xianyuan smiled. No need to keep apologizing. We are sisters after all. There is no need for such formality. I only worry for Afei. You do not know how heartbroken he was when I went to fetch him. He was both sad and frightened. It was my oversight. Bai Wanru said, I apologize. It's nothing. I merely mentioned it, Bai Xianyuan replied. You have never cared for such a small child. How could you foresee all of that? I suppose once he started crying, you were at a loss, weren't you? Bai Xianyuan asked with a smile. Bai Wanru's eyelids twitched, reluctantly accepting the sharp jab. Yes. Afei is very obedient, and when he cries, my heart aches terribly. Bai Inghui, being straightforward, asked curiously if Afei cried and wanted to find a yin. Why didn't you take him to her? Why deceive him? With your uncle and aunt gone, and grandmother ill, telling him that his sister is marrying far away would surely frighten him. Furthermore, if he were to tell others, what would they say about a yin? That she is so eager to marry during her mourning period? You really cannot keep your mouth shut. Bai Wanru felt vexed, her face pale with fear. Urgently standing to apologize to old lady Lu, I am sorry, grandmother. It was my mistake. I truly did not think it through. In a moment of panic, I did not know how to console him, and so I said that. Her tears flowed freely as she spoke. When I was little, I asked Mother why everyone else had a father, but I did not. Mother would say that my father had gone far away, and I would not feel so sad anymore. You child, how can you cry while eating? Old lady Lu urged her to sit down and eat. It is not a big deal. Nothing to fret over. Bai Wanru nodded, teary-eyed. Just be mindful of your words from now on, old lady Lu added. Bai Wanru clenched her fists and nodded, understood, grandmother. After the meal, Bai Inghui took his leave to return home. Grandmother, being of advanced age, struggled with digestion, so she would take a walk after each meal, as per the physician's advice. Bai Xianyuan went to Afei's room to check on his studies and soon discovered that his academic performance was lacking, his writing even worse than before. She refrained from reprimanding him, instead sitting opposite him in the manner of their mother, accompanying him as he completed his assignments given by the teacher, offering encouragement from time to time. Before long, he found his rhythm, his writing improving, and he recited his lessons diligently. No wonder Mother said Afei was more well-behaved than she had been as a child. She had been restless and often provoked their kind-hearted mother to scold her. Just as she was feeling pleased, Bai Wanru entered, placing a bamboo dragonfly on Afei's desk, beaming as she said, Afei, this is what I promised you yesterday. Afei's eyes instantly lit up, excitement bubbling as he asked Bai Xianyuan, Sister, can I play with this first? Bai Xianyuan replied, No. You must finish your writing and recite your lessons before you can play. Afei pouted, reluctant to continue his work. However, it was evident that he was no longer focused. Bai Wanru chimed in, Afei is still so young. There's no need to be so strict. Let him play for a while. With that, she picked up the bamboo dragonfly and said, Come on, Afei, big sister will take you to play. Afei was eager to play with the bamboo dragonfly, but did not immediately follow her, gazing longingly at Bai Xianyuan, seeing that he had lost interest in his studies. Bai Xianyuan nodded, then go ahead. Afei joyfully dashed out to play. Bai Wanru smiled more sweetly, radiating warmth as she doted on Afei. This was clearly a blatant challenge for her attention. However, she was employing the wrong approach. She did not understand grandmother, having raised 4 sons and 2 daughters. All exceptional in their own right, grandmother knew how to educate her children. Once grandmother returned from her walk, Bai Xianyuan approached her. Old Lady Lu looked somewhat worried and quietly asked, "You did not have a quarrel with her, did you?" Bai Xianyuan shook her head. "Do not worry. Did I not promise you? I will not do so in the future." However, a Fei was finally quiet and focused on his writing, and then she brought out that bamboo dragonfly, and they began to play. Laughter from a Fei echoed from outside, causing Old Lady Lu to frown slightly. "Grandmother, I wish for a Fei to stay at Qianlong Garden. I can take him to visit Mother every day. What do you think?" Bai Xianyuan suggested. Old Lady Lu remarked, "Your aunt has mentioned several times that she wishes for a Fei to live with her. I suggested that she take her time to familiarize herself with her surroundings upon her return before proceeding to visit you. I am aware of grandmother's concerns." Bai Xianyuan remarked that with a Fei in your care, no one would dare to speak ill. However, if I were to take her along, others might perceive it as a lack of trust in aunt, which would be detrimental to her dignity. Lady Lu nodded in understanding. "Yet, as you can see, time is of the essence, and my sister is still entertaining him with a bamboo helicopter. Should she go to aunt's side, I trust she would look after a Fei well, but it is always challenging for a stepmother. A Fei's status draws many eyes, and she may feel compelled to indulge him, fearing to let him experience even the slightest discomfort." The scholar mentioned that at a Fei's age, it is crucial to cultivate his character. When discipline is required, it must be enforced. When rules need to be established, they should be set. One cannot simply indulge his whims, for such behavior breeds the idleness that characterizes the spoiled. Observing grandmother's wavering resolve, Bai Xianyuan delivered her trump card. "Moreover, have you considered the demeanor of Sister Wanru? Do you wish for a Fei to grow up resembling her, fragile and prone to tears?" Instantly, Lady Lu's expression shifted. Her grandson is destined to lead the Bai family and must learn from his parents. He cannot be like Wanru. I just reviewed a Fei's studies. His handwriting has deteriorated, and his recitation lacks confidence. Allow me to take him. I will teach him as our mother taught us. "I have complete faith in you," Lady Lu replied. "However, Xianyuan, you will eventually marry. How long can you care for him? My health is declining, and it is essential for him to spend time with your aunt." Bai Xianyuan responded, "The mourning period lasts for 27 months, and we have precisely 2 years remaining. By then, he will be 8 years old and should be independent." Lady Lu conceded, indeed. "However, I still believe it is most appropriate to place a Fei in your aunt's care. She has grown up under my watchful eye and is quite capable. Wanru, perhaps due to being bullied in her youth, has developed a rather meek disposition." Yet, as Bai Xianyuan attempted to voice her thoughts, Lady Lu raised her hand, signaling her to pause, and instructed a servant nearby, "Go and summon the First Lady." The servant departed. Bai Xianyuan inquired, "Why do you wish to summon her?" Lady Lu replied, "I have matters to discuss. Do not rush. Let a Fei stay with me for the time being, and we shall observe before making a final decision." Bai Xianyuan frowned. Wumi approached, and, seeing Bai Xianyuan present, smiled warmly. "Xianyuan, you have worked hard. I see that Mother's complexion has improved significantly." Chapter 40. The Bai Women's Academy. Bai Xianyuan rose and bowed, smiling. "It is my duty." Previously, when she saw Wumi, her gaze was filled with animosity, let alone offering a bow. Now, she exhibited proper decorum, having learned to feign amiability before the matriarch. It seems she has grown wiser after experiencing some setbacks. Wumi smiled and asked Lady Lu, "Mother, did you summon your daughter-in-law for a specific reason?" Lady Lu replied, "The estate has established a girls' school at the Xiaoyu Garden. Xianyuan, Qiyue, and other girls from the clan, a total of 12, are studying there. Since the passing of your parents, the school has been suspended. Now it is time to reopen." Wumi nodded, "Excellent. I will arrange it by tomorrow." Lady Lu inquired, "How is Wanru? What have you taught her?" Wumi responded, "In the north, we are servants of the Wang family, and Wanru certainly cannot compare to Xianyuan. I have only taught her to recognize a few characters and some embroidery." The matriarch remarked, "Our Bai family's eldest daughter, when she marries, will be the mistress of a respectable household. Merely knowing a few characters and some embroidery is insufficient. She must learn more and broaden her horizons." Wumi agreed, "Indeed, I have heard from Aunt Gue that several esteemed scholars in their respective fields have been engaged to teach them poetry, embroidery, horseback riding, archery, arithmetic, tea and floral arts, painting, and music. Xianyuan has a remarkable memory and excels in every subject. She is a true prodigy." Lady Lu looked at Bai Xianyuan with pride gleaming in her eyes. She is indeed a lively spirit, most playful, yet blessed with a good memory. Wumi gazed at Bai Xianyuan affectionately. Such a well-rounded and intelligent child could only be nurtured by a mother and husband of extraordinary talent. Lady Lu stated, once school commences, ensure Wanru attends classes alongside them. Regardless of how long she can study, it is better than not studying at all. Wumi smiled. Then I express my gratitude to Mother on Wanru's behalf. Lady Lu continued, it will be prudent for Wanru to take part in the examinations, allowing the scholars to assess her abilities and teach accordingly. Wumi asked, examinations? Indeed, this girls' school holds examinations at the beginning of each spring and autumn semester to evaluate the students' diligence during the break. Lady Lu noted that after the summer break, the school has not yet reopened, thus an examination is certainly due at the start of the new term. Wumi paused momentarily before responding. Very well. Thank you for your concern, Mother. Now, you all may return. I am weary. Lady Lu yawned. Xianyuan, please supervise your brother's studies. Return only after he is finished. Bai Xianyuan smiled. Yes, grandmother. There is a similar examination in my past life. Many people attended that day, including all levels of servants from the estate, who, whether openly or discreetly, out of curiosity towards Bai Wanru or simply for amusement, observed and scrutinized. Each time school began, the scholars required the students' parents to be present. So all 11 of my cousin's parents were there, esteemed members of the Bai clan, one of whom served as the governor of Yuzhou. Grandmother, second aunt, and third aunt were also present, along with the principal of Qingmiao Primary School and Mu Qingfeng, who were invited by Wumi. That day, Wumi organized the reception meticulously, more attentively than my mother had, earning the admiration and praise of all. Chapter 41. Opportunity by Wanru shone brilliantly in the examination, earning the respect of her sisters. The way Mu Qingfeng and Bai Yinghui regarded her changed thereafter. The very next day, grandmother sent a fei to Wu Mi's courtyard. Subsequently, Wu Mi, under the pretext of caring for a fei, moved into the Shihi garden of her parents. From that point on, she gradually became the true authority of the Bai household. It can be said that this examination solidified the position of both mother and daughter within the Bai family. Meanwhile, Bai Xianyuan found herself in a dire predicament that day. With Junren's passing, she felt suffocated and sought out Bai Xia, resulting in a scuffle that injured her right hand, rendering her incapable of performing well. In activities such as archery that required strength, she had no choice but to forfeit. That day, she witnessed the disappointment in Mu Qingfeng's eyes, which deeply saddened her. In the Yuzhou garden, where Wumi resided, she convened the estate's various managers overnight, asking them to recount how Lady Lu had conducted herself during the school opening ceremony. She also requested them to list the names of the 12 young ladies and their status within the clan. After everyone departed, Bai Wanru's eyes glinted with malice. What is that old woman playing at? I am 18. Does she expect me to attend school with that bunch of children? Wumi replied, she's your grandmother. Do not be disrespectful. Bai Wanru retorted with a cold laugh. Grandmother? Bai Xianyuan is her true granddaughter. What am I? Bai Xianyuan treated me that way, and with a few sweet words, she forgave her, acting as if nothing had occurred. Wumi's gaze turned unusually calm. She feels for Bai Xianyuan, having lost her parents and grown up beside her. It is only natural. Bai Wanru scoffed. So, she believes that by sending me to school, I have never received an education? Afraid I would bring shame upon the Bai family? Wu Mi countered, do we not speak of being servants in the north? It is only normal for her to think so. Bai Wanru continued to smirk coldly. Such narrow-mindedness. Wanru, Wu Mi's tone sharpened, admonishing her to speak cautiously. Be mindful. There may be ears on the other side of the wall. Bai Wanru took a deep breath and replied, I understand. Wu Mi patted her shoulder. Your age makes your admission somewhat insulting. Is it not also an opportunity? We have been here for 4 months. Although officially, I am the matriarch and you are the legitimate eldest daughter. The influence of Lu Chuyan lingers in the air. From Bai Xianran to most of the servants in this mansion, none have truly accepted us. That crippled steward from the outer courtyard has never come to Yuzhou building to pay his respects to me. Not to mention the core members of the Bai family and the military leaders. Our mission here is far from over. Bai Wanru frowned. What opportunity does the opening ceremony represent? Wumi encouraged, Wanru, you have always been the most exceptional one. If you can shine in this examination and win the recognition of the crowd, I can seize the opportunity to have your grandmother bestow Bai Fei upon me. Only by becoming Bai Fei's mother will I possess true authority within the Bai family. At that time, I will have your second uncle make decisions on behalf of a Fei, and the iron-armored army will have no choice but to heed his commands. We shall succeed. Do you understand? Bai Wanru's expression turned serious as she nodded. Wumi reassured her, you need not feel pressured. The Bai family differs from the Mu family. The Mu family has stood firm for 5 centuries, with a profound scholarly tradition and a well-established method for raising their children. The Bai family is still in its infancy. The girls in their clan cannot possibly be more accomplished than those from the Mu family. Chapter 42. Hope Bai Xianyuan never understands this truth. Bai Wanru expressed her concerns. I do not worry about others, but Bai Xianyuan. Wumi interjected, I shall have Chiyue bring Bai Xianyuan's past calligraphy, paintings, and embroidery for you to study. Showcase your strengths while avoiding her brilliance. Ideally, you can find an opportunity to provoke her into losing her composure, becoming enraged, or even disgracing herself, which would serve as your perfect foil. Bai Wanru smirked and nodded, I will. I excel at igniting that proud and foolish powder keg, known as Bai Xianyuan. Wumi's eyes sparkled with insight. Human emotions are a delicate matter. Gains and losses often hinge not on grand events, but on subtle nuances. I hope Bai Xianyuan never comes to realize this truth. That evening, Bai Xianyuan sought out Yuran once more. She waited beneath the moonlit tree in the back courtyard. The tree sparkled with glimmers, resembling a divine tree absorbing moonlight. The girl stood beneath it, enveloped in light, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Yuran stood at the entrance, watching her silently for a moment before stepping inside, maintaining a distance, waiting for her to speak first. Bai Xianyuan commanded, come here. Yuran remained motionless, his expression cold. If you have something to say, just instruct me. Bai Xianyuan insisted, my instruction is to come closer. Yuran glanced at her, took a few steps forward, and halted about 3 feet away. Bai Xianyuan remarked, Yuran, I have recovered from the poison. You need not avoid me as if I were a feral beast. Yuran replied, I am not. Bai Xianyuan pressed, then why stand so far away? I have confidential matters to discuss. Do you wish for me to shout so that Yuju Garden can hear? Yuran approached her, looking down at her. Is this close enough? Bai Xianyuan stepped back, her clear, bright eyes glaring at him. Can we not converse civilly? A hint of blush crept on her cheeks. Yuran gazed deeply at her, his tone unexpectedly softening. Speak. Bai Xianyuan inquired. You lived in the north until you were 13. Can you tell me about the situation there? Yuran's gaze darkened. I cannot. The life of a hostage in the north was filled with humiliation, despair, and suffering, memories he could never share with her. Bai Xianyuan asserted, I am not negotiating. Speak. Yuran remained silent for a moment, his expression grim. Bai Xianyuan pressed on. Yuran, do you still consider me your master? What do you wish to know? He asked. Bai Xianyuan queried, for example, what do they eat? What do they wear? What language do they speak? Yuran relaxed his clenched fists. That depends on their social class. Bai Xianyuan pressed further. What are the social classes? Yuran responded, royalty, nobility, commoners, and lowborn. Bai Xianyuan leaned closer, whispering, what class do Wu Mi and her daughter belong to? As they serve as wet nurses and maids for the royal offspring? An alluring fragrance wafted from her, captivating him. Yuran swallowed hard, gazing at her earnest face. In the north, the Xinbei people are nobility, while the Donghu, Xiongnu, and other tribes are commoners, and the Han people are largely considered lowborn. Only officials with a seat in the court hold a slightly higher status. Bai Xianyuan asked, what language do the Xinbei speak? Yuran replied, Xinbei language. Bai Xianyuan continued, do they speak Han language? Yuran shook his head, almost none do. Since the Tuoba clan seized power in the northern dynasty 30 years ago, they have vigorously promoted their culture and language, deeming all things Xinbei as noble and everything Han as base. Why would they learn the Han language? Bai Xianyuan pondered. Then how do they communicate with servants like Wu Mi and her daughter? Chapter 43. Zhuyu Garden Yuran explained. Those Han slaves who can enter the royal palace generally know some Xinbei language. Bai Xianyuan asked, can you speak it? Yuran affirmed, I can. Bai Xianyuan's eyes sparkled. Please, let me hear. Yuran uttered a phrase. What does that mean? She inquired. Yuran replied, Bai Xianyuan. For the first time in over a decade, Bai Xianyuan heard her name spoken by him. It was a strange and novel sensation, as if her heart trembled with the cadence of his voice. Did you just say my name? Bai Xianyuan asked. Yuran confirmed, yes. Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, you have quite the audacity to address me by my name. Yuran remained silent. Do not utter my name again. Yu Ran regarded her, still silent. Speak of something else. Perhaps, the food of the north. Originally, the southern and northern dynasties were one nation, but a century ago, due to internal strife within the Huan royal family, the princes fought for the throne, and ultimately, none could prevail, leading to a division into the southern and northern dynasties, which established a peace treaty to coexist. However, the northern dynasty's emperor was inept and was overthrown by a nomadic tribe from the north, the Xianbei, igniting war once more between the two realms, resulting in years of suffering for the people. Wu Mi and her daughter were lost amidst that turmoil. Eventually, it seemed the northern dynasty grew weary of battle, and both sides established another peace treaty. The agreement stipulated the mutual exchange of the royal heirs. Should either party breach trust, the opposing heir would be executed. The southern dynasty's crown prince, Huan Chuan, became a hostage in the northern dynasty, while the northern dynasty's crown prince became a hostage in the southern dynasty. Bai Xianyuan was aware of this, yet she remained ignorant of the detailed circumstances in the north. Thus, she gleaned much about the northern dynasty from Yu Ran, realizing for the first time the brutality of the Xianbei towards the Han, who were regarded as less than human in the slave market. Han slaves were worth less than a donkey, priced the same as chickens and ducks. It was indeed a miracle for Wu Mi and her daughter, raised as slaves, to possess such delicate skin and noble demeanor. A mere delay of a few seconds in reaction could lead to entirely different outcomes. Yet the overarching goals remained unchanged, and certain events would still transpire, such as the examination that determined the fate of Wu Mi and her daughter. Everything mirrored the past life. The date chosen by Wu Mi coincided with the Academy's day of rest, so Bai Xianyuan took a fail-on. As the two siblings arrived, their schoolmates, who had studied together for years, gathered around, as usual, either teasing of Fei, greeting Bai Xianyuan, or offering her gentle words of comfort. A wave of warmth surged within Bai Xianyuan. In her previous life, after being imprisoned, she had once contemplated death. Later, Bai Inghui delivered a thick letter to her, written by those very friends, initiated by the eldest among them. Bai Chenxi, each had penned words of encouragement, though spoken with utmost caution to avoid any sensitive topics. It was evident to her that her sisters wished to convey their unwavering belief in her, their support, and their willingness to assist her in retaliation. Furthermore, their parents must have been aware of their correspondence. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for these young women to have delivered the letter to her. Time has a way of revealing truths, and it had become clear to discerning observers that this was a struggle for power. Their letter ignited within her the courage to persevere, prompting her to enlist Bai Inghui's help to send a message to Jiangzhou. Assistance arrived from that direction, leading to her rescue and a daring escape. Chapter 44. A mutual agreement by Xianyan gazed towards Wu Mi, awaiting the arrival of Bai Wanru and Bai Xie. She had arranged seating in a spacious pavilion capable of accommodating over 100 individuals, welcoming clan members and the yet-to-arrive scholars, occupying the seat once held by her mother. She entertained her guests with grace and charm, exuding an air of noble beauty, warmth, and authority. The innate sense of dignity emanating from her left Bai Xianyuan perplexed. What had Wu Mi experienced over the years? In what capacity did she now exist? Soon, Bai Wanru and Bai Xie arrived. A reminder from someone nearby alerted Bai Xianyuan. And indeed, the two sisters had come together. Bai Wanru donned a plain white garment, adorned solely with a wooden hairpin, her simplicity strikingly radiant in the morning light. Beside her, Bai Xie, whose beauty paled in comparison, walked in her shadow. Isn't Xie usually inseparable from you? Bai Chenxi inquired softly. Why is she with Wanru? Bai Xianyuan smiled. Perhaps my sister is a bit shy and has sought her guidance. Shouldn't you be the one guiding her? Why involve a distant cousin? Bai Chenxi's disdain for Bai Wanru was apparent. Have we not had our misunderstandings? Bai Xianyuan reassured. Once misunderstandings are resolved, all will be well. As they drew closer, Bai Wanru became the center of attention. Yet Bai Xianyuan's gaze remained fixed on Bai Xie, her sister of 15 years, the eldest daughter of her second uncle. Born merely a day before Bai Xianyuan, they had grown up together, sharing birthdays and close quarters. Bai Xie had always been regarded as an elder sister in Bai Xianyuan's eyes. Thus, when Bai Xie confided that Mu Qingfeng wished to meet her privately in the northern alley, she had gone without hesitation, only to fall into a trap. Initially, she could not fathom why a beloved sister would transform into a venomous snake, but eventually, the reason became clear. It was for Mu Qingfeng. Bai Wanru had long harbored affections for him, and after successfully coaxing him into breaking off his engagement, she ultimately cast him aside, delivering him to Bai Xie's bed. Ultimately, it was Bai Xie who wed Mu Qingfeng. Bai Xie, while charming, lacked the artifice of Bai Wanru. Unable to meet Bai Xianyuan's gaze, she greeted others before introducing. This is Sister Wanru. Bai Wanru warmly acknowledged everyone. Greetings, dear sisters. I met many of you at our father's funeral, though I lacked the opportunity for formal introductions. Grandmother has encouraged me to study alongside you all. I look forward to your guidance. Bai Wanru suited the muted hues, resembling a delicate white flower. Her every gesture imbued with a shy femininity and an innocent allure. It is curious that while men often admired such a girl, women frequently did not. Aware of the previous discord between Bai Wanru and Bai Xianyuan, the sisters remained silent, casting furtive glances to gauge Bai Xianyuan's reaction. Yet, Bai Wanru remained unperturbed. She had anticipated that Bai Xianyuan's esteemed status and academic prowess would compel the other girls to follow her lead. Their exclusion of her had been expected. She had already conspired with Bai Xie to feign victimhood before their grandmother, alleging that Bai Xianyuan conspired with others to ostracize her. Then, she would intervene to defend Bai Xianyuan, tarnishing her reputation amongst the clan members. Chapter 45, Soft Hands When the Time Came. The second aunt would subtly suggest that if Bai Xianyuan could dismiss her own sister today, who would be safe from her disdain tomorrow? Thus, Bai Xianyuan's standing within the family would steadily decline, while Bai Wanru's image as the benevolent elder sister would gradually solidify. Bai Wanru feigned sadness when ignored, and Bai Xie frowned, preparing to confront Bai Xianyuan. Their collaboration had become seamless through practice. Unexpectedly, Bai Xianyuan warmly linked her arm with Bai Wanru, declaring, "Sister, let me introduce you. This is Sister Chenxi, our eldest, though she will soon be second eldest. You are our eldest sister now, and this is Su. Caught off guard by the introduction, Bai Wanru could only maintain a polite smile, struggling to mask her discomfort. Bai Xie quickly regained her composure, seizing the moment to provoke. "Sister, why the sudden change of heart towards Bai Wanru, whom you previously treated with such disdain?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "To be candid, I had some misconceptions about my aunt and sister. I felt that their return heralded misfortune for my parents, suspecting their motives." Her words resonated with the others, as anyone might harbor such suspicions. However, my grandmother informed me that she is a close friend of my aunt's mother, having watched her grow up. My aunt is no villain. In her youth, she was renowned as a talented woman in Yuzhou. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the animosity towards Bai Wanru began to dissipate among the group. Bai Xianyuan continued. "Later, Brother Qingfeng advised me that my sister had endured hardships as a servant in the north, suffering greatly and bearing many scars on her wrists. Meanwhile, I have been raised in comfort, surrounded by servants. How could I treat a sister who has just returned home so poorly?" Bai Chenxi sensed something amiss. "Brother Qingfeng told you about her scars? How would he know?" Bai Xianyuan hesitated, turning to Bai Wanru. "Indeed, sister, how did he come to know? Did you tell him?" Bai Wanru instinctively denied, "Of course not. Perhaps my mother mentioned it. Let me see." Bai Xianyuan took Bai Wanru's hand, exclaiming, "My goodness, look at my sister's hands. They are so beautiful. Indeed, such exquisite skin." The onlookers marveled. Poets refer to a woman's hands as soft shoots. Seeing this, one can hardly disagree. The sisters chimed in. "Sister Wanru and Lady Wu are exceptionally lovely. I envy their skin. I heard the north is dry and windy, leaving people with rough, dark skin. Surely, that must be a myth." "Indeed," Bai Xianyuan declared. "Look at my hands. They are calloused. Hers are pristine, devoid of any roughness, so pleasant to the touch. Feel for yourselves." As everyone reached out to touch Bai Wanru's hands, exclaiming how soft and fragrant they were, Bai Wanru nearly winced in pain, but maintaining her gentle and demure facade, she said nothing, enduring their attentions with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 46. Brother Qingfeng, come here. "Sister, may I see your scars?" Bai Xianyuan asked once more. "There's nothing worth seeing." Bai Wanru retracted her hand, feigning a look of past anguish. Bai Xianyuan did not insist further. As Bai Wanru exhaled in relief, Bai Xianyuan suddenly waved her hand and called out, "Brother Qingfeng, come here." Mu Qingfeng accompanied the principal of Qingmiao Primary School, and upon entering, he noticed Bai Xianyuan beckoning to him. She seemed no longer upset, her vibrant spirit restored, and she was even entwined with Bai Wanru's arm. Mu Qingfeng felt a sense of ease. Given that Qingmiao Academy was established by the Bai family and the principal was employed by them, he was already quite familiar with the Bai family and had even taught classes at the girls' school. Thus, Mu Qingfeng apologized to the principal and instructed Fei to take him to his grandmother for a brief visit while he approached Bai Xianyuan. Have you all prepared your assignments? Mu Qingfeng inquired with a smile. I hope they are not hastily completed just in these past 2 days. It was a universal truth that no girl could resist Mu Qingfeng's charm. They all laughed and admitted that they had indeed rushed to finish upon hearing about the school reopening. And you, Jiao? Mu Qingfeng asked Bai Xianyuan. Yes. Bai Xianyuan replied, Mr. Geng assigned us an embroidery of lotus leaves, and I just finished it these past few days. My eyes are nearly blind from the effort. Mu Qingfeng looked at her with a smile, his affection as evident as ever. Oh dear, Bai Wanru interjected. I wasn't aware of this. I haven't prepared anything. Mu Qingfeng turned his gaze towards her, his tones softening as if to soothe a frightened little rabbit. It should be fine. You can use a previous piece of embroidery. Grandmother specifically mentioned that your examination differs from theirs. The key is for the teachers to understand your situation. Bai Wanru sighed in relief and smiled graciously at him. Thank you, young Master Mu, for your guidance. At that moment, Bai Xia, with a sweet smile, piped up, Brother Qingfeng. I heard that Confucius invited you and the principal for an evaluation of poetry and painting today. Could you possibly reveal the topics in advance? Of course not, Mu Qingfeng replied. Brother Qingfeng. Bai Xia pouted playfully. It's getting late. I must be on my way. He turned to leave. Wait, Bai Chenxi called out just now. Jiao mentioned that you advised her to be kinder to Sister Wanru, and she listened. Mu Qingfeng cast a glance at Bai Xianyuan and asked with a smile. So, she is obedient? Bai Chenxi replied. But how did you know about the injury on Sister Wanru's wrist? Who told you? Mu Qingfeng explained. It was during my last apology to Sister Wanru when she picked up a handkerchief. I happened to see it, so I asked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present grew somewhat nuanced. Just moments ago, Bai Wanru had not mentioned this at all. Everyone knew Mu Qingfeng was a paragon of virtue, incapable of deceit. Moreover, he openly acknowledged the matter while Bai Wanru hesitated, which implied something amiss in her conscience. Mu Qingfeng sensed a shift in atmosphere, glanced at Bai Xianyuan, and took his leave. Now that most are gathered, shall we proceed? Bai Xianyuan suggested. Let us first pay our respects to grandmother. Thus, everyone followed her. Being the eldest, Bai Chenxi had a keener perception. As they walked, she discreetly whispered to Bai Xianyuan, I can't shake the feeling that Bai Wanru harbors some ill intentions. Be cautious around her. Chapter 47. Innocent words. Bai Xianyuan squeezed her hand. Let us not discuss this for now. Otherwise, they will say I have upset grandmother. Bai Chenxi glanced at Bai Wanru, but chose to remain silent. Upon reaching the open pavilion, the girls chirped, Grandmother, Grandmother, greetings to our matriarch, greetings Confucius, greetings esteemed teachers. The group of little sparrows had arrived. Grandmother smiled and said, I hear you've all been waiting to be scolded. I was told by your mothers that you rush your assignments during holiday. They all exchanged sly smiles. Bai Chenxi's father was also a member of the Bai family, currently the governor of Yuzhou, and her mother hailed from a prominent family, the Chens. Mrs. Chen remarked, You should learn from Jiao. She must have completed her work ahead of time. Not at all. Bai Susu replied. She just said that these past 2 days, she was nearly blind from rushing the embroidery. Laughter erupted among the group. Mrs. Chun gestured for Bai Xianyuan to come forward, saying, That was indeed a special circumstance. What you should learn from Jiao extends beyond embroidery. She knelt in the scorching sun for half an hour in the bustling street to summon a doctor for our matriarch. Her filial piety has astonished all of Yuzhou. Old Lady Lu expressed her admiration. That is true. That physician Lu, as Chu Yin once remarked, possesses skill but lacks virtue. Yet, his ancestral medical techniques are the only remedy for my ailment. Jiao has endured much hardship to summon him. My dear, Jiao has suffered during this time. Everyone gazed at Bai Xianyuan with respect. Wu Mi's eyes flashed with a moment of sharpness, but she quickly concealed her emotions, exclaiming, Jiao is truly a dutiful child. Exceptionally talented, I find great fondness in her. And Fei is also delightful and well-mannered. Fei, come, sit here with your mother. Unexpectedly, Bai Fei replied, Father told us to call you aunt. My mother's my mother. This statement was taught to him by Bai Xianyuan. Over the past few months, Wu Mi had intentionally or unintentionally assumed the role of their mother. The second aunt referred to her as your biological mother without reservation. Some issues, if left unaddressed, slowly became the norm and habit. They had to be addressed. However, Bai Xianyuan had been increasingly reluctant to acknowledge her biological mother, making it difficult for her to bring it up herself. Thus, she borrowed Fei's words. Innocent words. She had to maintain appearances, quickly covering Fei's mouth and saying, "Forgive me, Aunt. Please do not mind." Wu Mi smiled gently. "It's all right. They're just children." At that moment, Confucius interjected, "Matters of status cannot be taken lightly." At the time, the Lord inquired about this very issue with me. I told him that Lady Lu was the legitimate wife, and thus should be referred to as the biological mother, while Lady Wu can be called aunt. Bai Xianyuan and her companions had 6 teachers, each imparting knowledge of poetry, needlework, painting, music, archery, and mathematics, with Confucius as the head. Rumor had it that she was a descendant of Confucius, and though a woman, she was learned and revered. After her husband's early demise, her son had relied on the Bai family, and thus she was invited by Lu Chuyan to serve as their teacher. Upon hearing this, Wu Mi's expression faltered, but she maintained her composure, saying, "Whether you call me mother or aunt, I do not mind. I only pity the 2 children for having lost their parents and wish to care for them well." Chapter 48. The first examination of the school year after a pause. Her eyes reddened as she continued. "As we returned, my husband and the Lu family daughter met with misfortune, and I feel this burden is beyond redemption. Had I known, I would have let this wretched body perish in the north, or at least gone with them." "What are you saying? What does this have to do with you?" Grandmother comforted her. "No one blames you. Do not speak like that." Wu Mi wiped her tears with a handkerchief, saying, "Yet I think, with the elders aging and the young ones so small, if I abandon them again, what will become of them? At the very least, I must do my utmost to care for my mother and young Fei, and send Jiao off in style. So my time in this world is not in vain." Confucius remarked, "Lady Wu, I mean no offense. I only wish to emphasize that out of respect for the deceased, titles must not be misused. Otherwise, have you considered, if you're the mother, what is Lady Lu? Would she not be deemed a concubine?" Wu Mi's heart seethed with resentment towards Confucius, yet she nodded and said, "You speak rightly, Confucius. It was my oversight." Old Lady Lu remained silent, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Over the years, Lu Chuyan had personally cared for her health and made significant contributions to the Bai family, even giving birth to their only legitimate son, Fei. In her heart, she had never considered demoting her to the status of a concubine. Moreover, the deceased deserved proper recognition, and clarity was necessary. Initially, the crowd regarded Wu Mi as a paragon of virtue, yet upon arrival, their perceptions began to shift. This individual, undeniably meticulous and considerate, could not have merely overlooked matters. As all gathered, Confucius stood and addressed the assembly, urging them to enter the schoolhouse. Consequently, they all made their way inside. Wu Mi had prepared with great diligence. Ample seating had been arranged in advance for everyone. Several scholars stood at the front, while Confucius ascended the podium to speak. "Today, we welcome new students. I shall reiterate the wisdom shared by previous students. Our Bai family's female academy draws inspiration from the Mu family." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the last row, where Mu Qingfeng sat, smiling in acknowledgement. The Mu family had produced 13 empresses and over 160 officials of the 5th rank or higher, with more than 80 consorts of note. Other noble families took pride in marrying daughters of the Mu lineage. Confucius continued, "The Mu family has thrived for 5 centuries. While the contributions of men are significant, their emphasis on women's education is equally crucial. Thus, the Lord and Lady have elevated the Bai family's academy to a strategic height." He expressed, "You are fortunate to be born into the Bai family, and I envy you. I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of the Lord and Lady, and bring glory to your family. In the future, Bai daughters may become paragons of virtue, much like those of the Mu family, sought after by noble families." The girls responded affirmatively. Confucius then stated, "As is tradition, the first examination of the academic year will determine the top student, serving as your role model. This examination comprises 4 parts. The first is a written test, the second, needlework, the third, poetry and painting, and the fourth, archery. Each subject holds a score of 100, with the overall winner determined by the total score across all 4 subjects. Let's begin." The first examination featured a written test assessing the designated reading material and some arithmetic. Bai Xianyuan answered calmly, scoring 93, while Bai Wanru, struggling with arithmetic, scored 85, a score identical to her previous life. The second examination focused on needlework, evaluated not in real time, but through holiday assignments. Bai Xianyuan presented her past shoe embroidery, astonishing all the scholars with her craftsmanship, earning an impressive score of 98. Bai Xianyuan's embroidery was of moderate quality, garnering 88 points. Thus, Bai Xianyuan held the lead with a total of 183, while Bai Xianyuan followed closely with 181. The matrons praised Wu Mi's effective teaching, and her mother nodded in approval. Wu Mi, having shaken off her earlier discomfort, beamed with pride. The third examination involved poetry and painting, lacking a fixed standard for evaluation. To ensure fairness, Confucius invited the head of Qingmiao Academy, Mu Qingfeng, along with a literary scholar, to assess the works and provide an average score. Mu Qingfeng announced the task. Each student was to select a subject and create a portrait accompanied by a poem. This exercise tested their true abilities. Bai Xianyuan chose to paint her mother, composing a lengthy poem that expressed her longing, as her mother was still alive. The verses depicted familial love and care, resonating deeply. When the works were submitted, the literary scholar expressed surprise at Bai Xianyuan's improvement, noting her artistic expression and the steadiness of her handwriting. "Your painting has progressed significantly, displaying great spirit," he remarked. Bai Xianyuan smiled in gratitude. In the past years, she often reflected on her parents, filled with regret for her youthful mischief and the ire it brought upon her mother. During moments of melancholy, she poured her time into her studies, transforming her past shortcomings into newfound skills. However, the praise of her mother remained forever unattainable. Mu Qingfeng, having read her poem, appeared pained, relieved to find no disappointment in her this time. Yet, Bai Xianyuan felt a deeper bitterness, realizing the stark reality of their relationship. During her injury, he had not been unaware of her struggles, yet his disappointment stemmed from her failure to excel, not from concern for her well-being, but rather from a desire for his fiancée, to secure the top position. Ultimately, Bai Xianyuan's poetry and painting received a score of 95. In contrast, Bai Xianyuan's work depicted Confucius, showcasing her respect but yielding a score of only 85. This placed Bai Xianyuan ahead by 8 points. Bai Xianyuan, feeling unjustly treated, believed that the gap in their skills was not as vast as the score suggested. Approaching the scholars with feigned humility, she inquired, "Esteemed scholars, could you enlighten me on the shortcomings of my painting?" After a brief silence, the literary scholar compared her work to Bai Xianyuan's, noting the latter's artistic prowess had reached an extraordinary level, while Bai Xianyuan's remained superficial. Though reluctant, Bai Xianyuan had to concede, nodding while suppressing her dissatisfaction as she sought guidance from the head of Qingmiao Academy, Li Wei. Among the three, Mu Qingfeng awarded her the highest score of 92, while Li Wei gave the lowest at 78, explaining, "In poetry and painting, emotion is fundamental. Your sister's heartfelt expression of maternal longing moved me. Your work, while ornate, lacks sincerity and may seem insincere in this context." Bai Xianyuan's expression shifted. "I did not intend that. I genuinely admire Confucius as the epitome of a teacher." Li Wei chuckled. "That is splendid. Congratulations on having gained a worthy student." Confucius smiled subtly, but did not comment further, noticing Bai Xianyuan's distress. Mu Qingfeng offered consolation. "Your painting is commendable. With time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness." Bai Xianyuan looked at Mu Qingfeng, her eyes betraying a struggle between sorrow and resolve, and nodded, "Thank you, young Master Mu." In that moment, Bai Xianyuan perceived the flicker of sympathy in Mu Qingfeng's gaze, likely in response to Bai Xianyuan's unfair treatment and resultant low score. Bai Xianyuan turned and exited. On the path to the archery range, Bai Xianyuan seized the opportunity to speak privately with Wu Mi, her frustration bubbling over. "Mother, did you offend Li Wei in some way?" Wu Mi countered. "Why did you choose to paint Confucius?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Isn't she the one I'm meant to study under? I thought to flatter her, ensuring my success in the Jade Carving Academy." Wu Mi responded, "So where did Li Wei err?" Bai Xianyuan faltered, speechless. Wu Mi continued, "These are seasoned individuals. They are not blind to your intentions. Had you painted your father, perhaps you would have received a higher score. This is your own oversight, not the fault of others." Bai Xianyuan appeared dejected. Nevertheless, Wu Mi reassured her, "The true determinant of your score lies in archery. A single errant shot could result in a disparity far greater than 8 points. I have confidence in your archery skills." But Bai Xia mentioned that Bai Xianyuan's archery is exceptional. She can hit the bullseye 5 or 6 times out of 10. Wumi replied, "Do not worry. Just perform to the best of your ability. Even if you do not secure the first position, it is crucial to demonstrate your own excellence, garnering the respect of our kin, allowing me to request custody of Bai Fei from your grandmother." Bai Wanru remained silent, yet her eyes concealed an unyielding spirit. She was determined to triumph over Bai Xianyuan. Failure was not an option. Casting a glance at her trusted maid, LV Jiao, she signaled for a private conversation. Meanwhile, Bai Xia approached Mu Qingfeng, inquiring about the final arithmetic problem on the test paper. Mu Qingfeng replied that it required a diagram, promising to explain it later. Bai Xia responded sweetly. Observing them, Bai Xianyuan quickly walked away. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingfeng followed, remarking, "That poem you recited earlier struck a chord within me, leaving me quite unsettled." Bai Xianyuan averted her gaze, remaining silent. She was not unsettled, for she knew her mother was still alive. Yet, Mu Qingfeng mistakenly believed she was grieving, saying, Yuan, even without your mother, you still have me. I will treat you exceptionally well from now on." For a fleeting moment, Bai Xianyuan felt a stir in her heart. In this lifetime, everything was different. Could it be that Mu Qingfeng would not fall for Bai Wanru? Chapter 51. The Inner Discontent. What if everything returned to the beginning? With her parents safe and sound, and she still marrying him? Did you intentionally bring up Sister Wanru's injury today? Mu Qingfeng suddenly asked. Bai Xianyuan paused briefly before replying. What? Mu Qingfeng continued. Such remarks could easily lead to misunderstandings. Bai Xianyuan subtly distanced herself from him, smiling. If you're concerned about misunderstandings, it would be wise not to speak so. As a young lady, it was unbecoming to confide in you rather than her grandmother or sister. Mu Qingfeng replied. I've already stated that I only inquired when I saw her. She did not confide in me. However, voicing such matters seemed Bai Xianyuan's gaze remained calm. Then I shall apologize to you all, but I shall do so again next time. An apology is unnecessary, Mu Qingfeng countered. Yet I hope you genuinely reconcile with your sister, rather than merely exchanging sharp words for dulcet ones. Bai Xianyuan remained silent. To avoid any suspicion, I shall not seek her out alone in the future, Mu Qingfeng added. Bai Xianyuan replied coolly, there is no need for that. Equestrianism, traditionally a pursuit of men, had transformed amidst the constant turmoil of war. The northern Xinbei were renowned for their martial prowess, excelling in riding and archery, and women were no exception. It was unclear when Southern Dynasty women began to embrace these skills, but in this era, archery had become a prevailing outdoor activity for women. Flourishing from the capital to the provinces, outside the Bai residence, there existed a vast training ground, which featured a grand archery range. The Bai family's youths were reveling in their sport, with numerous arrows already embedded in the target 100 meters away. As the female students prepared to compete in archery, many female relatives of the Bai family gathered to witness the spectacle, accompanied by their maids and servants, forming a lively circle around the venue, erupting in gasps, cheers, and expressions of regret as arrows struck the target. Among them, Bai Inghui garnered the most applause, his arrows consistently finding the mark, much to the delight of the surrounding ladies. Just as Bai Inghui basked in his glory, Steward Qin, accompanied by Yuran and others, approached. Steward Qin Jian, once a highly esteemed general in the Iron Armored Army, had become wheelchair-bound after losing both legs. Though he should have retired to a life of leisure, his restless spirit led him to become the steward of the Bai residence. The several hundred guards, including those protecting Bai Xianyuan, regarded him as their leader. Despite his new role, he remained a strategist within the Iron Armored Army and an integral part of decision-making. His arrival prompted the Bai youths to greet him with utmost respect. The girls from the academy are coming to compete in archery today, and the new mistress has invited me to serve as a judge, Qin Jian said with a smile. However, you may continue your game. They will not arrive for some time. Thus, the festivities resumed. Bai Inghui, eager to impress Steward Qin, drew back his bow once more, hitting the target center. This time, however, the applause was muted. He scanned the crowd, realizing that most of the maidservants were distracted, their gazes fixed on a single direction, following their line of sight. Bai Inghui's irritation turned to amusement. It was Yuran once more, tall and handsome in his black attire. He exuded a striking presence, appearing particularly dashing and conspicuous as he stood there, expressionless. The lady seemed captivated by such a warrior, forgetting to cheer even for Bai Xianyuan, including his own maid. Chapter 52. The Grand Slam. As Bai Xianyuan and her companions approached, they caught sight of Bai Xianyuan's vexed expression as he called out, "Yuran." Yuran walked over and bowed. "What do you require, my lord?" Bai Xianyuan challenged. "I have heard that you consistently place first in martial examinations among these guards. I have yet to witness your archery skills. Come, shoot a couple of arrows for me to behold." Yuran remained impassive. "It would be inappropriate for a mere servant to disturb your noble pursuits." Bai Xianyuan insisted, shoving the bow into his hands. "Refusing would be disrespectful. Do you understand?" Yuran comprehended his intent and aimed for a tie, ensuring neither party lost face, nor would Bai Xianyuan have the chance to mock him. However, upon lifting his bow, he noticed Bai Xianyuan watching them intently. With 2 arrows knocked, he released them, both striking the target center. The crowd erupted into cheers, far louder than Bai Xianyuan's earlier applause. Bai Xianyuan scowled, realizing that Yuran had stolen his thunder. Determined, he knocked 3 arrows and shot them forth, all hitting the target, 2 at the center and 1 slightly off. The audience cheered once more, and Bai Xianyuan cast a sidelong glance at Yuran, offering him the bow. "Steward Qin." At that moment, Qin Jin announced, "The girls from the academy have arrived. Given their lesser strength, we shall set their shooting distance to 10 paces. Please lead them in drawing the lines." Yuran nodded to depart. "Wait," Bai Xianyuan interjected. "Let's finish this contest." "Yuran, if you are leaving, then concede defeat first." By this time, Bai Xianyuan and her group had reached them. Yuran noticed Mu Qingfeng standing beside Bai Xianyuan, both observing him. "Yield." Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow, bow in hand, boasting, "Hitting 2 targets simultaneously is no small feat. If you concede, I assure you I will not mock you." Yuran took the bow and, drawing 5 arrows, aimed with impressive force. As he released them, the crowd shouted, "All 5 at the center." A grand slam. Due to the bow's limitations, shooting 5 arrows at once was extraordinary, hence the term grand slam was coined. The air was filled with ecstatic cheers, the guards and maidservants alike exulting in the moment. Yuran discreetly glanced at Bai Xianyuan, noting her smile. The nearby girls, brimming with envy, whispered to her, and she radiated joy, a subtle smile gracing her lips. With a slight bow, Yuran returned the bow to Bai Xianyuan, saying, "I concede." Bai Xianyuan, slightly embarrassed, replied, "You are indeed impressive. Achieving a grand slam is no small feat." Yuran inclined his head, preparing to withdraw. "Wait." Mu Qingfeng interjected, approaching Yuran. Yuran turned to face him, but Mu Qingfeng addressed Qin Jin instead, "Uncle Qin. I was quite taken aback by Yuran's archery skills. Such talent should not be wasted in the inner courtyard. Why not enlist in the military?" "Indeed," Bai Xianyuan chimed in, "I reckon Yuran could easily rise to the rank of general. If he cannot be defeated, it would be best to send him away to save face." Qin Jin regarded Yuran thoughtfully. "Let us consider his desires." With his gaze lowered, Yuran bowed. "I am deeply grateful for the Lord's kindness. Personal gain or loss matters little. It is my duty to prioritize the Lord's needs. As the Lord cherishes the young lady, entrusting her safety to me, how could I abandon her for my own ambitions?" Mu Qingfeng smiled. "You are too modest. Bai Yuan is not lacking in capable individuals." Yuran, with an impassive expression, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Mu, for your kind intentions. I appreciate it." The smile on Mu Qingfeng's face faded, and he fell silent. Chapter 53. He is worthless. Yuran turned and walked away to draw the 3-meter line. Qin Lang followed closely, murmuring, "What did young Master Mu mean by that? Was it too harsh? Does a young lady not lack for company?" Yuran replied, "My presence adds neither weight nor diminishes importance. I do not hold that much significance, do I?" "Indeed, that seems to be the sentiment." Qin Lang glanced back at Mu Qingfeng. "Boss, I sense that young Master Mu does not harbor fondness for you." Yuran retorted, "Mind your own business." Qin Lang continued, "If the young lady marries him, he becomes our lord. If he does not like you, you may find it exceedingly difficult." Yuran scoffed, "He is inconsequential." As the young ladies began their preparations, several finely crafted practice bows and arrows hung nearby, specifically designed for them. They could choose whichever bow they found most comfortable. Bai Wanru casually picked one, but instead of testing it, she observed Yuran, who was marking the lines with white chalk. The moment he had shot, an arrow lingered in her mind. Handsome and vigorous, standing tall like a pine tree, with eyes sparkling like cold stars, captivating in their depth. "Master," called Green Jiao, approaching her side. Bai Wanru turned to her, and Green Jiao nodded. A smile graced Bai Wanru's lips as she slowly drew the bow and remarked, "Excellent. Just to my liking." Bai Xianyuan also selected one of the bows. Although it bore no significant difference from the others, she recognized it by the distinct patterns on its limbs. This was the very bow she had practiced countless times in her previous life. Back then, she envisioned the target as the bandits who had slain her parents, shooting at it thousands of times until it was ruined, her grip forever stained by her relentless training. Thus, her archery skills had improved considerably. Though she could not yet rival Yuran, her instructor, she felt her accuracy surpassed that of Bai Yinghui. Holding the bow now, Bai Xianyuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She recalled the emotions that had once consumed her when visiting the archery range. Filled with outrage and despair at being wronged, misunderstood by her family and Mu Qingfeng. Now, however, she stood calm and full of hope. With a smile, she stepped beyond the already drawn 3-meter line, savoring the sensation of being a master archer. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past her, narrowly missing. The ensuing gasps echoed from all around. Before she could comprehend what had happened, Yuran had swiftly pulled her behind him for protection. What happened? Bai Xianyuan peeked around Yuran. On the ground lay a small red snake, pinned by an arrow and thrashing in a futile struggle. Bai Xianyuan recoiled in distaste, asking, "Where did that snake come from?" Qin Lang joined Yuran, shaking his head. "I have no idea." Luckily, the boss reacted quickly and shot it. Bai Xianyuan looked at Yuran. "You shot that?" He took a step away from her, nodding slightly. Their grandmother hurried over, breathless with concern. "Are you all right? Did it bite you?" Bai Xianyuan reassured her, "No. Please do not worry." Qin Jian rolled over in his wheelchair as swiftly as he could, observing the snake and commanding. "Snakes have never appeared in the training grounds. It is already late autumn, soon be winter. This snake must be of concern. Capture it for investigation." "Understood." A guard hurried to fetch a bag and a bamboo pole to secure the little red snake. Chapter 54. 7 parts. Wu Mi cast a sharp glance at Bai Wanru, who evaded her gaze and remained silent. Wu Mi took a deep breath, adjusting her expression to feign concern as she approached Bai Xianyuan to inquire about her well-being. After a false alarm, Bai Xianyuan did not attempt the bow again, returning to the waiting area for Judge Xin's instructions. Nearby, 2 young maids whispered, "I was just entranced watching Yuran. Suddenly, he shot an arrow at the second young lady, and it startled me. His movements are so swift. It seems he doesn't even need to aim, but can still hit such a small snake from a distance. He is truly remarkable, and so handsome. The way he shoots arrows, it's breathtaking." Bai Xianyuan had always known that many maids in the manor admired Yuran, but this was the first time she had heard them express such sentiments. She couldn't help but glance at him. He had completed his task and stepped away, leaning casually against a tree in a nondescript corner, arms crossed, expression blank as he observed the archery range. Though the servants were somewhat reserved around their master, Bai Xianyuan had never perceived any awkwardness from him. He always exuded a sense of ease. Sometimes when they ventured out together, he leaned casually against a wall with his sword, emanating a confidence that attracted curious glances from young ladies who would shyly inquire, "Who is he? Is he your brother?" Bai Xianyuan found this aspect of him quite agreeable. Today, Steward Qin was invited to serve as the judge, with his godson Qin Lang by his side, taking notes. Subsequently, Qin Jian explained the rules, which remained unchanged, a total of 10 arrows, with scores determined by the precision of the shots. After each arrow was shot, individuals would emerge from the trench behind the target to announce the scores. It was also permissible to shoot multiple arrows simultaneously, as Yuran and Bai Yinghui had just done. If both targets hit the bullseye, an additional 10 points would be awarded. Hitting 3 bullseyes at once would yield a 20-point bonus, and so forth, provided they all struck true. However, it was important to note that young ladies did not practice as soldiers or guards did, and such feats were generally unattainable. With a signal given, 13 young ladies lined up, bows in hand, with 10 arrows laid at their feet. After the first arrow was shot and the score reported, 3 targets. 7 points. Bai Xianyuan's score was announced. She had aimed at the 7-point line with remarkable accuracy. 5 targets, 10 points. Bai Wanru's score followed suit. Upon hearing these numbers, Wu Mi smiled brightened. "It's looking good." The ladies gathered around old Madame Lu, with the second aunt seizing the opportunity to comment, "Do not underestimate archery. It not only reflects their talent, but also their diligence and strong, stable mindset." Wanru is truly exceptional with that 10 points. Mother, don't you agree? Old Madam Lu nodded with a smile. Wu Mi, with a beaming expression, modestly added, Xia and Chenxi are also commendable. Both scored 9 points. The third aunt remarked, in this discipline, a Yuan has always excelled. Today seems a bit off for her. The second aunt teased, Mu Qingfeng nearby. Perhaps she is nervous with young Master Mu watching. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingfeng chuckled softly, his gaze resting on Bai Wanru. The gentle, yet seemingly fragile girl was now exuding determination. Her focus unwavering as she shot arrows with captivating precision. On the second arrow, she scored 9 points, another high score. Mu Qingfeng's expression softened further. Bai Xianyuan managed another 7 points, placing her in 6th position after 2 consecutive scores of 7. Chapter 55. Only those who watch the spectacle see the results. Bai Wanru held the top position. For the third arrow, Bai Wanru scored a perfect 10, while Bai Xianyuan still landed on 7 points. The second aunt laughed heartily. What is happening with the Yuan today? 3 consecutive 7s? Wumi smiled knowingly. Perhaps it truly is as you said. She is nervous with young Master Mu watching. Mu Qingfeng offered a polite smile. Sister, go for it. Bai Fei cheered from the side, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape to boost Bai Xianyuan's spirits. Bai Xianyuan heard her and waved back at Bai Fei. Then, for her fourth arrow, she slightly improved, scoring 8 points, while Bai Wanru once again secured a solid 10. Standing near Bai Xianyuan, she flashed her a sweet smile. Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow. For the 5th and 6th arrows, Bai Xianyuan scored 8 points each, while Bai Wanru consistently achieved scores of 9 and 10, with only one minor slip that resulted in an 8. Overall, Bai Wanru has already compensated for the gap in her poetic and artistic skills and has secured the first position this time. Bai Xianyuan is likely feeling the pressure. She spoke briefly with Uncle Qin before stepping aside to have a drink from her water bottle. The others continued shooting. Chief, our girl seems to be underperforming today. Xiao Shi and Guo Songyun remarked beside Yu Ran, noting how the eldest girl had stolen the spotlight. However, Yu Ran countered. Not so. Xiao Shi inquired. Not so? What do you mean? Yu Ran replied. It's not a case of underperformance, but rather intentional. Xiao Shi and Guo Songyun exchanged puzzled glances. Intentional? Why would she do that? Yu Ran shook his head. Xiao Shi pressed. How can you tell it's intentional? Yu Ran explained. If you observe closely, you'll see she's aiming for the 7-point and 8-point lines. Oh. Xiao Shi shifted his gaze from the target to the competitor. Where's the girl? Yu Ran responded. She went to drink water. Oh. Xiao Shi asked curiously. But Chief, when watching archery, one usually focuses on the target. Why are you watching her instead? Yu Ran paused for a moment before answering. Her archery skills were taught by me. Back when Bai Xianyuan was fervently practicing archery, she attended regular classes and even sought instruction from her father. Yet, her father was often busy and had little time, leading her to request Yu Ran's guidance. Xiao Shi asked, so? Yu Ran explained, a teacher emphasizes the process, while onlookers focus on the results. Xiao Shi envied Bai Xianyuan and leaned closer, gazing at Yu Ran with pleading eyes. Chief, when will you teach me your exceptional skills? Yu Ran shot him a disdainful glance. Wait until you can shoot as you wish before asking. Xiao Shi pouted. Guo Songyun, overhearing their conversation, looked perplexed. Chief, is she truly aiming off intentionally? Yu Ran affirmed, yes. Guo Songyun pointed out, but she has already lost too many points with her first 6 arrows. She only has 4 left, and even if she scores full point from here on, she can't recover. He questioned, does she intend to deliberately lose to the eldest girl? Yu Ran gazed at Bai Xianyuan's slow return to the archery field and shook his head. Impossible. Just watch, as the others shot their 9th arrows. Bai Xianyuan only then returned to her position. Uncle Qin, Bai Wanru gently interjected, let us pause for a moment and wait for my sister. She still has 4 arrows left, while we only have 2. Uncle Qin consented, unable to refuse such a gentle request, even if he saw no necessity for it. Sister, do not rush, Bai Wanru reassured her. Take your time, aim, and then shoot. We shall wait for you. Consequently, all eyes turned toward her. Typically, such attention would heighten pressure. Bai Xianyuan smiled at Bai Wanru. Thank you, sister. I will hasten and not keep you waiting long. Saying this, she simultaneously picked up 3 arrows, positioned them, and shot them all at once. However, Wumi did not witness this, as after the 6th arrow, she felt there was no need to continue watching. Gripping Bai Fei's hand, she pondered her words to Lady Lu, mother. Fei is still young and has homework to do every evening. I fear he might disturb your rest, so. At that moment, Bai Fei suddenly leaped up in exuberance, interrupting her. Sister hit 3 bullseyes at once. Grandmother, did you see? Lady Lu was equally surprised, nodding in delight with that shot. 3 bullseyes plus a 20-point bonus. That's 50 points. What? 3 arrows shot together? How could that be? Wumi exclaimed, glancing at Bai Xianyuan. She saw her retrieve the last arrow without needing to aim, releasing it directly. 10 points. Her total score exceeded the perfect score of 100, achieving 105. The others, with only 2 arrows remaining, could not surpass Bai Xianyuan's score, even if they both hit bullseyes. With a half smile, Bai Xianyuan turned to Bai Wanru, saying, Sister, I appreciate your patience. I have completed my shots. Please proceed. Bai Wanru took a moment to regain her composure. Her expression slightly distorted as she bent to retrieve an arrow. Her shot went awry, scoring only 6 points. With 1 arrow left, and the others finished. Bai Wanru hesitated to retrieve it. Bai Xianyuan promptly went over, picked it up, and handed it to her. Sister, hurry and shoot. You were the last one. Bai Wanru took a deep breath, accepting the arrow, and amidst everyone's gaze, released her final shot. It missed the target entirely. Bai Xianyuan exclaimed in dismay. Oh dear sister. You have always been so steady. How could you miss? This is unfortunate. Those last 2 arrows cost you 14 points, dropping you from 2nd to 8th. Bai Wanru retorted. Xianyuan, are you toying with us? With such skill, why did you initially score only 7 and 8 points? Bai Xia queried, her teeth clenched. I am certainly not mocking. I am demonstrating the solution. Bai Xianyuan clarified. Bai Xia looked bewildered. What solution? Bai Xianyuan instructed someone to bring the target. Bai Xia asked, what do you need the target for? You will understand once it arrives. When the target was brought, everyone gathered around, including Lady Lu and Wu Mi. Bai Xianyuan held the target and began to explain earnestly. On the way here, did you not specifically inquire of Brother Qingfeng how to solve the last arithmetic problem? Did you see? This is how it's solved. The 3 points on the 7 ring and the 3 points on the 8 ring form the shape that represents the solution to the final arithmetic problem. Bai Xia's face turned crimson. You! Ha ha ha! Uncle Qin laughed heartily. Xianyuan, you remain as mischievous as ever. Who would have thought to solve arithmetic on an archery target? Lady Lu chuckled. Old lady, your granddaughter is remarkable. Uncle Qin remarked to Lady Lu. Setting aside her ability to shoot accurately, her strategy and mindset are extraordinary. Lady Lu appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Look at her. First, she discreetly shot her 6th arrow, then pretended to drink water. When the others reached their 9th arrow, she launched a counterattack. Even if someone matched her skill, they had only 2 arrows left and could not overtake her. Truly a blend of courage and wisdom. Bai Jifu added. No wonder she is the daughter of a noble family. Chapter 57. The first disciple. Thank you for your praise, 7th uncle. Bai Xianyuan replied with a smile. I heard from Qinci that you recently welcomed a new brother. I have yet to congratulate you. Bai Jifu smiled. It would be wonderful if you could grace us with your presence at the full month celebration. Absolutely. Bai Xianyuan replied joyfully. Bai Jifu nodded, pleased. With that, the 4 subjects of the examination concluded, and Bai Xianyuan emerged as the top scorer, retaining her title as the foremost disciple of the female academy, entrusted with the responsibility of assisting the teachers in their duties. Confucius marked her forehead with red ink at the archery range, declaring Bai Xianyuan the first disciple, and requested her to address her fellow female students. Standing before everyone, Bai Xianyuan addressed them. My sisters have just asked me how I hone my archery skills. The answer is quite simple. Do not forget your original intention. My father often emphasizes that we must always remember our original purpose. His goal in forming the ironclad army was to assist the court in reclaiming the northern lands and driving out the invaders. I believe every soldier in the ironclad army shares this same aspiration. Turning to Wu Mi and Bai Wanru, she continued, I have heard that the Han people in the northern lands are suffering greatly, living lives worse than donkeys. My aunt and sister have endured much hardship at the hands of those vows Xianbei, though I am a woman and cannot fight on the battlefield. I vow to follow in my mother's footsteps and do my utmost to use my meager light to save the Han people of the north from their plight. From now on, I will not only strive harder in my studies, but also hope to introduce a new course. May the teachers consider this. Confucius inquired, what course? Bai Xianyuan replied, the Xianbei language. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. Having learned this, Confucius pondered indeed. If one could speak the language of the Xianbei, it would be immensely beneficial at the borders for receiving envoys and interpreting secret messages. Proficiency in the Xianbei language is essential. However, finding a learned scholar who can converse in Xianbei is no easy task. Given that the Xianbei people had only ruled the northern dynasties for a brief span of fewer than 20 years, those in the southern dynasties who spoke their tongue were exceedingly rare. Bai Xianyuan interjected, "But here is one. My aunt, especially my sister, who grew up in the northern lands, must surely know how to speak it. Let us ask her to teach us." Kong Zheng turned to Bai Wanru, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of panic in her eyes. "Miss Wanru, what do you think?" he inquired. Bai Wanru replied, "I am not very proficient in Xianbei. We usually converse in Han." Uncle Qin remarked, "The nobility of the Xianbei disdain learning Han. You must have some knowledge of Xianbei, given your service in the royal palace. Otherwise, how could you respond when your master speaks to you?" Bai Wanru hesitated. "I can only understand the simplest phrases. My comprehension does not extend to teaching others." Suddenly, Yu Ran, standing behind Qin Jian, spoke a few words. Wu Mi and Bai Wanru did not react. Uncle Qin frowned. "Miss Wanru, did you not understand what Yu Ran just said?" Bai Wanru looked at Yu Ran in confusion. "Huh? What did he say?" "I wasn't paying attention." Yu Ran repeated himself. Bai Wanru's face turned a mix of crimson and pallor as she confessed, "I cannot comprehend what he is saying." Uncle Qin sighed. "He spoke your name. You cannot even recognize your own name?" Wu Mi intervened. "The master at the palace has servants who understand Han. Any tasks will be conveyed through them. Moreover, there are many servants within the palace, like us, who only speak Han and do not know Xianbei. We interact daily in Han." Chapter 58. Must you insist on this? Yu Ran asked, "What about the prayer language?" "I have heard that Han people serving the Xianbei royalty who fail to learn the prayer language face dire consequences." Yu Ran, aunt reprimanded him. "When the masters speak, it is not your place to interject. Do you think knowing a few phrases in Xianbei makes you special? What do you try to show off for? Utterly disrespectful. Depart at once." "Aunt, why the urgency?" Bai Xianyuan teased. "It seems my aunt and sister know nothing of the Xianbei tongue at all. How about we let Yu Ran teach us from now on?" "Grandmother Confucius, what do you think? He is merely a servant." Aunt scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. "Why does he have to teach?" Bai Xianyuan responded then, "Aunt, please help us find someone qualified." Aunt replied, "Just inquire in the north. It should not be too difficult to locate." Kong Zheng suggested, "There's someone right here. Why go north? I believe it is feasible. What do you think, old madam?" The old lady nodded, about to express her opinion, when Yu Ran interjected, "Old madam, I have training duties and am quite occupied." Pausing, he added, "Besides, I am not qualified to instruct such esteemed ladies." The old lady then concluded, "Let us discuss this another time. For today, we shall end here." Thus, the opening ceremony came to a close. Bai Xianyuan noticed that before departing, Uncle Qin cast a few scrutinizing glances at Wu Mi and her daughter. As the gathering dispersed, she intentionally approached some familiar sisters, overhearing their discussion. Having grown up in the north, she cannot even recognize her own name? How peculiar. Miss Wanru's hands do not resemble those of a laborer. They are even softer and fairer than Bai Xianyuan's. Their demeanor does not reflect that of someone who has served as a lowly servant for years. There is something undeniably strange about them. Bai Xianyuan smiled. She had successfully sown the seeds of suspicion today. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder. Turning, she found it was Mu Qingfeng. Bai Xianyuan. Brother Qingfeng? Mu Qingfeng leaned closer. Whispering, "Je le supporte." Bai Xianyuan replied, "What? Your drawing is quite splendid, though it carries a hint of acidity." Mu Qingfeng remarked with a smile. "I had no idea you had become so petty." Bai Xianyuan, "I am not." She merely wished to provoke Bai Xie. Mu Qingfeng continued, "Your archery skills are commendable." Bai Xianyuan smiled. "You should return to rest." Mu Qingfeng said, "You must be tired after a busy morning." Bai Xianyuan confirmed, "Yes, I am both weary and hungry." Mu Qingfeng walked alongside her, speaking in a rather indulgent tone. "What delicious dish did you prepare for lunch?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I had them dig up fresh winter bamboo shoots to stir-fry with cured meat." Mu Qingfeng requested, "Please bring me a portion. I wish to taste it as well." Bai Xianyuan hesitated. "Very well." After parting ways with Mu Qingfeng, Bai Xianyuan turned back, calling out, "Yu Ran?" Yu Ran looked up at her, his expression as cold as ice. Bai Xianyuan had grown accustomed to his demeanor. She halted in front of him, raising an eyebrow. Why do you refuse to be our teacher? Yuran responded, I do not wish to. Bai Xianyuan countered, I assure you, you will not work for free. I will offer you double the monthly salary. Yuran replied, even tenfold does not pique my interest. Bai Xianyuan felt her ire rising once more. She grit her teeth and leaned closer. Must you insist on this? Chapter 59. The fragrance Yuran stepped back, as if avoiding a plague. Huh. Bai Xianyuan had nothing more to say, her patience worn thin by his obstinacy. The following morning, Steward Qin, along with Yuran and Qin Lang, reported to the old lady regarding the matter of the little red snake. The old lady summoned Mistress Wu Mi and Bai Xianyuan to join them. This snake, known as the red rice snake, hails from Lingnan and is non-venomous, Qin Jian explained. Some people there keep such snakes as pets. Keeping snakes as pets? Bai Xianyuan exclaimed in astonishment. How does one do that? Qin Jian elaborated. They're easy to care for. You fill a bamboo tube with a special powder that the snake finds appealing, and it will reside within the bamboo. Then, simply feed it mice, eggs, or frogs. Old Madame Lu inquired. So, someone in our household is keeping this snake? Qin Jian replied, I have never heard of it. It could belong to another household. Bai Xianyuan mused, as a pet, it should not attack humans. Why did it bite me then? Qin Jian explained, the red rice snake typically does not bite. However, if one desires it to bite, they need only apply a substance called mouse grass juice to themselves. The snake would mistake it for a mouse and strike, coiling tightly around its prey. Old Madame Lu asked mouse grass, what is that? I have never heard of it. Bai Xianyuan, well-versed in herbal literature, interjected, I am familiar with it. It grows in the crevices of high cliffs in Lingnan, not at lower altitudes, and can be used medicinally. However, I do not have any mouse grass juice on me. Why then would it bite me? Qin Jian's gaze flickered towards Bai Wanru beside Wu Mi, suggesting, it is possible someone deliberately smeared mouse grass juice on you. Bai Xianyuan stammered, this. Old Madame Lu's expression darkened, a jiao. Where's the clothing you changed out of yesterday? The maidservant Yuzan, accompanying Bai Xianyuan today, replied, Old Madam, the clothes have already been sent for washing. They should be drying now. Bai Xianyuan glanced at Yuzan, but remained silent. Old Madame Lu frowned in contemplation, regardless of whose household it is. The person who keeps the snake must be aware of the trouble caused and likely disposed of the evidence, making it difficult to trace. Wu Mi nodded in agreement. Concern etched on her face as she asked Bai Xianyuan, a jiao, do you have any conflicts with anyone? Bai Xianyuan replied, aside from some misunderstandings with my sister previously, I have no conflicts with anyone else. Wu Mi's expression stiffened with concern. Your sister is certainly not capable of this. I have never even heard of such a creature. Just then, Yuran, holding a bamboo basket, spoke up. Yuran, do you have any solutions? Old Madam inquired. Yuran, even if the snake owner discards all the tools associated with snake keeping, the scent on him remains indelible. Our outer courtyard has several military dogs trained specifically for locating people and objects. We might put them to the test. Bai Wanru's expression shifted slightly. Lady Lu immediately consented, commanding Qin Jian, gather everyone in the mansion at the training grounds and let the military dogs have a sniff. Qin Jian understood. Bai Xianyuan, be swift. Observe who is in a hurry to wash up and apply perfumes. Seize and interrogate them immediately. Qin Jian, yes. He proceeded outside with Yuran and Qin Lang. Yuran, Qin Lang, Bai Xianyuan called. The two turned and bowed. What is your command, miss? You will personally lead a search of Yuzhu Garden and Yulan Garden, Bai Xianyuan instructed. Yuzhu Garden is currently where Wu Mi resides, while Yulan Garden is Bai Wanru's dwelling. Bai Wanru, shedding her usual gentleness, questioned in a flustered tone, Bai Xianyuan, what do you mean by that? Chapter 60. Who truly is backing Bai Xianyuan feigned surprise. Her expression apologetic as she explained, Sister, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no suspicion towards you or madam. Both of you are paragons of beauty. How could you harbor such loathsome creatures? It's just that the servants in the mansion are familiar faces. Many of those on your side are recently acquired, are they not? Hence, they should be scrutinized more closely. Grandmother, what do you think? Lady Lu nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. Yuran, see to it. We shall overlook the older servants. But those newcomers within the year must be sniffed by the military dogs and their quarters searched. Yuran complied and departed with Qin Lang. Bai Xianyuan stood, issuing another command. Everyone present must accompany us to the training grounds. Those needing to relieve themselves should do so promptly, but must be accompanied. Bai Wanru intended to take her two maids to the lavatory, but, upon hearing Bai Xianyuan's words, glanced at her, and fell silent. Lady Lu, observing Bai Xianyuan's meticulous actions and timely mobilization, nodded subtly and rose to address Wumi. Let us proceed to observe. Wumi discreetly supported the elder lady as they all made their way toward the training grounds. After a few steps, Bai Xianyuan called back, "Sister, let us go." Bai Wanru recognized that in this situation, any utterance would only breed more suspicion. Thus, she followed suit. On the way to execute the task, Yu Ran was halted by a steward named Liang Hang in the outer courtyard, who grasped his shoulder and said, "Brother, I wish to discuss something with you." Yu Ran, "The master has ordered swift action. There is no time for delays. We can speak later." Liang Hang, "I'm merely suggesting a swap. You lead the search of your master's Qianlong Garden, while I take Yulong Garden. What do you say?" Yu Ran, "The master has instructed me and Qin Lang to personally search Yulong Garden and Yuzhu Garden. Let us switch and not inform her." Liang Hang insisted, holding on tightly. "To be honest, I have my sights set on the maid Baoyin in Yulong Garden. This is a perfect opportunity to get close to her. I'll treat you to a meal later." "Apologies." Yu Ran broke free and turned to leave. Yu Ran, Liang Hang, incense, seized his shoulder with a grip akin to an iron hook, threateningly. "Are you refusing to cooperate?" Yu Ran swiftly retaliated with a strike, causing Liang Hang to wince in pain and release him. Yu Ran proceeded directly to Yulong Garden. "How audacious you are, Yu Ran. You dare act so defiantly in front of me." Liang Hang fumed. "Just wait. You'll regret this." Nearby, others urged, "Steward Liang, let us focus on our task. Don't delay our work." "Indeed," another added, "he has backing. The master favors him, and Steward Qin protects him. Why provoke him?" "Bah!" Liang Hang scoffed, slapping the guard beside him. "He has backing? The master is gone. What is Qin Jian worth?" He spat out a warning. "Just wait and see who truly has backing." With that, he stormed off towards Qianlong Garden, driving all the servants there like cattle to the slaughter. The military dogs, with their keen noses, lingered near by Wanru's maid, Jiao. Moreover, Yu Ran and his team discovered bamboo tubes used for snake keeping and 2 live mice caged in Jiao's quarters. Wumi cast a severe gaze at Jiao, demanding Jiao confess the truth at once. Chapter 61. The possibility of keeping a venomous snake. Jiao knelt, weeping. "Old madam, mistress, it is indeed I who kept the snake. I hail from Lingnan, where many keep such snakes as pets. The little red snake has been with me for years. Upon entering the mansion, I could not bear to part with it, fearing others would scorn it, so I kept it hidden. But I did not know when it escaped. It was likely not aiming to bite the second young lady, but rather seeking me. I beseech you, old madam, mistress, spare my life." "Wumi, if what you say is true, why did you conceal it?" Jiao sobbed pitifully. "I was afraid. I dare not. Please, grant me this reprieve." Wumi's expression softened as she looked to Lady Lu. "Mother, what shall we do with this girl?" Lady Lu replied, "The snake is non-venomous. It seems she did not intend to harm anyone. Let her go this time, but she must be sold." Wumi nodded. Bai Wanru remained silent. After all, she was merely a disposable maid. If she became useless, she could be discarded. However, silence was necessary to prevent future complications. In Fusho Garden, Bai Wanru knelt before Lady Lu, weeping like a rain-soaked flower. "Grandmother, I know not what transpired. This Jiao was newly purchased when we returned home. I merely saw her as clever and appointed her as a second-tier maid. Had I known she kept snakes, I could not have employed her. It is too terrifying." Wumi also rose, apologizing. "Mother, it is my oversight. This nearly led to harm befalling Yuan. I hope for your punishment." Lady Lu reassured. "This batch of maids was bought by Chu Yin through a broker. It is not your fault. Rise." Bai Wanru, her face pale with fear, stood up. "I will have Qin Jian thoroughly investigate their backgrounds." Lady Lu added, "You need not blame yourselves, nor fear." Wumi agreed. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Lady Lu then turned to Bai Xianyuan, saying, "Yuan, having Fei stay with me is inconvenient. I prefer tranquility, sleeping early and waking late, which makes it difficult for him to speak freely. Let him stay with you." "Mother, Yuan is still just a child." Wumi interjected. "I once thought so too, but in observing her these past few days, she has matured significantly and acts with great thoughtfulness." Lady Lu remarked to Wumi, then addressed Bai Xianyuan, "Previously, your elder aunt expressed wishes to take him in, but you two are siblings, accustomed to each other's company since childhood. He has been having nightmares of late. Having a familiar presence nearby may ease his mind. Bai Xianyuan, glancing at Wu Mi's expression, felt a bloom of happiness within her and nodded. Very well. Grandmother, rest assured, I will care for him well. Smack! Wu Mi struck Bai Wanru hard across the face, exclaiming, I told you. There is no need to compete for first place. You need only maintain your usual standards. Wu Mi seethed. Look at the mess you've made. Not only did you lose old Gao, but now your grandmother harbors doubts about us. You're more of a hindrance than a help. Bai Wanru understood her blunder, hunched over, covering her face in silence. Despite being her own child, Wu Mi felt a pang of pain at her demeanor and softened her tone, asking, Why didn't you dispose of those snake-related items? Bai Wanru replied, I never anticipated they could use dogs to track people. Moreover, Lil Jiao mentioned that if this one perished, she could always raise another. Moreover, one could even raise a venomous snake. Chapter 62. A particularly poor character. Wu Mi furrowed her brow, saying, Enough. It has come to this. We must let her go. Moving forward, you must refrain from acting recklessly. Bai Wanru nodded. It all stems from that you ran, who has caused trouble time and again. Wu Mi seethed with resentment, believing that the affairs of the West Second Courtyard were likely tied to him. Once again, it was his doing. He could even strike a small snake from such a distance. An image of you, Ran shooting an arrow, suddenly flashed in Bai Wanru's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. We must find a way to separate him from Bai Xianyuan, Wu Mi declared. Bai Wanru inquired, How shall we do that? Wu Mi pondered for a moment, then summoned Aunt Gue, asking her, What do you know about Yuran? Aunt Gue pouted, replying him, Of all the servants in the household, he is the most arrogant. Relying on the favor of the master and Lady Lu, he looks down on everyone. Wu Mi asked, What's his background? Aunt Gue explained, More than a decade ago, the master brought him back from the war against the Northern Dynasty. He was an orphan. When he first arrived, he was frail and sickly, hardly resembling a person. But now he's grown tall and robust. Vous me inquiétez, un enfant? No family? Aunt Gue confirmed, He likely has none. After all these years, no one has ever come to visit him, nor have I seen him leave. Bai Wanru asked, How old is he? Is he married? Aunt Gue shook her head. He should be around 23 or 24 now. He is still unmarried, a complete bachelor. Bai Wanru raised an eyebrow. Wu Mi pressed further. What is his character like? Character? He has a particularly poor one. The last time you ran offended her. Aunt Gue seized the opportunity to kick him while he was down, saying he flaunts his meager skills, disregarding his place. Not only does he look down on his commoners, but he also dares to disrespect the second miss, making her furious. Oh, how did he anger you on? Bai Wanru asked. I was near Fei Gur at the time, and overheard that the second miss had sent him to deliver something to young Master Mu. But he refused and even showed his displeasure. Aunt Gue recounted. The second miss was so infuriated that she reported it to the master. Wu Mi smirked slightly. That is indeed quite arrogant. Aunt Gue added, I also heard that today he inexplicably broke Liang Hang's hand. Liang Hang has already reported it to the second master. Wu Mi remarked, Aunt Gue, with an ingratiating expression, asked, Why does the mistress suddenly inquire about him? Wu Mi replied, Yesterday, at the archery range. I noticed his impressive skills and considered him a talent, hence my inquiry. Though Aunt Gue was Wu Mi's maid and had pledged her loyalty, after 18 years apart, Wu Mi was cautious in confiding in her, merely utilizing her for her purposes. Aunt Gue's eyes darted. He may be a talent, but he is a natural rebel, likely. Not easy to use. Wu Mi nodded, continuing, For someone like him, if I have leverage, he could still be of use. What do you think he might be hiding? For instance, does he have opportunities for embezzlement? Or has he gotten involved with any of the maids? Aunt Gue responded, I'm not certain. But I believe that whenever there are errands in the shallow orchid courtyard, it is usually those few who handle them. So he likely has something unsavory in his hands. As for the maids, they are typically the ones pursuing him. I haven't heard of him being involved with anyone. Wu Mi muzed. Understood. Bai Xianyuan had just settled a fei when Qin Lang arrived, informing her that Yu Ran had fallen into the hands of the second master and was pleading for her to rescue him. Bai Xianyuan immediately turned to leave. Chapter 63. Second Uncle Bai Kong. Upon her departure, she spotted her second uncle, Bai Tsong, seated in her father's usual position of authority, exuding an official demeanor as he reprimanded Yu Ran. Many have told me that you are arrogant and ungrateful, relying on favoritism. It is time you recognize your true standing. Guards, give him 20 lashes, confiscate his badge, and send him to the estate. Second uncle, Bai Xianyuan called out. Bai Tsong turned to her, frowning. What brings a young lady like you to the front courtyard? In recent years, while her father commanded troops, her second uncle Bai Tsong had remained in the capital, accumulating an air of authority that seemed more imposing than her father's. Yet in truth, he had yet to gain command over the armored troops. It would take time for Wu Mi, under the guise of a Fei, to gradually assist him in taking over, allowing him to become the true power within the Bai family. Bai Xianyuan asked, Second uncle, what has Yuran done wrong? Why must you punish him and expel him? This is a matter for the outer courtyard. It does not concern you, Bai Tsong replied. I shall arrange for a guard for you later. Bai Xianyuan was infuriated. The outer courtyard was also part of her family. When did it become the prerogative of his branch to govern? However, she could not voice her thoughts. Firstly, her family lacked an adult male, and according to custom, uncles were expected to step in, which was not an overreach. If she spoke out of turn, she would be met with numerous accusations, ultimately harming herself. Secondly, revealing discord within the family in front of so many was a grave taboo, potentially allowing those with ulterior motives to exploit the situation. Bai Xianyuan pinched herself discreetly, feeling the pain bring tears to her eyes, and with a look of grievance. She said, Second uncle, I still remember when my parents passed away, you hurried back from the capital without even changing your clothes and came to the morning hall, holding a Fei and weeping. You swore before my parents' spirits that you would take good care of me and a Fei. Have you forgotten so soon? Bai Tsong was caught off guard by her sudden emotional appeal, his brows twitching as his tone softened considerably. No longer as cold as before, of course, I haven't forgotten. But what does that have to do with this? Yuran has been by my side for 10 years, Bai Xianyuan continued, from the smallest matters, such as where to buy my favorite snacks and where to find my regular medicines, to the larger affairs regarding my properties. He has managed many things for me. Even if he has committed an unforgivable error, could you allow him to finish his duties first? This request was reasonable, and in front of so many witnesses, Bai Tsong found it difficult to refuse. Otherwise, he would appear to be bullying the orphan daughter of his elder brother, inciting the anger of those loyal to his brother. Thus, Bai Tsong reluctantly said, This Yuran, he broke someone else's hand for no reason. Moreover, I have heard multiple times that he is arrogant and unruly. Bai Tsong, momentarily angered by this troublemaker, had not thought it through. Is that so? Bai Xianyuan looked at Yuran, saying, If it is true, then he should indeed be punished. How about this? I will take him home first, and, if it is found to be accurate, let him report to Wadan and Kai Wei, and then, following your orders, he shall be publicly punished and expelled from the Bai residence. What do you think? Bai Tsong could not refuse this proposal, so he consented very well. Bai Xianyuan turned to Yuran, feigning sternness as she said, Come with me. Yuran followed her. Once they reached a secluded area in the inner courtyard, Bai Xianyuan assured him, Do not worry, I will protect you. Grandmother has already retired for the night. I will speak with her first thing tomorrow. Yuran gazed at her. You do not wish to ask why I broke his hand? Chapter 64. The Red Gem Gold Sparrow Hairpin. Bai Xianyuan replied, Why should I? So, you would defend me without inquiring about the reason? Yuran's tone softened slightly. He obstructed me from searching the Yulon garden. Bai Xianyuan asked, Who obstructed you? Liang Heng, a steward from the guard. He is a legitimate son of the second master. Bai Xianyuan instantly understood and advised, Be gentler in your actions henceforth, to avoid leaving them any grounds for complaint. Yuran's tone became even gentler. He was just too forceful. When Yuran spoke kindly, he was quite likable. Bai Xianyuan smiled and asked, Are you no longer angry with me? Yuran regarded her radiant smile, remaining silent. Still upset? Bai Xianyuan probed. Yuran shook his head, insisting he was not angry. Bai Xianyuan countered, Are you sure? You haven't spoken as kindly as you do now in quite some time. Yuran remained silent. Let's not dwell on that, Bai Xianyuan said cheerfully. Today, grandmother sent Ah Fei to me. In the future, I hope you will also look after Ah Fei well. After a brief moment of silence, Yuran nodded and replied, I will do my utmost. Bai Xianyuan continued, You displayed great skill yesterday by shooting that snake. And today you uncovered evidence of the green banana used for snake breeding. You have rendered a significant service, and I must reward you appropriately. She waved her hand, signaling others to step back, leaned slightly towards him, and whispered, Go take a few gold bars for yourself. Take as many as you desire. Yuran did not catch her words. Instead, he was enveloped by a faint, pleasant fragrance, a blend of gardenia incense and youthful allure that filled his senses. He gazed at her delicate, jade-like hands and her rosy, luscious lips, which sparked vivid images in his mind of kissing her soft, fragrant mouth. "Did you hear me?" Bai Xianyuan asked, noticing his lack of response and fixing him with a piercing gaze. Yuran took a step back and replied, "No need. Everything I require is provided for in the manor, and I have no need to spend money. If seen by others, it could lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, those gold bars rightfully belong to you," he added. Bai Xianyuan suggested, "Then how about this? Accept this." She removed a ruby gold hairpin from her hair and offered it to him. "This is a piece I particularly cherish. Keep it." Yuran questioned, "What use do I have for a woman's hairpin?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "It can be exchanged for money. This can fetch at least 1,000 taels of silver. If you have no need for money now, you can gift it to your future wife. It would be a respectable offering." Yuran lowered his gaze and shook his head. "No need. Take it," Bai Xianyuan insisted, pushing it into his hand. "There are only 2 of these in the world, and both are with me. Even if seen, it would be instantly recognized as mine, and there would be no confusion." Yuran grasped the hairpin, no longer resisting. There were only 2 in existence, one now in his possession, the other with her. "All right, don't worry, go rest now," Bai Xianyuan said. Yuran nodded and returned. Unlocking his lacquered redwood box, he placed the hairpin inside. That night, as he lay in bed, he reflected on the smile she had shown him and the words they had exchanged, his mind wandering. Her laughter was indeed beautiful, radiant like sunlight that could dispel the darkest clouds. Of course, she was lovely at all times, her every emotion a picturesque scene, unmatched in the world, especially when she was moved, innocent and unguarded, with an innate charm. The next morning, as Qinlang rose and stepped outside, he spotted Yuran washing clothes. "Oh, up so early to do laundry?" Qinlang yawned and asked. Yuran's movements were slightly stiff, and he did not reply. "Hey, your ears are turning red," Qinlang observed, grinning as he inquired. "Are you washing underwear? Did something happen last night?" Yuran shot him a death glare. My apologies. I shouldn't have said that." Qinlang quickly backtracked as Yuran kicked him in the rear. The following morning, after Bai Xianyuan saw Fei off to school, she went to visit the old matriarch. She found her second aunt and Wumi already present. The old matriarch had just risen, and her daughters-in-law were attending to her morning rituals. "Good morning, second aunt," Bai Xianyuan greeted. "You all are here so early?" Wumi replied. "Your second aunt came to apologize to you this morning. I thought it best not to disturb your sleep, so I came here first to assist mother with her morning routine." Bai Xianyuan asked, "Apologize to me? What for?" The second aunt explained, "Your second uncle returned home yesterday, worried that he upset you, and he couldn't eat much dinner. I hurried over this morning to offer my apologies." Old Lady Lu inquired, "What happened?" The second aunt recounted. "Yesterday, Yuran broke Liang Hang's hand, and Qin Jian covered for him. Liang Hang was furious and reported it to the second master. When he went to handle it, Ayin asked him in front of everyone if he would still take care of her, and Fei. Was that promise still valid?" Old Lady Lu frowned at Bai Xianyuan. "Is that true?" Bai Xianyuan calmly replied, "Grandmother, I intended to discuss this with you. The situation is that during the hunt for the snake breeders, a moment's delay could have allowed them to escape or destroy evidence, prompting Yuran to forcibly break Liang Hang's hand, which was fragile and ended up fracturing. From what I understand, this situation is more Liang Hang's fault. So why should my second uncle punish Yuran? We cannot show bias simply because Liang Hang belongs to the second branch." "Oh dear, that's not what I've heard." The second aunt raised her voice. "It was Liang Hang who accidentally bumped into him, and then Yuran scolded and pushed him, leading to a quarrel where Yuran, relying on his superior skills, broke Liang Hang's hand." Bai Xianyuan countered, "There were others present. They can testify." The second aunt replied, "But they are all Yuran's subordinates. How credible are their testimonies?" "Enough," Old Lady Lu interjected, halting their debate. "It's not a significant matter. The guards are trained fighters. Minor altercations are to be expected. Just get a doctor for Liang Hang and ensure he recovers. As for Yuran, he just achieved merit yesterday. It would be inappropriate to punish him today. Let it be a matter of balance. No reward, no punishment." "But mother," Old Lady Lu waved her hand, "you two should return for now. I need to speak with Ayin alone." The second aunt and Wumi exchanged glances before excusing themselves. Old Lady Lu turned to Bai Xianyuan. "Ayin, do you know why I wanted to speak with you?" Bai Xianyuan guessed. "Are you going to scold me for addressing my second uncle in front of others?" Old Lady Lu affirmed. "You are perceptive. You should understand the reasoning. Your father is gone, and your brother is still only 6. who will command the Iron Armored Army in the future? Bai Xianyuan asked. Should they listen to second uncle? Old Lady Lu replied. The Iron Armored Army was your father's lifelong endeavor. It must remain under the control of the Bai family. Bai Xianyuan responded, Grandmother, since second uncle is so biased. I spoke out of anger last night. My brother is still young, and we certainly need second uncle and fourth uncle support. Old Lady Lu nodded. It is good that you understand. Outside, the second aunt and Wu Mi conversed. After all, Yu Ran was a trusted aide to Wei Yin. Wu Mi argued in favor of the second aunt, stating that Yu Ran was capable and could protect her, and it was only natural for the old lady to support him. The second aunt was furious, knowing that Liang Heng is my man. He broke his hand over a trivial matter. What does that mean? Is he intentionally shaming our branch? Wu Mi observed Moshi, commenting. This person indeed needs to be dealt with. I inquired about him, and he has no family or vices. It is quite difficult to find his weaknesses. The second branch had concubines in Yuzhou, and Bai Tsong still kept a favored concubine in the capital. Over the years, Musher had engaged in many underhanded dealings in the inner courtyard. Hearing Wu Mi's words sparked an idea in her. If there are no weaknesses, let's create one. Wu Mi asked, do you have a plan? The second aunt replied, there was an incident where several maids lost their undergarments. Upon investigation, it turned out to be the work of an old lecher. We should find someone to steal from him, but not too abruptly, maybe every few days to build the atmosphere. Then one day, when he is not around, we can stuff his room and initiate a search. We would surely catch him. Wu Mi remarked, but I have no one to carry out this task. Who can we send? The second aunt replied, isn't there a ready-made person? Let Liang Heng do it. He lives in the west second courtyard with Yu Ran. Wu Mi chuckled. Thank goodness for you, second sister-in-law. Bai Xianyuan summoned Qin Jian and inquired about his investigation into the origins of the green banana. Qin Jian informed her that the green banana had confessed to arriving in Yuzhou with migrants from other regions. When they sought information from the man who had initially handled the case, they discovered that he had died 2 months prior, reportedly from falling down the stairs after a drunken night. Bai Xianyuan understood all too well. It was clear that they had bribed the man to facilitate their own people's entry and subsequently silenced him. Moreover, she was aware of who truly belonged to Wu Mi. One was Qing Li, a local of Yuzhou, likely arranged by either the second branch of Wu Mi's family or her maternal kin. Qing Li was exceptionally capable and served as Wu Mi's right hand. The other was Hong Shan, a third-tier maidservant in by Wanru's courtyard. Hong Shan, in her early 20s, appeared to be a simple, unremarkable maid. Yet she was far from ordinary. In her previous life, when Bai Xianyuan fled the Bai family, Hong Shan was the first to pursue her. In an attempt to thwart her escape, Hong Shan revealed her true prowess, charging at her on a magnificent chestnut horse amidst a rain of blades and arrows. She had slain many, including Bai Yinghui, the legitimate eldest son of the second branch, whom she had accidentally killed in a moment of panic, allowing Bai Xianyuan to escape Yuzhou. Uncle Qin, Bai Xianyuan asked, has everyone who entered the residence within the past year been scrutinized? Are there any others with suspicious backgrounds? Qin Jian replied that they had verified the local residents without issue. The only two from outside were the green banana and Hong Shan, the seemingly harmless maidservant from Bai Wanru's courtyard. Bai Xianyuan nodded and requested a favor from Qin Jian. Please investigate these two individuals discreetly and in detail. She handed him 2 sheets of paper, each depicting the likeness of Qing Li and Hong Shan, vividly drawn to ensure they could be easily recognized. Bai Xianyuan added that since Hong Shan was from outside, they should send someone to her claimed ancestral home and previous residence to investigate further. Qin Jian expressed surprise. Why the interest in these two? Bai Xianyuan replied, I once overheard them conversing suspiciously about being sent by a prince. She then produced a piece of cloth, revealing a rubbing of a waist token obtained by Yu Ran. A new merchant caravan has arrived in the city, comprised entirely of skilled fighters. They do not resemble merchants, but rather officials. He managed to acquire a rubbing of one individual's waist token. Do you recognize it? Qin Jian examined it and shook his head. I have not seen it before. We must clarify this matter as well, Bai Xianyuan instructed, handing him the cloth. Be cautious not to alert them. Qin Jian chuckled. Xian, you are now behaving like an adult. Had Bai Xianyuan confided the truth to Qin Jian, he might not have believed her. The notion of reincarnation was something even she would have found incredulous in her former life, suspecting instead that the individual was delusional, unable to distinguish reality from fantasy. Even if she could persuade him to a point of half-belief, they would still be reluctant to recklessly dispatch men to the capital without solid evidence to rescue her parents. The location where her parents were imprisoned was heavily guarded. A mere 1 or 2 individuals would find it nearly impossible to effectuate a rescue. However, if a larger group were dispatched and discovered, it would lead to significant troubles. Sending troops to the capital without a summons was a grave taboo, and any misunderstanding could be construed as treason. Thus, unless they had irrefutable evidence, they would not act lightly. Furthermore, she was aware that her parents would be imprisoned in the Liang Wangfu 2 years hence. But she did not know if they were currently held there. Even if they sent someone, it could result in a fruitless endeavor, enduring a taxing journey of thousands of miles. Therefore, Hong Shan and Qing Li, particularly the latter brought by Wu Mi, represented her critical breakthrough. If she could secure Hong Shan and extract information from her, it would unveil the machinations of Wu Mi and her daughter. Only then could she proceed to rescue her parents, which would be a logical course of action. At least for the next 2 to 3 years, her parents would be safe. She was not in a hurry, preferring to devise a careful plan. After Qin Jian departed, Bai Xianyuan summoned Granny Wang, Wudan, and Kai Wei, informing them, "Yuzan is responsible for my garments. This girl often shirks her duties, sometimes neglecting to wash clothes for 2 or 3 days after I change. Yet, yesterday, she took the clothing I had just worn to wash immediately, quite diligent of her." Granny Wang, perceptive as ever, remarked, "Are you suspecting?" Bai Xianyuan interjected, "Keep a close watch on her." The others nodded in agreement. Once she had given her instructions, she retrieved the tome titled Secrets of the Shamanic Physician. She had been engrossed in it lately and was nearing its conclusion. Upon reaching the last few pages, Bai Xianyuan's gaze sharpened. The text was divided into 3 sections: medicine, poison, and goo. The final section discussed the Goo King, a creature resembling a diminutive leech whose venom was not particularly lethal. A bite would merely produce a blister, causing pain for a couple of days. However, once it reached its breeding phase, it became exceedingly frightening. It preferred to breed within human bodies, secreting a toxin that could anesthetize its host, allowing it to burrow inside and lay eggs. By the time the person became aware of the situation, they often found themselves in a dire predicament, forced to excise the mass of flesh. If it lodged in a vital area, there would be no escape. This, however, was not the true Goo King. The genuine Goo King was cultivated by those who raised goo. They would confine thousands of these venomous larvae together, forcing them to fight and consume one another until only one remained, thus earning the title of Goo King. It was so named due to its exceptional survival and reproductive capabilities. In the regions plagued by goo, the Goo King was a terrifying entity. Once it took possession of a person, it would lay eggs throughout their body, not taking their life, but rather siphoning their blood and flesh for nourishment. Once hatched, the individual would transform into a creature of horror, with countless goo emerging from their mouth, nose, and ears, leading to a most tragic demise. In the past, there was no cure for the Goo King. Fortunately, a great shamanic physician later discovered a plant that could eradicate both the Goo King and its eggs. This plant was called burning sacrifice. The text indicated that consuming burning sacrifice could eliminate the Goo King, but simultaneously, the person would suffer from the plant's effects, experiencing extreme cold and heat, rendering their life unbearable. If the properties of this remedy were not alleviated, the individual would not survive long. Thankfully, there was an antidote for burning sacrifice, the fruit of the moon tree. Bai Xianyuan noticed that her mother had marked many key points in this section about the Goo King and had written numerous detailed notes, the first stating, "The 13 needles of Taiji can harmonize qi and blood, temporarily alleviating the symptoms of burning sacrifice." Following, there were various important details regarding the application of the needles. Bai Xianyuan stared at this for an extended moment. Since she turned 10, her mother had deemed her hands steady enough to begin teaching her the 13 needles of Taiji, using her own body for Bai Xianyuan to practice repeatedly, ensuring precise acupoint insertion. Furthermore, there was a moon tree planted in her courtyard. Her mother had made many records regarding the 13 needles in the context of the Goo King. Did someone consume burning sacrifice? She had never heard of such a thing. November 15th marked her father's birthday. In previous years, her mother would have organized a grand celebration. This year, however, they could only visit the cemetery to pay their respects. According to local customs, there would be a family memorial during the new year, attended by the entire clan. The anniversaries of each family's ancestors would also be observed with greater solemnity, with uncles, aunts, and cousins present. However, for a memorial, only immediate family members would attend. Thus, on this day, it was just Wu Mi, Bai Wanru, Bai Xianyuan, and Bai Fei who went. Additionally, Mukvingfelg, Bai Xianyuan's fiancé, took leave from the academy to join them in paying tribute. The weather was exceptionally fine that day, with the autumn sky clear and bright, and the sun shining brilliantly. Wu Mi, accompanied by 3 children, Mu Qingfeng, and numerous attendants, set out early from the residence towards the Taohua tomb, located 20 miles west of the city. The Taohua tomb was the ancestral burial site of the Bai family, who had financed the construction of a road from the city and established a relatively grand cemetery there. Little did they expect that, although the skies were clear at the outset, clouds soon gathered and heavy rain began to pour. On the same day, in her previous life, Bai Xianyuan had been confined for some reason and did not visit the cemetery. Thus she had no recollection of whether it rained or shone that day. Nor had she prepared an umbrella. The occupants of the carriage were sheltered from the rain, but those walking or riding outside suffered greatly. As winter had set in, getting soaked was quite chilling. Wu Mi, being considerate of the attendants, ordered the convoy to seek refuge at a small temple at the edge of a nearby village. This temple, a common sight in the village, served as a place for worship, where villagers could come at any time to light incense and pray, and it remained unlocked, often deserted. Upon lifting the carriage curtain, Bai Xianyuan's gaze fell upon the temple, which appeared aged yet well kept, with neat blue tiles on the roof that promised to keep the rain at bay. Green bamboo hung overhead, accompanied by a cluster of banana trees nearby. "Ayan, come here," Mu Qingfeng's voice called out. Bai Xianyuan noticed that Mu Qingfeng had approached her, extending his hand. "I can manage on my own." She declined his offer, disembarked from the carriage, and then turned to lift a Fei down, placing him on the back of his attendant, covering him with a cloak. The attendant hurriedly carried a Fei towards the temple. Mu Qingfeng awkwardly withdrew his hand. Ahead, Bai Wanru also alighted from the carriage, catching sight of this scene. However, she merely glanced briefly, her gaze drifting towards Yuran, who stood a short distance from Bai Xianyuan, dressed in a sleek black riding outfit. His clothes clung to his form due to the rain, accentuating his tall and strong physique, with a strikingly handsome and cold demeanor that drew attention. Even the elegantly dressed Mu Qingfeng could not overshadow his brilliance. Yet, while she observed him, Yuran's gaze remained fixed on Bai Xianyuan, his expression as indifferent as ever, though she sensed a hidden emotion, as if he was suppressing something. Bai Wanru shot a cold glance at Bai Xianyuan. The rain poured heavily, drenching Yuran, yet he stood by the carriage as if impervious to the downpour, waiting for Bai Xianyuan to make her way to the temple before he followed. Mu Qingfeng maintained his position beside Bai Xianyuan, one at her side, the other behind her, embodying the cherished pearls of the Yuzhou Bai family, the white moonlight in the hearts of many young masters. Bai Wanru lowered her gaze, quickening her pace to catch up. As they entered the temple from the main road, they traversed a broad stretch of blue stone road. Shielding her face with her sleeve, Bai Wanru stumbled slightly as she passed Yuran, inadvertently reaching out to grasp Bai Xianyuan's clothing. Both exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Mu Qingfeng, walking on their left, instinctively moved to catch Bai Wanru, preventing her from falling. The force of Bai Wanru's pull caused Bai Xianyuan to stumble backward, nearly landing in the mud. Fortunately, she regained her balance with her hands, though her skirt became soiled and damp. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. 2 young ladies had stumbled, and Mu Qingfeng had assisted the elder while neglecting the younger. He was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Bai Xianyuan would be pulled and fall. Bai Xianyuan was quickly helped up by Wu Dan and the others. She glanced at Bai Wanru and Mu Qingfeng, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the temple. In this life, her perception was clear. Though her heart was not heavy, it was not entirely at ease. Mu Qingfeng, typically composed and reserved, felt an inexplicable sense of urgency and hurried after Bai Xianyuan. Bai Wanru's lips curled into a slight smile. Yuran continued to watch them silently, and once Bai Xianyuan departed, he strode past Bai Wanru. "Yuran," Bai Wanru suddenly called out. He paused and turned to her. "I think I might have twisted my ankle." Bai Wanru looked at him, her expression helpless, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Could you assist me in getting over there?" Yuran turned and walked away. Totally an arrogant man. Bai Wanru felt no anger. Instead, her gaze deepened. Behind her, her maidservants hurriedly came up to support her as they entered the temple. The small temple appeared dilapidated from the outside, yet was relatively clean and spacious within. The main hall housed a statue of Guanyin, adorned with offerings and incense burners, while the floor was laid with several worn mats, and fire basins were placed around. An adjoining room contained a clutter of candles. The experienced matrons tidied the space, using a bench from the carriage as seating, inviting the guests to sit. The attendants took refuge from the rain in the main hall. Bai Xianyuan wiped her face and hand with a towel, holding a Fei's hand, and asked, "Did you get wet? Are you cold?" A Fei shook his head. "Sister, I'm fine." Just then he sneezed, concerned that he might catch a cold. Bai Xianyuan thought of the dry logs stored in the other room and instructed someone to chop the wood and light a fire in the basins so everyone could warm up. She also asked someone to find the village chief and pay for some firewood. The attendants began to gather the wood, cutting and preparing it for the fire. "Ayan," Mu Qingfeng approached her. "Let's step outside. I have something to discuss with you." The space under the eaves outside was quite spacious. Bai Xianyuan followed him out to a secluded corner and inquired, "What is it?" "Earlier." Mu Qingfeng hesitated. "I truly did not see that you had fallen." "I genuinely did not see it, Bai Yan. I do not wish for you to misunderstand anything." Bai Xianyuan replied, "I understand. I did not misunderstand." Mu Qingfeng continued, "You are usually agile and strong. I did not expect you to be pulled down by her." "Brother Qingfeng," Bai Xianyuan interrupted, "It's all right." Surprised, Mu Qingfeng asked, "You're not angry?" Bai Xianyuan shook her head. Her eyes remained clear and bright, exuding honesty, devoid of any trace of anger. In the past, even if he had glanced at another girl, she would have sulked for quite some time. Unable to articulate his feelings, Mu Qingfeng furrowed his brow and asked, "Ah Yin, you seem different these past few days." Bai Xianyuan responded, "How so? Are you still feeling down?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I feel better." Mu Qingfeng nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. "The fire has been lit inside. Let us go in and warm up. It's quite cold out here." He nodded, and they both returned inside. With the fires burning in the two basins, one in the main hall, the other in the side room, the atmosphere transformed, the chilly air warmed considerably. A Fei was nestled in Wu Mi's embrace, extending his small hands towards the warmth. Bai Wanru smiled brightly, engaging him in conversation. Upon seeing Bai Xianyuan enter, Wu Mi smiled and asked, "Why did you take so long to come in? Where did you go?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Brother Qingfeng was looking for me to discuss a few matters." Bai Wanru inquired, "Sister, did I hurt you when I made you fall?" Bai Xianyuan assured her, "Mifine. Forgive me, sister." Bai Wanru's face was filled with remorse. As the elder sister, she should have taken care of her, yet had inadvertently caused her to fall. She felt utterly useless. Bai Xianyuan calmly replied, "It was a minor mishap, hardly worth mentioning. Father often says that every talent has its purpose. As the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, you need not belittle yourself." Bai Wanru forced a smile, perplexed by Bai Xianyuan's sudden immunity to provocation. In the past, she would have been consumed by jealousy at Mu Qingfeng's assistance to her, reproaching him for causing her to stumble. She would have meekly apologized, with her mother joining in to comfort her, thus painting Bai Xianyuan as petty, selfish, and disrespectful to her biological mother and sister, leading to Mu Qingfeng's increased disappointment in her. Yet now, she felt no anger at all, but instead called her self-deprecating. It seemed she had received sage advice and understood their intentions. Who was aiding her? For a moment, everyone was lost in their thoughts. The room fell silent. Only the sound of rain pattering against the roof could be heard. The storeroom lacked a door, with only a small window on the side. To allow the smoke from the brazier to escape, the window was opened, and the smoke wafted out, dissipating into the rain. From Bai Xianyuan's vantage point, she could see the clump of banana plants beside the house. The leaves stirred, indicating someone was moving them. Curious, she approached the window to observe. There she spotted Yuran, who was cutting several banana leaves with his sword and placing them beneath the eaves. He then went behind to chop a few bamboo stalks, which he also brought back. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Ah Fei asked, tiptoeing to peer outside. "Oh, it's Brother Yuran." Hearing his name, Yuran turned to look at them. "What are you doing?" "Ah Fei inquired." "Making umbrellas," he replied. "How do you make them?" she asked. "You can watch," he said. And thus they all observed him. Soon, Bai Wanru joined them, along with some idle maids and servants, all watching him intently. He deftly used his sword to split the bamboo, fashioning uniform umbrella ribs. He then took a small piece of bamboo, carved a hole, and inserted each rib into it. In less than half an hour, he had constructed 3 umbrella frames. Next, he dried the banana leaves, tearing them into pieces and layering them evenly, tying them with fine thread. Finally, he produced a porcelain bottle from his pocket and evenly applied tung oil to the surfaces. Just enough oil for 3 umbrellas. And once it dried, there stood 3 beautiful green umbrellas. Ah Fei gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Yuran, you're amazing." The maids and servants echoed her praise, exclaiming, "Yuran is truly skilled." Aunt Gay also stepped outside, witnessing the compliments being showered upon him, and scoffed, "Yuran, why are you making umbrellas? We should wait until the rain stops before leaving." Yuran replied calmly, "The rain won't stop today. You know that too?" Aunt Gay sneered, "Do you think you can control the weather?" Yuran ignored her, his gaze landing on Bai Xianyuan, who stood at the window, lost in thought as she watched the umbrellas, pondering something. Chapter 72. Celestial Couple Seeing the Umbrellas Yuran had made. Bai Xianyuan was suddenly reminded of a childhood memory. She could recall little from before the age of 8, but one incident remained vividly etched in her mind, a nightmare. When she was 8, 2 spies from the north infiltrated and abducted her. During their escape, they dragged her up a mountain. Yuran scaled the cliff from behind, found them, and fought valiantly, ultimately defeating the 2 men and bringing her down the mountain. Just then, it began to rain. Yuran instructed her to hide in a cave, where he cut bamboo and fashioned an umbrella from a large, resilient leaf found on the mountain, allowing her to carry the umbrella while he carried her down the slippery, muddy slope. His back was broad and steady. Terrified, she clung tightly to his neck as if grasping a lifeline. She then heard his youthful voice, "Are you trying to strangle me?" Realizing her grip, she loosened her hold and clung to his shoulders instead. At that moment, recalling his fierce struggle to save her, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, saying, "Yuran, you are my savior." As the tale of the white snake goes, a life saved requires a lifetime of devotion. "When I grow up, will you marry me?" Yuran nearly lost his footing, stabilizing himself while remaining silent, merely supporting her as he helped her maintain her balance. Eventually, they encountered a group struggling to ascend the muddy mountain, where her father took her into his arms, comforting her until she fell asleep from exhaustion. Upon waking, those childhood words had nearly faded from her memory. Bai Xianyuan suddenly smiled. Yuran was adept at reading the weather. They waited for over an hour, yet the rain showed no signs of stopping. Today marked her father's death anniversary, and they must visit the grave, regardless of the rain. Continuing to wait would leave everyone not only cold but also hungry. Wumi thus instructed them to set off while the rain was light. After stepping outside, Bai Wanru approached Yuran, her eyes filled with hope, gently asking, "Yuran, could you spare an umbrella for my mother?" Yuran inclined his head slightly in response, stating, "You should ask Second Mississippi." This implied that he was aligned with Bai Xianyuan, and the umbrellas he made belonged to her. Bai Wanru's expression darkened as she turned to Bai Xianyuan, asking, "Sister, can you give our mother an umbrella?" Bai Xianyuan then instructed Yuran, "Provide 1 umbrella each for mother and sister." Consequently, Yuran handed 2 umbrellas to Wu Mi and Bai Wanru's servant. As for the last umbrella, Bai Xianyuan told Yuran, "Carry Ah Fei over, so his shoes don't get wet. Let Ah Fei hold the umbrella." "I'll do it," Mu Qingfeng interjected, lifting Ah Fei into his arms and telling Bai Xianyuan, "You hold the umbrella for us." Bai Xianyuan felt a twinge of discomfort, reluctant to draw near him. But Ah Fei was already nestled in his embrace, making it impossible to reclaim her. She could only nod, holding the umbrella for the pair. After taking a few steps, Mu Qingfeng switched to holding Ah Fei with one arm while draping his other arm around Bai Xianyuan's shoulders, saying, "Come closer. You're only holding the umbrella for us while getting drenched yourself." The maids waiting under the eaves whispered, "The second miss and second master are quite affectionate. They truly make a perfect couple, like celestial beings. When they have children, they will surely look just like this." As the crowd gradually departed, Yuran lingered behind. Chapter 73. Why are your eyes so red? Qin Lang noticed Yuran's pallor and placed a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Boss, some thoughts should be abandoned. If they are not meant to be, do not dwell upon them, lest you invite suffering upon yourself." Yuran remained motionless, like a stone. "Let us go," Qin Lang urged, pulling him again. Unexpectedly, Yuran coughed violently, blood splattering onto the ground, merging with the rainwater. "Ah!" Qin Lang exclaimed. But Yuran seized him, his voice low and hoarse. "It's just a reaction. Don't make a fuss. Qin Lang, alarmed and terrified, stammered, You? I've never seen you cough up blood before. It's not surprising. I haven't used needles in 3 months. Yu Ran wiped his mouth. Qin Lang's mind buzzed. Then, what should we do? What can we do? Let us go. Yu Ran pulled him into the rain. I can still manage, it's nothing. You've coughed up blood, and it's nothing. Should we tell the young lady? I can take you back. Qin Lang grasped him. Let's find a doctor. Over the past 3 months, Uncle Qin had dispatched people to search for every doctor in Yuzhou and surrounding counties. What was the use? Yu Ran's expression was calm to the point of lifelessness. As long as I can still ride and walk, I must pay respects to my benefactor. Tears welled in Qin Lang's eyes. His heart felt as if it were being sliced by a knife, and he followed Yu Ran with heavy, unfeeling steps. Coincidentally witnessing Mu Qingfeng carrying Ah Fei as they entered the carriage with Bai Xianyuan. I may not survive until tomorrow. What more can I wish for? Yu Ran's low voice echoed in Qin Lang's tumultuous mind. He cast his gaze towards Yu Ran, who was fixated on the carriage, his expression bleak. More harrowing than the pool of blood they had just witnessed. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and mounted his horse, trailing closely behind Yu Ran, his eyes red-rimmed throughout the journey. Bai Xianyuan inquired about the redness of his eyes, to which he replied it was merely the result of rainwater. Along the way, they stopped a nearby farmhouse, spending a handsome sum to procure several old umbrellas. During the memorial rites, at least the prominent figures would not be drenched in the rain. Wumi knelt before the tomb of Bai Hexing, tears streaming down her face as she burned joss paper, her voice choked with emotion. My husband, our fate was brief. We had only just reunited, and now we are separated by realms. Are you well over there? Bai Wanru's tears fell like pearls, unrestrained as she sobbed. Father, I've only just found you. Why'd you left me so soon? Bai Xianyuan watched the 2 women perform their act with a cold gaze, noting the absence of any sign of pretense, as if their sorrow were genuine. Had they just returned from a theatrical performance? Second young lady, Aunt Gue, suddenly interjected. Why aren't you crying? It is a sign of filial piety to weep during the ancestral rites. Upon hearing this, the servants cast curious glances at Bai Xianyuan. Mu Qingfeng, who had been silently mourning as he burned the joss paper, also turned to look at her. Bai Xianyuan did not even lift her eyes, responding, Aunt Gue, what is the family precept of the Bai family? Und gestamelt? Ah? I remember it seems to say the first is to be pragmatic, valuing cultivation and recultivation. The second is to be resilient, cultivating both mind and spirit. The third is to be clear in purpose, practicing diligence and far-reaching aspirations. Bai Xianyuan declared, I, Bai Xianyuan, Bai Fei, vow here to engrave my father's precepts in my heart and practice them in action, pragmatic, resilient, and purposeful. I shall no longer indulge in sorrow, but strive to revitalize the Bai family. Please rest assured, father and mother. Aunt Gue did not fully understand, feeling awkward. What is this girl talking about? Just as the Bai couple had departed, Mu Qingfeng had witnessed Bai Xianyuan's grief firsthand. Now, as she sought to present her strong side to her parents, this servant dared to speak foolishly beside her. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Mu Qingfeng shot her a frowning glance, stating, before the tomb of the father-in-law, how dare you speak so recklessly? Withdraw at once. Chapter 74. It is actually him. As the heir of the Mu family, Mu Qingfeng naturally possessed an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. Aunt Gue, startled, dared not speak further and quickly retreated into the crowd. Wumi cast a glance at Bai Xianyuan, also beginning to voice her resolve. Husband, look at Ayan, how strong she is. Do not worry, henceforth, I shall nurture our 3 children well and care for my mother-in-law. You can rest easy over there. After the memorial service concluded, the group began their return journey. Bai Xianyuan inadvertently noticed that Yu Ran's complexion appeared unnaturally pale. However, in the presence of so many, she hesitated to inquire directly, instead requesting Wu Dan to find an opportune moment to ask, receiving the response that there was nothing to worry about, likely just a result of the rain. Consequently, Bai Xianyuan chose not to dwell on it further. She was well aware of Wu Mi's tactics for winning hearts. Once they returned, Wu Mi would undoubtedly instruct all accompanying servants to brew ginger soup. Thus, Bai Xianyuan preemptively ordered Wu Dan to relay her command to have the kitchen prepare ginger soup for everyone upon returning, insisting that if anyone felt unwell, they should promptly summon a doctor for medicine. Wu Mi, overhearing this from the carriage, furrowed her brow. She has learned to curry favor. Bai Wanru abruptly threw down the curtain, murmuring in frustration, "Mother, do you not think she has changed recently? She is no longer as easily manipulated as before." Wumi narrowed her eyes slightly. Perhaps someone is advising her from behind. Bai Wanru asked, "Who could it be?" Wumi replied, "It could be the old woman in her quarters. She is quite experienced." Bai Wanru seethed. She must be eliminated. Wumi loret hergaze, strukin head elegantly, manijrednais. No need to rush. We will take them out one by one. After returning to the estate, Bai Xianyuan, concerned about Bai Fei catching a chill, personally attended to him. In the evening, Qin Lang unexpectedly sought an audience. Bai Xianyuan allowed him entry, only to find him kneeling upon seeing her. "What are you doing?" Bai Xianyuan asked in astonishment. "I beg the young lady to dismiss the others. I have something to discuss with you privately," Qin Lang implored. Bai Xianyuan instructed everyone to leave. "Speak, but what troubles you?" Qin Lang, his eyes reddened, asked, "Miss, could you please check on our master? He may not have much time left." "Check on him?" Bai Xianyuan echoed, perplexed. Qin Lang's tears flowed freely. He has been unwell for quite some time. Previously, it was the mistress who treated him, but he has not received care in 3 months. If he is not treated soon, he may not survive the night. The desperation in Qin Lang's gaze was tinged with a flicker of hope. "You have always learned medicine from the mistress. Do you know the Tai Chi 13 needles? We have searched high and low for doctors who know it." "Bai Xianyuan inquit Tai Chi Taiden Nedo?" "Yes," Qin Lang exclaimed. The mistress mentioned that only this technique could alleviate his symptoms. Bai Xianyuan's eyes narrowed in realization. "Burning sacrifice?" "Ah, yes, that's it." Qin Lang nodded vigorously. Upon seeing the records regarding the Gu King, Bai Xianyuan had suspected that someone around them might have used burning sacrifice. It was actually Yuran. Clenching her fist, Bai Xianyuan asked, "Where is he now?" Qin Lang replied, "In a hidden chamber. It can be accessed from the master's study. Shall I take you there?" "Listen," Bai Xianyuan said, "I know where the hidden chamber is, and I also know the Tai Chi 13 needles. You return and tend to him. I will prepare the gold needles and join you shortly." Chapter 75. Conveying final words, Qin Lang was overjoyed, his eyes shining with surprise. "So you know it." The mistress never mentioned it. "Had I known, we would have come to you directly. These days have been exhausting searching for doctors." Bai Xianyuan led a group to Shihi Garden, instructing them to guard the entrance while she took a lamp and re-entered the hidden chamber, hastening to Yuran's side. Unlike the previous darkness, this time light streamed in from the bright tiles of the roof. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the roof also contained a mechanism to replace the opaque tiles with transparent glass tiles. Yuran lay on the bed, having lost consciousness, his breathing shallow and erratic, surrounded by several pools of blood. Qin Lang was beside him, frantic with worry. "Qin Lang, you go to Shihi Garden and keep watch," Bai Xianyuan instructed. "If anyone attempts to intrude, coordinate with Wu Dan and the others to delay them. You must come into the hidden chamber to inform me. No one must see that I am absent." "Understood," Qin Lang replied. "Then I will leave it to you." Bai Xianyuan waved her hand and approached Yuran to take his pulse. His condition was critical. If she did not act swiftly, the imbalance of cold and heat would surely lead to a rupture of his heart veins. Bai Xianyuan immediately grasped the gold needles. However, she soon realized the dilemma. Despite having learned medicine from her mother, she had yet to formally graduate and lacked sufficient experience, unable to accurately find acupoints through clothing. Qin Lang provided him with a dry garment, leaving him with only a single layer, but it was still inadequate. The only option was to remove it. She hesitated for just a moment before proceeding. In the eyes of a healer, there were no distinctions of gender. Urgency dictated action, stripping him down to just his undergarments. Bai Xianyuan focused entirely on her task. The Tai Chi 13 needles was a profound technique in the realm of medicine, specifically treating ailments arising from imbalances of yin and yang, wet and dry, hot and cold, seeming almost miraculous and effective. She wondered where her mother had learned it. After practicing on her mother for 3 years and having accidentally caused her injury several times, her mother had finally deemed her ready. Upon completing the needlework, Yuran's breathing noticeably steadied. Bai Xianyuan wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling in relief. Perhaps his life had been saved, but the suffering he would endure was still unavoidable. Her mother's notes indicated that he would next experience extreme cold or extreme heat. If he felt extremely cold, he should be covered with more blankets. If he felt extremely hot, he could be rubbed down with alcohol. Surviving the night would mean improvement by morning, but this could only alleviate symptoms, not cure the root of the problem. Next time, he will surely relapse. Indeed, after a while, he began to tremble all over, murmuring, cold. Qin Lang had likely often come in to care for him, not only pulling aside the bright tiles, but also bringing in several blankets, stacking them on one side of the bed. Bai Xianyuan opened the first blanket and covered him, tucking in the edges securely, then pressed down on his shoulders. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yuran suddenly grasped her hand and weakly called out, Qin Lang. Bai Xianyuan knew he was not fully conscious and did not respond, merely tucking his hand back under the covers. This time, I can't hold on any longer. Yuran said again, listen to me. Am I delivering my last words? Bai Xianyuan remained still, curious to hear what he had to say. The Wu family mother and daughter were not benevolent. Yuran trembled as he spoke. You must protect the Yuan. Look after her and wait until she gets married before you leave. Bai Xianyuan stood there in shock. His final words were about her. Truly, he was grateful. His parents had not cared for him in vain. Promise me. He suddenly pulled her closer. Qin Lang. You promise me. Bai Xianyuan nearly toppled onto him. Her face flushed as she tried to pry his hand away. But despite his condition, his strength was formidable, and she found herself unable to budge. Yuran, I am not Qin Lang. I am your master. Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, let me go. Yuran seemed taken aback by her words, abruptly opening his eyes. Bai Xianyuan was startled. Meeting his gaze, it is I. I can also perform the Tai Chi 13 needles. Yuran, you're not going to die just yet. Yuran's expression was peculiar, as if he were looking at her, yet not truly seeing her. A strange smile crept upon his lips, and he suddenly pressed her down against him, holding her tightly. Though their bodies were separated by blankets, her head was pressed closely against his neck and face. Bai Xianyuan wanted to slap him, but the moment her skin touched his, it felt as cold as ice, sending a shiver through her. Moreover, he was trembling. He must be seeing her as a source of warmth. In a struggle of pushing and pulling, Bai Xianyuan exerted considerable effort to free herself, then fetched 2 more blankets to wrap him securely within. After a moment of trembling, he gradually ceased, sinking into a deep slumber. With a flushed face, Bai Xianyuan glared at him for a long while before finally saying, considering your dying wish, I shall pretend that nothing has happened. She turned to leave, heading to the secret passage, where she encountered Qin Lang running towards her. Upon seeing her, he asked, Miss, how is our leader? Bai Xianyuan replied, it's nothing serious. Why are you running? Qin Lang explained, the madam insisted on barging in. Wudan and the others couldn't stop her. Bai Xianyuan said, I will go out immediately. When he wakes up tomorrow, the 2 of you will come to report to me. Understood, Qin Lang acknowledged. Bai Xianyuan quickly returned to the study, only to hear Wumi knocking at the door. A Yuan, are you in there? Bai Xianyuan adjusted her breathing, checked herself over, then went to open the door, asking nonchalantly, Madam, what brings you here? Wumi inspected her from head to toe and, finding nothing amiss, smiled. A Yuan, I wanted to speak with you about something. I intended to visit Qianlong Garden, but passing by here and seeing Wudan and the others, I decided to stop in. Bai Xianyuan asked, what is it? Wumi turned to the servants, instructing, you all stay outside. The servants complied. Wumi took Bai Xianyuan's hand and sat down, asking, what brings you here again? Bai Xianyuan replied, today is my father's birthday, and I miss him dearly, so I wanted to spend some time alone here. Wumi's expression turned sorrowful as she said, I see. Recently, several young maids have reported to me about lost clothing. Bai Xianyuan responded, what? Lost clothing? Wumi lowered her voice, its undergarments, such as petticoats. Bai Xianyuan was taken aback. Who would steal such things? Wumi explained, when I mentioned it to your second aunt, she recalled a similar incident in their household, caused by a gardener who was over 50. Bai Xianyuan replied to Yuan, you must be especially cautious at Qianlong Garden. Bai Xianyuan nodded. Thank you for the warning, madam. Wumi stood up, saying, then I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave. Bai Xianyuan escorted her out. Upon returning to her quarters, Bai Wanru awaited her, inquiring about the events. Wumi shook her head, her expression blank. Isn't she with Qin Lang over there? Bai Wanru asked, was there nothing amiss? Gulmi played. No, you mustn't be so alarmed. Bai Wanru insisted. I am not alarmed. Didn't they say that the male would suffer from the poison and its aftereffects? If Qin Lang was the one helping her detoxify, and the poison acted up with no one around in Shihi Garden, wouldn't that be an ideal place for it? Wumi countered. There was no sign of Qin Lang, and her clothing was not disheveled. It didn't seem likely. Moreover, even if it was poison, Bai Xianyuan would not go to him for detoxification herself, She wouldn't demean herself like that. Bai Wanru retorted, that is not certain. Or she was coerced. Wumi fell silent. Bai Wanru pressed on. Where could Qin Lang have gone? Wumi said, I went there in passing. It's not appropriate to inquire further. Presumably, he returned to the west second courtyard. Bai Xianyuan stood beneath the moon tree, gazing up repeatedly. Yu followed suit, craning her neck until it ached, and asked, Miss, what are you looking at? Bai Xianyuan replied, I am observing whether there are any fruits on this tree. Huh? It can bear fruit? Yu asked. Bai Xianyuan affirmed, yes. Ordinary flowers, grasses, and trees bear blossoms and fruits each year. But the moon tree bears fruit only once in its lifetime, and the quantity is exceedingly rare. Not exceeding 10. The conditions for its seeds to sprout and grow are also stringent, requiring a perfect blend of the 5 elements and suitable temperature and soil. This is why the moon tree is exceedingly rare. More despairing is that the tree ages from several decades to thousands of years, leaving one uncertain when it will bear fruit. This implies that Yuran's illness may very well not allow him to wait. Given his current pulse condition, he can barely last another year and a half. Yu, hearing that the moon tree can bear fruit, was filled with excitement. Can its fruit be eaten? Bai Xianyuan glanced at her. What do you know besides eating? Yu grinned foolishly. Granny Wang, nearby, chuckled. In our Miao territory, there is a legend that on a full moon night, if one makes a wish under the tree with a sincere heart, the moon tree will bear fruit. Its fruit is the most delicious in the world. Bai Xianyuan inquired, is that so? Granny Wang nodded. Tonight is indeed the full moon night. Bai Xianyuan declared. Then I shall make a wish tonight. Yu chimed in, Miss, may I join you? Bai Xianyuan agreed, yes. Yu asked if it bears fruit. Can I have a taste too? Bai Xianyuan replied. When Yu awoke, he saw sunlight streaming through the glazed tiles, forming beams of light. Had he truly made it through again? No, during his dazed state, he seemed to have seen Bai Xianyuan. Did she save him? Could she also perform the Tai Chi 13 needles? Suddenly, he felt several acupoints where she had needled him ache, likely due to her not having done it correctly. In that moment, he could almost be certain it was not a hallucination. He seemed to have acted foolishly, holding on to her, greedily absorbing her warmth and breath. Just as he pondered this, someone beside him rolled over, causing the bed to creak. Yuran's body stiffened, and his still dazed mind cleared in an instant. Could it be? She and T left last night? His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, joy overwhelming his senses. Yuran swallowed hard and leaned to see. Qin Lang was sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake as he felt pressure on his backside, tumbling off the bed with a startled cry. He widened his eyes in terror, taking a moment to comprehend. Leader, Chapter 78, what consequences? Yuran's expression darkened. Who permitted you to sleep in my bed? Qin Lang retorted, irritated. There's only one bed here. Where else should I sleep? I cared for you all night. Is this how you repay me? Is it him? So last night was merely a dream. Wait, why are you not wearing any clothes? Qin Lang's eyes widened in shock as he covered his mouth. My goodness, it couldn't be. Yuran's gaze was as cold as ice. What couldn't it be? Qin Lang, it couldn't be that when a lady treated you last night, she undressed you, right? Yuran's expression shifted. Lady? Indeed, after searching high and low, our savior was right before our eyes. Qin Lang scrambled off the floor, climbed onto the bed, and pulled back the covers, transforming into a rather lewd figure. Oh, you are left with nothing but your undergarments. I went to guard the door then. So who do you think undressed you? Yuran clenched his fists, his ears flushing with embarrassment. Qin Lang, brimming with mischief. You two have quite the intimate relationship now, don't you? Yuran, have you heard that the noble women in the capital enjoy keeping male companions? I heard a certain princess has dozens of handsome lovers in her residence. Yuran, what do you mean? Your body was seen by the lady. And you're so handsome. Why not become her companion? It would suit you perfectly. Once again, Qin Lang was kicked off the bed. In the morning, Qin Lang and Yuran went to meet Bai Xianyuan. Yuran appeared revitalized, looking like a good person, and no one could tell that he was on the verge of death. What is going on? Bai Xianyuan looked at the two of them. Qin Lang glanced at Yuran. Yuran explained, when I was in the north, an old witch implanted a cursed king within me. Fortunately, I encountered the mistress, who administered a burning sacrificial remedy and has been helping me extend my life through acupuncture. Bai Xianyuan, what enmity do you hold against that old witch? How could she resort to such vile methods to harm you? Yuran, I bear no grudge. I do not know her. She merely captured someone at random to nurture her curse, and, unfortunately, I was that unfortunate soul. Bai Xianyuan scrutinized him, as if he were nothing more than a random individual. Are you deceiving me? Yu Ran shook his head. Bai Xianyuan, even so, this is not something to be hidden. Why has my mother been administering acupuncture to you in secret for all these years, including for me? She taught me the Tai Chi 13 needles, but never mentioned what it was for, nor has she ever alluded to your condition. Why is that? Yu Ran. The mistress said she learned the Tai Chi 13 needles in secret. She feared that if it became known, it would invite trouble. Bai Xianyuan, that does not make sense. If that were the case, she need not have concealed it from me as well. Yu Ran, the mistress has always been cautious. Perhaps she worried that you are still young and might inadvertently let it slip. Bai Xianyuan, why would she hide the fact that she taught me the Tai Chi 13 needles from you? Yu Ran, only the mistress knows the reason. Perhaps she simply did not have the chance to tell you. Before she left, she said she would return within a month. It seems she did not anticipate never returning. Bai Xianyuan stepped closer, looking up at him. Yu Ran, I am your mistress. Lying before me carries severe consequences. Yu Ran lowered his gaze to meet hers. What consequences? Bai Xianyuan was once again infuriated. What do you think? Yu Ran, I don't know. Bai Xianyuan, it seems I've been too lenient with you. Chapter 79, Discovering a Thief. Mistress, please quell your anger. Qin Lang hurriedly interjected. Our leader never lies. If he says he does not know, then he truly does not know. Bai Xianyuan turned to him. He never lies? And you? Qin Lang wore an earnest expression. I am the most honest person. We are all loyal to you, mistress. Bai Xianyuan regarded the two with suspicion. However, recalling Yu Ran's last words the previous night, she did not wish to press them too hard, so she nodded. Very well, I will choose to trust you. Who else knows about the secret chambers? Yu Ran, Uncle Qin has been there as well. No one else knows. Bai Xianyuan, she mused about how her parents were so carefree, allowing gold to be left lying around with so many people coming and going. Was it that they had so much wealth that they treated it as mere dirt? Bai Xianyuan said, do not tell anyone else. Understood. Qin Lang quickly replied, we will certainly not speak of it. The master and mistress have mentioned before that if we divulge it, we will face military law. Bai Xianyuan nodded. Turning to Yu Ran, do you feel anything before your poison acts up? Yu Ran, yes. When it acts up again, find me immediately, Bai Xianyuan instructed, unlike this time. Yu Ran nodded. Yu Ran, my father often said he trusted you in your endeavors. Bai Xianyuan continued. Now, I have an important task to entrust to you. Yu Ran, please instruct, mistress. Bai Xianyuan, my aunt and sister have been having contact with people from the outer courtyard and beyond. You must keep a close watch. It would be best to ascertain what they're saying and doing, then report back to me. If you lack manpower, inform Uncle Qin to send someone reliable to assist you. I will speak to him. Yu Ran did not question the reason and accepted directly. Bai Xianyuan, there is one more matter. Recently, there have been rumors about a maid's undergarments being stolen repeatedly. You must all be cautious. Qin Lang looked utterly perplexed. We should be cautious? We are not women. How could someone steal our undergarments? Bai Xianyuan found his foolishness exasperating. Have you let your brain soak in water? Qin Lang, who? How have I soaked my brain? Yu Ran interjected. The lady is reminding us to be wary of false accusations against us. Qin Lang, is that so? Is that what you meant, miss? Bai Xianyuan, what else could it be? Qin Lang scratched his head. Bai Xianyuan rolled her eyes. Go back now. As more intimate clothing belonging to the maids went missing, the situation escalated. On the day when the ladies once again paid their respects to Old Lady Lu, it reached its peak. Bai Xianyuan was on her way to her grandmother's fusho garden when she suddenly heard cries of catch the thief. She instructed someone to investigate, and the messenger returned with news that a maid from Yulon Garden had discovered a thief while collecting clothes. They chased him all the way, almost catching him. However, the old man Zhang, who was sweeping outside, initially caught the thief, but the thief, armed with a dagger, injured him and scaled the wall into the west second courtyard, disappearing without a trace. The west second courtyard? Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon reaching Fusho Garden, everyone was discussing the incident. Bai Wanru's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented that her undergarments and belly band had gone missing. Old Lady Lu was furious, slamming the table. How long has it been? How can that little thief become increasingly audacious? Wumi appeared flustered. Mother, I am incompetent. Old Lady Lu, tell Qin Jian to find a solution. Chapter 80. Searching the west second courtyard, I have already brought this up with Qin, the steward, a couple of times. Wumi said. Old Lady Lu, bring Qin Jian here. When Qin Jian arrived, Old Lady Lu said, Qin Jian, when Bai Xianyuan's parents were alive, they frequently praised you in front of the family, proclaiming you to be exceptionally talented. If your legs were in good condition, you would now occupy the position of Xiahong. Xiahong is the vice commander of the Iron Armored Army. With Bai Xianyuan's father gone, he has become the highest authority in the military. Qin Jian clasped his hands. The master is overly complimentary. Old Lady Lu, over the years, our Bai family has never faced any incidents, which demonstrates your capabilities. However, what has happened now? That thief stealing undergarments has persisted for nearly half a month. And today he even ventured into Yulon Garden. Could it be that with Bai Xianyuan's parents gone, you have become negligent? Or do you no longer wish to remain in the Bai residence? Qin Jian replied, Old lady, I harbor no such intentions. In recent days, I have intensified the patrols outside, maintaining a constant watch day and night, yet I have not encountered any suspicious individuals entering or exiting. Thus, I suspect that the culprit may well be an insider. Lady Lu, an insider? What do you intend to do about it? Qin Jian fell silent for a moment. And today, my second aunt displayed remarkable understanding, taking over the conversation. Mother, it is indeed a difficult situation for Steward Qin. While he can guard against external threats, he cannot deploy guards to patrol the inner quarters, allowing that petty thief to exploit the opportunity. Wumi echoed, Indeed, this cannot be blamed on Steward Qin. If anyone should bear the brunt, it is I. Having spent years outside, I have made little progress, unable even to deal with a petty thief. It is a shame that my mother-in-law, at such an advanced age, must still worry about such matters. Lady Lu, you mustn't be too hard on yourself. Those vile and despicable individuals likely perceive you as different from Chu Yan, viewing you as gentle and easygoing, which is why they have targeted you. We must capture them and punish them publicly, to serve as a warning to others. Wumi bowed her head. The daughter-in-law has been enlightened. In truth, we have faced similar troubles in our household before. My second aunt remarked. Eventually, I ordered a thorough search of the estate, and they were found. Since we have seen someone enter the west second courtyard, it would be prudent to search it immediately. Perhaps the thief has yet to relocate the stolen goods. Wumi nodded thoughtfully. That is true. A large-scale search of the estate would not reflect well, but a search of the west second courtyard should pose no issues. Lady Lu agreed. Very well. This situation cannot continue. It is utterly disgraceful. Qin Jian, make the necessary arrangements and commence the search of the west second courtyard immediately. Qin Jian understood. Lady Lu, to prevent them from receiving wind of our actions and moving the stolen goods, upon your return, create an excuse to gather everyone residing in the west second courtyard outside. Not a single person should be missed. Qin Jian, lady, they are currently training at the martial grounds and are not in their quarters. Lady Lu stood up. In that case, instruct them to assemble outside the west second courtyard. I shall personally conduct the search. I refuse to believe we cannot find that petty thief today. Qin Jian nodded and went to fulfill his task. Lady Lu personally led her 3 daughters-in-law and a group of maids to the entrance of the west second courtyard, where Qin Jian had gathered everyone in 3 neat rows. A total of 36 individuals, without exception. The west second courtyard offered excellent living conditions, designated for the leaders of the guards. Additionally, the servants and guards of the inner courtyard resided there. Since the west second courtyard had an entrance to the inner courtyard, those holding the inner courtyard's waste tokens could enter freely. At this moment, Lady Lu stood in the open area outside the entrance to the inner courtyard, commanding the search. Chapter 81. The lacquered redwood box to prevent collusion among the guards. She did not employ Qin Jian as personnel, nor did she allow the unmarried maids to participate. Instead, she summoned 2 responsible matrons, Aunt He and Anton, instructing them to select several married middle-aged women to enter and search. And he called upon Aunt Gui and others, while Aunt and summoned Granny Wang and a few others to join the search. After a thorough examination, they emerged with several indecent picture albums, but no sign of the missing garments. Lady Lu felt an intense urge to shield her 2 granddaughters from the sight of those albums, hastily ordering their removal and inquiring about their owner. Aunt Anne reported that the albums were discovered in the second room from the east, hidden beneath a mat of straw. Lady Lu inquired whose room it was, and everyone turned to look at one individual, Liang Hang. Liang Hang appeared confused. He had clearly placed the item beneath Yu Ran's mat. How had it ended up in his possession? Had he mistakenly mismanaged it in his panic? At that moment, he had been exceedingly nervous. Lady Lu, who is it? Step forward. Liang Heng, his face flushed, stepped forward and knelt, saying, "Lady, that was given to me by my father, who said that I should learn from it, as I am to be married next spring. Lady Lu, I recognize you. You are the son of Liang Deshan from the second household?" Liang Heng, yes. Lady Lu turned to her second aunt. "Is what he says true? He is indeed to be married." Her second aunt, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "You reckless fool! Such items should be kept hidden at home, not brought into the estate. You are courting disaster." Liang Heng kowtowed. "I shall never dare again. I shall never dare again." Lady Lu frowned. "Remove him from the west second courtyard. He shall reside outside." This was a lenient punishment, and Liang Heng, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly expressed his gratitude and retreated. Lady Lu then asked Aunt He and Annan, "Were there any other suspicious circumstances?" And he replied, "Each person's room contains 1 or 2 locked boxes. Lady Lu, have them all opened." And he nodded, instructing them to check each box. Aunt Gui was given the command. The items were in Yuran's room, and it was imperative to find them. However, Yuran's room was as it had been during her last visit, utterly transparent. She searched every corner but found not a single clue. Even the back window, beams, and roof were inspected with a ladder, yet nothing was discovered. The only remaining possibility was the locked, lacquered redwood box. However, she doubted it could contain the stolen garments, as it was merely a foot long and half a foot high. She ordered Yuran to open the box. Yuran appeared unwilling, but as the matron had given the order, he had no choice but to comply, retrieving the key from his pocket to unlock the redwood box. Aunt Gui leaned in to take a look, seizing it and sprinting outside, exclaiming, "Lady, lady, look!" Lady Lu leaned forward to see, her expression momentarily frozen in surprise. Bai Xianyuan glanced at Yuran, who emerged with a dark expression, feeling a sense of foreboding, and moved closer to observe. Inside the box lay not the stolen garments, but something far more serious. The redwood box contained silver, strings of copper coins, and loose change, totaling no more than 200 taels. Yuran, as the head of Bai Xianyuan's 4 guards, earned 4 taels monthly, having served for over a decade. It was entirely reasonable for him to have saved such an amount. Also present was a red gold hairpin, a reward she had recently bestowed upon him, which was also acceptable. What was troubling, however, was Lady Lu carefully lifted a jade ornament from within, her eyes wide with shock as she examined it closely. Others, upon witnessing it, exhibited expressions of astonishment as well. Chapter 82. The Jinghong Forbidden Step by Xianyuan's mother, Lu Chuyan, hailed from the esteemed Lu family of Jiangzhou. The Lu family. While lacking the heritage of the Mu family of Guangling, the mystique of the Xie family of Yinchong, or the armored military strength of the Bai family of Yuzhou, would undoubtedly rank first in wealth if the aristocracy were ranked by riches alone. As the only daughter of the Lu family head, Lu Chuyan brought with her half of the family's fortune, which funded over half of the military expenses for the 200,000 armored troops. Bai Xianyuan, having grown up surrounded by antique treasures, was nevertheless taken aback by this ornament. Lu Chuyan had brought with her a manuscript from Jiangzhou, crafted by a palace artisan before the division of the North and South dynasties, which encompassed nearly every extraordinary treasure passed down through the ages. This ornament ranked second among them. The jade upon the ornament was lustrous and emerald green, seemingly containing the essence of millennia, unfathomable in depth. A true masterpiece of unparalleled quality. An elderly artisan had meticulously carved it into the form of a phoenix, and even more remarkably, the phoenix's eyes featured a natural red hue, forming the iconic phoenix eye. In addition to the jade, the intricate silk threads and the perfectly matched pearls, alternating in white and red, were all exceptional treasures. This ornament, known as the Jinghong Forbidden Step, was once owned by empresses throughout history. It was said to have been lost during the division of the North and South dynasties, yet here it was, surfacing in the money box of a servant in her household. Moreover, it had just been pressed beneath a dark object. What could that be? Bai Xianyuan peered into the money box and saw what resembled a dried peach. Lady, Aunt Gui seemed to have seized a monumental piece of evidence against Yuran, excitedly proclaiming, "In Yuran's box, there are women's hairpins and the forbidden step. They must be stolen." Lady Lu turned to Yuran and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Yuran stammered, "It was a reward I received." Bai Xianyuan remarked, "Aunt Gui, this hairpin is something I have never worn, so it is understandable that you do not recognize it. However, the hairpin I often adorn is surely familiar to you." Aunt Gue paused, scrutinizing the hairpin, and indeed, it was one she had seen Bai Xianyuan wear before. She immediately deflated. Is it a gift from you to him? Bai Xianyuan responded, what else could it be? Stolen? Aunt Gue, embarrassed, replied, why would you give him something meant for women? Bai Xianyuan countered, do you believe I possess anything intended for men? Aunt Gue replied, well, naturally not. Bai Xianyuan then turned to old Madame Lu and stated, grandmother, this hairpin is a reward for him, saving me from 2 spies. The hairpin was given to him after he shot the snake that bit me. Initially, I intended to reward him with gold and silver, but he declined, saying he had no need for money while residing in the manor. Thus, I gifted him this jewelry, which he can exchange for money when needed, and could also present it to his future wife. Oh my, this hairpin. It certainly does not appear to be an ordinary item. Aunt Heiress, being knowledgeable, gazed at it greedily and inquired, oh, where did this come from? Bai Xianyuan replied, it belonged to my mother. Everything I possess is a gift from her. It was well known that Lu Chuyin was wealthy. Thus, it was no surprise she held treasures. You so casually bestowed such a fine item upon a servant? On te presse fortier, Bai Xianyuan explained, precisely because it is beautiful and precious. I chose to reward Euron with it. He risked his life to save mine. Naturally, he deserves the finest reward. Aunt Heiress asked, did your mother not object? Bai Xianyuan answered, not at all. Aunt Heiress, filled with envy, exclaimed, such a treasure given to a servant? With so much money to spare. You should give it to her. Old Madame Lu took a deep breath, closed the box containing the hairpin, and tucked it into her sleeve, saying, Euron, since Yuan has rewarded you with this hairpin, it is now yours. However, there is a saying, to possess a jewel is to bear crime. Do you understand? Euron asked, what do you mean, madam? This item has a significant history. If others discover it, you may face unrest, or worse, endanger your life, old Madame Lu warned. If you keep it hidden, it may be fine, but now that so many have seen it, I advise you to let Yuan return to the storeroom for safekeeping. Bai Xianyuan interjected, grandmother, that seems inappropriate. What difference does it make to give it to him only to take it back? It is not hers to reclaim. It belongs to Euron. Old Madame Lu insisted, Euron, I am only considering your safety. If you need to exchange it for money, allow Yuan to provide you with the necessary funds. If you wish to present it to your future wife, I suggest you request other jewelry from Yuan instead. This hairpin, to be frank, is far too valuable, even for our Bai family to bear. Keeping it will only bring calamity upon you. After a moment of silence, Euron asked, Madam, do you mean that this hairpin is truly mine? Old Madame Lu affirmed, of course. Euron then stated, in that case, today I shall present this item as a gift to my master, in gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon me and for the trust of my lord. Old Madame Lu replied, that is acceptable. Euron retrieved the hairpin from old Madame Lu and presented it to Bai Xianyuan. She thought, this child has been frightened into foolishness. Does he not comprehend the value of this hairpin? To so casually bestow it upon others. Mississippi, Euron gazed at her. Bai Xianyuan, feeling compelled, extended her hand to accept it. Given the circumstances, she could not refuse. Moreover, others like Wu Mi and Aunt Heiress were eyeing it with envy. Euron rarely displayed a hint of a smile and turned to Aunt Gue, extending his hand. May I have the box returned to me? Aunt Gue, clearly reluctant, rummaged through the box, but found nothing of value. She then picked up the dry peach wood and asked, what is this? Euron replied, do you not recognize it? Aunt Gue retorted, why did you place this in a box? Euron swiftly took it back. What? Is it a crime? Aunt Gue scoffed. Enough. Return the box to him. Euron's understanding nature pleased old Madame Lu, who jokingly asked, but Euron, why did you keep a dry peach wood in your money box? Euron took the money box, paused, and said, the peach wood is a medicinal herb, said to repel insects and prevent rust. Is that so? I had not heard of that, old Madame Lu remarked. Well, that's enough. It is not your concern. Just do your duties well, and your master will not treat you poorly. Yes, Euron replied. Old Madame Lu turned to the others. How have things progressed on your end? Anon replied, we have found the lost clothing. Oh, old Madame Lu's expression sharpened. Who? Aunt and continued. It was located in the second room to the east, the one where the forbidden books were discovered, hidden beneath a box at the very bottom. After speaking, she stepped aside, and old Madame Lu saw Qin Jian's 2 subordinates pressing Liang Hang to kneel on the ground. Liang Hang was gagged, frantically trying to speak. Aunt Heir's face turned pale. Liang Hang? Liang Hang struggled like a madman, clearly wanting to convey something. Remove the gag from his mouth. Anda commandit. Her voice tinged with desperation. The old servant Su approached and pulled the cloth from Liang Hang's mouth. Liang Hang then cried out, "I did not steal it. Someone set me up." Old Madame Lu, furious, retorted, "Just moments ago, you claimed that obscene booklet was given to you by your father. Now, you say it is someone else's scheme against you. Why would they target you of all people? What are you to be worth such a scheme?" Liang Hang, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded old Madame. "It truly was not me. I swear. Someone set me up. I placed the items in Yuran's wardrobe. How could they end up in his box?" At that moment, old Zhang, the sweeper, rushed in, saying, "While chasing the thief, I caught his collar and was injured, but I managed to scratch him. My fingernails still have his flesh beneath them. To identify him, simply check for any scratches on his neck." Old Madame Lu had them check, and indeed, there were 3 fresh scratches, clearly made by fingernails. "Ah, it was not me. Not me," Liang Hang cried, looking towards Aunt Air, seemingly seeking her help. However, Su shoved the rag back into his mouth, angrily saying, "Stop your shouting. You will frighten the old madam, and your parents will not fare well either." Liang Hang looked at Su, silenced by fear. "Mother." Aunt Air's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she approached to apologize, saying, "Liang Hang is the son of my servant, Liang Deshan. Both he and his wife are honest folk. Who would have known their son could be so audacious? If you could simply hand him over to me, I will ensure he is properly punished." Old Madame Lu, however, ignored her and asked Qin Jian, "How should we handle this situation?" Qin Jian replied, 30 military lashes in public, then expel him from the Bai residence, never to be employed again. Old Madame Lu agreed. "Let be done." "Yes." Qin Jian waved his hand, and soon Liang Hang was dragged away. Aunt Air was left humiliated, her face darkened with anger. That evening, as usual, everyone gathered for dinner at grandmother's. Once everyone departed, grandmother retained Bai Xianyuan, asking, "Do you know what kind of hairpin you gave to your aunt?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I was unaware when I gave it to him. Only today did I recognize it. Your mother is being reckless." Old Madame Lu scolded, "How could you so carelessly gift such a precious item to a servant?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "You know my mother does not place importance on such things. Madame Lu, you must preserve that exquisite Jinghong Jinbu carefully and take it with you when you marry in the future. The Mu family hails from Guangling, but now the main force of their clan resides in the capital. Therefore, when Bai Xianyuan marries, it is certain that she will go to the capital." Bai Xianyuan, "What purpose does it serve to take it to the capital? To present it to the empress?" "Indeed," Madame Lu praised. "Yin, you are becoming increasingly astute. This item, though beautiful, carries the mark of the empress and is unsuitable to keep close. The current empress is your husband's aunt. Presenting it to her will also help you establish a more secure position in the Mu family after your marriage." Bai Xianyuan responded dismissively, "Yes, grandmother, I understand." Chapter 85. How blind can one be? After 30 lashes, Liang Hang was left barely breathing and was taken to the house of his second uncle. Wumi found an excuse to follow. She had been waiting with the Mu family in the house. After a while, Bai Tsong returned, dismissed the servants, and spoke privately with the 3 of them. "What happened?" The second aunt asked angrily. "That scoundrel Liang Hang has made me lose face today." Bai Tsong, "He claimed that as soon as you ran and the others left, he placed the clothes and that booklet into Yuran's room. But he doesn't know how they ended up in his own room." Second aunt, "He must be lying. It is certainly an excuse for his incompetence." Wumi interjected, "Not necessarily." Second aunt, "What do you mean?" Wumi, "I saw the clothes in his box, including Wan Ruos. If he were incompetent, such as lacking time to move those things while being aware that we were about to search, he would not have placed the recently acquired items back in his own box." Second aunt, "Then what does that mean? Is he possessed?" Wumi, "It is likely that he is the mantis stalking the cicada while a yellow bird waits behind. Liang Hang's actions were exposed beforehand, and someone has already dug a pit waiting for us." The second aunt was extremely agitated. "What is going on lately? It feels as though nothing goes smoothly. That girl Yin, I increasingly find her inscrutable." Wumi, "She is just a girl of barely 15. How inscrutable can she be?" I discussed this with Wan Ruo before and thought it was the old women around her giving her pointers. However, after this incident, I suspect it may not be the old women, but rather someone else. Second aunt, Whoever it is, we must eliminate them." Wumi looked at Bai Tsong. "I suspect it could be Qin Jian. What do you think, second brother?" Bai Tsong narrowed his eyes. "Qin Jian has always been the most trusted aide of elder brother, and it is evident that he is loyal only to him. He poses an obstacle both in the manor and in the army. Wu Mi, then let us eliminate him. What purpose does someone like him serve? Just a source of annoyance? Bai Tsong shook his head. It is not easy to kill him. Wu Mi, he is merely disabled. In his youth, he was one of the top experts in the army. Bai Tsong said that even with his leg injured now, any ordinary assassin would not stand a chance against him based solely on his upper body strength. Moreover, he is extremely vigilant. Second aunt. Then let us poison him. Isnt their Lu Ping. We can invite him to a meal and poison him while he is distracted. Bai Tsong, this man is highly alert. If we fail or are exposed, the stake we have painstakingly buried will be wasted. And if he confesses, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must ensure absolute certainty. Second aunt. How can we ensure absolute certainty? Bai Tsong, I have already thought of a method. Second aunt. What method? Bai Tsong looked at Wu Mi and smiled at her. I can guarantee that Qin Jian will have no place to be buried. After Bai Xianyuan returned from her grandmother's house, she summoned Yuran. As usual, she allowed him to enter through the back door to speak privately in the courtyard. You did well today, Bai Xianyuan smiled. She had instructed Yuran to pay attention to this matter, and he indeed discovered that Liang Hang was scheming. Liang Hang, being the legitimate son of the second branch, had parents who had saved quite a bit of money, allowing him to marry and take concubines without issue. It was hard to fathom why he would engage in such sordid and self-destructive behavior. Thus, they decided to remain still for the time being and monitor him to see what he intended to do. Ultimately, today, they witnessed him sneaking to hide items in Yuran's room while Yuran and the others were away training. After he left, Yuran retaliated by returning the items to Liang Hang's room. Chapter 86. Indeed, he knows everything. But how did you open his lockbox? Bai Xianyuan asked Yuran. Yuran, I can pick locks. Bai Xianyuan laughed. Indeed, you seem to know everything. Upon hearing this, Yuran glanced at her, his expression slightly peculiar. Bai Xianyuan belatedly recalled that he had claimed to know everything that day when her hair was disheveled, and he had helped her style it. She had asked him how he could braid a woman's hair, and he had said he could do anything. Bai Xianyuan, feeling somewhat uneasy, changed the topic. So, where did you acquire the Jinbu? Yuran, it was given to me by my mother. Your mother? Bai Xianyuan was astonished. Where did she get it? Yuran, she found it. Bai Xianyuan replied with irritation. Go find another one and show me. Yuran. At that time, she was working for a military family. Later, when trouble arose, that family was robbed and set ablaze. My mother escaped, but soon passed away. Before she died, she gave me this and said she picked it up during the chaos. Bai Xianyuan, that sounds quite reasonable. However, Gu Wang, the Jinghong Jinbu, and these extraordinary items have all appeared in your possession. Is this mere coincidence? Yuran, yes. Bai Xianyuan, I find you have an uncanny ability to infuriate me with a single word. Yuran remained silent. Fine. Everyone has their own secrets. If you do not wish to speak the truth, I will not pry. Bai Xianyuan said, but I hope you do not fabricate lies in front of me in the future. I do not enjoy hearing them. Yuran glanced at her, but said nothing. Bai Xianyuan took out the box containing the Jinbu and handed it to him. Here, take it back. I initially said it was a gift for me to avoid suspicion that you stole it. However, Yuran's expression immediately soured. Didn't I give it to you? What do you mean by giving it back? Bai Xianyuan, you truly gifted it to me? Yuran, naturally. Bai Xianyuan, do you know the origin of this item? Yuran remained silent. You probably do not know either. Bai Xianyuan remarked. This is called the Jinghong Jinbu, a treasure only used by empresses throughout the ages. It is unique in the world, worth a fortune, you fool. Yuran replied nonchalantly. Oh. Bai Xianyuan presented it before him. Here, take it. Now everyone believes it is with me, and no one will be eyeing you anymore. Keep it well, and do not let anyone see it again. Yet Yuran coldly stated, if you do not want it, just throw it away. Throw it away? Bai Xianyuan was incensed again. Yuran, did you hear what I just said? It is worth a fortune. You actually want me to throw it away? Can cure my illness? Yuran asked her. If it cannot, then to me, no matter how valuable it is worth less than a single leaf from a moon tree. Bai Xianyuan, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He turned and walked away. Bai Xianyuan held the heavy box. After some thought, perhaps I should keep it for him. If he is unable to find the moon fruit, his life is indeed in jeopardy. It would be best to arrange for him to marry and have a child, so that their master-servant bond is not in vain. By the way, he should be able to have children, right? He should be able to. That day, if the poison was milder, it might not have been solvable. Not only did he completely cure her, But in the end, he was also kicked aside by her. Indeed, it has been over 20 days since he helped her detoxify. The lingering fire poison may soon resurface in him. Chapter 87. 6 young maidens. Initially, he had said not to concern herself, and Bai Xianyuan believed he was merely sulking. Now, she understood that he likely felt indifferent, considering himself a man on the brink of death. Whether he harmed himself or not seemed inconsequential to him. However, Bai Xianyuan could not allow him to remain in such a state. It was her doing, and therefore, it was her responsibility to rectify it. With this thought in mind, Bai Xianyuan summoned Granny Wang and inquired, "Granny Wang, there is something I would like you to assist me with." Granny Wang asked, "What is it, my lady? Please instruct me." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Seek a residence outside. It need not be large, a courtyard will suffice, but must be well furnished and equipped, creating a cozy atmosphere suitable for a newlywed couple." Granny Wang, perplexed, asked, "Who is this for?" Bai Xianyuan urged, "Do not question me now. Prepare it by tomorrow. Then, help me find a young woman to place in that house." Granny Wang inquired, "What kind of young woman?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "Select a few with pleasing appearances, suitable for childbearing, and bring me their portraits for review." Granny Wang agreed. Before the incident occurred, Bai Xianyuan had selfishly intended to pair either with Dan or Kai Wei with Yu Ran as her companion to accompany her to her in-laws. However, it now appeared that marrying Yu Ran could soon lead to widowhood, and Bai Xianyuan could not bear to ruin their futures. Yet, she also did not wish for him to be left childless. Hence, she planned to procure a suitable bride for him, one of modest origins, seeking only a stable life. Although such a choice might also lead to her becoming a widow, Bai Xianyuan could ensure a secure future for both her and the child. Knowing there would be many willing to accept such a fate, she merely needed to ask Yu Ran what type he preferred. Granny Wang, in her 50s, was sprightly and efficient. The following afternoon, she presented 6 portraits to Bai Xianyuan. Each of the 6 young women possessed unique charms, some delicate, others festive, and some serene, all strikingly beautiful. Although, in terms of appearance, they might not seem a perfect match for Yu Ran. The truth was they were to be acquired for the purpose of procreation, and those of higher standing would likely not consent. Bai Xianyuan summoned Yu Ran and showed him the portraits. Yet, he only gazed at her, his tone laced with danger. What is this about? Why did he react this way? Bai Xianyuan could not permit him to remain so despondent that, should he perish, no one would be left to pay their respects. Thus, she sought an alternative excuse to soothe him, saying, "That young man Qin Lang must have been led astray by your influence, approaching 20 and still unwilling to wed. Uncle Qin has entrusted me to arrange a marriage for him. Here are the portraits of the young ladies. Please help me assess which one would be suitable." Yu Ran continued to fixate on her. "Why should I be involved in arranging Qin Lang's marriage? Shouldn't you consult him instead, if he were willing to cooperate? Uncle Qin would not need my assistance at all. Uncle Qin means for me to take matters into my own hands. I doubt he would be as disobedient as you," she remarked, gesturing towards the portraits. "You two have spent years together. Surely you know what he prefers?" Yu Ran replied, "I do not." Bai Xianyuan pressed, "Have you never discussed such matters?" Yu Ran answered, "No." Bai Xianyuan queried, "Then what do you converse about?" Yu Ran replied, "Training matters and the tasks you assign." Bai Xianyuan chuckled, "Just yesterday, you promised me you would not lie." Yu Ran insisted, "I am not lying." Chapter 88. Leaving a legacy. Bai Xianyuan said, "All right, you choose which one you prefer. You have been brothers for over a decade. Your tastes should align." After a moment of silence, Yu Ran remarked, "I suddenly recall that he once mentioned Su Huahua, seemingly quite enamored." Su Huahua. Bai Xianyuan smiled. "Her beauty is unparalleled, an ethereal charm, gentle and affectionate. Her verse is celebrated throughout time. She is a renowned courtesan from the southern dynasties, born of legend, captivating many famous poets and scholars who have poured their emotions into verses dedicated to her. And you? Do you find yourself drawn to her?" Yu Ran shook his head indifferently. "I am curious. What kind of woman do you favor?" Bai Xianyuan asked. Yu Ran replied, "A man, comfortable and satisfied, may indulge in desires. A man who is cold and hungry may seek the path. I, as a dying man, cannot even entertain the notion of desires." "Very well. I understand." Bai Xianyuan picked up the portrait of the delicate maiden. "How about this one? What do you think?" Yu Ran glanced at it, but offered no comment. "All right. You may return now. Tomorrow, accompany me on an outing, just the two of us without others," Bai Xianyuan instructed. Yu Ran responded, "Understood." Near Yinshan Alley, on Shirtu Street, the cobblestones were laid with thick, square stones, flanked by homes of moderate affluence. Under Granny Wang's guidance, Bai Xianyuan arrived at a particular dwelling. Upon entering, they found a small courtyard adorned with flowers, fruits, and soft grasses sprouting between stones. In a corner stood a chicken coop, where a few hens were foraging. Upon noticing visitors, they clucked and scurried to a hidden spot. Beneath the eaves, 2 swallows observed with curious eyes. The house itself was quite fine, with brick walls and blue tiles, the roof appearing sturdy and new. It seemed Granny Wang had arranged everything inside, and Bai Xianyuan nodded in approval, saying, "Very good." Granny Wang cheerfully called out, "Peach." A slender young woman emerged from within, evidently dressed up by Granny Wang, wearing a brand new outfit of water-red fabric trimmed with blue, exuding a fresh and lovely aura. She dared not look up and knelt before them. "Greeting, I have seen the young lady." "Rise," Bai Xianyuan smiled. "This attire is lovely, and you are charming as well. What is your name, and where are you from?" The young woman replied, "I am from Fuping Village, located 100 miles north of Yuzhou City. My surname is Wang, and my name is Mi Tao. My father is gravely ill and lacking funds for treatment. I willingly sold myself into servitude to raise money for his care." Bai Xianyuan commended, "Your filial piety is admirable. Has Granny Wang explained everything to you?" Mi Tao nodded earnestly. "Yes, she has explained everything. I am willing." Bai Xianyuan nodded and turned to Yuran, saying, "Come with me outside." Yuran followed her out. In the alley, Bai Xianyuan asked, "What do you think of the girl Mi Tao?" Yuran studied her for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Is she prepared for me?" Bai Xianyuan replied. "Did you guess?" "Not difficult." Yuran lowered his gaze. "Qin Lang is the adopted son of my master and has always been treated as a son. Even if he cannot reach higher status, he could still marry the daughters of several generals in the army. You would not arrange such a thing for him." Bai Xianyuan stated, "Yuran, let me speak plainly. The lifespan of the moon tree is immeasurable, and one cannot predict when it will bear fruit. I fear, and moreover, that poisonous fire may soon erupt. You would be wise to leave a legacy. Should you be unable to personally care for your wife and children, I will ensure their safety and peace." Chapter 89. What more are you hiding? Yuran lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes concealing profound sorrow, pain, and anger. Bai Xianyuan, momentarily taken aback, blinked in confusion as she stared back at him. Why did he look at her this way? "Bai Xianyuan, have I not told you that my affairs are none of your concern?" Yuran questioned, each word laced with an ominous tone. Bai Xianyuan retorted, "But that poison is mine to bear. How can I not care?" Yuran sneered, his tone harsh and defiant. "What half-baked medical knowledge have you learned from your mother? Do you not know that after consuming the sacrificial fire, one becomes immune to all ailments and poisons?" Bai Xianyuan was taken aback. "What? If you do not comprehend, then consult your books. As for whether I have a legacy to leave, that is not for you to worry about." Yuran coldly stated, "If you dare attempt to meddle further, be cautious, for I may drag you down with me." With that, he turned to leave. Yuran, Bai Xianyuan, provoked beyond reason, seized him and demanded, "How can you be so ungrateful? My thoughts are solely for your well-being. Your lack of gratitude is one thing, but your audacity to defy me is quite another." Yuran turned to her. "I am indeed ungrateful." Bai Xianyuan retorted, "Among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Even if you do not care for yourself, consider your parents." Yuran swatted her hand away. "What concern are my parents to you?" You actually struck her." Bai Xianyuan was infuriated to the point of tears. "If it weren't for my parents treating you like a son, I wouldn't bother with you. And how dare you call me by my name? You hit me? How dare you?" Seeing her tear-streaked face, Yuran clenched his fists. And suddenly, his expression changed, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. Bai Xianyuan stood there, dumbfounded. Yuran turned and walked away. "Yuran, keep your distance from me. I might live a little longer." With this remark, he strode away. Bai Xianyuan gazed at his retreating figure, torn between anger and fear for his life. A tight knot of distress lodged in her chest. "Miss," Granny Wang approached Bai Xianyuan, urging her, "Do not let your temper get the better of you. The Lord and Lady have shown him great kindness. His ingratitude stems from ignorance. You need not harm yourself over him." Bai Xianyuan shook her head, remaining silent. "Shall I attempt to persuade Yuran?" Granny Wang inquired, noting that he had not previously seemed so ungrateful. "Forget it," Bai Xianyuan replied. "Give that girl some money and send her home." Bai Xianyuan returned to peruse the secrets of a shamanic healer, but found no specific references to the sacrificial herb, only a mention in the chapter on the Gu King. She continued to search through other texts until she came across a yellowed, ancient tome containing an illustration of the moon tree. Fortunately, Granny Wang was familiar with the Miao script, and Bai Xianyuan requested her to elucidate the text, which deepened her understanding of the sacrificial herb. It described the herb as a plant growing in the palm of a colossal stone statue deep within the mountains, a cluster of hundreds, sprouting annually, entirely red with white flowers. Locals claimed it was a divine gift, as it had never been seen elsewhere. The text did not mention that the sacrificial herb was immune to all ailments or toxins, but it did state that consuming it enhanced one's vigor and slightly increased body temperature, akin to a flame that consumes one's life force, making common maladies like plagues and colds difficult to contract, and even mild toxins would be swiftly neutralized by the body. Thus, it was evident that the Gu King had not perished due to the herb itself, but rather, Yu Ran's unique constitution had ignited the herb's power, leading to the demise of the Gu King and its progeny. Unfortunately, once ignited, extinguishing that flame is no simple task. Only the moon fruit, formed from moonlight, could achieve this. The herb's name was fitting: sacrificial herb, burning life to honor the divine. In such a state, Yu Ran was prone to imbalances in his energy, manifesting as nosebleeds, vomiting blood, and extreme fluctuations in temperature. If not regulated, prolonged accumulation could lead to a tumultuous surge of energy, resulting in death from blood loss. It appeared that the toxic fire had been neutralized by his peculiar constitution, which offered Bai Xianyuan some solace. Yet, he had vomited blood again. The prescriptions her mother had previously written were all saved, and there was a prescription number noted at the Gu King's location. Bai Xianyuan retrieved the prescription and called for Qin Lang. "Has my mother ever prescribed medicine for Yu Ran?" she inquired. "Yes," Qin Lang replied. "Is this the prescription?" She handed it to him. Qin Lang responded, "I wouldn't know." He gathered and brewed the medicine himself. Fearing Bai Xianyuan would accuse him of laziness, he added, "Our leader knows the quality of herbs. I do not." "He knows herbs?" Bai Xianyuan questioned, incredulous. "You jest. He mistook wood peach for camphor. How could he recognize anything?" "He truly knows," Qin Lang insisted. "A long illness makes one a good doctor. I often saw him studying medical texts, even consulting the lady about them. He must have read many medical books, and ultimately concluded that there were no other remedies for his condition, which is why he stopped." Bai Xianyuan pondered surely. He wouldn't confuse wood peach for camphor. What was he doing with the dried wood peach in the box? Qin Lang explained. He claimed it was for pest control. It was likely just an excuse. That wood peach is something very important to him, hence it is locked away. Important to him? Wood peach. Bai Xianyuan echoed. Qin Lang strained to recall. Which year was it? 2 or 3 years ago, perhaps. After we returned from Fuyun Mountain, he placed that wood peach on the stove to dry. When I picked it up, he even swatted my hand away. Fuyun Mountain? A flicker of realization ignited within Bai Xianyuan, yet it remained elusive. "Master, if you intend to prescribe medicine for him, but are uncertain of the prescription, it is unnecessary." Qin Lang remarked. "He has the prescription." Bai Xianyuan responded. "Very well. He has vomited blood again today. Please ensure he takes his medicine." Qin Lang nodded gravely and departed. However, after a while, Qin Lang returned to inform Bai Xianyuan that Yu Ran had locked himself in his room. He had knocked for a long time, relaying Bai Xianyuan's message about the medicine, only to receive a curt dismissal in return. Bai Xianyuan gritted her teeth in anger, yet was concerned for his worsening condition. It had only been a few days since she had administered the Tai Chi 13 needles, and his vomiting blood was not a good omen. Nevertheless, considering he had saved her life, she decided to have the medicine prepared. She sealed it in a container, placed it in a teapot along with a teacup, and pretended to visit Shiha Garden, opening the secret passage directly to Yu Ran's chamber. He lay on the bed, either awake or startled by the sound of the secret door. As Bai Xianyuan stepped through, she found him staring at her with guarded eyes. He wore only a white undergarment, his lips devoid of color, and a few strands of long hair fell in disarray before him. Although he exuded a strong sense of indifference, there was an inexplicable hint of vulnerability, like a solitary beast tending to its wounds. "You do not wish for my demise. Why have you come?" Yu Ran coldly asked. "I told you to keep your distance. It would allow me to live a few more days." Bai Xianyuan disregarded his harsh tone and grasped his hand. He flinched slightly, but did not pull away. Bai Xianyuan took his pulse. "You be quiet." Yu Ran snapped. Bai Xianyuan retorted. "Have you forgotten your station? You are mine. If I decree you to die, only then shall you perish. If I wish for you to live, you must do so. You are mine." Yuran glanced at her, a lump forming in his throat as he struggled to swallow. Bai Xianyuan focused intently on taking his pulse. Yuran's gaze fell upon her delicate fingers, slender and pale, starkly contrasting with his robust hands. Bai Xianyuan sensed his heartbeat quickening, usually indicative of emotional turmoil. If you know your condition, do not anger easily. I am merely taking your pulse, nothing more. She released him. Yuran clenched his fist. Bai Xianyuan poured the medicine and presented it to him. Drink this. Yuran remained stoic, unyielding. Get up and drink your medicine. Leave it be, he replied. Bai Xianyuan's patience waned. She firmly cupped the back of his neck and poured the medicine into his mouth. He complied and drank. Her irritation significantly diminished. She set down the medicine bowl and explained the Tai Chi 13 needles must be executed with precision. A single misstep renders it ineffective, while an excess may cause harm. This requires prolonged practice. Do you know how I mastered the Tai Chi 13 needles? Yuran remained silent, merely watching her. My mother had me practice on her for 3 whole years. Initially, I lacked precision, causing her pain, and I injured her several times. Bai Xianyuan reflected, she taught me this specifically for you. It is likely that he fears the possibility of personal inconvenience, and I can offer you a prolonged existence. Yuran's gaze gradually shifted. My mother has devoted considerable effort for your sake. The books concerning the Gu King and the sacrificial rites have nearly been worn to tatters by her incessant reading, and the formula for the potion you are consuming was painstakingly crafted by her. Furthermore, the moon tree was undoubtedly retrieved from the depths of the mountainous regions for you. Bai Xianyuan asserted that, even for my mother's sake, you should cherish your own life. Yuran, when have I not cherished it? Bai Xianyuan, you still dare to argue. Why have you not taken your medicine? Yuran, I merely wish to rest for a while. Bai Xianyuan took a deep breath. Very well. Indeed, I have not encountered more detailed records regarding the sacrificial rites until now. I recently found a Miao text that contains such information. Perhaps the venom of the infernal fire has indeed been neutralized by your unique constitution. Yuran remained silent, acknowledging my lack of medical expertise. I concealed the arrangement with the peach girl from you for fear of causing you harm. Now that the poison has been resolved, I am relieved. Henceforth, I shall refrain from mentioning marriage or heirs, and I will respect your own wishes. After a pause, Bai Xianyuan added, please do not be angry. Is this her way of apologizing? The proud Bai Xianyuan, akin to a little peacock, when has she ever bowed to anyone, let alone to someone of lower status? Yuran gazed at her for a prolonged moment, his voice hoarse. Do you not wish for my demise? Bai Xianyuan, naturally not. Yuran, why? Chapter 92, a wishful thought by Xianyuan. Is it necessary to inquire why? We have spent many years together, and you have saved my life. Thus, I genuinely wish for your well-being. Yuran lowered his gaze, concealing the disappointment in his eyes. He had received the answer countless times, yet continued to seek her attention, yearning to hear a slightly different response before his end. Not for her parents, not for gratitude, but for that minuscule glimmer of care for him, sufficient to bring solace to his sorrowful existence. Alas, such hopes are ultimately wishful thinking. Qin Lang inquired if you knew the formula. Bai Xianyuan questioned further. Yuran's voice was eerily calm. Yes. You should gather a few more herbs for yourself, Bai Xianyuan suggested. As I may have drawn the attention of others by brewing the medicine today, it would be unwise to return. Yuran, understood. Bai Xianyuan, then take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave. Yuran nodded. In the evening, grandmother sent someone to summon her. Wumi was there. Bai Xianyuan greeted her coolly and approached her grandmother, sitting beside her. Grandmother, what do you need me for? Lady Lu inquired. I heard from your aunt that you have been frequently absent from class. What have you been busy with? Wumi quickly interjected. I heard it from Confucius too. Bai Xianyuan had already prepared her excuse for her absence. Granny Wang has procured a residence for retirement, and I went to inspect it. That residence was purchased in Granny Wang's name. Lady Lu asked. She is not very old and still quite vigorous. Why is she contemplating retirement? Bai Xianyuan. She has turned 50, and with a family here, I cannot expect her at her age to journey far with me after I marry. Thus, it is prudent to consider her retirement in advance. Lady Lu nodded in satisfaction. Your Granny Wang came from Jiangzhou with your mother, raising you single-handedly. You must care for her well in her old age. Wumi smiled. Our Yuan is truly a good child, both filial and considerate of those beneath her. Lady Lu remarked. Indeed, she has grown much more sensible these days. She brings me medicine every day, and my health has improved greatly. Lately, I have been bedridden, and my bones have grown rusty. It is just the right time to take a stroll during the cleansing dust festival. As she spoke, she turned to Bai Xianyuan. I called you here to discuss how we will celebrate the cleansing dust festival and what preparations we need to make. Grandmother is well aware of the customs surrounding the festival, but she asked Bai Xianyuan to elaborate, clearly hoping to bridge the gap between her and Wu Mi. Fostering a bond, Bai Xianyuan cheerfully replied, "Certainly. Our family has a hot spring villa at Xian Mountain, and we go there every year for the cleansing dust festival on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month. On the 8th day, the Guanyin Temple at Xian Mountain holds a grand fair, so we typically depart on the afternoon of the 7th and return on the afternoon of the 9th. Bai Xianyuan detailed the arrangements to Wu Mi, who nodded. That sounds quite interesting. Should we send someone ahead to tidy up? What else do we need to prepare? There are usually caretakers there, so we need not send too many people. In previous years, my mother would send 2 attendants on the 5th day to oversee the cleaning and prepare the food for our arrival, Bai Xianyuan explained. Chapter 93. The Loss of the Guardian San Wu Mi. Understood. Thank you, Yuan. You are truly capable and considerate. Bai Xianyuan smiled. It is my aunt who is truly capable. Everyone in the household praises her. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes concealing a hidden sharpness. Lady Lu observed their amicable interaction, her heart filled with joy. The Cleansing Dust Festival on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month is a traditional holiday in Yuzhou. Common families celebrate by burning mugwort leaves and taking a bath, signifying the washing away of the dust of the past year and welcoming the new year. The Bai family, however, imbues the occasion with far more ritualistic significance. The family travels to Xianyuan Mountain, where they enjoy the temple fair on the 8th day and on the 9th day. The women wear simple silk garments that reach from their chest to their thighs as they enter the hot spring pools, where elder female relatives sprinkle mugwort water over them, offering blessings before joyfully soaking in the springs. Bai Xianyuan has loved this festival since childhood, but this year her fondness has waned. The reason being, the guardian sand on her arm has vanished. The guardian sand is a peculiar substance, said to be made from a gecko's blood mixed with other ingredients, and is not something ordinary families can cultivate. It is sold in specialized shops equipped with the necessary tools. In Yuzhou, there is a ceremony for girls at the age of 6 known as the sand-pointing ceremony, which is as ceremonious as the coming-of-age ceremony. The most fortunate elder woman in the family performs the ritual for the child, and from that moment, the brilliant red mark remains steadfast against washing or rubbing, only to fade to a darker hue after being with a man. Moreover, once a girl loses her virginity, the sand cannot be reapplied. It will no longer take color. In her past life, to prepare for the cleansing dust festival, she had strained her brain to devise a method, using a special vermilion for the sand. Combined with the transparent sap from the leaves of the moon tree, she applied it to the original spot, and it retained its color, indistinguishable from the original, impervious to washing or rubbing. However, after numerous attempts alone, she found herself at a loss. The original location of her guardian sand was on the upper right arm, which was difficult for her to manage alone. In her previous life, she had enlisted Wu Dan's help. When Wu Dan saw that her guardian's sand had vanished, she was utterly frightened, and for a long time afterward, she worried more than Bai Xianyuan herself, suffering from insomnia and nightmares about Bai Xianyuan being abandoned by the Mu family. This time, she did not wish to seek Wu Dan's assistance, lest it cause her undue worry. Yet, it seemed that anyone else would react similarly to Wu Dan, except for Yuran. But surely, she could not ask Yuran for help. Bai Xianyuan was troubled. In the following days, she attended the girls' school, and as the 6th day of the 12th lunar month approached, the time to apply the sand was running out. Thus, she resolved to seek Yuran's assistance. After all, a little inconvenience would not matter. Yuan, have an orange. Bai Xia approached, offering her a large, round orange. Since the start of school, Bai Wanru and Bai Xia had tried several times to employ their previous tactics, but found them ineffective. Hence, they changed their strategy, realizing that Bai Xianyuan would no longer lash out at them, and feigning closeness, especially Bai Xia, who approached her every day as if nothing had happened, even bringing her some of her favorite snacks and fruits. On this day, she once again employed her usual tactic, bringing a basket of bright yellow oranges to share with her sisters, and handed the largest one to Bai Xianyuan. Bai Xianyuan, however, hesitated to accept her offering, claiming, "I have a toothache and cannot eat." Chapter 94. Staying to celebrate the new year. During this period, She frequently used this excuse to decline the food offered by them. You've been suffering from a toothache for a while. Have you seen a doctor? Bai Xie inquired with concern. Bai Xianyuan replied, I am my own doctor. Ian. Bai Wanru approached, offering her a medicinal patch, saying, I specifically went to the pharmacy to get medicine for toothaches. The pharmacist said that as long as you apply it to your jaw, it will be effective in a day. Let me help you apply it. She reached out to place the patch on her. Bai Xianyuan blocked her hand, saying, Thank you for your concern, sister. However, the causes of toothaches are varied. It could be due to wind, internal heat, or other ailments. Even the common internal heat has different types: heart fire, stomach fire, lung fire, liver fire, and kidney fire. And there are both deficient and excess types. When you want to get the medicine, what did you tell the doctor? Bai Wanru replied. The doctor did not ask so many questions. He simply said that his medicine could generally treat toothaches. Bai Chenxi, stifling a laugh, chimed in. Then you might have encountered a fraud. Wandering street swindlers usually claim their medicine cures all ailments. Such absurdity, yet there are many foolish enough to be deceived. Bai Wanru, holding the medicinal patch, felt somewhat embarrassed. Sister Chenxi speaks truthfully. Bai Xie interjected, trying to diffuse the tension. Bai Chenxi added, I never said she had ill intentions. It's just that if Sister Wanru truly cared, she should have delivered it at night. Wearing a patch on one's face during the day is rather unbecoming. Isn't it? Bai Xie's expression darkened, ready to retort, but Bai Wanru stopped her, taking back the patch with a hint of sadness, saying, It was my oversight, Ian. Please do not be angry. Bai Xianyuan was thoroughly annoyed with them and stated, I am not angry. Let us focus on our studies. At least they had ceased to bother her. After school, Bai Xianyuan's steps felt heavy, burdened with thoughts. Should she seek Yurin? If she were to approach him, would he perceive her as frivolous? Perhaps it was best to let it go. She had already engaged in the most trivial of actions. What more could she do? As she walked, she encouraged herself, but upon exiting the Zhaoyu courtyard, she spotted Mu Qingfeng standing outside. Since their visit to the Peach Blossom Shrine to honor her father, Bai Xianyuan had not seen him. He nodded to her in greeting and gestured for her to come over. Just as she was about to approach, Bai Xie and Bai Wanru took her arms, smiling. Ian, why didn't you wait for us? Bai Xianyuan glanced at them and replied, Brother Qingfeng is over there. I will just go for a moment. Oh, he is here, Bai Xie said, linking arms with Bai Xianyuan to go over together, sweetly greeting Mu Qingfeng, Brother Qingfeng. What brings you here? Mu Qingfeng replied, I came to find Ian. The jealousy in Bai Xie's eyes was palpable as she asked, Is your academy about to have a break? When will you return to the capital? My family wrote to me asking me to stay this year. Mu Qingfeng turned his gaze to Bai Xianyuan. I feel the same. I will stay to celebrate the new year with you. That's wonderful, Bai Xie exclaimed with excitement. This year we can keep vigil together. Bai Wanru also smiled at Mu Qingfeng, gazing at him with admiration, gently saying, I heard that in the end-of-year assessments at the Yuzhou Academy, young Master Mu achieved first place again. Chapter 95. Just wait. Mu Qingfeng's tone softened unconsciously as he smiled. I would not dare claim the title of first. In literature, there is no absolute first. Everyone has their own perspectives, and I have gained a lot from this. Bai Wanru's smile deepened as she playfully presented him with a pouch, saying, Please accept this, young Master Mu. What is this? Mu Qingfeng asked as he received it. Bai Wanru, with a mischievous tone, explained, Ian has been suffering from a toothache for some time and rarely dares to eat. This medicine is very effective, but Ian finds it unsightly and refuses to apply it. I thought you might persuade her to do so. This ointment, Bai Wanru knew, Bai Xianyuan would never use. It was merely an excuse to approach Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng turned to Bai Xianyuan. A toothache? Bai Xianyuan did not respond directly, instead asking, What is it you wish to discuss? Mu Qingfeng pointed towards Yanting Lake. Shall we take a walk over there? Bai Xianyuan did not refuse and accompanied him. Bai Xie glared at their retreating figures, seething with jealousy. Bai Wanru whispered, Do not be too obvious, he will notice. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Bai Xie linked arms with Bai Wanru as they walked together. The Bai and Mu families, in a smaller sense, were connected by the bond of two surnames. In a broader context, they represented an alliance of two prominent families, intertwined with deep interests. This included the Jiangzhua Liu family, which was also a significant factor in the Mu family's regard for the Bai family. Therefore, despite her reluctance to engage further with Mu Qingfeng, she would not proactively propose to dissolve their engagement. To do so would entail severe consequences. In her previous life, Mu Qingfeng lost his position as the heir of the Mu family due to breaking his promise, resulting in his half-brother, who was more esteemed than he, taking his place. It was evident that should she propose a dissolution of their engagement, the repercussions would be even greater. At that time, the Mu family intended for her to be betrothed to that half-brother. However, she was in mourning at that time and had not proceeded with the rites. After her demise, she was uncertain whether this union would still be feasible. In any case, she would not be a fool, unwilling to bear the consequences of her fiancé's affair with her sister. Thus, until Mu Qingfeng proposed an annulment, she would feign ignorance and continue with her life, simply waiting. Upon reaching the lakeside, Mu Qingfeng smiled at Bai Xianyuan, saying, "Seeing you and your sisters reconciled brings me relief. Look how wonderful it is, being family. It is essential to live harmoniously and support one another." Bai Xianyuan gazed at the aquatic plants on the lake's surface, replying, "Indeed." Mu Qingfeng asked, "What caused your toothache? Have you been eating too many sweets?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "No, I caught a slight chill." "Have you taken any medicine?" he inquired. Bai Xianyuan replied, "It is not serious. There is no need for medicine." Mu Qingfeng handed her the pouch that Bai Wanru had given him. "Take this. It is a token of your sister's goodwill." Bai Xianyuan accepted it, tucking it into her bosom, and asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Mu Qingfeng observed her impassive demeanor and asked, "Ian, are you still upset with me?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Upset? Why would I be? I have been hoping for your visit, but you have not come," Mu Qingfeng remarked. "Then it must be that you are overthinking," Bai Xianyuan answered. Chapter 96. To avoid or not to avoid. Mu Qingfeng shook his head. "Ian, when you used to see me, you would always smile and be joyful. You would share everything with me. Now, you do not confide in me at all." Does she not confide in him? After being schemed against by Bai Wanru multiple times, she feared Mu Qingfeng would misunderstand her like everyone else, and thus she always explained the truth. Yet, he never believed her. He had scolded her more harshly than anyone else. While she understood his intentions were for her benefit, their relationship ultimately lacked trust. He was even less understanding than Bai Yinghui, who had at least regarded Bai Wanru with suspicion. Yet Mu Qingfeng accused Bai Xianyuan of being delusional. "Brother Qingfeng," Bai Xianyuan sighed lightly, saying, "My family is in turmoil, beset by internal and external troubles. How could I still possess the carefree innocence of the past?" Mu Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive. However, your mention of internal and external troubles seems exaggerated." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Does it truly seem exaggerated?" Mu Qingfeng continued, "The military still has General Xie and General He. The Bai family is also supported by your second and fourth uncles. And let us not forget the Mu family. Our alliance is not merely for show. Yuan, although your parents are no longer with us, you still have me. There is no need for concern." Such words were reminiscent of what Mu Qingfeng had expressed in his previous life, bringing him a sense of security and warmth. It was precisely because of that past warmth that when the cold blade severed their bond, the pain was all the more profound, as if it struck at the heart. Hearing such sentiments again in this life elicited no feelings from her. She even found herself wanting to retort. Yet, she restrained herself, choosing silence instead. At that moment, a flock of wild geese flew overhead, landing gracefully on the lake to rest and forage, appearing quite content. "The geese have returned," Bai Xianyuan remarked, her smile brightened by the sight of several young ones among them. Mu Qingfeng inquired, "Do they come every year?" "Indeed. That is why this lake is named Goose Rest Lake," Bai Xianyuan explained, adding that the nearby Goose Mountain also derived its name from the geese that roost there. Mu Qingfeng mused, "However, I believe the names of the mountain and lake clash with your mother's given name. They ought to be renamed." Bai Xianyuan's mother had a character for goose in her name. "Others have said the same in the past," she replied. "My mother asserted that even emperors and empresses can only request their subjects to avoid names, but they cannot expect mountains and rivers to do the same. How could she presume such arrogance?" Mu Qingfeng nodded. "I hold your mother in great esteem." Bai Xianyuan remained silent, her mood seemingly lifted by the sight of the geese. Mu Qingfeng asked again, "Do you have a fondness for wild geese?" Bai Xianyuan affirmed, "Wild geese mate for life and never abandon their elderly or weak companions. They are birds of loyalty and righteousness." "Indeed," Mu Qingfeng replied. "I too admire wild geese for their loyalty." As he spoke, he turned to gaze at her profile. "Yuan, in this life, I shall emulate the wild geese, taking no concubines, abandoning no one, and being your loyal husband. Would that be agreeable?" Bai Xianyuan looked at him in surprise. Their eyes met, and Mu Qingfeng's warm smile faded as he reached out to caress her face. Though they were betrothed, Mu Qingfeng, as a gentleman, had always maintained proper decorum, never having touched her before. Now, with her no longer pursuing him, he boldly uttered such heartfelt words and even ventured to touch her. Bai Xianyuan felt a whirlwind of emotions in that moment. Should she evade or remain still? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them, "Yuan." Mu Qingfeng was visibly startled, hastily retracting his hand and darkening his expression as he chastised. What a lack of decorum. Chapter 97. The Thief Master. Thief have just infiltrated Shiha Garden, Yuan reported, ignoring Mu Qingfeng and addressing Bai Xianyuan directly. What transpired? Bai Xianyuan exclaimed. I was cleaning the study over there and happened upon them. They are skilled. I was struck by their wrist, and they escaped, Yuan explained. Bai Xianyuan turned to Mu Qingfeng, saying, I must go. You should return home first. I will accompany you, Mu Qingfeng insisted. Bai Xianyuan shook her head. Father's study is off limits to outsiders. Without waiting for Mu Qingfeng's reply, she strode away with Yuan. Mu Qingfeng watched their retreating figures, his expression darkening. Was anything missing from Father's study? Bai Xianyuan inquired of Yuan. Nothing should be, Yuan replied. All important items are kept in the secret chamber. However, when I discovered her, she was at the wall beneath the stairs, tapping to listen. Bai Xianyuan's pupils constricted then. Yuan nodded. She must have found the hidden door. What manner of thief was she? Bai Xianyuan asked. A woman, Yuan replied, dressed entirely in black. Her head covered with a hood, leaving only her eyes visible. She fled into the inner courtyard and vanished. A woman? And one who could escape your grasp? She must be extraordinarily skilled. Yuan nodded in agreement. Bai Xianyuan could almost ascertain that it was Hong Shan from Bai Wanru's courtyard. They must capture her. She promptly took Yuan to report to old Madame Lu, seeking her approval to seal the estate and search for the thief. However, before old Madame Lu could respond, Wu Mi, with a skeptical expression, questioned Yuan, why were you in Shiha Garden? Before the master departed, he ordered me to clean the study at regular intervals, as it contains important documents that ordinary people cannot access, Yuan explained. Old Madame Lu interjected, I'm aware of this. Oh, I see, Wu Mi replied, nodding. Old Madame Lu commanded, Yuan, quickly inform Qin Jian to commence a search. Understood, Yuan acknowledged. Despite a thorough search, nothing was found. Since Yuan had injured the thief's wrist, Qin Jian gathered all the servants together to inspect their wrists one by one. Bai Xianyuan scanned the area, but did not see Hong Shan or Qing Li. Aunt, are there still people missing? Bai Xianyuan asked Wu Mi. Why have I not seen Qing Li around you? Wu Mi replied, Oh, I sent some people to Tsiyun Mountain yesterday to prepare for the cleansing festival. And Qing Li went along. Bai Xianyuan remarked. Yuan said the thief was familiar with the layout of the estate. I suspect it is someone from within. Furthermore, the new servants have not been vetted thoroughly by Uncle Qin. They must be scrutinized closely. Uncle Qin, please send someone to Tsiyun Mountain to investigate. Understood, Qin Jian replied. Wu Mi maintained her composure, saying nothing. The team sent to Tsiyun Mountain returned in less than 2 hours, bringing back those present there. They reported that the maid named Hong Shan was highly suspicious, as she bore a recent injury on her wrist that closely matched Yuan's description. However, her injury was not from a sword but rather a burn. Qin Jian interrogated her on the spot, yet Hong Shan had numerous witnesses who confirmed her accidental burn. Many testified to having seen her at different times throughout the afternoon, confirming she remained in Tsiyun Mountain the entire time. These witnesses included several elderly individuals from the hot spring area, who had no prior acquaintance with her, leading old Madame Lu to order her release. Chapter 98. The disturbance of the wedding gift by Xianyuan remained silent, but internally she was already convinced it was Hong Shan. The burn served to conceal the sword wound. As for the distance, Hong Shan owned a chestnut-colored steed, known for its swiftness. In her previous life, she had pursued the fleeing Bai Xianyuan on that very horse. A round trip to Tsiyun Mountain would take less than half an hour. By deliberately lingering before and after her return, she could easily fabricate an alibi. However, Bai Xianyuan had no knowledge of where the horse was stabled and lacked more evidence. Moreover, Uncle Qin's inquiries about her background had yet to yield results. So it was not the opportune moment to raise the matter. She had pressing business to attend to today, to replenish her marriage powder. To her surprise, Yuan proactively broached the subject, suggesting she return to the study in Shiha Garden, as he had several recommendations to enhance its security. Upon reaching the study, however, he asked, Will you be going to see in Mountain tomorrow? Bai Xianyuan replied, yes. Yuran suggested, feign illness and do not go. Why? Bai Xianyuan asked. Yuran hesitated before saying, your marriage powder is gone. He had witnessed her hands restrained above her head while he observed the powder fading. Bai Xianyuan's eyes lit up. I have a way to restore its color, but I cannot reach it myself. Will you assist me? Yuran frowned. Is that acceptable? Bai Xianyuan looked at him with pleading eyes. If I were to ask Annie Wang or Wudan, I fear it would frighten them. Yuran queried, are you suggesting to apply marriage powder to consummate your marriage with Mu Qingfeng? What? You? Bai Xianyuan betrothed, samwitic suspirative. No. Even if I apply it again, it will only remain vibrant for a short while. Eventually, it will fade again. What will you do when you consummate your marriage with him? Yuran asked. Bai Xianyuan gritted her teeth. Is that any of your concern? Yuran remained silent, waiting in the secret chamber. I'll go back to fetch the items and return to find you, she remarked, tossing aside her words before heading to Qianlong Garden to retrieve the meticulously prepared tools for the powder. Throughout her journey, her anger simmered. That Yuran. Now, he dares to utter anything. Upon returning to the secret chamber, she indeed found Yuran waiting for her. Bai Xianyuan explained the method of applying the powder. It must follow the old traces for a successful application. Care must be taken not to misalign it. A slight deviation would cause it to seep into the flesh, leaving an indelible mark. In such a case, I would truly be forced to feign illness, which would only serve to heighten her suspicions and lead to further complications. Yuran nodded slightly, indicating the sleeves of her garment. Bai Xianyuan returned to change into a wide-sleeved outfit, allowing her to simply roll up her sleeves without the need for disrobing. However, her stature was considerably shorter than Yuran's, and the location for the powder was on the inner side of her upper arm, making it difficult for Yuran, who bent his leg and tilted his head awkwardly. Why is the application at this position? Yuran inquired. Bai Xianyuan replied, I once asked my mother this question. She told me that when I asked why women apply the powder while men do not, and why women must remain loyal to men while men can have multiple wives, she said that the world is unjust to women, but there's nothing to be done about it. Is that why you cried and made a scene during the powder application ceremony? Yuran asked. Bai Xianyuan felt a rush of embarrassment. You remember that? I was quite stubborn then, struggling fiercely. My grandmother was so furious that she had me pinned to the table for the application. Yuran's lips twitched. Then you might as well lie down on the table. Standing would make it difficult. In the secret chamber belonging to her parents, there were numerous boxes, a large table capable of seating 20 to 30 people, and a circle of chairs, beneath which lay many heavy iron boxes. If she were to lie down, it would have to be on the table. However, lying down in front of man felt exceedingly shameful. Moreover, lying on the table felt oddly uncomfortable. Yuran urged her, hurry up. Bai Xianyuan gritted her teeth and lay on the table, rolling up her sleeves and raising her arm. Yuran took the powder pen, bent over to examine the old traces of her marking. However, for Bai Xianyuan, lying there brought forth a starkly different sensation. A potent masculine aura enveloped her, akin to strong liquor rapidly fermenting within her, causing her mind to uncontrollably recall forbidden memories. As he assisted her in detoxifying, she vaguely heard him softly calling her name. A Yuan. The voice was gentle and tender, sending a shiver through her heart. The distance between them was much like it had been then. She had been somewhat dazed at that time, unable to remember many details. Yet this highly reminiscent position suddenly triggered her memories. She hazily recalled hearing his call, as if she had reached out to embrace his neck, exclaiming, Brother Qingfeng, still one. She suddenly gasped, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Yuran, who had been preparing to apply the powder, was startled by her reaction. What is it? Bai Xianyuan stared at him, her expression shifting from shock to shame to embarrassment, resembling a palette of spilled colors. What's wrong? Yuran asked again. Nothing. Bai Xianyuan closed her eyes, biting her lower lip tightly, her expression peculiar. Don't move. Yuran's voice lowered, soothing her before he resumed applying the powder. A sharp sting emanated from the location of the mark, prompting her to gasp, opening her eyes to see him. Don't move. Yuran firmly pressed down on her arm, waiting for it to dry. Bai Xianyuan remained motionless, gazing at him. Sensing her gaze, Yuran cast a glance her way, causing Bai Xianyuan to immediately turn her head away in guilt. All done. Yuran released her. Bai Xianyuan examined her arm. Yuran's hand was steady, and the application was nearly identical to the original mark. She rose from the table, leaving with a parting remark. You handle the rest, before hastily escaping. Back in her room, she closed the door and covered her face. What had she done to Yuran? Forcing him to do such labor, while she called out Mu Qingfeng's name. An immense humiliation for him, no doubt. Oh, deities above, if she was granted a second chance at life, why not let her be reborn a little earlier? My lady. Outside, Kai Wei knocked on the door. Bai Xianyuan uncovered her face, composed herself, and opened the door with a calm demeanor. Kai Wei? My lady, I have something to report, Kai Wei said. Bai Xianyuan invited her in. Kai Wei and Wadan were both her trusted maids. Wadan was mature and adept in handling matters, often accompanying Bai Xianyuan outside. In contrast, Kai Wei was more introverted, not particularly skilled in social interactions, but she was exceptionally clever and meticulous. Bai Xianyuan entrusted her with managing household affairs, knowing she could rely on her while out. A few days ago, just as dawn broke, I saw Yuzhan rummaging through the trash bin, Kai Wei recounted. I approached to inquire, and she was startled, claiming she had lost an earring. I was suspicious, so I helped her search and indeed found it in the trash bin. Therefore, I believed her and did not report to you. Oh, but were there any doubts? Bai Xianyuan asked. Kai Wei replied. I suddenly recalled that when rummaging through the trash bin, there were remnants of medicinal herbs. Remnants of medicinal herbs? Bai Xianyuan echoed. Kai Wei continued. That day, you had brewed medicine and instructed me to store it in a small wooden cup with a tight lid, placing it in the teapot before heading to Shihi Garden. The remnants in the trash bin belong to that medicine, not the one you prepared for the old lady. Today, there was news of thieves at Shihi Garden, and I can't help but wonder if these two incidents are somehow connected. Bai Xianyuan contemplated for a moment. It's possible, Kai Wei added. Yuzhan is known for her laziness, avoiding work whenever possible. Yet during this period, she has been proactively taking on tasks for me to collect daily supplies from the front yard. After the news of the thieves surfaced today, she claimed there weren't enough cotton rags and went to the front yard again. I followed her and discovered Aunt Gui was also there. They were whispering to each other sneakily. Bai Xianyuan fell silent for a moment before saying, Yuzhan cannot be allowed to remain. Instruct Yuran to secretly take her for questioning. Once it's done, find a reason to send her away. Kai Wei nodded, and after exiting, she sent Yuzhan out to purchase items needed for the next day's outing. There were quite a few items to buy, and she even arranged a carriage for her. Once on the carriage, Yuzhan felt a heavy blow to the back of her neck and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in a desolate area, bound hand and foot. Yu ran and Qin Lang flanked her, and upon seeing her awaken, Qin Lang smiled at her. You're awake? In Yuzhu Garden. Aunt Ge whispered to Wumi. Yuzhan told me she no longer wishes to continue. Wumi's gaze lowered. Why? Aunt Gui replied. She is likely frightened by Hong Chan's burns today. She mentioned that the last time she collected medicinal remnants for us, Kai Wei discovered her, and she is now scared. Wumi remarked, what a timid girl. Aunt Gui countered, not so timid, but she cannot be caught off guard by my grasp. Wumi noted, it's unfortunate to lose such an insider. Aunt Gui queried, what should we do about her? Let us not pursue her for now, Wumi advised. We can discuss it later. But she mentioned that Kai Wei discovered her. What if? Aunt Gui began. Wumi interrupted. Even if she reveals everything, it matters not. I have already spoken to the old lady, instructing you to find someone close to her to uncover the reason for her animosity towards us. Aunt Gui smiled. The mistress is indeed wise. At that moment, Bai Wanro arrived, her expression icy as she ordered Aunt Gui to leave, then questioned Wumi. What did you send Hong Chan to Shihi Garden for? If it weren't for her cleverness, she could have been exposed. Wumi replied, naturally, there is a reason. What reason? Bai Wanro pressed. Wumi explained, previously, Yuzhan brought some medicinal remnants, claiming Bai Xianyuan had brewed this medicine and taken it to Shihi Garden. Shortly thereafter, Yuran went to the apothecary and consumed the medicine there. Bai Wanro inquired, consumed the medicine there? What does that mean? Wumi elaborated. Many apothecaries can prepare traditional Chinese medicine on behalf of clients. He did not bring the medicine back, but consumed it at the apothecary. Bai Wanro questioned, is there any connection in this? Wumi, the apothecary maintains strict confidentiality regarding the prescriptions of its patrons. We managed to leverage connections and spent a significant sum to acquire the remnants of the medicine. To our astonishment, we discovered that the potion consumed by Yuran at the apothecary was identical to that which Bai Xianyuan had taken to Shihi Yuan. Bai Wanro's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting that the concoction prepared by Bai Xianyuan was indeed for Yuran. Yet, she did not take it to Heiress Hospital, but rather to Heiress. What does this imply? Bai Wan-ro shook her head, utterly perplexed. Bai Xianyuan was afflicted with the venom of the industry fire, having clearly entered Heiress Hospital, yet she reappeared at Heiress. I previously suspected that there might be a secret passage connecting Heiress Hospital and Heiress. Wumi stated, hence I instructed Hong Shan to investigate, and indeed, she uncovered some intriguing information. She mentioned that beneath the stairs in the study, there should be a hidden door. Chapter 101. Both status and men can only belong to her by Wan-ro. What kind of medicine did Yuran consume? Wumi is a cooling blood and calming spirit potion. Is it the residual poison of the industry fire? Bai Wan-ro's eyes narrowed slightly. Thus, he is the one who assists Bai Xianyuan in detoxification. Wumi nodded. Bai Xianyuan is most likely no longer a maiden. I surmise that during our visit to Xian Mountain, she will don long sleeves to conceal her arms. At that juncture, you must devise a way to expose her, and she will no longer pose a hindrance to us. Bai Wan-ro's expression darkened, her thoughts unknown. Wumi, did you hear that? What are you pondering? Bai Wan-ro took a deep breath. Mother, she is such an obstruction. Let us eliminate her. Why go through all this trouble? The man she desires can only be hers. Mu Qingfeng and Yuran, both status and men, can only belong to her. Wumi inquired. Who will carry out the deed? Bai Wan-ro. We have so many people in Yuzhou. It would be effortless to send a skilled individual to infiltrate the temple fair. Wumi. And if we are caught? Even Hong Shan nearly fell into Yuran's hands. What use is Wei Li and his group? If apprehended, it would implicate the entire caravan. Wei Li is well aware of our background. Bai Wan-ro. Then do not involve the caravan members. Let Qingli find a local ruffian and offer them a substantial sum. Wumi frowned. What is the matter with you? Her previous conflicts with us are well known. If she dies, the Bai family will suspect us first. Should you recklessly jeopardize my plans, I will not spare you. The murderous intent in Bai Wan-ro's eyes dimmed significantly, replaced by a mocking smile. So, I must continue to feign friendship with her daily? Your task is to secure Mu Qingfeng. Wumi stated. Capturing Mu Qingfeng equates to capturing the Mu family. This is as crucial as securing the iron-armored army. You must succeed, not fail. Bai Wan-ro, though lacking enthusiasm, felt compelled to comply. Remarked, her recent series of actions not only earned her a reputation for filial piety and won the affection of grandmother, but even Mu Qingfeng has begun to regard her differently. Today, he awaited her outside the jade carving courtyard after school. Wumi, indeed. These should have been taught to her by Qin Jian. Qin Jian is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder he remains your father's right-hand man despite his disability for so many years, and he holds considerable influence within the iron-armored army. Bai Wan-ro. Did not my second uncle mention wanting to eliminate him? Why has there been no action? Wumi, a strategy must be devised, and it must be executed flawlessly. This requires time. Bai Wan-ro, when exactly? Wumi, your second uncle stated after the new year. Bai Wan-ro nodded. Very well. Then I shall endure a bit longer. Wumi, return and contemplate thoroughly on how to strip Bai Xianyuan of her garments. Achieving that would be more advantageous than killing her. Bai Wan-ro agreed. Yuran approached Bai Xianyuan, informing her that the jade hairpin had revealed its secrets. Previously responsible for the utensils of Qianlan Yuan, she discovered that some valuable tableware had never been utilized. In a moment of temptation, she pilfered a set to sell. Ultimately, Aunt Gui discovered her theft, yet did not report her, instead assisting her in redeeming the utensils to return them. Aunt Gui informed her that although these items were seldom used, they were all catalogued. Being in charge of this, if any were found missing, she would face severe consequences. Since then, Aunt Gui has frequently advised her, mentioning that the First Lady is concerned about the second young miss, who, however, is reluctant to befriend her. Aunt Gui seeks to impress the First Lady, fostering a closer relationship between mother and daughter. Hence she inquires about matters concerning Qianlan Yuan. Perhaps my writing is somewhat subtle. I wonder if the readers have grasped it. On the day of the opening ceremony, Yuran's archery display moved Bai Wan-ro. Bai Wan-ro developed feelings for Yuran. She did not harbor any affection for Mu Qingfeng. Her flirtation with him was solely a means to marry him and secure a higher social standing. End of this chapter, chapter 102. It makes her seem like she harbors malicious intent. Aunt Gui also gifted her numerous fine items. Yuran initially thought little of it. But after she provided Aunt Gui with the medicinal remnants and the incident of theft at Heiress, coupled with seeing the injury on Hongshan's hand, she grew apprehensive and sought out Aunt Gui, requesting that she refrain from inquiring about Xianyuan's affairs in the future. Bai Xianyuan asked, "Where is she?" "Sold." Yuran presented her with a silver note. Bai Xianyuan glanced at it. 200 taels? Such a sum? Yuran. Qinlang found several brokers. The lowest bid was 20 taels, while the highest reached 200. Naturally, we opted for the higher offer. Bai Xianyuan regarded him with a knowing glance. Her words caught in her throat. Yuran's beauty and figure warranted a higher price. But such exorbitant bids typically do not come from those seeking to purchase normal household servants. Being bought by someone like that, she likely faces an uncertain future. Perhaps she can continue to be lazy, earning money while reclining. Do you know why they offered such a high price for her? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Yuran, I do not know. Bai Xianyuan scrutinized him with suspicion. Truly unaware? Yuran's eyes were cold. If she does not consider you her master, you need not concern yourself so greatly for her. Bai Xianyuan. Very well. Yuran, I require something for our trip to Tsiun Mountain. I need you to fetch it for me. Yuran, what is it? Bai Xianyuan, you must go to the military camp and find Fan Wu Yi. He has someone adept at disguise. Request some false skin for disguises, matching the color of the skin where my secret mark is located. Yuran, you wish to conceal the secret mark? Bai Xianyuan, indeed. Yuran, exceptionally astute, immediately grasped her intention. For trickery? Bai Xianyuan smiled. You understand me well, Yuran. Yuran did not object, nodding. Very well, I shall make the trip. I may return late today, so I will not disturb you. I shall deliver it to you upon arrival at Tsiun Mountain. Bai Xianyuan nodded. As Yuran turned to leave, Bai Xianyuan called out, Yuran? Yuran turned back. Bai Xianyuan, She hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Yuran, Bai Xianyuan, do you believe the injury on Hongshan's wrist is highly suspicious? Yuran, indeed. Bai Xianyuan, however, considering the time, unless she possesses an exceptionally swift horse, it would be challenging for her to traverse between the Bai residence and Tsiun Mountain in such a brief span. Yuran, Bai Xianyuan, thus, during this trip to Tsiun Mountain, you must investigate leads regarding the horse. It is a chestnut horse with a tuft of white hair on each ear. Yuran, how do you know? Bai Xianyuan, someone previously saw her riding such a horse. That person was her own self. Yuran did not express doubt. Understood. Bai Xianyuan, by the way, have you taken your medicine? Yuran, yes. Bai Xianyuan, come here. Let me check your pulse again. Yuran concealed his hand behind his back. No need. What is this reaction? It makes her seem like she harbors malicious intent. Yuran, is there anything else? Bai Xianyuan. Nothing more. You may leave. After Yuran departed, she entered the room, covering her face in frustration and pounding the wall. There are historical records stating that before attaining enlightenment, the Buddha practiced severe asceticism for many years, reducing his body to mere bones. He eventually realized that such suffering was not the path to liberation and decided to abandon it. At this moment, he encountered a shepherdess who offered him rice porridge. After consuming it, his strength was restored, and he sat in contemplation under the Bodhi tree, achieving enlightenment on the 8th day of the 12th month. This day is celebrated as the Festival of Dharma Treasures. Chapter 103. May I ride on Yuran's back? The Guanyin Temple on Tsiun Mountain is an ancient temple with a history of 1,000 years, grand in scale. Every year on the 8th day of the 12th month, a grand temple fair is held, emulating the story of the shepherdess offering rice porridge before the Buddha's enlightenment. Offering fragrant grains and fruits, they prepare a blessed porridge known as laba zhou, which is distributed to faithful believers. In addition, the fair features an array of delicious foods, entertaining activities, and various folk performances, creating a lively atmosphere that surpasses even the New Year celebrations. In past years, Bai Xianyuan and her companions eagerly awaited the cleansing festival, with the temple fair being one of the highlights. According to tradition, the Bai family's third branch arrived at the hot spring villa on the afternoon of the 7th day of the 12th month. The following morning, Bai Xianyuan was waiting for her third aunt and her 2 children to accompany her to the temple fair. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, they encountered Bai Siye, Bai Wanru, Mu Qingfeng, and Bai Yinghui together. Ian, we've been waiting for you for so long. Why did you arrive so late? Bai Siye inquired with a smile. It's my fault, the third aunt replied. A Zhan and a Jiao were slow, and Ian was waiting for us. With everyone gathered, Bai Xia turned to Mu Qingfeng, saying, "Let's go. I'll show you our Yuzhou Temple fair. It's so lively." "See ya." The third aunt called out, "Help me take care of a Jiao." Reluctantly, Bai Xia went over to hold the hand of the 5-year-old Bai Jiao. The third aunt whispered to Bai Xia, "Do you understand? Young Master Mu should walk with Ian." "What are you doing?" Bai Xia replied, "Yesterday, my brother made an appointment with Qingfeng, and since I'm with my brother, I should take care of him." The third aunt frowned, but said nothing further due to the crowd. They arrived at the temple, which was already teeming with people. The 3 children, a Zhan, a Fei, and a Jiao, were immediately captivated by a monkey performer, then drawn to a fire eater and acrobat, spending a considerable amount of time watching the performances. The adults, aside from those accompanying children, stood by waiting. Bai Xia and Bai Wanru lingered close to Mu Qingfeng, seeking opportunities to converse. Bai Xianyuan initially joined them, but noticed you ran nearby, vigilantly observing their surroundings to protect her. Reminded of the endearing Qingfeng Gij, she felt an inexplicable awkwardness and distanced herself from Mu Qingfeng, seeking a place to sit alone. Eventually, after much coaxing, the third aunt managed to get the children to move forward. However, Bai Jiao soon began to whine, wanting her aunt to carry her. "Jiao, you're 5 years old. You can't ask your aunt to carry you anymore," a Fei stated. Bai Jiao, resembling a little dumpling, innocently questioned, "Why not?" "Because you've grown heavier. Your aunt will get tired carrying you," a Fei explained. Pouting, Bai Jiao gazed up at her aunt, insisting, "I'm not heavy. Mother, I'm not heavy. Carry me." Just then, Bai Inghui approached and effortlessly lifted her, declaring, "Big brother is strong. I'll carry you." Bai Jiao beamed, grinning at a Fei with a hint of pride. A Fei, feeling envious, looked at Bai Xianyuan, thinking that his sister's petite frame would not be able to carry him, and thus took Bai Xianyuan's hand, sighing, "I miss my father." Bai Xianyuan noticed his concern, her heart ached, and she gently patted his head. "Are you tired, young master?" Suddenly, Yuran spoke, "Shall I carry you?" A Fei's eyes lit up, turning to Bai Xianyuan, "Sister, may I ride on your aunt's back?" Bai Xianyuan felt for a Fei and replied, "Just for a little while." Chapter 104. The Phoenix. Thus, a Fei climbed onto Yuran's back, joyfully exclaiming, "A Jiao, look at me." The 2 children laughed together. A Fei's little feet dangled, content as she surveyed the bustling scene around her. Seeing a Fei's joy brought a smile to Bai Xianyuan's face, and she chuckled along. Yuran, noticing Bai Xianyuan's smile, subtly lifted the corners of his mouth. Mu Qingfeng, who had been conversing with Bai Wanru and Bai Xia, frowned upon witnessing this and approached, saying, "A Fei, come down and walk yourself." A Fei, enjoying the ride, firmly grasped Yuran's clothing, replying, "I don't want to walk. I want Yuran to carry me." "You must behave," Mu Qingfeng insisted. "We've only walked a few steps. Why do you need someone to carry you?" A Fei is a brave young man. A Fei looked conflicted at Bai Xianyuan's sister. Bai Xianyuan interjected to Mu Qingfeng, "They may not actually be tired. They're simply too short to see anything besides people's legs. Being carried by an adult allows them a better view." A Fei eagerly nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Indulging them like this is not acceptable," Mu Qingfeng remarked. Bai Xianyuan countered, "What is wrong with it? When I was young, my father would always let me sit on his shoulders whenever we attended the temple fair." "He is a boy," Mu Qingfeng replied. The third aunt chimed in, "Young Master Mu, Ian has a point. Let them enjoy a moment of ease. Once they see the sugar sculptures, they will surely run faster than anyone else." With that, Mu Qingfeng had no further objections. Upon reaching the area selling snacks, the 2 children indeed jumped down and ran faster than the adults. At the fair, there was a vendor making sugar sculptures, which were particularly delicious, and the children rushed over, clamoring for them. The third aunt bought some for them. Mu Qingfeng smiled and asked Bai Xianyuan, "Ian, do you want some? I can have my servant buy them." Bai Xianyuan nodded yes. Their sugar sculptures are exceptionally tasty. Mu Qingfeng instructed his attendant to purchase 5 sugar sculptures, which were then placed on straw poles, and called everyone to collect them. "Ian, which one do you like?" Mu Qingfeng asked with a smile. The Phoenix," Bai Xianyuan replied. "This Phoenix is beautifully crafted." Bai Wanru, having heard the question, spoke up simultaneously with Bai Xianyuan. Realizing this, she turned to Bai Xianyuan with a gracious smile, saying, "Sister, you can have the Phoenix." Her offer seemed as if she was graciously giving the Phoenix to herself. Bai Xianyuan took the Phoenix, handed it to Bai Wanru, and said, "If you like it, Then it's yours. I'll take this little rabbit instead. She picked up the rabbit and walked away. Bai Wanru, clutching the phoenix, became flustered and chased after her, saying, "Sister, I was just being polite. I didn't mean to compete for the phoenix. Let me give you this instead. This was specially bought for you by young Master Mu." As she spoke, she attempted to return the phoenix to Bai Xianyuan. Bai Xianyuan found Bai Wanru's touch bothersome and stepped back, inadvertently causing the phoenix to slip from Bai Wanru's grasp and shatter on the ground. Everyone turned to look at them. Bai Wanru, at a loss, exclaimed, "Sister, I'm sorry. Please don't be upset. I'll buy you another one." Bai Xianyuan got Bai Wanru with it. "Sister," Bai Wanru was nearly in tears. "I truly didn't mean it. Please don't be angry." "Sister," Bai Xianyuan smiled gently at her, speaking in a tone meant to comfort a child. "I'm not angry. It's just a sugar sculpture that broke. You're acting as if you're a startled rabbit. It's quite endearing. Here, take this rabbit." Chapter 105. She knows how to comfort her. She placed the rabbit into Bai Wanru's hands and then brought her hand to her mouth, saying, "These sugar sculptures are truly delicious. Sister, give it a try. I haven't touched it. You can eat it without worry." Bai Wanru, compelled, took a bite of the rabbit. "How is it? Isn't it delicious?" Bai Xianyuan asked. Bai Wanru, with her mouth full of sugar, nodded to Ian. "You should eat this." Mu Qingfeng handed her his own, which was a dragon. Bai Xianyuan graciously accepted it, smiling sweetly at Bai Wanru, causing her to nearly break the stick of sugar in her grip. The third aunt observed the scene with a slight raise of her eyebrow. Later, she seized the opportunity to speak with Bai Xianyuan, saying, "Yin, I find myself beginning to believe your words." Bai Xianyuan replied, "What words?" Sen Aunt continued, "You claim that you neither pushed her nor burned her." Bai Xianyuan smiled. "Sen Aunt, your insight is commendable." Sen Aunt chuckled. "You have grown wiser indeed, knowing how to handle her." The place teeming with people was the temple where the 8 treasure porridge was served. The air was thick with the unique fragrance of the porridge, tantalizing the senses. The 8 treasure porridge from the Guanyin temple was particularly delightful. Bai Xianyuan remarked to Mu Qingfeng, who had been following closely beside her. "Sometimes they make it at home, but it pales in comparison to the taste here. Let's queue up. Today, I can forego everything else, but I must have this. I even brought a bowl. Would Dan come? Let each have a share." Mu Qingfeng surveyed the long line and suggested, "This queue is rather extensive. Perhaps we should inform the temple to send some to the other courtyard." Bai Xianyuan countered, "Food delivered cannot compare to the taste of what one has queued for oneself." "Ayan," Bai Xia interjected, "is it not beneath your dignity to stand in line with a crowd for porridge? If you feel compelled to queue for it, you may do so alone. We cannot afford such a loss of face. Can we, Brother Qingfeng?" Mu Qingfeng, aligning with Bai Xianyuan, took his place at the end of the line, stating calmly, "I do not perceive myself as more noble than others. It's merely the numbers that concern me." Fearing that everyone might tire, Bai Xia fell silent. If Mu Qingfeng did not consider himself superior, what did that make her? His words rendered her vanity particularly conspicuous. At that moment, Bai Wanru approached and gently took Bai Xia's hand, saying, "Sister, I understand your concern for Ah Fei and Ah Jiao, fearing they might tire. But they seem quite robust. You needn't worry. Let us queue together. I find it quite enjoyable." Bai Xia nodded, casting a grateful glance at Bai Wanru, while directing a resentful look at Bai Xianyuan. It was all Bai Xianyuan's fault for initiating this queue for porridge, which made her appear less in Qingfeng's eyes. Though the line was long, the serving of porridge was efficient, and they soon received their portions. Gathering at a nearby long wooden bench, they sat in a row to enjoy the porridge. While there was not much, it was rich and fragrant, providing a comforting sensation with every spoonful. Bai Xianyuan finished hers quickly and exclaimed, "This is exquisitely delicious." Mu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is exceptional, unlike any other 8 treasure porridge. I wonder what ingredients they have used." "I know," Bai Xianyuan replied. "My mother once mentioned that they add some medicinal herbs to replenish vitality, which is why everyone feels invigorated after drinking it." Mu Qingfeng remarked, "One cannot discern the herbs. Perhaps they are a closely guarded secret." Bai Xianyuan added, "Furthermore, they have removed the dregs, ensuring the porridge remains untainted. Only someone as knowledgeable about herbs as my mother could detect the difference." In a chapter 106, Yuan, "Why do you not drink the porridge?" She instinctively glanced back at Yuan, wishing to claim his portion. He had always abstained from it, giving his share to her each year. In previous years, she assumed it was due to his distaste, but now she realized he simply could not consume such medicated fare. When he met her gaze, Bai Xianyuan felt as if she had been scalded, turning her head away without uttering a word. Yet Yuan understood, coming forward to offer her his bowl. She accepted it, continuing to drink her porridge. Yuan, why do you not drink the porridge? Bai Wanru inquired. Bai Xia, who accompanied Bai Xianyuan to the temple fair each year, chimed in, A yin must not be satisfied. Yuan always gives her his share. Yuan's eyes swept over the two, his expression inscrutable. Bai Wanru's eyes flickered with concern as she whispered something to the little maid, Binger. Binger then departed. After a moment, she returned, carrying more porridge to offer Bai Wanru. Bai Wanru took it and said to Yuan, What we receive here is not mere porridge, but a blessing bestowed by the Buddha. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. Even if you are a servant, you should partake in this blessing. In that moment, Bai Wanru, clad in simple attire, exuded an aura of grace and compassion, reminiscent of a bodhisattva. Mu Qingfeng's eyes softened. She was always so kind, considering others' feelings. However, Yuan did not accept the offering and replied coolly, I do not care for sweet foods. Bai Wanru was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with hurt. I see. This is a gesture of goodwill from your master. Even if you dislike sweets, you should accept it. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng interjected, otherwise, it would be seen as disrespectful. Yuan turned his gaze to Mu Qingfeng, prepared to respond, but Mu Qingfeng continued. Are you about to say that your master is the second young lady, not the eldest? While it is true that a loyal servant should not serve two masters, if you truly care for the second young lady, you ought not to refuse. Mu Qingfeng, typically gentle in demeanor, rarely put pressure on the servants. This was the first time everyone had witnessed such behavior. A sudden silence enveloped the group. Bai Xianyuan's expression turned icy as she prepared to speak, only to see Yuan take the bowl of porridge, bowing to Bai Wanru, saying, Then I shall thank the eldest young lady on behalf of our young lady. Bai Wanru smiled warmly. We are all family. There is no need for formality. Yuan then turned to Bai Xianyuan, offering her the bowl as well. She raised an eyebrow, accepting it with a smile. Sister, you truly are a kind-hearted person. Just as I was left wanting, you have brought me another portion. The smile on Bai Wanru's face faltered. Throughout this journey, I have only been attentive to Fei, neglecting others. Bai Xianyuan continued. I am grateful to you for taking care of Brother Qingfeng and even my guard. She sweetly smiled at Bai Wanru before suddenly beckoning to Binger. Binger, come here. Binger, flustered, looked between Bai Wanru and Bai Xianyuan. Come here. Bai Xianyuan urged. Do not be afraid. Hesitantly, Binger approached, lowering her head and quietly asking, Does the second young lady have any commands? Bai Xianyuan reached out to feel her forehead, saying, I have noticed you have not been well. You are running a fever. I thought perhaps my sister was aware, so I did not mention it. However, I now feel that since my sister is not treating me with distance, I too should not hold back. Come, let me check your pulse and see what is amiss. Binger, too timid to refuse, reluctantly extended her hand. Into chapter 107, 1 or 2 Tales of Silver. Do not be afraid. Bai Xianyuan reassured her. When have you ever heard of me scolding or hitting a servant? I merely worry that you might fall ill, and I fear that my sister, being as kind-hearted as she is, would feel guilty and unable to enjoy the festival. Yet, Binger remained apprehensive, casting furtive glances at Bai Wanru. Bai Xianyuan took Binger's pulse, frowning as she remarked, This has not been a recent ailment. How did you become so weak? The servant. The servant has been frail since birth? Binger replied. You are running a fever and should not be wandering about. Bai Xianyuan turned to Bai Wanru. Sister, she has caught a chill. We must have her see a doctor immediately. There is a village physician nearby who can treat such ailments without issue. At this, San Ant and Bai Inghui exchanged glances, questioning Bai Wanru's lack of concern for her maid's evident high fever, while she seemingly paid more attention to Bai Xianyuan's guards, unashamedly walking closely with Mu Qingfeng. Was she only taken with handsome men? Bai Wanru's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet she maintained her gentle demeanor, frowning as she asked Binger, Why did you not speak up when you felt unwell? Binger quickly knelt, insisting, The servant is fine. Bai Wanru replied, I know you wish to appear strong, but when ill, you must seek treatment. Chen Xiang, accompany her to find the village doctor mentioned by my sister. That may be difficult to locate. Bai Xianyuan interjected. Qin Lang knows where it is. So, Qin Lang, please take them. Xiao Shi, Guo Songyun. You should accompany me to collect the medicinal herbs I requested from the nearby village doctors. The three of them responded affirmatively. Yes. Don't slack off. Bai Xianyuan emphasized. Visit as many places as possible. Gather as much as you can. If you fail to find a horse, do not return. The three of them, feeling a bit apprehensive, replied, understood. Xianyuan, what herbs are you collecting? Bai Wanru inquired. Bai Xia, well versed in Bai Xianyuan's affairs, interjected, there are several unique herbs on Xiyun Mountain. Granny used to come here to collect them every year. Xianyuan, why are you collecting herbs if you're not practicing medicine? Bai Xianyuan replied, I'm preparing. My skills are not yet refined enough to practice medicine, but I will eventually. Bai Xia subtly curled her lip. Is mastering medicine such a remarkable feat? Bai Xianyuan took another sip of her third bowl of porridge, smiling at Bai Wanru. It's delicious. Thank you, sister. By the way, how did you manage to get this bowl so quickly amidst that long line? Bai Wanru paused for a moment before responding. Binger went to get it. I'm not sure how. At that moment, 8-year-old Bai Zhan exclaimed, I know. I saw her buying it with money. She spent a whole tael of silver. A tael of silver could purchase approximately 100 bowls of porridge. Bai Xianyuan appeared both astonished and touched. You bought it with money? Sister, you are truly considerate. Bai Wanru inwardly cursed Bai Xianyuan 100 times and stood up, saying, Xianyuan, have you finished eating? We're waiting for you. Let us continue exploring. Bai Xianyuan handed her bowl to Yu. I'm done. Let's go. The group moved forward, and Bai Yinghui whispered to Mu Qingfeng. Don't you think Wanru is a bit strange? Mu Qingfeng replied, in what way? Bai Yinghui continued, spending a tael of silver to buy porridge for Yu Ran. Doesn't that seem odd to you? Mu Qingfeng stated. The porridge is rare. She likely wants everyone to share in the blessing. What's strange about that? Chapter 108. The stalemate, could it be that she also has feelings for Yu Ran? Bai Yinghui grinned. What are you thinking? Mu Qingfeng shook his head. How could she possibly like a servant? Bai Yinghui replied, but she used to be a servant herself. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingfeng's tone turned somewhat displeased. You may say that in my presence, but if she hears you belittling her, it would surely hurt her feelings. Bai Yinghui reassured, I was merely sharing my thoughts. Mu Qingfeng did not respond and glanced at Bai Wanru, who appeared contemplative, her brow slightly furrowed, likely still worried about Binger. He slowed his pace and approached her. Sister Wanru, don't worry about that girl. After taking a couple of doses of medicine, she should be fine. Bai Wanru looked at him, smiled gently, and nodded. Young Master Mu, my mother told me there's a place in the Guanyin Temple where a stalemate has been set. If solved, one can obtain a treasure. Have you heard of it? Mu Qingfeng replied, Yes, I have heard of it in the academy. It only opens during the annual treasure festival, and many chess-loving classmates and teachers have attempted to solve it. Bai Wanru proposed, Why don't we go take a look? Mu Qingfeng chuckled, What? Are you interested in that treasure? Bai Wanru confessed, To be honest, my mother told me that my grandfather was friends with the late abbot here, who once informed him that it is actually a scripture, said to have been personally enshrined by an enlightened monk, capable of ensuring a person averts calamity and secures good fortune. If burned for deceased relatives, it can bless them with a favorable reincarnation, averting calamity and securing good fortune. Bai Xianyuan's heart stirred. What scripture could it be? I don't know what scripture it is, Bai Wanru continued, but I want to try and obtain it to burn for my father. Then let us go. Mu Qingfeng said, I would like to witness it as well. The place for the chess match is within the abbot's courtyard, and it would be inappropriate to bring the children along to create a ruckus. So Aunt Sin took the little ones to play elsewhere, while only a few older ones went together. In the center of the abbot's courtyard stood a sturdy iron table welded to the ground, its surface etched with the grid lines of Go. One person was seated at the table playing chess, while 3 or 4 others had brought their own Go pieces, setting up the stalemate and contemplating their moves. A small monk watched nearby, likely to prevent anyone from stealing their specially crafted steel pieces. Bai Xianyuan had actually visited several times before, each time leaving her head spinning and her eyes weary, unable to solve it. The chess problem had existed for over a century, with countless skilled players drawn to it, yet no one had succeeded in cracking it. Bai Xianyuan didn't he expect to suddenly solve it this year. But Bai Wanru's mention of averting calamity and securing good fortune struck a chord within her. If she could obtain that scripture for Yu Ran, might he also avert calamity and secure good fortune? Perhaps the moon tree would bear fruit. Thus, she once again approached the chessboard. The situation was not overly complex. Every move was fraught with traps. Though it appeared to be a deadlock, there seemed to be a path to survival. However, upon reaching the end, one found only dead ends. Bai Xianyuan felt her head ache anew, closing her eyes and shaking her head. Mu Qingfeng, however, continued to gaze intently at the chessboard, appearing deeply focused. Bai Yinghui and Bai Xia barely glanced at the chessboard, as they, like Bai Xianyuan, had already tried their hand at it before. Eventually, the person at the chessboard departed, and Mu Qingfeng spent a long time contemplating the board but ultimately gave up. Chapter 109. Let me take a look. As everyone prepared to leave and had just reached the courtyard gate, they heard the small monk exclaiming loudly, "I've solved it. I've solved it. Master, the chess problem has been solved." They turned around to see Yuran standing by the table. To their astonishment, the table had split in the middle and moved apart, revealing something within. Indeed, it was a book, tattered and worn, with the title The 42 Chapters of the Buddha inscribed on the cover. Mukvingfengis pupils gilatet. Bai Xianyuan, incredulous, asked, "Yuran, you solved the chess problem?" Yuran nodded. Bai Xianyuan pressed on. "How did you solve it? And so quickly? We hadn't even reached the gate." Yuran explained, "I figured out 90% of it years ago. This year, I resolved the final 10%. In other words, he had already solved the chess problem before arriving. He had stood silently by, waiting until the end. Indeed, he possessed remarkable composure. I knew you were skilled at chess, but I never expected you to solve this century-old stalemate." Bai Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone unconsciously laced with admiration. This indicated what? It indicated that you are a once-in-a-century genius. Aunt Sin nodded in agreement. Her gaze towards Yuran now imbued with newfound respect. Wadan and the others shared in Bai Xianyuan's joy, feeling a sense of pride as if it were their own achievement. Observing Bai Xianyuan's jubilant demeanor, Yuran's lips curved slightly. At that moment, an old monk ambled out from within, and upon seeing the parted chessboard, he asked Bai Xianyuan and her group, "Who solved it?" The small monk pointed at Yuran. It was him. The old monk took the book and handed it to Yuran, benefactor. "This is the scripture hand-copied and enshrined by our temple's first abbot, Master Ju Yin. May the Buddha bless you, averting calamity and securing good fortune. And may you achieve completeness." Yuran accepted the scripture with both hands. "Thank you, Master." The old monk's gaze lingered on Yuran's face for a moment before he said nothing and returned inside. Once he had left, Mu Qingfeng said, "Yuran, on the way back we will pass by the Peach Blossom Cemetery. I am willing to offer 100 taels of silver to buy that scripture from you to burn for my in-laws. Would you be willing to sell?" Yuran placed the scripture in his bosom. "I'm sorry, young Master Mu, but I won't sell." Mu Qingfeng remained silent for a moment. "What if you name a price?" Yuran shook his head. Mu Qingfeng's expression darkened. Yuran paid no heed to this, striding away with a cool demeanor. "Hey, Yuran!" Bai Xianyuan hurried after him. "Let me take a look at what is written in the scripture." Yuran replied, "The scripture naturally contains the sacred texts. What else could it contain?" Bai Xianyuan, "Let me take a look." Yuran, "No." Bai Xianyuan, Yuran? Yuran reluctantly retrieved it from his bosom and handed it to her. Bai Xianyuan flipped through a few pages, then returned it to him. "What is this? I cannot comprehend it." Yuran's rare laughter erupted, his previously cold and sharp demeanor softening into an affectionate and handsome expression. Bai Xianyuan had not witnessed his smile in ages, and in that fleeting moment, her mind seemed to falter, suddenly recalling the day he had kissed her. His lips, pale from excess vigor, were incredibly alluring, exuding a masculine charm that left her entire being tingling, which she attributed to the effects of the medicine, causing her soul to tremble. She quickly shook her head, attempting to banish that forbidden image. Yet, her eyes, betraying her will, were drawn back to him. It suddenly struck her how exceptional Yuran truly was. His martial prowess was unmatched. He was skilled in all endeavors, strikingly handsome, tall, and statuesque. Even his manner of walking was captivating. Into this chapter, Chapter 110. The price is up to him by Yinghui observed the gaze of his maid, trailing after Yuran, her expression filled with longing, rolling his eyes in response. Upon this action, he noticed Mu Qingfeng wore an unhappy countenance. "Qingfeng, it's merely a worn-out scripture." Bai Yinghui remarked with a hint of jealousy, "It's nothing of great significance, wouldn't you agree?" Mu Qingfeng retorted, "You're merely sour grapes." Bai Yinghui, "I have no desire for those grapes." "Huh." Upon returning to the courtyard, Mu Qingfeng sought out Bai Xianyuan, presenting her with an exquisite food bowl. "What is this?" Bai Xianyuan lifted the lid to reveal, again, "Ate treasure porridge?" The temple truly sent porridge. Mu Qingfeng explained, "I brought you some while passing by." The Bai family's soup spring is adjacent to the Guanyin temple, and her parents have a rapport with the abbot. Moreover, the Bai family is the temple's largest benefactor, contributing significant offerings each year. Hence they send a large barrel of 8 treasure porridge annually. Bai Xianyuan shook her head. It contains medicinal ingredients. Consuming too much is unwise. It may lead to excess heat. I have already had 3 bowls, which is sufficient. Mu Qingfeng. Then let those who haven't tasted it in your household consume it. Bai Xianyuan nodded. After wandering for half the day, I am weary. You should return and rest early. Ayan, Mu Qingfeng interjected. There is a matter I wish to ask of you. Bai Xianyuan, what is it? Mu Qingfeng. Would you be able to persuade Yuran to lend me that scripture? I will pay whatever he asks. Bai Xianyuan. Isn't he unwilling to sell? Though I am his master, I cannot compel him. Mu Qingfeng paused, then remarked, I perceive he might be inclined to lend it to you. How about you borrow it for me for a few days? Borrow it for a few days? Bai Xianyuan mused. Since when did you develop an interest in Buddhist scriptures? Besides, did you not mention wanting to buy it to burn for my parents? Truth be told, that was merely an excuse, Mu Qingfeng confessed. I genuinely wish to examine that book. Why? Mu Qingfeng. The 42 chapters of the Buddha is the first scripture of Buddhism to enter our nation, dating back nearly 1,000 years. Every temple possesses a version of it. Yet for reasons unknown, many versions differ, and it is unclear which is the authentic one. This Guanyin temple has existed for over a millennium, and the abbot claims this is the scripture used by the first abbot. Hence, this version may very well be the most original. I wish to acquire it, to take back to the capital as a reference for correcting the scriptures. Bai Xianyuan. Oh, I see. Then I shall speak to him. Mu Qingfeng nodded. Thank you, Ayan. Alternatively, you may omit my name and simply say you wish to borrow it for a look. Bai Xianyuan recalled Yuran's attitude towards Mu Qingfeng, refraining from further comment, and nodded. The Mu family is a hub of academic lineage. More than half of the officials in the court have connections to the Mu family. Their initiative to rectify versions of Buddhist scriptures is not surprising, but rather expected. If Mu Qingfeng could obtain the original version of the 42 chapters of the Buddha, it would certainly enhance his reputation. Thus, Bai Xianyuan thought little of it, and indeed called for Yuran. She first inquired about the horses. Have Qin Lang and the others returned? Yuran. Not yet. Bai Xianyuan. Have you coordinated with them? Once they are discovered, they must be secured. That is a fine steed. Yuran regarded her skeptically. How do you know is a fine steed? Bai Xianyuan. I merely guessed. She is able to traverse between Xian Mountain and home without being detected. Surely it must be a fine steed. Yuran. Let us wait until they return to discuss it. Bai Xianyuan nodded. There is one more thing. That scripture I received from the temple today. Could you lend it to me for a few days? Into this chapter, chapter 111. Shaking Yuran's arm, Yuran. What are you doing? Bai Xianyuan. I simply wish to see it again. Yuran. Did Mu Qingfeng send you to borrow it? Bai Xianyuan, huh? How did you know? Yuran. What did he say? Bai Xianyuan relayed Mu Qingfeng's request. Why not lend it to him for a few days, where you could directly copy a portion for him? Correcting different versions of the Buddhist scriptures is also a meritorious deed. If this scripture indeed possesses the power to avert misfortune, such actions would only amplify its potency, not diminish it. Yuran chuckled. Bai Xianyuan, what is so amusing? He did not tell you the whole truth. Bai Xianyuan, huh? What do you mean? Yuran, in the final days of the previous dynasty, the emperor concealed his plundered treasures within a heavily fortified tomb. The method to unlock the tomb was concealed within 2 copies of the 42 chapters of the Buddha. Bai Xianyuan's eyes widened. You can't be saying that the one you obtained today is one of those copies? Yuran nodded. Indeed. I have confirmed that this is the second copy. Are you still intending to lend this to Mu Qingfeng? Bai Xianyuan, absolutely not. But how do you know these things? How did you confirm it is the second copy? Yuran, your father possesses the first copy. He informed me. As for how the Lord knows, I cannot say. He has long suspected that the second copy lies within the chessboard of Xian Mountain, which is why we have been secretly studying that endgame for years. The truth is, Yuran's maternal grandmother is a descendant of the former royal family. The secret of the treasure was divulged to him by his mother. However, he must maintain strict confidentiality regarding his identity. Otherwise, exposure would bring great trouble to the Bai family, potentially rekindling conflict between the North and South. After all, he was meant to be a hostage in the Northern Court. He conveniently ascribes all inexplicable matters to Bai Hexing. Yet Bai Xianyuan felt a pang of bitterness. Yet again, My father? Why does he disclose everything to you? How could he discuss matters of the former dynasty's treasures with you? Why does he not tell me? I am his daughter. You ran. What use would it be to tell you? You cannot decipher the chess game. Bai Xianyuan. You ran added. Once the treasure is obtained, you need only enjoy the fruits of labor. Bai Xianyuan felt somewhat reassured. Very well. So, does Mu Qingfeng also know that this 42 chapters of the Buddha contains clues to the treasure? You ran. Mu Qingfeng's grandmother is also a descendant of the former royal family. He may possess some knowledge. Mu Qingfeng's grandmother is, in fact, his maternal grandmother. Setting aside the distinctions of ruler and subject, he and Mu Qingfeng are essentially cousins. Bai Xianyuan, huh? How amusing. He didn't inform me. Instead, leading me to you to procure the scripture? Had you been unaware of the treasure today, it would have been akin to me willingly offering him the treasure that rightfully belongs to us. Our treasure? Yu Ran's lips curved slightly. Without the first copy of the scripture, he would not even know where the former emperor's tomb is. So, it is not entirely the case. Bai Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. You mentioned the first book is with my father. Has he discovered the tomb of the previous dynasty's emperor? Yu Ran replied. The gold in the secret chamber was taken from the tomb. Bai Xianyuan gasped. Yu Ran continued. The key hidden within the first scripture reveals only the location of the tomb and the mechanism to unlock its outer layer. With this book, we can access the inner layer as well. Bai Xianyuan inquired, what lies within the inner layer? Yu Ran responded, the outer layer is filled with gold. Surely the treasures within the inner layer are even more valuable, perhaps a collection of rare and exotic gems. Bai Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with visions of treasures as she fervently exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and retrieve the treasures. Where's the tomb? Yu Ran did not answer, but instead glanced at his arm. Bai Xianyuan belatedly realized that she had been anxiously gripping Yu Ran's arm. End of chapter 112. If you wish to see, I shall take you to see it. What had initially been an unintentional gesture suddenly felt amplified under his gaze. The sensation in her hand became firm and powerful. Moreover, her increasingly wicked thoughts inadvertently recalled the day she had clutched his arm, both pushing and pulling, caught in a dance of reluctance and allure. At that moment, she had contemplated how solid and robust his arm felt. Feeling as if jolted by electricity, she abruptly released him and deliberately diverted the conversation, saying, actually, I'm not overly concerned about that treasure. I already possess more wealth than I can spend. My curiosity lies in the treasure itself. I merely wish to see what it looks like. Everything inside can be yours. Yu Ran regarded her flushed ears and spoke gently. As a man nearing death, what use do I have for treasure? If you wish to see it, I shall take you to see it. Upon hearing the phrase, a man nearing death, Bai Xianyuan felt an inexplicable chill wash over her, dampening her enthusiasm for the treasure by eightfold. She wanted to encourage or comfort him, yet the fruit of the moon tree seemed a distant dream, leaving her at a loss for words. Yu Ran added, however, I will need time to decipher the key to this book. Please wait a little longer. Bai Xianyuan asked, how long will it take? Yu Ran replied, if the method of deciphering is the same as the first book, it will be swift. If it differs, then it is uncertain. Bai Xianyuan looked at him and suggested, what if I assist you in deciphering it? Yu Ran said, that will be fine. I will train during the day and access the secret chamber at night. After returning, if convenient for you, you may join me. Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, it must be convenient. Once we return, I shall devise a plan to move in a Shihi garden for a while. Yu Ran nodded and added, wealth can stir greed in the heart to prevent unforeseen incidents. Do not disclose this to anyone, including the old madam and Mu Qingfeng. Bai Xianyuan assured him, rest assured, I will find an excuse to decline him. Yu Ran retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to her. This is what you requested. I have applied a special adhesive that can be directly affixed to the skin. It will not come off even in a hot spring. It was a disguise for her use. Bai Xianyuan accepted it with a smile, saying, excellent. She had called Yu Ran outside to converse, but upon returning to her quarters, she found Mu Qingfeng waiting in her courtyard. How eager! Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow and entered. Brother Qingfeng, what brings you here? Did you manage to borrow it? Mu Qingfeng inquired. Bai Xianyuan shook her head. He absolutely refused. I could do nothing to persuade him. Mu Qingfeng asked, did you mention me to him? Not at all. I merely said it was my own desire to see it. He insisted. He claimed that lending scriptures, especially to women, would diminish their Buddhist essence, rendering them ineffective. Bai Xianyuan, visibly irritated, retorted, "What is wrong with being a woman? How can that weaken Buddhist essence?" Mu Qingfeng paused before saying, "He is your servant." "And what of it? One cannot simply seize what belongs to a servant." Bai Xianyuan looked at him. "Wouldn't you agree?" Mu Qingfeng's tone took on a pleading note as he said, "Yin, that book is of great importance to me. Please, I ask you to speak with him earnestly." Bai Xianyuan nodded. "I will do my best. However, if he still refuses to lend it, I will be powerless." Mu Qingfeng's demeanor grew slightly frosty. "Very well. I shall take my leave." Bai Xianyuan replied, "All right." As Wu Dan watched Mu Qingfeng depart, she returned and asked Bai Xianyuan, "Miss, you had no opportunity to converse privately with young Master Mu during today's temple fair. Why did you not speak with him more when he came to find you?" Chapter 113. A mere proximity to a lady makes the heart race. Mu Qingfeng's tone grew slightly cold. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Bai Xianyuan responded, "All right." Wu Dan, observing Mu Qingfeng's departure, returned to question Bai Xianyuan, "Miss, you had no chance to be alone with young Master Mu during today's temple fair. Why did you not engage him in conversation when he came to find you?" Bai Xianyuan replied nonchalantly, "We see each other every day. What more is there to discuss?" Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Wu Dan could no longer contain herself and earnestly stated, "Miss, there's something I must express." Bai Xianyuan laughed. "What is it that has you so distressed? Speak up, I'm listening." Wu Dan insisted. "Did you not notice the way your two sisters looked at young Master Mu today?" Bai Xianyuan asked, "What kind of look?" To prove her point, Wu Dan turned to Yu Yu and asked, "Yu Yu, what do you think?" Yu Yu replied, "It was a look of admiration." "Exactly. Yu Yu's words are spot on." Wu Dan exclaimed excitedly. "It's not just me. Anyone with eyes can see it." Bai Xianyuan inquired, "And what of it?" Wu Dan felt a surge of urgency. "You must be wary of them. Do not allow those with ulterior motives to win the heart of the master." Bai Xianyuan laughed lightly. "There is no need for that. If he truly likes someone like Bai Wanru, I cannot prevent it." Wu Dan retorted, "I've heard that men are fond of women casting such looks in their direction. Why not take a cue from that? Next time you see young Master Mu, gaze at him with admiration and affection. Be a bit more gentle and considerate. Even if you feel a twinge of jealousy, it's better than being as cold as just now." "Oh, Wu Dan." Bai Xianyuan chuckled. "You seem to understand quite well. It appears you have someone special in your heart, don't you?" Wu Dan's face turned crimson. No, I'm talking about you. Don't drag me into this." Bai Xianyuan laughed and asked, "Wu Dan, do you think he likes me?" Wu Dan replied, "Young Master Mu certainly likes you. Is that even question?" Bai Xianyuan pondered. "If he likes me, how could he be captivated by Bai Wanru?" Wu Dan, in Genset, exclaimed. "Some people are shameless and actively entice others." Bai Xianyuan's mind whirled, and she queried, "Wu Dan, since you understand so well, how can one discern a man's true feelings?" Wu Dan thought hard but grew increasingly perplexed, saying, "Actually, I'm not that knowledgeable." I know, piped up the clever 13-year-old Yu Yu. Bai Xianyuan asked, "Oh, what do you know?" Yu Yu replied, "Isn't it said in plays, a mere proximity to a lady makes the heart race?" Bai Xianyuan remarked, "I just simply lean in and listen for his heart to race." Yu Yu scratched her head. "That's true." That evening, Qin Lang brought good news. They had discovered the horse Bai Xianyuan described at an empty wooden cabin at the foot of Tsiyun Mountain. A chestnut mare with 2 white tufts on her ears. Additionally, a man was present there tending to the horse. They managed to take both the man and the horse away. "Where did you take them?" Bai Xianyuan inquired. "To the horse farm." Qin Lang grinned. "We have them in our possession now." Uncle Zhou said he would find trustworthy individuals to interrogate him. The steward of the horse ranch is a trusted confidant of Aignan. Bai Xianyuan is quite familiar with him, as are Qin Lang and the others, affectionately referring to him as Uncle Zhou. "My dear girl, what a magnificent horse that is!" Qin Lang exclaimed. Uncle Zhou, with a discerning eye, declared it to be a magnificent Yan blood horse, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Bai Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A Yan blood horse? Did he truly say that? Indeed, Qin Lang affirmed. End of this chapter. Chapter 114. Where is Bai Wanru's virginity mark? On the 9th day of the 12th month, the washing away of dust festival commenced, with men and women separating to enter the hot springs. The Bai family women gathered together, as their grandmother held a basin of mugwort water, sprinkling it over them one by one. Wash away the dust, cleanse with mugwort steam, banish illness and misfortune, emerge spotless, and welcome the new year. After finishing with everyone else, she sprinkled some on herself. Before she could finish, Ajiao eagerly wriggled free from her third aunt's embrace, swimming about in the water like a little fish, lively and spirited. The grown girls, however, were no longer as playful, quietly soaking in the hot springs. The women were more pragmatic. Grandmother, second aunt, and third aunt were bathing. Only Wumi gracefully poured hot spring water over her plump, fair arms, akin to a royal concubine bathing. Bai Xianyuan, Bai Xie, and Bai Wanru were together. Bai Xianyuan wore a long-sleeved silk gown, while Bai Xie and Bai Wanru donned strapless garments, revealing their delicate collarbones and snow-like arms. Notably, a vivid red virginity mark adorned Bai Xie's right arm, while Bai Wanru's was smooth and unblemished. Wanru, old lady Lu noticed this and quietly inquired with Wumi, "Where is her virginity mark?" Wumi responded, "We were servants in the northern lands. We lacked the means to mark our virginity. Moreover, such customs do not exist in the north." Old lady Lu frowned. "When it's time for an engagement, it is best to clarify this with the other party in advance." Wumi replied, "Indeed." Old lady Lu continued, "When the new year arrives, let us consider the sons of the Wu family. I find that child quite commendable, and being one of our own, it will be easy to communicate." Wumi obediently concurred. Of course, Mother S choice is surely excellent. Meanwhile, Bai Xie gazed at Bai Wanru with envy, exclaiming, "Sister Wanru, your skin is so fair and tender. It is said that the northern winds are harsh and dusty, making most northern women's skin rough. How do you maintain such beauty?" Bai Wanru chuckled, "What care is there? It is merely natural endowment. However, the winds are indeed fierce and dusty, especially in winter. If one does not apply mutton tallow ointment, the exposed skin will crack and bleed from the biting wind." "Mutton tallow ointment? What is that?" Bai Xie inquired with curiosity. Bai Wanru replied, "We brought 2 bottles back when we left. I will have Chenxiang fetch them for you to see." Chenxiang, who was attending on shore, promptly brought a wide-mouthed porcelain jar. Bai Wanru opened the jar and applied some of the salve to Bai Xie's arm, who exclaimed in delight, "Ah, this feels so soothing. It's as if my skin is drinking in moisture." Bai Wanru then approached old lady Lu and applied some to her as well, who also expressed approval. Bai Wanru then offered some to her second and third aunts. The second aunt also praised it, but the well-informed third aunt remarked, "This is not mutton tallow ointment. The common folk in the north use mutton tallow process from sheep fat to protect against frostbite. It does not possess such effects. This is clearly mixed with a tribute from Jiangnan, snow skin ointment." Old lady Lu looked puzzled. "Tribute?" "Yes. It is specifically for the palace ladies." Third aunt turned to Bai Wanru. "Is this what you used in the north?" Bai Wanru did not expect third aunt to recognize the tribute, but having spoken, she could only respond, "Yes. This was a gift from the old royal consort during her birthday celebration. It must be superior to the common mutton tallow ointment." Third aunt replied, "I never imagined the old royal consort of the northern dynasty would also obtain tribute from our southern dynasty." After it was published, the author would ensure 4 chapters daily, and if there were more characters written that day, an additional 56 chapters would follow. In any case, the total word count after publication would be 46,000, with updates still before noon. End of this chapter, chapter 115, There are Spiders. Bai Wanru feigned ignorance of third aunt's doubts and said to Bai Xianyuan, "Sister, you should try my mutton tallow ointment as well." "All right." Bai Xianyuan extended her hand. Bai Wanru said, "Your hands are wet. This needs to be applied to dry areas to truly appreciate its benefits. Why are you still wearing long sleeves after going into the water? Take them off. I will apply it to your arms." Bai Xianyuan replied, "I have been feeling a bit under the weather lately. I am somewhat afraid of the cold." Bai Wanru insisted, "It's warm in here. There is nothing to worry about." Bai Xianyuan leaned her neck forward. "You can apply it to my neck. It is dry there." Bai Wanru insisted, "Let us stick to your arms." Bai Xianyuan tightened her silk gown. "Then forget it. I am cold." The old lady remarked, "If you feel cold, it means you have caught a chill. Hurry up and get out to warm yourself before going outside." Bai Xianyuan replied, "All right. I will go up first." "Ashu. Hurry, hurry." Old lady Lu said, "You've already sneezed." Bai Xianyuan went ashore. Yu wrapped her in a thick cloak. Bai Wanru exchanged a glance with Bai Xie and followed her up. In the dressing area, warmed by a stove, Bai Xianyuan needed to change into dry clothes. So Woden pulled a curtain for her while assisting her. Yu stood outside the curtain, catching the wet clothes Bai Xianyuan changed out of. After Bai Xie and Bai Wanru entered, they pretended to warm themselves by the stove for a while. when Bai Xianyuan handed out her long-sleeved silk gown. They exchanged glances and boldly entered. "Hey," Yu obstructed them. "Our lady is changing clothes. I want to go in and change clothes too," Bai Xianyuan insisted. Yu replied, "Go elsewhere." There were more than 10 changing areas with curtains hung up. Seizing the opportunity, the two girls bypassed Yu and directly lifted the curtain to enter. At that moment, Bai Xianyuan was clad only in her strapless garment, her arms and collarbone exposed. Both girls immediately noticed that her arms were completely clean, devoid of any virginity mark, not even a single mole. Bai Xianyuan furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you doing?" "Jiao, it's warm in here. Do you mind if we change together?" Bai Wanru gently inquired. Bai Xianyuan replied, "I do mind. Please go elsewhere." Bai Xia, who had celebrated the washing away of dust festival with Bai Xianyuan in previous years, knew that Bai Xianyuan's virginity mark was located on the underside of her arm, out of sight from this angle. In a moment of inspiration, she suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Bai Xianyuan jumped. "What?" "Turn around. There's a spider." Bai Xia instructed Bai Xianyuan to turn, then lifted her right arm to look. It was gone. The virginity mark was truly gone. Bai Xia was overjoyed. "Where's the spider?" "There isn't one." Woden chimed in, "Miss Xia is just teasing you." Bai Xianyuan turned back, looking somewhat annoyed. "What is this nonsense?" "Out, out." She pushed Bai Xia and Bai Wanru out. Bai Xia could hardly contain her excitement, vigorously nodding at Bai Wanru before rushing out. Bai Wanru moved to warm her hands by the fire, her lips curved in a smile, radiating joy. Bai Xianyuan had indeed lost her virginity. Now, let the consequences unfold. Outside, Bai Xia hurried to the water basin, exclaiming in alarm, "Grandmother, something is amiss." Old Lady Lu was startled. "What happened?" "Just now. I saw Jiao's virginity mark is gone." Bai Xia feigned a state of panic. Old Lady Lu's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting?" End of this chapter. Chapter 116. Undressing. "It's true," Bai Xia insisted. "I saw it clearly. Her virginity mark is gone." Old Lady Lu swayed slightly. "Mother." Third aunt quickly supported Old Lady Lu. "Oh dear, I knew something was off." Aunt Air remarked that in previous years, Yuan was the most vivacious at the hot springs, even teaching Qiyu and Jiao how to swim. This year, however, she not only refrained from playing, but also wore long sleeves the entire time. Aunt San furrowed her brow and suggested, "Mother, let's first go and see for ourselves." Madame Lu remained silent, her face pale, as she was supported by Aunts Air and San to leave the hot spring pool. The maidservants had brought thick cloaks, and the group moved grandly towards the changing room. Bai Xianyuan had just donned her undergarments when the curtain was lifted once more. A dark throng of people led by the old matriarch appeared, each face bearing a frightening expression. Bai Xianyuan stared in astonishment. "Grandmother?" Madame Lu, her presence commanding, abruptly commanded, "All servants leave." The servants, afraid to breathe, bowed their heads and exited. "What is wrong, Grandmother?" Bai Xianyuan inquired, visibly shaken. "Take off your clothes," the matriarch ordered. Bai Xianyuan stepped back, clutching her collar. "Why?" "Undress. Why should I have to remove my clothing? And with so many people watching." She pointed at Wu Mi, Aunt Air, and Aunt San. Aunt San interjected, "Just now, Qiyu mentioned that your maiden mark was gone?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "Gone? How could that be?" The old matriarch insisted, "Let me see." Bai Xianyuan removed her undergarment, revealing only a belly band, raising her arm for them to inspect. A red resembling a bean was prominent on her snow-white arm, appearing vivid and striking. Only a blind person would claim her maiden mark was absent. The old matriarch sighed in relief. Then her anger surged as she turned around and shouted, "Bai Qiyu!" Bai Qiyu, stunned, fixated on Bai Xianyuan's arm, exclaimed, "Huh, just now, I clearly saw it was gone." Madame Lu, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You must be out of your mind." "Grandmother, I truly saw it was gone. It must be painted on." Bai Qiyu protested, racing over to spit on the red dot and scrub it vigorously. Yet, the color refused to fade. Bai Qiyu stared blankly at the bright red mark, her mind a blank slate. Bai Xianyuan, utterly disgusted, shoved her away. "Bai Qiyu, are you out of your mind?" "Wu Dan, quickly fetch some water." Wu Dan went to fetch water, and after washing Bai Qiyu's saliva 10 times and applying fragrant lotion, Bai Xianyuan finally redressed. The others had lost all desire to soak in the hot springs, opting to dress instead. Only Bai Qiyu remained motionless, drenched and exuding an air of impending disaster, resembling a drenched chicken. "Qiyu, change your clothes first," Bai Wanru urged, leading her behind the curtain of Wu Mi's changing area. Qing Li, beside Wu Mi, stood outside the curtain, vigilantly watching for anyone who might approach. Inside the curtain, Wu Mi's expression was grim as she silently mouthed, "What happened?" Bai Xianyuan whispered, "I was in front of her, and Qiyu was behind. I couldn't see from my angle." Bai Qiyu insisted, "I clearly saw it was gone." "Really?" Wu Mi asked. "Were you perhaps too anxious and mistook her arm?" The more Bai Qiyu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Fearfully, she asked, "Perhaps. What should we do now? Grandmother will surely punish me." Wu Mi paused for a moment and whispered in her ear, "If your grandmother questions you, just say this." Bai Qiyu nodded repeatedly. Chapter 117. Like a quail, Madame Lu was changing in a spacious dressing room warmed by several stoves. Aunt San was attending to her. Once everything was arranged, Aunt San spoke in a low voice, "Mother, I feel something is amiss." Madame Lu replied, Yesterday, when I accompanied them to the Guanyin temple, I noticed Qiyu and Wan Ro crowding around the Mu family's son, pushing Yuan aside." Madame Lu frowned. "You mean?" "There is something else I haven't mentioned. Last month, on the day I came to pay my respects to you, Wan Ro suddenly said she saw Yuan drunk and went to the west second courtyard. Then Aunt Eldest and Aunt Second made a big fuss to find her there." Madame Lu's expression changed. "Drunk? West second courtyard?" Aunt San continued. "As it turned out, she was not there. She was at Shihe Garden. Moreover, she hadn't been drinking. Today's incident may seem different, yet it bears a resemblance. Last time it was Wan Ro, and this time it's Qiyu, both disregarding Yuan's reputation and making a scene, seemingly intent on tarnishing her name." Madame Lu pondered. "During your illness, Yuan sought to visit you multiple times, but was turned away. Yet Aunt Eldest never mentioned it, and claimed she was temperamental. Yuan brought a doctor, and had I not let her inside, she likely would not have been able to see you." Aunt San continued, "Considering all this, I believe, the Mu family's son is exceptional, a paragon of talent. Which girl would not admire him? They might be considering something else now that the elder brother and sister-in-law are gone." Madame Lu scoffed. "None of them know their own worth. They should consider their own merits. What the Mu family values is not just the Bai family, but also the Jiangzuo Lu family. Even with Yuan's parents gone, the Mu family will not change. What are they thinking?" She donned her clothing and stormed out. "Mother," Aunt Sin grasped her arm, "this is just my feeling without proof. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. As for Wan Ro's matter, perhaps it is best to keep it under wraps for now and observe further." I understand." Madame Lu opened the door and exited. The ladies gathered around the stove, drying their hair, while the servants were summoned inside. Bai Qiyu, resembling a quail, dared not sit and hung her head, saying, "Grandmother, I was mistaken. Even if you were mistaken, you did not inquire about Yuan's situation," and recklessly rushed out to shout loudly. Aunt Sin shot her a piercing glance. "Qiyu, what are you thinking?" Aunt Air interjected, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Do you not know who Qiyu is? She has always been loud and thoughtless. A mistake is a mistake. By twisting it, you make her seem sinister. She is sinister." Wu Dan exclaimed angrily, "Old madam." She and the eldest young lady suddenly barged in and pretended there was a spider on the young lady's back, then pulled up the young lady's arm to look around, and after that, ran out to spread rumors. What else could that be but ill intent? "Vile servant," Aunt Air scolded. "They were merely playing around. How dare you slander them? Kneel down. Slap yourself." Wu Dan knelt, but she knelt at Madame Lu's feet, crying, "Old madam, you must uphold justice for our young lady." Madame Lu asked Wu Dan, "Tell me, what malevolent intent does Qiyu possess?" Wu Dan replied, "They all wish to ruin our young lady's reputation, steal away her marriage prospects. And this is not the first or second time. Last time, they claimed the young lady was drunk and went to the west second courtyard." Chapter 118. What does Aunt Air think? Even Wu Dan's words indicated that it was not just the third daughter-in-law who felt this way. Madame Lu's face darkened as she turned to Bai Qiyu. "Qiyu, why did you deliberately check Yuan's maiden mark?" Bai Qiyu explained, "Because I heard someone say that Yuan often summoned Yuan to her side, and I suspected she might have some illicit relationship with him. How could a brother like Qing Feng, so celestial, be treated this way? In a moment of fury, I rushed out to tell you." Madame Lu fixed her gaze on Bai Qiyu and commanded, "Come here." Bai Qiyu approached, and since the old matriarch was seated, she stood and bowed, asking, "Grandmother?" Madame Lu struck her across the face with a resounding slap. Bai Qiyu gasped, collapsing to the ground. "Qiyu!" Aunt Air hurried to support her daughter, panicked. "Mother, Qiyu is just being foolish. Please speak to her kindly. Why must you strike her?" Kneel. Madame Lu's expression was as dark as thunder. Bai Qiyu, with a defiant look, declared, "Grandmother Bai Xianyuan is indeed entangled with you, Ran. She often calls him to Qianlong Garden and even enters through the back door." Madame Lu took a deep breath and asked each word with deliberation. "Have you Confucian scholars ever been taught about the concept that one suffers, all suffer, one flourishes, all flourish?" Bai Xia clenched her teeth in silence, seemingly realizing that her years of education had been in vain. Madame Lu continued, "From now on, do not set foot in the Xiaoyu Garden." Bai Xia panicked. "Grandmother, if I am expelled from Xiaoyu Garden like this, I will never hold my head high in the Bai family again." Her second aunt swiftly pressed her down to kneel, seething with indignation. "Did you not hear your grandmother instruct you to kneel? Until your grandmother permits you to rise, you shall remain here on your knees." Bai Xia's knees throbbed with pain, her heart heavy with grievances. "Mother," the second aunt retorted, "kneel properly. Listen closely to your grandmother's teachings." Then, wearing an expression of contrition, she added, "Mother, it is my failure in teaching. If you must blame someone, let it be me." Madame Lu's face remained stern. "Though you hail from a Mu family S branch, how can you be so short-sighted?" The second aunt bowed her head. "It is my failure to educate her. Please punish me, mother." Madame Lu ignored her and turned to Bai Xianyuan. "Yuan, is what Xia said true? Do you often send you Ran to the Qianlong Garden?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "There are some matters that require discretion. It is more convenient to enter from the back gate when coming from the west second courtyard, and it is easier to converse in the rear courtyard. Therefore, at times, I do instruct them to enter through the back." The second aunt interjected, "What words require discretion? Are you a young lady or not?" Bai Xianyuan looked at her. "What words necessitate avoiding public discourse?" The second aunt, if she did not understand, would need an example. "When I return, I must find you Ran to uncover those spies who have been prying into my Qianlong Garden. Such matters are not suitable for public discussion. Don't you think?" The second aunt's face darkened, falling silent. "Mother," the third aunt chimed in, "Yuan is an unmarried girl. If she needs to consult you Ran on any matter, it can be misconstrued by ill-intentioned individuals, no matter where they meet, unless she does not require his assistance." Madame Lu instantly grasped the implication. "Yuan, your parents trust you Ran, assigning him many tasks which he has executed flawlessly without error. From now on, employ him boldly. Should you hear any malicious rumors, inform me, and I shall deal with it." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Thank you, grandmother. Then may I ask you to inquire of Bai Xia how she knows so much about you, Ran?" In a chapter 119. The scapegoat Madame Lu then asked Bai Xia, "Who told you this?" Bai Xia, somewhat flustered, glanced at Wu Mi and Bai Wanru, and after a long pause said it was Liang Heng. "He is recuperating in our residence, and it was he who informed me." "Liang Heng, the scoundrel who stole clothes?" Madame Lu looked at the second aunt. "And you still keep him here to recuperate?" The second aunt's face flushed with shame. "His mother and father are my companions, honest folk. They pleaded with me to spare his life, and I could not bear to see them lose their only son." Madame Lu replied, "I am asking if you still harbor him in the estate. Did he not suffer injuries? His waist and rear were hurt, requiring his father's care for medicinal change. However, his father has pressing responsibilities, and I could not find a substitute immediately, thus allowing him to stay here to recover. It seems that lad harbors resentment towards you Ran, deliberately seeking an opportunity to inform Xia. She displayed an expression of deep disdain. Once I return, I shall have him expelled. He is never to set foot in this house again." Bai Xia echoed, "Grandmother, I understand my mistake. Please forgive me. I shall never listen to Liang Heng's nonsense again." Madame Lu remained silent for a moment and instructed the second aunt, "When we return, let her reflect in solitude and ponder where she went wrong. If she cannot comprehend, then she need not go to Xiaoyu Garden. It would be futile." The second aunt clenched her fists. "Very well. I will ensure she contemplates thoroughly." Madame Lu raised her voice, surveying the servants in the room. "Today's affairs, whether concerning Yuan or Xia, should I hear even a whisper of gossip, all servants present shall face execution. None will be spared." The servants stiffened, responding in unison. Madame Lu further commanded that Bai Xia kneel for half an hour before rising, and instructed Aunt Fu to oversee her before departing with her daughters and granddaughters. Bai Xianyuan brought up the rear, commanding you accompany Aunt Fu. Two of you together can alleviate the tedium. Yu replied brightly yes. Hearing that she was under Aunt Fu's watch, Bai Xia, having just relaxed and prepared to stretch her limbs, begrudgingly knelt again, cursing her misfortune. Upon stepping outside Bai Wanru, unable to contain her compassion, asked the matriarch grandmother to say that should I hear a single whisper of rumor, all shall face execution, is it not too? What if there are others who know the matters between Yuan and Yuran, and should they speak, would it not be unjustly blamed on them? Madame Lu cast her a glance. Our Bai family is of martial lineage. Compassion cannot govern the military. At times, for the greater good, one must act thus. Bai Wanru protested, but we are, after all, women. This is not a military establishment. Madame Lu replied, indeed, we are women, and this is not a military establishment. However, the sons raised under the care of women in this household will, in the future, serve as officials and generals. Bai Wanru replied, oh, Wanru understands now. Madame Lu nodded. As they moved further away, the second aunt and Wu Mi gradually walked together, leaving only the third aunt beside Madame Lu. The third aunt remarked, I have never heard you issue a decree of execution for all, none spared before. Were you speaking for my sister-in-law's benefit? Madame Lu remained silent for a moment. That Liang Heng serves as a convenient scapegoat. Yet he may not know through which entrance you ran approached the Qianlong garden. These are matters of the inner courtyard. The third aunt nodded. End of chapter 120, How to Acquire. At the same time, the second aunt and Wu Mi conversed. That wretched Xiaoqing, she used to cling to Lu Chuyun, always overshadowing me. Now that Lu Chuyun is dead, she is still aiding Bai Xianyuan at every turn. The second aunt fumed. Look at her today. She points out every fault of Xia, reveling in it more than anyone. Wu Mi inquired, you rank second, she ranks third. How does she overshadow you? Previously, she assisted Lu Chuyun in managing the business, effectively serving as Lu Chuyun's deputy. Not only did she hold sway in front of Mother, but she was also a significant figure within the Bai family, able to speak her mind. Now that Lu Chuyun is gone, nearly all of the Bai family's business has fallen into her hands. Otherwise, how could she be so brazen as to disregard us? The second aunt's face was contorted with jealousy. I suspect she has spoken ill of us to Mother. Have you not noticed how Mother now only favors her and hardly regards us? Wu Mi glanced at the second aunt. Do you wish to manage the business? The second aunt felt somewhat embarrassed to reveal her ambitions, her greed barely concealed. The wealth in Lu Chuyun's hand supports 200,000 armored soldiers. If we could seize control of that wealth, it would undoubtedly bring us great benefit. Wu Mi nodded. You speak wisely, sister-in-law. But are you adept at commerce? The second aunt scoffed. Who does not possess a few shops and fields? The principles of business are universally applicable. Wu Mi smiled. Then let us take it from her, and I shall hand it to you. The second aunt's eyes widened. How? Where do we take it? Upon returning to the estate, Madame Lu summoned Bai Xianyuan and Yuran. Dismissing all others, Madame Lu asked, Yuran, you're in your 20s, correct? Yuran responded, yes, 23. Madame Lu remarked, that is indeed not young. Others at your age already have 2 or 3 children. Yuran cast a silent glance at Bai Xianyuan, who shook her head slightly, indicating that it was not her. Yuran then inquired, might I ask what task the old lady has entrusted to me? Lady Lu replied, at your age, you should have already married. I presume it is because you are all alone, without family to assist you, that you have delayed this matter. Now that your master and mistress are no longer present, and with the Yin being a young girl, she cannot think of everything for you. Therefore, I propose that you select one of the maidservants by Yan's side to accompany her to the Mu family. What do you think? Yuran lowered his gaze, about to speak when Bai Xianyuan interjected, Yuran, please step outside and wait for me. I need to talk to grandmother. Yuran bowed respectfully to the old lady and exited the room. What is the matter? Lady Lu asked Bai Xianyuan, puzzled. Bai Xianyuan responded, grandmother, I understand your concern about the potential for further rumors. If he marries someone from my side, any future matters can be addressed directly with his wife, thus avoiding any misunderstandings. Lady Lu nodded. Indeed, at his age, he should be married. Unlike Qin Lang, he has no relatives nearby. It falls upon us to arrange this. Bai Xianyuan sighed softly. Grandmother, his lifespan may not be long. What? Lady Lu gasped. What happened? Have you heard of the Gu King? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Lady Lu shook her head. No. Bai Xianyuan explained. His episodes are becoming increasingly frequent. If it continues to the point of daily occurrences, the Taiji 13 needles will be rendered ineffective. Lady Lu exclaimed, how could this be? He appeared so vigorous, I never imagined. Yes, I was unaware at first. Bai Xianyuan admitted. When he had an episode, Qin Lang came to me for help, and that was when I learned the truth. I even suggested finding someone to carry on his lineage, but he likely does not wish to burden anyone or lacks interest in such matters, so he refused. Lady Lu sighed, so that is how it is. Such a pity for this child. Is there truly no remedy? Bai Xianyuan replied, there is, but it is exceedingly rare. My parents have been searching for over a decade without success. Your parents are quite concerned for him, Lady Lu noted. You know well they regard him as a son. Bai Xianyuan remarked. I, too, saw him as an older brother when I was young. Lady Lu sighed again. Well, if that is the case, we must resign ourselves to it. I have been frequently summoning him to my residence, primarily to check his pulse and prescribe medicine. It is inconvenient for me to go to the West Second Hospital, and I cannot examine him publicly without raising suspicions about what others might say. Bai Xianyuan continued. I never expected someone would spy on us, nor that Bai Xianyuan would humiliate him in such a manner. Lady Lu's expression hardened. Rest assured, I will personally address the matter of the spying in the residence. Bai Xianyuan embraced her grandmother's arm. Thank you, grandmother. Upon exiting, Yuran waited in the courtyard. Bai Xianyuan led him to a secluded area before explaining the situation. Grandmother was concerned about the emergence of further rumors, which is why she suggested that. I have informed her of your condition. She will not bring it up again. Yuran's gaze turned frosty, and he remained silent. Bai Xianyuan pressed. Do you wish for no one to know? I have no objections, he replied, but please refrain from discussing it with anyone else, especially young Master Mu. If news of the Gu King reaches the wrong ears, it could jeopardize his identity. Bai Xianyuan sensed Yuran's aversion towards Mu Qingfeng. Was it because she had called out Mu Qingfeng's name at a critical moment? She cleared her throat and assured him, I will not speak of it to anyone. Yuran nodded, and Bai Xianyuan added softly, Tonight, I will come to see you. After a moment of silence, Yuran replied, Very well. That evening, in order to avoid detection, Bai Xianyuan decided not to light any lamps as she stealthily made her way to Xia Garden, unsure of how long her journey might take. And with the winter chill settling in, she resolved against bringing Wadan or Yu along to wait outside in the cold. She informed Wadan of her plans, who, though hesitant about her going alone, ultimately acquiesced to Bai Xianyuan's determination and nervously assisted her in exiting through the back door. Having never walked alone at night before, Bai Xianyuan ventured out with great enthusiasm for the treasure that awaited her. Yet, upon stepping outside, she realized she was rather fearful of the dark. The shadows of trees and artificial hills appeared ominous, and the rustling of the wind through the branches was even more frightening. She hesitated several times along the way, nearly turning back, but the thought of disappointing Yuran kept her moving forward. Finally, she reached the entrance of Xia Garden, trembling with anxiety. Upon entering the study and opening the hidden door, she was startled to find someone standing there. Oh, she gasped. Come in, it was Yuran. As she entered, Yuran closed the secret door, shutting out the light from the outside. You nearly frightened me to death, Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, clutching her chest. What are you doing standing there so silently? Yuran teased. I thought you were fearless. Who knew you were so timid? Who is timid? I simply did not expect anyone to be inside, Bai Xianyuan retorted. Yuran gestured toward the table where she had previously lain. No need to go over there. Let us stay here. On the table lay 2 volumes of the Buddha Speaks, 42 chapters. Additionally, there was a stack of paper and 2 pens. They settled down across from each other, and Bai Xianyuan asked, Is this the other volume? Yuran nodded. Bai Xianyuan flipped through it, noting the contents were entirely different. These 2 volumes are completely dissimilar. Yuran explained, they are 2 parts of a whole. Upon closer inspection, Bai Xianyuan realized the contents indeed connected. How do we decipher it? Yuran then shared with her the method for decoding the first sutra, indicating that certain words have been circled, with the strokes corresponding to specific letters, which, when connected, formed a secret message. The sutra Yuran obtained in the Guanyin Temple also contained similar circled letters, suggesting they were penned by the same hand. He counted the strokes and recorded them, while Bai Xianyuan sought out the corresponding letters in the second volume, diligently transcribing for half an hour until she filled a page. However, the letters did not form coherent sentences and lacked any discernible pattern. Yuran frowned. What is going on? Bai Xianyuan questioned. This doesn't seem right. Perhaps we should continue searching from the first volume. Yuran replied, I have noted the strokes. You take a break, and I will search. He took both volumes of the sutras and began again from the first. Bai Xianyuan rubbed her weary eyes and rested her head on the table, observing him. He was intensely focused, utterly unaware of her gaze, allowing her to admire him freely. Under the soft glow of the light, Yuran appeared with raven black hair, skin as smooth and white as jade, and features so flawlessly sculpted that he was beyond reproach. Bai Xianyuan particularly adored his brows and eyes. His sharp eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes exuded a sense of aloof nobility, as if he were above the mundane world. In her heart, she believed there was no one more handsome than he. With a soft smile, Bai Xianyuan slowly closed her eyes. Yuran searched again, but still found nothing correct. Time had grown late. It was time for Bai Xianyuan to return. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up to see her asleep at the table. Her rosy lips slightly pouted, and her long eyelashes were beautifully curled, sleeping as innocently as a child. Yuran gazed at her for a moment, then slowly reached out to gently brush aside her dark hair. She remained oblivious, prompting him to softly pat her head. This time Bai Xianyuan awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep, resembling a kitten just roused from slumber. You should head back, Yuran advised. Don't catch a chill. So how is it? Have you figured it out? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Yuran shook his head, still not correct. Then shall we try a different approach? Perhaps start from the beginning of the first volume? Yuran replied. You should return first. I will take my time to study it. Bai Xianyuan yawned and nodded. Yuran moved to open the door to the secret chamber, extinguishing the light beforehand to prevent anyone from seeing the glow. Instantly, darkness enveloped both inside and outside the chamber. Bai Xianyuan, momentarily blind in the dark, remarked, "This is rather inconvenient. When I stumbled in earlier, everything looked like ghostly shadows, leaving me in a cold sweat. Now I must navigate back in the dark as well. What excuse should I devise to explain to my grandmother why I can come and go freely? What might the legendary monthly ticket look like?" In a chapter 123. Come and pick me up tomorrow night. Yuran said, "You really needn't come. Just wait until I understand and inform you." Bai Xianyuan replied, "This matter is akin to fishing. The joy lies in the act of fishing itself, not merely in the catch. I wish to unravel the mystery personally, to explore it firsthand, rather than waiting for you to present the treasure before me. What joy would that bring?" Yuran chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Xianyuan asked. "Indeed, such a remark could only come from you," Yuran replied. Bai Xianyuan sensed his laughter was mocking her, becoming irritated. "Do you think I am oblivious to the sufferings of the world? Like that why not eat me poured character?" Yuran had previously made such a remark. "I never said that." He countered. "Your laughter conveys that sentiment." She retorted. "You are indeed unaware of the world's hardships, but that is not your fault. Why be vexed?" Yuran replied. "Then what are you laughing at?" "At how much you resemble me in your spiritedness," he said after a brief silence. "You," Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, turning to leave, but inadvertently tripped over the threshold, nearly falling. Yuran swiftly caught her by the collar, lifting her up. Bai Xianyuan shrugged off his hand, striding out. After a few steps, she turned back, demanding, "Take me home." Yuran silently followed her. Outside, the moonlight was far brighter than inside the house, and, as they returned, she remained upset, not uttering a word to Yuran, forgetting her fears. Upon her abrupt entrance, Yuran suppressed a smile. Just as his amusement began to fade, Bai Xianyuan re-emerged, sternly instructing, "Come and pick me up tomorrow night." Yuran replied with a non-committal mm. The 11th day of the 12th lunar month marks the clan's sacrificial day. In previous years, the clan leader, their father, led the male members in the ritual, while their mother guided the women. This year, their father and mother had taken their places on the altar. Their uncle replaced their father in leading the men, while Wumi took charge of the women. However, during the incense offering, Wumi's stick unexpectedly broke in two. A broken incense signifies bad luck. Alarmed, Wumi quickly replaced it and attempted again, only for it to snap once more as she inserted it into the burner. The sacrificial rites concluded under a cloud of ominous foreboding. As they left the ancestral hall, their aunt suggested consulting a priest. Their grandmother, who held such matters in reverence, agreed and instructed Aunt Fu to summon a priest. Aunt Fu and many elder women in the household were devout Buddhists, often reciting scriptures and visiting temples during festivals, regularly donating oil for incense. Their grandmother directed Aunt Fu to take care of it, and she readily complied. She brought in a monk from the Puyuan temple, known as Guanghui, to investigate. Master Guanghui informed them that the male head of the household had met an untimely death, leaving his spirit restless. To appease it, a gentle and steadfast woman from the household must enter his former residence, dressed simply and maintaining a vegetarian diet, burning 3 of his specially crafted incense sticks daily. While reciting scriptures for 49 days, in order to ensure his peaceful passage. Since their father had no concubines, the only woman in his life was Wu Mi. Thus, their grandmother instructed Wu Mi to reside in the Shiha garden, tasking her with the duty of reciting scriptures to comfort and guide her son to the afterlife. Wu Mi solemnly promised to exert every effort, vowing to bathe, fast, and sincerely recite scriptures daily. Their grandmother was deeply grateful for her commitment. In a chapter 124, Poisonous Incense, only Bai Xianyuan knew that Master Guanghui was speaking nonsense. Their father and mother were not dead. Where could unresting spirits come from? It was likely that after Hongshan discovered the secret passage, Wu Mi sought to occupy it for her own purposes, thus orchestrating the incense-breaking incident. Bai Xianyuan informed her grandmother that she would go to tidy up her mother's belongings to make space for Wu Mi, and naturally, her grandmother consented, instructing Wu Mi to wait a day before entering. Upon exiting the Fushou garden, Bai Xianyuan immediately summoned her henchmen and rode straight to Puyuan Temple. Master Guanghui was on his way back, resting by a small river at the foot of the temple mountain. He pulled out a brocade pouch from his robe and emptied its contents onto the hem of his monk's robe, a pile of silver ingots. He counted them one by one, a look of satisfaction on his face. Even a monk is fond of this yellow-white substance? Bai Xianyuan emerged, mocking him. The monk was startled, hurriedly stuffing the silver back into his pocket, attempting to feign calmness, claiming it was the incense money contributed by the Bai family, and then inquired what they wanted. Bai Xianyuan waved her hand, and Qin Lang and Xiao Shi stepped forward, forcing him to kneel, a sword pressing against his throat. Initially unwilling to speak, Yuran pressed down on the sword, cutting through his flesh, prompting him to wail. A woman approached me and instructed me to act thus. Which woman? She is in your household. I saw her just today. The monk exclaimed, adding that the silver was also given by her. Bai Xianyuan pressed. What is her name? I do not know. She often visits our temple. I only vaguely recall her last name as Huang. Huang. Bai Xianyuan immediately thought of Aunt Gui. Her full name, Huang Jinggu. Guanghui was invited by Aunt Fu, who, like Aunt Gui, was one of Wu Mi's former servants. Both in cahoots. The woman with the last name Huang mentioned by Guanghui could only be Aunt Gui. Can you accompany me back to identify her? Bai Xianyuan asked. Oh no, I already told you everything. Why are you still pressing? He stammered. As he began to protest, Yuran pressed down on the sword again, and he dodged while shouting, I'll go. No, Bai Xianyuan countered, her eyes glinting. You must also say something to my grandmother. Master Guanghui asked. What should I say? Bai Xianyuan replied. You must say that the children should visit their parents' former residence, offering incense 3 times daily and reciting scriptures to pray for blessings. For Master Guanghui, it was but a mere phrase, and with his sword at his throat, he had no choice but to agree hastily. Bai Xianyuan escorted Master Guanghui back before her grandmother, urging him to tell the truth. Her grandmother was utterly bewildered. You say someone bribed you to speak in such a manner? Who is it? What was their purpose? Guanghui replied. She is a regular visitor at our Puyuan temple, but I do not know her name. I only vaguely remember her last name is Huang. I saw her this morning, and when I left, she even gave me change. As for her intentions, though she did not say, it is undoubtedly harmful, because the soul-soothing incense I provided to your esteemed matriarch is not the direct passage to the underworld incense at all, but rather a poisonous incense. Prolonged exposure to that incense will gradually poison a person, and it won't be long before they perish. Bai Xianyuan listened, realizing something was amiss. What kind of incense? Why did you not mention this earlier? Guanghui replied, You did not ask. Bai Xianyuan retorted, How could one inquire about the unexpected? In a chapter 125, it is she. Grandmother summoned everyone present that morning. Guanghui surveyed the room and pointed at a woman standing behind third aunt, declaring, It is she. He was referring to Huang Lanfang, known affectionately as Grandma Fang by Bai Xianyuan and her peers. She had nursed third uncle and was of similar age to grandmother, a venerable figure in the Bai family. Third aunt was incredulous and retorted angrily, You old monk. Do you even understand where you are? How dare you speak such nonsense? I believe you have grown weary of life. It truly is her. She is the one who gave me the money. Guanghui exclaimed, holding up a silk purse. The elderly matriarch instructed someone to take the purse and turned her gaze towards Huang Lanfang. This is your double-sided embroidery. You are the only one in the entire household capable of such a skill. Bai Xianyuan instinctively thought Grandma Fang would defend herself, perhaps claiming her purse had been stolen. However, to her astonishment, Huang Lanfang knelt before the old matriarch and confessed, "Madam, this matter is solely my doing. It has nothing to do with third madam." The old matriarch frowned. "Why would you do such a thing?" Huang Lanfang suddenly pointed at Wu Mi, exclaiming, "Madam, Wu is not a good person. She not only caused the deaths of our esteemed lord and lady, but she also seeks to usurp the lady's wealth. I can see she has already begun to win over the various managers." Wu Mi, seemingly frightened, knelt before the matriarch, her eyes reddening with emotion as she choked out, "Mother, if I had such intentions, may I be struck down by divine wrath and meet a wretched fate. Wu Mi, swear before heaven that I have no desire for any property belonging to the Liu family. In this life, I shall not touch a single business of theirs." The old matriarch scrutinized Wu Mi, then glanced at Huang Lanfang before finally settling her gaze on third aunt. Xiaoqing furrowed her brow. She had indeed discussed with her two confidants about Wu Mi and the second branch conspiring to win over the managers. Yet, she could never have imagined Huang Lanfang would act in such a manner. This was not aiding her. It was driving her away from the Bai family's affairs. The old monk Guanghui, valuing his life, voluntarily confessed, "I once vowed to renovate Puyuan Temple and create a golden statue for the Buddha. However, the temple has been lacking in incense offerings, and I have failed to fulfill this vow. In a moment of folly, I have committed a grave error. I humbly beseech the matriarch to spare my life, and upon my return, I shall willingly accept the temple's disciplinary measures." The matriarch replied, "You have been practicing for many years. How could you engage in such actions that tarnish your moral integrity?" Guanghui explained, "I was unaware that the incense was poisonous. I thought merely uttering a few words would secure funding for the golden statue. It was only later that I discovered the truth, but by then, I had already accepted a down payment and was compelled to proceed." The old matriarch said, "You may return. I will send someone to your temple to discuss this matter with the abbot. Surely, the Buddhist discipline will teach you a lesson." "Thank you, matriarch. Your kindness will surely grant you longevity and blessings," Guanghui added. "There is one more thing I wish to remind you of." "What is it?" the old matriarch inquired. "Let the children of the deceased visit their former residence, lighting incense morning and evening, bathing and chanting sutras, to offer prayers and solace for their parents' souls," Guanghui suggested. "But is there a precedent for this?" the matriarch questioned. Guanghui, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, replied, "It is merely a reflection of my gratitude for your compassion. A word of kindness, whether you choose to believe it or not, is entirely your prerogative." With that, he turned to leave. Given the matriarch's words, no one dared to stop him. The old matriarch's brow remained furrowed. In a chapter 126, "You Cannot," Grandmother Bai Xianyuan proposed, "I shall go to light incense and chant sutras. I will take off Fei with me when she is home." The old matriarch, still swayed by Guanghui's final remarks, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is better to believe than to disbelieve." "Grandmother," Bai Wanru interjected, "I shall also go for my father." "You cannot," Bai Xianyuan interrupted her. "Why not?" Bai Wanru asked. "Xia Garden is where my parents resided. If you go, my mother's spirit would surely not wish to see you, and my father would be embarrassed. What solace could there be in that?" Bai Wanru's expression reflected hurt. "Ah Yin, so your mother does not wish to see us? Is this an affront to her virtue?" "Huh, whether you claim my mother is jealous or not, I must speak. All women are the same. Who would wish to share their husband with another? Yet, my mother endured in life. Does she need to continue enduring in the afterlife? If you truly have filial piety towards my father, you should offer incense in Yuziyuan, morning and evening, and it would be the same." The old matriarch recognized the truth in Bai Xianyuan's words. Lu Chuyin was not one to tolerate others. Otherwise, the eldest branch would not be without a concubine. Yet she still had affection for Lu Chuyin, saying, "Wanru, do not go to Xia Garden." Bai Wanru nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Wu Mi's gaze towards Bai Xianyuan had shifted, acknowledging that this girl possessed some cunning, thwarting her plans. She had originally intended to feign poisoning after moving in, hoping to draw Xiaoqing out. Now, not only had she failed to enter Xia Garden, but she had also prematurely revealed the poisoned incense, significantly mitigating Xiaoqing's culpability. Once everyone had dispersed, the old matriarch retained 3 daughters-in-law, along with Bai Xianyuan and Bai Wanru, calling for second uncle, saying, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Everyone fell silent, their eyes turning towards third aunt. After a moment of contemplation, third aunt spoke. Mother, Grandma Fong has committed a capital offense. I hope, considering she is third young masteress nurse, you will spare her life. I am willing to take full responsibility. Who will spare my mother? Bai Wanru exclaimed, her emotions flaring. While we were enslaved in the north, my mother always told me, once we return home, everything will be well. We have father and grandmother to protect us. We will no longer be bullied. Yet upon our return, a woman who wouldn't even crush an ant has become a villain plotting to harm others. How can someone be so maliciously intent on taking her life? The old matriarch's eyes filled with compassion. Wanru, enough. Wumi interjected, Mother. Grandma Fong is third brother's nurse, who not only raised him, but has also helped manage the household, caring for Zhangge and Jiao Jiao. Her contributions and efforts are significant. Her actions stem from loyalty. For my sake, please do not make things difficult for her. Wumi said somberly, it is my fault. Perhaps I truly should not have returned. The old matriarch sighed, addressing third aunt. Fortunately, a grave mistake has not yet been made. Let her go, and sever all ties. Thank you, Mother. Express your gratitude to your sister-in-law. The old matriarch replied. Third aunt turned to Wumi, who quickly waved her hand. It is all a misunderstanding, third sister-in-law. At that moment, second aunt spoke. How did you know that old Taoist was problematic? Everyone turned to Bai Xianyuan. Clenching her fists tightly in her sleeves, she paused for a moment before responding. I had a dream last night. The old matriarch inquired, a dream? What was it about? Bai Xianyuan replied, a character with the word deceit. The old matriarch asked, deceit? Yes. I do not comprehend how it came to be. Upon seeing that Guanghui master appeared quite skilled today, I intended to seek his interpretation of the dream. However, I fortuitously encountered him on the way, happily counting his silver. I sensed something was amiss, so I had Yuran and the others inquire, and he was quite easily frightened into confessing. Second aunt smirked. What a coincidence. Bai Xianyuan affirmed, indeed, just that coincidental. Second aunt remarked, perhaps it is our elder brother watching over us from beyond. Bai Xianyuan smiled at her. My parents will surely protect us. Those deceitful people shall escape none. The smile on second aunt's face gradually stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, old Madame Lu said, third sister-in-law. Third aunt replied, Mother, Huang Lanfang actually desires your elder sister-in-law's life. I trust you are unaware of this, old Madame Lu remarked. However, negligence and oversight are inescapable. Third aunt responded, please punish me, Mother. Old Madame Lu continued, this matter stems from the management rights of the Bai family's business. Since your elder sister-in-law wishes to avoid suspicion, you should also distance yourself and temporarily entrust your responsibilities to your second sister-in-law. Third aunt glanced at second aunt and reluctantly nodded. All right. Old Madame Lu added, this is indeed a grave responsibility that yields no benefits. The vast majority of Bai's assets were brought in by Chu Yin, with part destined for a yuan and the remainder forever belonging to a fei. This will never change. During Chu Yan's tenure, she consistently had third sister-in-law's sister. Now that she is gone, third sister-in-law has become the pillar of support. Second sister-in-law, should you encounter difficulties, consult third sister-in-law frequently. Second aunt, beaming with pride, responded, yes, Mother. In her previous life, second aunt had also seized the management rights of the Bai family's business, though not in such a manner, and much later. This time, perhaps due to third aunt's repeated assistance, Wu Mi made her move sooner. It was a pity that Bai Xianyuan had been negligent. She had heard Guang Hui mention that the woman orchestrating matters was surnamed Huang, leading her to think of Aunt Gui, never considering Huang Lanfang. This was likely due to Huang Lanfang's lack of presence in her memory. She found it perplexing. After all, Granny Fong had served third aunt's household for a lifetime. Was she genuinely loyal to her master, or merely a deadly blade? Bai Xianyuan summoned Granny Wang, inquiring whether she was aware of Granny Fong's specific circumstances. Granny Wang, being a veteran of the Bai household and of similar age and status to Granny Fong, was indeed well informed about her family. She explained that Granny Fong had been widowed young, living solely for her son. As her son grew up, married, and had children, their household became prosperous and stable, and third aunt relied heavily on her, making betrayal unlikely. Who is her daughter-in-law? Bai Xianyuan asked. Granny Wang replied. Her daughter-in-law's surname is Zhong, a neighbor. Lu Ping has known her since childhood. They're childhood sweethearts. I have heard Granny Fong speak of her son's devotion and filial piety. Suddenly, Bai Xianyuan caught an important name. Who did you just mention? Lu Ping? Indeed. Granny Fong's son is Lu Ping, quite accomplished, serving as the right hand to Steward Qin in our outer courtyard. Granny Wing noted, "You must have encountered him." Thus, Bai Xianyuan realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 128. What does it mean to have experienced? It turned out that Huang Lanfang was Lu Ping's mother. Who is Lu Ping? In her previous life, he had reported Qin Jian for colluding with the Northern Dynasty to kill her parents, resulting in Qin Jian's execution. With his body hanging at the military camp's gate for a month, her parents had not died, so Qin Jian could not possibly have colluded with the Northern Dynasty. Lu Ping had likely aligned himself with second uncle, becoming a lethal weapon in his hands. Since Lu Ping had already sided with second uncle, it was understandable that his mother would act in such a manner. Yet, Lu Ping likely did not foresee that by undermining Qin Jian, his own fate would be equally dire. His entire family was slaughtered. At that time, it caused quite an uproar, with many claiming it was revenge from Qin Jian's faction. Bai Xianyuan had thought so as well, but upon reflection, it may not have been mere revenge, but rather a silencing. Wu Mi had indeed played a brilliant move. If Bai Xianyuan could not unravel today's scheme, Wu Mi could move into Shihi Yuan to investigate secret passages, later feigning poisoning to frame Third Aunt. Even if Bai Xianyuan managed to thwart the plot today, Third Aunt would still be implicated, while the true mastermind remained hidden. It was evident that Wu Mi had meticulously planned every detail, considering contingencies for potential exposure, demonstrating her cunning. Bai Xianyuan sought out Third Aunt, and to prevent eavesdropping, they retreated to a secluded area to converse privately. Third Aunt, with a furrowed brow, asked a Yuan, "Do you trust me?" "I truly had no knowledge of this." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Third Aunt, not only do I trust you, but I also comprehend why Huang Lanfang acted behind your back." Third Aunt, perplexed, inquired why. "Is it not because she is devoted to me?" Bai Xianyuan clarified, "The Huang family is already allied with second uncle and second aunt. This was intentional." Third Aunt was taken aback. "Intentional? To frame you and seize control of the business?" Bai Xianyuan affirmed, "Yet you continue to protect her with all your might. Their calculations are quite astute." Third Aunt scrutinized her. "A Yuan, have you overheard some idle gossip? The profitable ventures and pathways of the Bai family were predominantly established by your mother. Whether I manage them or your second aunt does, we are merely assisting. It does not mean ownership is transferred. Therefore, there is no need for such deceit. Do not heed the slander of those petty individuals." After a moment's reflection, Bai Xianyuan stated, "This is merely the beginning. In the future, they will kill grandmother, me, a Fei, a Zhan, and Jiao Jiao, claiming everything belonging to the Bai family." What was a Yuan saying? Were these events yet to come? Had she misinterpreted? Third Aunt's eyes widened with astonishment. "A Yuan. Third Aunt, I have experienced this once before," Bai Xianyuan said, her voice choked with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. It was evident she was not jesting. After a moment of silence, Shao Qing asked, "What do you mean by experienced?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I truly lived through those events. After my demise, I was reborn to the first day of last month, the day Bai Wanru claimed I had drunkenly entered the west second courtyard." Third Aunt looked at her in disbelief, suspecting Bai Xianyuan's grief had driven her to madness. "I understand this is exceedingly hard to believe, which is why I have told no one. However, I have decided to confide in you, as I need your assistance. I also fear that there may be more of their people around you, who could endanger a Zhan and Jiao Jiao." Third Aunt's expression shifted. "A Yuan, what on earth is wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Dreams are dreams. They are not reality. Do not confuse the two." Chapter 129. New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, Bai Xianyuan mentioned that heavy snow would fall. By midnight, the weight of the snow would snap the bamboo, creating a crackling sound akin to firecrackers. Third Aunt remarked, "Snow? Yuzhou hasn't seen snow in over a decade. The cycle of cause and effect is eternal. Since my rebirth, many things have changed due to my actions. Therefore, I cannot predict other events. However, from my observations, occurrences beyond my intervention continue to unfold. For instance, the addition of a child in Uncle Seven's family and the conflicts between fifth uncle and fifth aunt over concubines, among others. The weather, too, is unlikely change." Bai Xianyuan solemnly stated, "Third Aunt, after the new year, will you reassess whether to believe me?" Third Aunt, full of doubt, remained silent. Yet, Bai Xianyuan's words were logical and her tone sincere, appearing far from nonsensical. Furthermore, she recalled Bai Xianyuan's significant transformation during this period. She had matured considerably, not just in temperament, but also in her calligraphy, archery, and other skills, showing remarkable progress in just 3 months. Everyone remarked on the profound changes in her family, attributing her newfound composure to those upheavals. Yet, a Yuan claimed to have experienced the future and returned. Was there truly such a miraculous phenomenon in this world? Bai Xianyuan arranged for her parents' memorial tablets to be placed in the study, allowing her to openly recite scriptures for blessings at night, no longer needing to do so in secrecy. However, just after having lunch, Qin Lang came to find her, expressing that Yuan felt unwell today and feared an episode might occur, requesting her presence. Bai Xianyuan instructed him to return to Yuan's side to prepare, and after gathering her supplies, she entered the study of Shi Yuan, commanding that no one was to disturb her, and made her way directly to Yuan. In the secret chamber of the west second yard, the bright tiles of the ceiling were opened, and Qin Lang had already made the necessary preparations, including blankets, hot water, a large jug of wine, and a basin. Yuan lay on the bed, still conscious and not coughing up blood. Bai Xianyuan instructed Qin Lang, just in case, you should stay at Shi Yuan and keep an eye on things. If anything happens, come tell me. Qin Lang agreed, but hesitantly added, Miss, after a leader receives acupuncture, he sometimes feels feverish or cold. In the past, when he felt cold, the mistress would cover him with blankets. When he felt feverish, she would tell me to quickly wipe his body with wine, without delay. So, if he becomes feverish this time, I would appreciate it if you could wipe him down with wine before coming to switch with me, as the time taken to go back and forth is too long, and I fear it might harm him. I understand, go now, Bai Xianyuan replied. Thus, Qin Lang departed with the lantern. To facilitate her work, Bai Xianyuan removed her outer robe, revealing a fitted, long-sleeved garment underneath. After cleansing her hands, she took a silver needle and, maintaining an impassive demeanor, commanded Yuan from her elevated position, undress. Yuan looked at her, unmoving. Undress, Bai Xianyuan insisted. How can I administer acupuncture with your clothes on? Reluctantly, Yuan began to remove his garments one by one. It was the first time Bai Xianyuan had ever witnessed a man undressing, and she felt a considerable discomfort, especially when it came to the last piece of clothing, revealing his well-defined muscles, which nearly made her wish to turn away in embarrassment. When he reached the last layer, he hesitated to remove it. Bai Xianyuan forced herself to maintain a professional demeanor and calmly stated, Continue undressing. You may keep only your undergarments. Yuan's expression darkened slightly. The mistress used to do it like this for me. Bai Xianyuan, with her extensive experience, could accurately identify acupoints with just a light press. She was not as adept. She needed to observe and feel the acupoints to locate them correctly. Taking a deep breath, Yuan had no choice but to remove his underclothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. Bai Xianyuan had seen his body before, but that time he was unconscious and on the brink of death, leaving her no room for distraction. This time was different. He was awake. She struggled to control her overwhelming emotions, feeling her head grow warm. However, her composure was commendable, and she quickly focused her mind, pressing her fingers onto the first acupoint on his chest, gently kneading it until she located the depression, leaning closer to prepare for the needle. Yet, the pulse beneath her fingers quickened sharply. Bai Xianyuan looked up at Yuan, who had furrowed his brow and turned his face away, appearing to intensely dislike her touch. He had never been fond of himself, and, after the detoxification incident, his disdain had likely transformed into aversion. Bai Xianyuan spoke softly. I know you do not enjoy my touch. However, could you endure it for a moment? Your intense emotions make me hesitant to insert the needle. Yuan closed his eyes, swallowed hard, and replied, fine. Yet, as Bai Xianyuan leaned closer again, she noticed he remained tense, his pulse racing. Clearly, he was rational, yet his body reacted otherwise. Had his aversion towards her reached a physiological level? She was administering acupuncture to save his life, yet he still reacted with such distaste. It was evident that the previous incident, where she had forced him and called out Mu Qingfeng's name, had inflicted considerable trauma on him. If the roles were reversed, she might have contemplated harming the other party. Yuan, skilled as he was, could easily take her life. Perhaps he spared her due to the virtues of her parents? Bai Xianyuan felt a pang of hurt and said, Yuan, I understand that I unintentionally hurt you. I can comprehend your resistance towards me. However, the root of your illness lies in the imbalance of your vital energy and blood. When I administer the needle, you must maintain a tranquil state, or it may lead to complications. Yuran took a deep breath, appearing to cooperate as best he could, striving to relax. After a while, seeing his condition had improved, Bai Xianyuan reached for his chest once more, preparing to insert the needle. However, she found his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably again. In frustration, Bai Xianyuan swiftly inserted the needle into his sleeping acupoint. Yuran fell unconscious, his heartbeat finally beginning to stabilize. Only then did Bai Xianyuan successfully administer the needle. Afterward, Yuran's temperature began to rise. Bai Xianyuan hurriedly poured wine into the basin, soaked a cloth, and squeezed it out to help cool him down. The alcohol had excellent heat-dissipating properties, and his temperature quickly decreased, and he gradually opened his eyes. However, Bai Xianyuan was unaware as she diligently wiped his chest. Suddenly, a large hand clasped around hers. Looking up, she saw Yuran seemingly awakening. "Oh, you are awake?" Bai Xianyuan inquired. "How do you feel?" Yuran gazed at her intently, his eyes seemingly focused on her face, but also appearing to look through her, indicating a lack of clarity. Bai Xianyuan withdrew her hand, waving it before his eyes. "Are you awake or not, Yuran?" Suddenly, he grasped her hand, which had been moving in front of him. Bai Xianyuan looked at him in confusion. Then, he brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. Bai Xianyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Yuran suddenly pulled her closer, causing Bai Xianyuan to tumble onto him, held tightly in his embrace. This time, without the blanket as a barrier, she was completely pressed against him, her head resting against his shoulder, her lips brushing against his neck. A small cart quietly glided by. Yuran could no longer conceal his feelings. In that moment, Bai Xianyuan's mind went blank. Once she regained her senses, her face flushed crimson as she struggled to rise. However, Yuran's strength was overwhelming. She felt as if she were a fish pinned against a chopping board, struggling for a while, but unable to escape his grasp. "Ayo!" Yuran suddenly called her name softly, his voice tender and affectionate, sending shivers down her spine. She froze for a moment, realizing something was amiss. What was she thinking? Bai Xianyuan pushed him harder. Yuran, let go of me." Yuran indeed loosened his grip, but not entirely. He cradled her head and gazed at her, then unexpectedly pressed her down again, seemingly attempting to kiss her. Bai Xianyuan turned her head to evade him, resulting in his lips brushing against her cheek, warm and soft. Bai Xianyuan's mind felt as though it might explode. She summoned an unexpected burst of strength and finally broke free from him, stepping back several paces in disbelief. Yuran appeared not entirely awake, his brow furrowed, eyelids gradually drooping, murmuring, "So hot," before drifting back to sleep. Bai Xianyuan clenched her fists and bit her lip, daunted to continue wiping his body, and turned to flee as if escaping. Upon reaching Heiress, Qinlang inquired whether she felt cold or hot. She replied that she felt hot, prompting him to hastily return. "Qinlang," Bai Xianyuan called out. Qinlang turned around. "Miss, I administered the needle to his sleeping acupoint, so he is currently unconscious. He will awaken on his own in a while." Qinlang nodded. "Understood." After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled, why did she need to pierce his sleeping acupoint? When he turned back to ask Bai Xianyuan, she had already vanished from sight. On the way back to Qianlong Garden, Bai Xianyuan pondered what was happening with Yuran. The last time she had treated him, he had suddenly embraced her. The previous time he had felt cold. Bai Xianyuan assumed he mistook her for a source of warmth. This time, however, he was feverish. Why did he still react this way? Moreover, he had called her name as if he wished to kiss her. He did not harbor any fondness for her, did he? In fact, he looked down upon her. She had always believed that his willingness to remain by her side was a result of her parents' kindness towards him. Yet just moments ago, a sense of confusion enveloped her. Upon arriving at Qianlong Garden, she was astonished to find Fei had returned early, furrowing her brow as she struggled to read a book aloud. "Oh, why is Fei back so early today?" Bai Xianyuan inquired. Fei replied, "Today, the master is unwell, so we were allowed to return early." Bai Xianyuan took a seat beside her and asked, "You should be happy about that. Why do you look so glum?" Fei's face reflected her distress. "The master assigned us 5 new poems from the Book of Songs to memorize, which we have never studied before. It's so difficult. 5 new poems that they had never learned? That was indeed quite a lot." "Let me see which 5 they are," Bai Xianyuan said. Fei showed her the book, pointing out the sections. Bai Xianyuan flipped through it and reassured her. "They're all short poems, so there's nothing to fear. Come, let me explain the meanings to you, and you'll find it easier to memorize." Fei obediently settled down, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited her explanation. Her adorable demeanor melted away Bai Xianyuan's anxious heart, and with a gentle touch, she ruffled Fei's hair, saying, "Our Fei is still so obedient." Fei smiled sweetly, urging, "Sister, please continue." End of this chapter, chapter 132. Her heart skipped a beat. All right, the first poem is Papaya. You give me papaya, I return with exquisite jade. Not merely a repayment, but a pledge of everlasting affection. The meaning conveys that when you offer me a papaya, I reciprocate with beautiful jade, signifying not only gratitude, but also a bond of enduring sentiment. You give me peach, I return with exquisite jade. Bai Xianyuan suddenly paused upon reaching the mention of peach, her mind drifting back to something Qin had previously told her. He had mentioned that Yu Ran's dried peach was significant to him, and that it had been brought back 2 years ago from the Furong Mountain Resort. At that time, she had vaguely sensed something, but was too preoccupied with anger and worry to reflect deeply. Now, that feeling resurfaced with clarity. In the scorching summer of Yuzhou, they would routinely escape to Furong Mountain for relief from the heat. 2 years prior, they had gone as usual. The fruit wine that day was delightful. The younger ones indulged a bit too much, resulting in a quarrel over a trivial matter, seemingly about dancing. Bai Xianyuan had expressed her desire for a dance class in their women's academy, which sparked a heated argument with several others, particularly with General Xie's granddaughter, Xiefu. They deemed dancing as a frivolous display, unworthy of respectable women. Bai Xianyuan, however, believed that dance held no inherent nobility or baseness. Their argument escalated to such an extent that they were ultimately chastised by their mother. At the age of 13, Bai Xianyuan was filled with youthful fervor and competitiveness. And after returning home, she felt increasingly dissatisfied, leading her to the courtyard where she danced under the moonlight, imagining herself amidst a flurry of blossoms. While dancing, she noticed Yu Ran watching her beneath a peach tree. She questioned him about the rightness of their dispute. His response resonated deeply with her, and in her joy, she tossed him a peach. It wasn't out of stinginess, but rather a reflection of her youthful ideals, wherein she felt that a peach under the moonlight conveyed her sentiments more eloquently than material wealth. Thus, could it be that the dried peach Yu Ran held dear was indeed the one she had given him? The thought sent her heart racing unexpectedly. That peach was significant to him. Sister? Fei gazed at her curiously. Why have you stopped speaking? Bai Xianyuan replied, Oh, the next 2 lines convey the same meaning. You give me peach, I return with exquisite jade. Exquisite jade? Jin Hong's jade, perhaps the most beautiful jade in the world. He insisted on giving it to her. Noticing her momentary pause, Fei gently asked, Sister, are you struggling as well? If so, there's no need to explain. Our master will cover it later. Bai Xianyuan reassured her, No, I merely recalled some matters. Please continue. This poem's age and author remain unknown, and its interpretation is hotly debated. Some say it reflects the exchange of gifts between friends, while others suggest it pertains to romantic entanglements. Bai Xianyuan was startled by the peculiar thoughts that emerged from within her. Surely it was the day's unusual behavior from Yu Ran that had stirred her imagination. Yet, once that thought was set free, it spiraled beyond her control. For instance, she recalled how he whispered her name tenderly in her ear. Or that day, when he had initially been warm and gentle, but upon her calling him Brother Qin Feng, he had abruptly pushed her away, becoming cold and mechanical. End of this chapter, chapter 133. The gossip grows stronger moreover when she administered the needle to him. His heart raced so rapidly that it might not have been due to disdain for her, but rather affection. A heart can quicken at the thought of someone cherished. Yet, if he truly held feelings for her, why did he consistently respond with indifference? At times, he even exhibited clear animosity. Had she merely been indulging in fanciful thoughts? Fei observed her with concern. Sister, what is the matter? Why do you alternate between smiles and frowns? Is it noticeable? Bai Xianyuan quickly composed her expression. And your face is so flushed. Are you unwell? I am perfectly fine. Now, let us return to our studies. When Yu Ran regained consciousness, he found Qin Lang sitting at the table, eagerly playing with marbles. How old are you? Yu Ran groaned. Qin Lang grinned at him. Awake, are you? As Yu Ran sat up, he realized he was clad only in his undergarments, and the scent of alcohol lingered heavily around him. Puffed. Qin Lang chuckled at his action of lifting the covers to peek beneath. Congratulations, my dear companion. It seems you have been favored by a young lady. Yu Ran scowled. Go fetch me a bucket of water for a bath. Yet, Qin Lang remained unmoved. His face lit with mischief. This time is different from the last. She not only treated your wounds, but also helped you bathe. With a physique like yours, what do you think she might have been thinking while tending to you? Shut your mouth. Why so fierce? Qin Lang teased, sauntering over with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he produced a mirror and held it up for Yu Ran. Take a look. Yu Ran glanced at the back of the mirror. What am I supposed to see? Wrong side. Qin Lang awkwardly turned the mirror around to face Yu Ran. Look at your neck. As Yu Ran inspected the mirror, his expression shifted. There were red marks on his neck, easily wiped away, resembling lipstick. I discovered it while cooling your body down. Qin Lang laukit loidli. I kept it for you, just to show you. Yu Ran, lost in thought, remained silent. The mark was indeed from lipstick, wasn't it? Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Could it be that the lady, unable to resist, took advantage of your slumber? Yu Ran wiped away the trace, dressed himself, and stated, I think you had enough to eat. Let us go practice outside. You've barely recovered. You need a rest. How can you train? Qin Lang, fueled by curiosity, refused to let it go. I believe the young lady has been particularly attentive to you lately. She often glances at you covertly. Surely she has developed feelings for you? Yu Ran took a deep breath, asserting she does not harbor any feelings for me. Her heart only belongs to Mu Qing Feng, as you well know. But how could he explain that? Qin Lang gestured toward his neck. Yu Ran vaguely recalled a dream in which he had embraced Bai Xianyuan and kissed her. In that dream, he had felt free to express himself without restraint. Was it truly just a dream? Yu Ran furrowed his brow, lost in silence. Qin Lang pondered aloud. I've been thinking when the young lady administered the acupuncture, you were awake, yet she targeted your sleep point? I am perplexed as to why she would choose to do so. In the past, when the matriarch treated you, you were always conscious. And she never induced unconsciousness before proceeding with the treatment. Yu Ran inquired, what exactly are you trying to convey? Qin Lang leaned closer to him, scrutinizing his expression, and queried, the mark is evident. If it wasn't her, then it must be you. Surely, you haven't done anything untoward to the young lady, have you? Is that why she rendered you unconscious? Yu Ran's complexion paled slightly. Chapter 134. Spoken from his own lips, Qin Lang gasped, oh my heavens. Chief, you truly. I suspected something was amiss when I saw her face. It was flushed, as if she were fleeing. Do you think she might execute you? Yu Ran retorted, silence. Go prepare the bathwater. Qin Lang agreed. Very well. I shall fetch the bathwater. We must die with dignity. As they say, to perish under the peony blossoms is to die a stylish death. A stylish ghost must be fragrant. Yu Ran was anxious, fearing that during his moment of unconsciousness, he might have revealed or done something regrettable. Some thoughts, he believed, were best kept to oneself, particularly from Bai Xianyuan. As his life approached its end, disclosing his long-held admiration for her would only burden her with unnecessary worries. Initially, he had promised to escort her that evening, yet he deliberately chose not to. Nevertheless, Bai Xianyuan still arrived, carrying a glass lantern, and upon seeing him, glared with indignation. Yu Ran remained silent, merely observing her. Why did you not come as promised? Bai Xianyuan demanded. Yu Ran replied nonchalantly, I forgot. Forgot? Bai Xianyuan exclaimed, exasperated, as she forcefully placed the lantern on the table, nearly shattering it. I am your mistress. You dare forget my command? Not only did you forget, but you also seem so brazen about it. Yu Ran rose and bowed his head, stating, I'm unwell today. I hope my mistress can forgive me. In the dim light, Yu Ran's demeanor appeared as it always did, cold and composed, concealing his emotions. Observing his demeanor, Bai Xianyuan felt an urge to unmask his true feelings. It seems I have not been considerate enough, she said, softening her tone. I thought your ailment would vanish with a good night's sleep, but it appears I was mistaken. She walked around the table and approached him. Come, let me check your pulse. Yu Ran instinctively withdrew his hand behind his back. No need. I am already well. Yet before he could fully retreat, Bai Xianyuan grasped his arm firmly, accurately locating his pulse. Yu Ran stiffened, meeting her gaze. Bai Xianyuan also looked at him, and she sensed his pulse quickening. Leaning closer, she said, stick out your tongue for me to see. The sensation of her soft touch on his wrist, accompanied by a unique fragrance, enveloped Yu Ran's senses, prompting an instinctive desire to distance himself to conceal any signs of vulnerability. However, Bai Xianyuan held his arm tightly, and despite his gentle struggle, he could not break free. He reluctantly extended his tongue. Bai Xianyuan, on tiptoe, leaned in to examine him, and she noticed his pulse racing faster, his ears flushing with color. Was this a reaction of disdain? It didn't seem so. Bai Xianyuan released Yuran and asked, "Why is your heartbeat increasing?" "You already know," Yuran replied. "What do you mean?" Bai Xianyuan pressed. "I do not know." Yuran articulated slowly, "Whenever I am near you, it stirs up unpleasant memories, and I wish I could eliminate you. Yet you are the daughter of my benefactor, so I must endure. Such emotions are detrimental to my health. So I kindly request that you maintain your distance from me." This confession emanated directly from his lips. Bai Xianyuan felt a pang of hurt. Yet, she was unwilling to relent. "Today, I rendered you unconscious. Do you remember what you did?" Chapter 135. Gazing at him like a fool, Yuran inquired. "What did I do?" As a young lady, Bai Xianyuan hesitated, biting her lip, unable to voice her thoughts. Observing her hesitation, Yuran suddenly chuckled lightly. "Why do you look like that? Could it be that I, in my slumber, took liberties with you?" Bai Xianyuan bit her lip until it bled. "You are correct. Is that so? I sincerely apologize. I am a man and can be impulsive at times, especially since you are the only woman I have ever touched." Yuran stated. "But didn't you just say you wanted me dead?" Bai Xianyuan countered. "Would you still act on impulse towards me?" Yuran replied. "You misunderstand, man. For us, physical intimacy and emotional connection are separate matters. Even with deep-seated aversion, one can still engage intimately." With a sharp slap, Bai Xianyuan struck Yuran's face. He did not flinch, but simply looked up and said, "Your slap lacks justification, considering you have done far worse to me." Bai Xianyuan seized her glass lantern and swiftly departed. She must have lost her mind to entertain such thoughts. She was foolish to humiliate herself like that. Filled with regret and distracted, she failed to notice the path ahead, stumbling and falling down the steps. With a loud crash, the lantern shattered. Yet the wick continued to burn defiantly. She twisted her ankle, but remained otherwise unharmed, only embarrassed. As she attempted to rise, a hand pressed down on her, commanding, "Do not move." Bai Xianyuan turned to see Yuran, his gaze fixed on a spot near her lower back, filled with an emotion she had never witnessed before. It seemed as though he had been struck by a great shock, or was confronting something terrifying. Following his gaze, she noticed blood behind her. Suddenly, she recalled that today was her menstrual day. A dull ache in her abdomen reminded her, and she realized the blood had soaked through, likely due to her earlier anger. "Do not move," Yuran urged, his tone urgent, as he gently lifted her into his arms. "I will take you to find a doctor. It will be all right." Bai Xianyuan regarded him as if he were a fool, remaining silent. "Do not be afraid. It is only a minor injury," Yuran reassured her. "Just remain still, and it will not worsen." Whether it was the weight he carried or something else, his voice trembled slightly. Did he truly despise her? He carried her to the wall where the lantern hung and asked, "Can you stand?" "Grab a lantern." Bai Xianyuan did not reach for the lantern, but instead clutched her abdomen weakly, saying, "It hurts so much. Have I ruptured something inside?" "Not at all," Yuran replied. "Try to take the lantern." Bai Xianyuan leaned against him. "Feeble. Yuran, am I going to die? Am I really that injured?" "Get the lantern." He insisted. "Do as I say. You will be fine. The passage is too dark. I fear I may bump into you. Take the lantern, and let us hurry to find a doctor." "Do you truly loathe me?" Bai Xianyuan asked again. "Is your disdain for me genuine?" Yuran adjusted his hold, supporting her with one leg and one arm, while using his free hand to grab the lantern. He carried her down the passage. "Yuran." Bai Xianyuan's voice grew fainter. "Tell me, do you truly despise me so?" Yuran remained silent, and in the narrow, dim corridor, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by his labored breaths. Chapter 136. Not in the least I think I might really die. I can feel the blood flowing. Bai Xianyuan said, "Yuran, I do not hate you." Suddenly, Yuran spoke, "Not in the least." Bai Xianyuan smiled faintly and added, "In my mother's trunk, there are menstrual supplies. Please take me to her room." As Yuran gradually comprehended her words, his footsteps abruptly halted. "What?" he exclaimed. It suddenly dawned on him that today was the day of the lunar letter. Bai Xianyuan remarked that the reason for his abdominal pain and bleeding was likely attributed to that. Yuran lowered his gaze towards the person nestled in his arms, discovering a glint of mischievous delight sparkling in her agile, beautiful eyes. He abruptly set her down. Bai Xianyuan cried out in distress, "My foot. I think I sprained it." From a moment, he escorted her back to Qianlong Garden. Yuran refused to utter another word to her, exuding an aura of frosty silence that could freeze a person to death. Yet, Bai Xianyuan's heart blossomed with an unprecedented excitement, causing her to chuckle softly while lying in bed. "Miss," Wadan inquired, furrowing her brow with a grave expression, "why are you so cheerful despite having sprained your foot?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Because with a sprained foot, I don't have to attend school." Wadan exclaimed, "That one tea do. Tomorrow, I shall fetch a soft sedan for you. Furthermore, you must go to Shiha Garden to pay your respects. No slacking off, or else people will talk." "Oh, fine, fine. Do as you please." Bai Xianyuan smiled at her. "Gut nicht, wo denn?" Wadan extinguished the lamp for her, leaving with a multitude of unanswered questions. Bai Xianyuan's sprain was not severe. She recovered within 3 or 4 days. On that day, Qin Lang sought an audience, stating that news had arrived from the horse ranch. Bai Xianyuan inquired, "In the past, it has always been you Ran who came. Why are you here today?" Qin Lang explained, "Our leader sent for me." Bai Xianyuan questioned, "Why didn't he come himself?" Qin Lang observed her expression cautiously before replying, "I'm not sure. Perhaps he dares not." Bai Xianyuan nodded. "What did they say?" Qin Lang reported, "They said they encountered a tough opponent. The individual refuses to yield. And even the horses are particularly fierce. Numerous trainers at the ranch have been unable to tame them." Bai Xianyuan frowned. Did Uncle Zhou conduct the interrogation himself, or did he enlist someone else? Qin Lang shook his head. "I'm not certain." Bai Xianyuan declared, "In that case, I shall visit tomorrow. I happen to want to see that horse. Return and inform them to prepare for the journey to the ranch." "Understood." Bai Xianyuan assumed Yuran would avoid her, yet he still attended. However, he appeared even more aloof, not sparing her a glance and maintaining a significant distance as they walked. Bai Xianyuan pouted, wondering what his issue was, as she had no intention of mocking him. The Bai family ranch was expansive, primarily serving as a reserve for war horses for the ironclad army. Many aged and infirm horses were also sent here to retire from the battlefield. The ranch manager, surnamed Zhou, was a trusted confidant of her parents, and Bai Xianyuan referred to him as Uncle Zhou. The horse acquired from the foot of Xiyun Mountain, along with its caretaker, had been brought here. She summoned Zhou Mo, but he was reluctant to divulge any information. Uncle Zhou informed her that he was contemplating ending his own life. Zhou Mo was Uncle Zhou's nephew and the head of military punishment and interrogation. No one was more adept at coercive methods than he. Even Brother Mo couldn't he extract anything? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Uncle Zhou replied, "A waste token was discovered on this individual, and Brother Mo took it to investigate. He mentioned that this person is not of ordinary standing and wishes to take him to the military. I thought I should consult you, and fortuitously, you arrived today." Bai Xianyuan asserted, "This individual is crucial to us. We cannot allow him to die, nor can we disclose his whereabouts." "Uncle Zhou, where do you think would be a suitable place to keep him?" Uncle Zhou smiled. "I believe handing him over to Brother Mo would be ideal. As long as you inform him, he will handle it." Bai Xianyuan nodded. "Then let us entrust him to Brother Mo." She then whispered to Uncle Zhou, "Uncle Zhou, this person might be connected to my parents' affairs. Please ensure you communicate this well with Brother Mo." Uncle Zhou looked taken aback, but upon seeing the numerous individuals accompanying Bai Xianyuan, he refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded. "Please inform Brother Mo that he can come directly to me for any matters, without going through intermediaries." Bai Xianyuan instructed, "Once he arrives at our residence, have Yuran find him. Yuran will bring him to see me." Uncle Zhou nodded solemnly. Bai Xianyuan then inquired, "What about that horse?" Uncle Zhou, a true horse enthusiast, lit up at the mention of it and exclaimed, "That is a Kazakh horse, the finest steed from the grasslands, swift as an arrow, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. It's a pity, though, that no one can tame it." Bai Xianyuan questioned, "No one can tame it?" Uncle Zhou shook his head. "The best trainers have failed, and 2 of them were injured in the process." Bai Xianyuan remarked, "So fierce. Kinna insa shake mise. Fine horses choose their masters." Bai Xianyuan stated, "Let us go take a look. I haven't had a proper look yet." Uncle Zhou led her to see the chestnut horse. This horse left a deep impression on her. In her previous life, her people formed 2 lines to shield her, one wielding swords and the other bows. It had leapt over the 2 rows of defenders amidst a hail of arrows, bearing a red blanket, and lunged towards her with a sword. Had it not been for Bai Inghui blocking that strike, she would not have survived to reach the capital, nor would she have discovered that her parents were alive. It appeared just as she remembered, sleek and shiny, with a remarkable physique. Bai Xianyuan reached out to pat its back, saying, "A fine horse deserves an excellent master to become a great tail. Otherwise, how about you don't stay with her and come with me instead?" The chestnut horse, seemingly full of temperament, kicked up its hind legs and snorted, attempting to distance itself from her. She couldn't help but feel it bore a resemblance to Yuran. Contemplating this, she glanced at Yuran, who stood at the farthest distance, sword in hand, his expression indifferent yet cool and aloof. Bai Xianyuan genuinely liked this horse, sighed, and remarked, "If it truly cannot be tamed, then it must be put down." Oh dear! Uncle Zhou, a passionate lover of horses, was visibly pained by this suggestion. "My lord, this horse is a rare gem. How can we kill it? Isn't it a waste to keep it alive if it cannot be tamed?" Bai Xianyuan countered. The ranch manager insisted, "Miss, if you are concerned about the feed, I can personally cover the cost to care for it. We cannot kill it. It would be too regrettable." Bai Xianyuan argued. "What if its master is a traitor from the north?" "Huh?" Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow. "That fellow doesn't seem like a spy. He has a distinct accent from the capital. I'm merely making a comparison. Even if he is not a spy, what if he is an enemy of the Bai family? Imagine one day he pursues me while riding this horse. How could I possibly escape?" Bai Xianyuan reasoned. Uncle Zhou found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly called out to Yuran. "Yuran, your skills are the finest. You must be able to tame it. Go give it a try." "Yes, yes." Xiao Shi encouraged him as well. Yuran also felt it would be a shame to kill the horse, and turned to Bai Xianyuan. "Should I give it a try?" Finally, he spoke to her. Bai Xianyuan teased him. "Didn't you say that fine horses choose their masters? If you succeed, wouldn't it acknowledge you as its master?" Yuran retorted. "Then let us just kill it." Bai Xianyuan responded. "I was joking, give it a try." Yuran approached the horse. He circled around it before attempting to lead it away. The horse, obstinate as a mule, stood rooted in place. Yuran tugged at the reins, but the horse charged at him as if it were possessed. The crowd gasped in surprise. Yet, Yuran nimbly evaded, placing a hand on the horse's side, effortlessly vaulting onto its back with remarkable grace. The crowd erupted in cheers. The horse bucked wildly, but Yuran, an experienced rider, clung tightly to its neck, striving to relax his body while pulling on the reins to gain control. However, this particular horse seemed different. It galloped in circles without pause, as if frenzied. After countless laps, Yuran seized an opportunity to dismount, landing steadily before them. The horse continued forward, eventually halting by a distant high wall, pawing at it and whinnying. "My goodness, I have never encountered such a spirited horse." Qin Lang was taken aback. When he brought it here, it did not exhibit such behavior. It seemed as if the horse yearned to escape in search of its master. Uncle Zhou remarked, "Look at its expression. It possesses a remarkable intelligence." Bai Xianyuan nodded, her face filled with regret. "Indeed, it is a fine horse, but alas, something seems amiss." Suddenly, Yuran interjected, "What seems amiss?" Bai Xianyuan inquired. Yuran responded, "When I embraced its neck earlier, I sense an irregular pulse." Bai Xianyuan chuckled, asking, "An irregular pulse? You can even diagnose a horse?" Yuran explained, "Having encountered many horses, I can perceive the distinctions." Bai Xianyuan clicked her tongue, prompting Wadan to fetch her silver needles. Since learning of Yuran's ailment, she had taken to carrying needles whenever she ventured out. The horse had already been captured and tethered by the stable hands, appearing starkly different from its earlier frenzy. Now lying on the ground, grazing lazily, Bai Xianyuan approached with the silver needle, but everyone prevented her from getting too close. "I merely ventured forth to feel its pulse." Bai Xianyuan remarked, "It's lying down. Can still bite me?" Wadan reassured, "But miss, just for a moment. You all needn't worry." Bai Xianyuan, undeterred by the collective concern, advanced. The stable hands soothingly calmed the horse as Bai Xianyuan cautiously reached for its neck. The horse cast a glance at her, displaying a disinterested demeanor, and continued to graze. After checking its pulse, Bai Xianyuan produced the silver needle, preparing to insert it. At that moment, sensing something was amiss, she turned to find Yuran had quietly positioned himself behind her, watching the horse with vigilance. She remained silent, and with a swift motion, she inserted the needle. The horse paused, regarding her. "I merely wish to ascertain your ailment." Bai Xianyuan spoke softly, "Do not worry, it won't hurt." As she withdrew the needle, Yuran quickly pulled her away. The horse did not whinny or display anger. Instead, it continued to gaze at her intently. Bai Xianyuan held the needle up to the sunlight. Shortly thereafter, the silver needle changed color, appearing a mottled blue-red. Blue-red? Is this another form of voodoo? Bai Xianyuan frowned. Chapter 139. What kind are you? Qin Lang leaned closer. Is it truly poison? What kind of poison? Bai Xianyuan sniffed the silver needle, declaring, it must be the secret of the shaman, a toxic insect used to control animals called qinghui. Administering medicine regularly will alleviate its suffering. Without it, the horse will writhe in pain as if devoured by countless ants. Qin Lang asked, can it be cured? Bai Xianyuan affirmed, this is straightforward to remedy. I shall brew a potion and administer it. She instructed someone to fetch the necessary ingredients, and once prepared, she directed the stable hands to give the horse the potion. Remarkably, the horse complied willingly. Shortly after drinking, the reddish-brown horse knelt in agony, expelling a mass resembling parasitic worms, but colored dark blue-black. Bai Xianyuan ordered oil to be poured over the vomit, igniting it. The horse seemed to sense a change in its condition and, after a while, was able to rise. Cautiously nudging Bai Xianyuan with its large head, during the administration of the potion, to prevent it from struggling, more than 10 people had assisted her. Yet the horse could accurately discern who had saved it. How astute! Bai Xianyuan was pleasantly surprised. The horse half knelt again, signaling for her to mount. It acknowledges you as its master. Uncle Zhou exclaimed with delight. Is that so? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Is this how it recognizes me as its master? Indeed. No need to harm a horse, Uncle Zhou rejoiced. Congratulations, my lady. This is an exceptional horse, 1 in 10,000. Bai Xianyuan tentatively reached to stroke the horse, which was now as docile as a lamb. After a moment of familiarization, she instructed Uncle Zhou to continue administering the potion for a few days until the expelled matter ceased to contain parasites. She added that the poison had harmed the horse's vitality, suggesting it rest and recuperate before she returned. Uncle Zhou agreed with enthusiasm. They enjoyed lunch at the stable. While waiting for their meal, Bai Xianyuan noticed Yuran standing alone in the distance and approached him, giving him a gentle tap. Upon turning around and seeing her, his demeanor cooled slightly, and he turned away to avoid her gaze. Why are you keeping your distance from me? Bai Xianyuan asked. Why did you come over again while I was treating the horse? Yuran ignored her. Hey, let me ask you, is that dried wood peach in your little box the one I picked for you on Furrow Mountain? Bai Xianyuan inquired, her eyes sparkling. Yuran's breath hitched for a moment as he asked, did Qin Lang say something to you? Bai Xianyuan replied, we merely discussed your knowledge of medicinal herbs. He mentioned that wood peach you brought down from Furrow Mountain years ago, and it suddenly came to mind. I had forgotten after drinking a bit that day. Yuran asserted, no. Bai Xianyuan pressed, no? What do you mean by that? Yuran clarified, it's not that one. I simply enjoy the fragrance of wood peach. Hence I kept it in there. Bai Xianyuan remarked, then every time I check your pulse, as long as you're conscious, your pulse quickens. An increased pulse without physical exertion indicates emotional fluctuations, tension, excitement, anger, and affection. Which one are you? Yuran remained silent. Bai Xianyuan, with a playful smile, continued. I used to think you felt hatred and anger, but you claimed you don't dislike me. Not at all. So that means... Yuran turned and walked away. Bai Xianyuan called after him, hey. That night, upon returning from the stable, Bai Xianyuan ventured into the secret passage once more. However, it was shrouded in darkness from end to end, devoid of anyone. He did not come. Could it be that something had occurred? Or was he simply too afraid to show up? Chapter 140. Indistinguishable between heaven and earth, Bai Xianyuan pressed her ear against the door of the secret chamber, listening intently, and heard the sound of a wooden stool being dragged. She opened the door to find Yuran seated at the table, sketching and still engrossed in studying the secrets of Buddhist scriptures. Upon seeing Bai Xianyuan, he frowned and motioned for her to enter the chamber with him, closing the door behind them. Do not come out. It would be troublesome if someone sees us. Why aren't you in the secret chamber? Bai Xianyuan queried. Didn't we agree to be together? Yuran's tone turned cold as he replied. It is unnecessary. You do not understand the decoding methods and cannot assist. Bai Xianyuan countered. I can still help count just like before. Go fetch the materials. We can work together. Over the years, she had often been angry with him. But now knowing he had once admired her, Yuran expected she would ridicule him mercilessly. Yet, she did not bring it up. Yuran sighed in relief. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, after a moment of silence, he went to retrieve the scriptures and writing materials. Bai Xianyuan carried a covered basket for incense and candles. Opening the lid, she revealed an exquisite, thick porcelain bowl filled with steaming soup. She placed the bowl before Yuran, stating, "This is my recipe, prepared by Wadan herself. It is beneficial for your health. Give it a taste." "For me?" Yuran glanced at Bai Xianyuan, but did not move or speak. "Drink it quickly. It will cool down," Bai Xianyuan urged, holding it out to him. "I spent several days pondering this recipe and consulted numerous medical texts." Yuran accepted the bowl and took a sip. It had a faint medicinal flavor, but was quite pleasant, bringing comfort from his stomach to his body. "How is it?" Bai Xianyuan inquired. "Is it good?" Yuran nodded. "How do you feel? Is it effective?" Yuran replied, "Yes, the recipe is excellent." She beamed, took the bowl back, and sat across from him, declaring, "From now on, I shall brew this for you daily." Now where were we? She had yet to ridicule him. It appeared that she was still a kind-hearted person. Yuran sat down and shared her new approach. They had exhausted all conceivable methods, and, as the new year approached, they still could not find a solution. On the 26th day of the 12th month, the girls of Zhiyu Garden faced their final examinations. On this day, Bai Xianyuan not only brought soup for Yuran, but also her arithmetic problems. She sat opposite Yuran, racking her brain over the calculations. After glancing at her a few times, Yuran inquired, "Why come here to work on arithmetic?" Bai Xianyuan responded, "We have an arithmetic exam tomorrow, and I haven't figured out these problems yet." Yuran replied, "I meant, why come to this place for arithmetic? It's cold here, you should go back." Bai Xianyuan insisted, "I'm not cold. It is quiet here." Yuran chose not to argue further and returned to his Buddhist scriptures. Bai Xianyuan continued to struggle with the arithmetic problems, scribbling on her paper in frustration, murmuring, "Who devised these questions? They are as convoluted as a winding path." Suddenly, Yuran spoke up, pointing to a section of her arithmetic problem. "You have overlooked its implicit condition. It involves Pythagorean triples." Pythagorean triples? Upon his suggestion, Bai Xianyuan immediately grasped the concept, unable to suppress her admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly the genius who unraveled century-old puzzles. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, her lips curving into a smile. Yuran's heart skipped a beat, and he involuntarily smiled back. Their gazes met, a fleeting moment where the boundaries between heaven and earth blurred. He longed for such moments. The New Year's Eve arrived swiftly. On the eve of the new year, the family gathered at Fusho Garden for the reunion dinner, adhering to tradition. Bai Xianyuan's family and the third aunt's family were small in number, while the second uncle's household was larger, comprising 3 children from the second aunt and offspring from the concubines, resulting in a total of 3 tables. The Bai family no longer regarded Mu Qingfeng as an outsider. He sat alongside Bai Yinghui, and their grandmother even prepared a red envelope for him, treating him like one of the family children. After the reunion dinner, the tables were cleared, and 4 large red stoves were set up, warming the room. Groups of 3 or 5 gathered around the stoves. The youngest son of the second aunt, 10-year-old Bai Qi, tugged at Bai Zhan and a cousin of similar age, insisting they play a game. However, this year, due to the recent passing of the Bai family patriarch, the elders decreed that the family would refrain from merriment and gambling during the new year. Consequently, the adults forbade them from playing. Bai Qi protested. "In previous years, we could watch plays, play cards, toss pots, and set off fireworks. The New Year's vigil passed quickly. If we can't play, won't we just be sitting idly for half the evening?" While sitting idly for adults was manageable, children could not remain still. Their grandmother interjected, allowing them to read books, including storybooks and comic strips. Bai Yinghui had a stockpile, so he sent someone to fetch a basket, inviting everyone to choose what they were interested in. When their grandmother saw the basket, she playfully swatted Bai Yinghui with a feather duster, exclaiming, "What good deed are you up to? Hoarding so many delightful things." Bai Yinghui pouted, "Grandmother, why hit me during the new year? Didn't you say we could read tonight?" Old Lady Lu chuckled. "I didn't say you couldn't read, but I didn't say I couldn't hit you either. Look at what you usually read. Ask Mu Qingfeng what he reads. No wonder he ranks first. While you rank 101st. Bai Xia burst into laughter. "Why compare me to him?" Bai Yinghui sulked. "Who is he?" "He is the heir of the Mu family." "And what am I?" The second uncle glared at him. "What are you?" Bai Yinghui, fearful of his father, retreated behind Old Lady Lu, declaring, "I am the eldest grandson of grandmother." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Lu laughed heartily. Seeing her amused, the second uncle refrained from scolding him and merely shook his head with a smile. Bai Xianyuan found the situation amusing as well. She approached the basket of assorted books Bai Yinghui had gathered and picked up a copy of The Art of War, flipping through it, captivated by the vivid illustrations. The Art of War? Suddenly, Mu Qingfeng's voice emerged beside her. Bai Xianyuan turned to see him perched on a small stool next to her. Bai Xianyuan replied, just browsing. Have you read it before? Bai Xianyuan explained, I've studied a few chapters, but never completed it. Ah, let Qingfeng explain it to you. Bai Inghui interjected. He's an expert in military strategies. How so? Bai Xianyuan asked. Bai Inghui elaborated. He recounts the origins of each strategy and who in history utilized them. We love listening to him share these tales. They are particularly fascinating. Mu Qingfeng teased. Are you bored? Should I entertain you with a story? Bai Inghui raised an eyebrow. What is wrong with telling a Yao a story? Am I putting you out? Mu Qingfeng glanced at Bai Xianyuan and asked with a smile. Would you like to hear it? At that moment, Bai Xia leaned in, exclaiming, I want to hear. Quickly, Brother Qingfeng, Bai Qi, Bai Zhan, and a few other children gathered around, urging Mu Qingfeng to tell a tale. Thus, he began narrating the story of the empty city stratagem. Mu Qingfeng's voice was melodious. His expressive abilities remarkable, his tones steady and rhythmic, captivating the children completely. Bai Xia unintentionally revealed a look of infatuation. Mu Qingfeng seemed to notice this. Initially, his gaze wandered, but eventually he focused on Bai Xianyuan or interacted with the children gathered around, deliberately avoiding Bai Xia. Bai Xianyuan rested her chin in her hand, contemplating Mu Qingfeng. With his lineage, appearance, and talents, he indeed possessed qualities that could endear him to young women. Yet, to what extent would admiration lead Bai Xia to overlook years of sisterhood and seek to harm her? If it were her, regardless of how fond she was of a man, she would never resort to such actions. Perhaps Bai Xia's perception of sisterly affection was entirely superficial. Her kindness stemmed solely from the benefits she could gain, bolstering her and the second branch's status within the Bai family. If she could eliminate her in order to take her place, she would do so without hesitation. Bai Xianyuan recalled that on this very day in her past life, she and Bai Xia had kept vigil together, during which she felt an overwhelming urge to slap her or even push her head into the stove. This time, however, she found herself harboring less hatred for her, even feeling a tinge of pity. In her previous life, Bai Xia had married Mu Qingfeng and reportedly led a rather unhappy life. He never visited her, and the Mu family looked down upon her. The children had all congregated around Bai Xianyuan and Mu Qingfeng, while the adults surrounded old lady Lu, who expressed her dissatisfaction regarding her youngest son, Bai Xuanqi, Bai Xianyuan's fourth uncle, lamenting that he had been in the capital for 3 years without returning, even neglecting to attend his elder brother's funeral. The second uncle explained that the emperor's health was unpredictable, and the situation in the capital was ever-changing, necessitating someone to stay behind. He promised that Bai Xuanqi would return to visit his mother next year. At this moment, Bai Xia's gaze towards Mu Qingfeng caught old lady Lu's attention. She frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes, and, in a tone only their group could hear, she remarked, Xia is already 15. Her marriage remains unarranged. If you parents cannot choose a suitable husband, perhaps I should assist you? The second aunt nudged the second uncle. Aren't we waiting for the official to decide? He intends for Xia to marry someone from the capital and plans to take us there for a visit next year. Old lady Lu retorted. Is someone from the capital inherently better than those from Yuzhou? Different regions, different customs. They might not even share the same meals. I see you're overly optimistic, as if common folk would look down on us. The second aunt replied, Mother, the daughter-in-law does not think this way. Surely, the official has his own considerations. He has long been stationed in the capital, and having a marriage connection there would be even better, wouldn't it? The second uncle nodded. Indeed, I have such intentions. Lady Lu remarked. As parents, it is only natural for you to plan for your daughter. However, you must also make it clear to her to avoid any misguided thoughts. The second aunt glanced at her daughter, instantly comprehending Lady Lu's words, and went to call Bai Xia away. After a while, Kai Wei, who had been stationed at Qianlong Garden, came to whisper to Bai Xianyuan, Qin Lang is anxiously looking for you, saying, Taiji 13 needles. Bai Xianyuan's expression changed. It had been less than 10 days since the last treatment, and logically, it should not have flared up so soon. The previous occurrence had a gap of about a month. In such a gathering, if she were to leave for too long, it would be challenging to explain to the elders. Thus, she straightforwardly approached the old lady and whispered, Yu-Ran has fallen ill, I need to check on him. Lady Lu, who had a fondness for Yu-Ran and was a compassionate elder, said, Go ahead, light a few more lanterns, walk slowly, and don't trip. Bai Xianyuan nodded and turned to leave. Wumi inquired. Mother, it's pitch dark outside. What is a Yuan going to do? Lady Lu replied. It's that time of the month. She's going to change. Wumi responded. Oh, where's Wanro? Lady Lu asked, noticing her absence. She has been accustomed to the cold north and found the room stuffy. So she went out for some fresh air, Wumi said. Lady Lu nodded and turned to see Xiao Qing gazing out at the pitch-black sky, smilingly asking, Third daughter-in-law, what are you looking at? You were so lively before. Why are you silent tonight? Xiao Qing turned back and said, This afternoon, the sky was heavily overcast, and I was wondering if Yuzhou would finally see snow after so many years. Oh, the second aunt chuckled, saying, You're not a child anymore. Still hoping for snow? Xiao Qing smiled. Doubtful. Lady Lu shook her head. Even if it does, it's likely to rain. Bai Xianyuan arrived at Shiha Garden, gave some instructions, and entered the secret chamber alone. Qin Lang was waiting anxiously for her, pacing back and forth. What happened? Bai Xianyuan asked. Qin Lang replied, Please check on him first. I will explain everything later. In the dim light of the secret chamber, Yuran lay on the bed, unconscious and pale-lipped. Bai Xianyuan checked his pulse and determined that he had fainted due to a sudden surge of internal energy, and acupuncture was unnecessary. However, his body temperature was quite low and required warmth. The weather was poor. Both the secret chamber and the servants' quarters were chilly. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Qin Lang to carry Yuran to Shiha Garden. What? Over there? Qin Lang asked with concern. What if someone discovers us? Tonight, everyone is at Fusho Garden, and it is cold. Generally, no one will come, Bai Xianyuan assured. If someone does come, that'll be even better. I've already sent Woden to find someone to keep watch. Qin Lang felt relieved and carried Yuran over. Upon exiting her father's study, Bai Xianyuan noticed that snow had begun to fall from the sky, gently floating down like light goose feathers. She instructed Qin Lang to place Yuran on the soft couch outside her parents' room, then had him light several braziers and cover Yuran with thick layers of blankets, gradually stabilizing his breathing. Bai Xianyuan sighed in relief and asked Qin Lang, What transpired? How'd he suddenly faint? Qin Lang replied, It was the eldest young lady. Bai Wanru? Bai Xianyuan frowned. What do you mean? Qin Lang explained, Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone's thoughts are on the festivities, making it the time when the guards are most lax. My father was concerned that someone might take advantage of this, but he didn't want the guards to miss out on the holiday. So he consulted the old lady and allowed others to go home and celebrate, while those of us with inner courtyard tokens were assigned to patrol the outskirts of Fusho Garden. Bai Xianyuan pressed, Get to the point. What happened with Bai Wanru? Did she say something to Yuran? Qin Lang continued, Our leader and I were responsible for the bamboo grove in the southwest area. At that time, I urgently needed to relieve myself, so I went to a concealed spot. Upon returning, I overheard Bai Wanru speaking with our leader. She said, mimicking her tone, Why are you still here on New Year's Eve? My sister is at grandmother's. What are you worried about? Our leader replied, mimicking Yuran's tone, This is our duty. The Lord has instructed that during such times, we must remain vigilant. Bai Xianyuan pressed further. And then, Qin Lang continued. Then the eldest young lady laughed and said, Do you know what my sister is doing right now? When I just left, I saw her and young Master Mu alone in the small warm pavilion, with young Master Mu explaining the art of war to her. My sister was leaning on young Master Mu's knee, listening intently. Bai Xianyuan clenched her fist. Noticing her expression, Qin Lang added, Our leader didn't say anything at the time. Shortly after the eldest young lady left, he suddenly collapsed. Bai Xianyuan's expression remained stoic as she gazed at Yuran. Just then, they heard a commotion outside. Bai Xianyuan went out to see two guards holding a young woman kneeling on the ground. It was Heiress, a maid from her grandmother's household. Bai Xianyuan had just instructed Woden to find a few men to discreetly observe, and they had indeed caught someone. Bai Xianyuan asked, What happened? Woden replied, She was spying outside. Heiress, prostrate on the ground, protested, Second young lady, I was merely passing by and glanced over a couple of times. How does that equate to spying? Bai Xianyuan retorted, Passing by? On a snowy day? Where were you headed? What were you doing that you just happened to pass this way? I've never seen snow before, and I was just excited, wandering about. Heiress stammered. Bai Xianyuan rebuked. You are a maid from Fusho Garden. With so many people around today, you should be tending to your duties, not wandering aimlessly. Woden, take off her thick clothing and let her walk enough. Woden advanced to act. Heiress went weak all over, trembling, and bowed her head in supplication. Bai Xianyuan proposed, How about this? If you are willing to accompany me to grandmother and clarify who sent you to eavesdrop, I shall spare you. What do you say? Payer wept more intensely, repeatedly bowing her head, but refusing to speak. Bai Xianyuan exchanged a glance with Woden. Woden then proceeded to strip her of her thick cotton coat and shoes, while the guards, brandishing knives, compelled her to walk into the snow. Woden, Bai Xianyuan called. What are your instructions, young lady? Woden responded. You go and discreetly inform my grandmother about this matter. Bai Xianyuan instructed, just say that I suspect someone is behind Payer, and I wish for her to agree to a thorough interrogation. Understood. Bai Xianyuan then called. Qinlang. What are your instructions, young lady? He asked. I don't care what methods you use. We must obtain Payer's testimony, Bai Xianyuan commanded. Qinlang smiled. Understood, young lady. He approached Payer. Bai Xianyuan turned and re-entered. She needed to monitor Yuran further to ensure he was stable before returning to Fusho Garden. Approaching Yuran, she reached out to check his forehead temperature. His body temperature had notably increased, no longer cold. However, this warmth inexplicably caused Bai Xianyuan's heart to ache. Uncertain of the reason, driven by impulse, her hand gently brushed against his face. You foolish boy, she is deceiving you. Bai Xianyuan murmured softly. Suddenly, Yuran opened his eyes. Bai Xianyuan's expression changed. Her pupils dilating, her entire being freezing in place. He wasn't conscious, was he? What are you doing? Yuran asked, his gaze strikingly cold. I meant to say, Bai Wanru is deceiving you. A gathering of many people surrounded us, and I was never alone with him, nor did I rest my head upon his knee, Bai Xianyuan remarked. Yuran directed his gaze toward her hand. What are you doing? Only then did Bai Xianyuan realize her hand was still pressed against his face, hastily retracting it, saying, I was merely testing your temperature. You felt particularly cool just now. I meant your forehead. She wished she could bite her own tongue. Yuran replied, You are not touching my forehead. Bai Xianyuan retorted, I did check your face again. Yuran remained silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Bai Xianyuan inquired, How do you feel? Are you better? Yuran replied, I'm fine now. Thank you for your assistance, young lady. You should return. Lingering too long may arouse suspicion. Bai Xianyuan stood up, then I shall take my leave. Yuran nodded. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, You should sleep here tonight. It's warm, and I've spoken with my grandmother about it. Yuran did not respond. His silence often implied agreement, a nuance Bai Xianyuan had grown accustomed to, and she exited. Upon reaching the entrance of the Fusho Garden, Xiaoshu suddenly emerged from beneath the shade of a tree, his eyes darting as he whispered, Miss. Just now I saw the young lady and Mastamu head that way. He gestured towards the bamboo grove, where an open space with swings and a pavilion beckoned. A favorite spot for children to play. Bai Xianyuan instructed him not to follow, and she proceeded in that direction with Xiaoshu. Wadan and Yu waited quietly at the entrance, having extinguished the lights. As she turned a corner, Bai Xianyuan spotted Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru standing opposite each other, each holding a lantern. The woman radiated beauty and purity, while the man exuded noble elegance. Together, they resembled a painting. Bai Xianyuan longed for the snow. Mu Qingfeng reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, remarking that he had never seen snow in all his years. Bai Wanru chuckled, but I do not favor snow. Mu Qingfeng asked, why not? The impression of snow is one of purity and beauty, yet for me, it brings thoughts of coldness, pain, and a veil that conceals filth. Bai Wanru recalled a snowy night, the breath of an old man laced with the scent of alcohol. She lay exposed on the cold floor, suffering both cold and pain, the anguish piercing her. Mu Qingfeng noticed the hurt in her eyes. His heart filled with compassion and sorrow. Bai Xianyuan remained silent and turned to leave. Xiaoshu followed closely, his chest seething with anger. Miss, why are you leaving? You should confront that pair of scoundrels directly. I assure you, they cannot harm you with me here. Bai Xianyuan glanced at him and replied succinctly, Boring. Boring? You lack the spirit to Red Ollie? You need to practice. Xiaoshu lamented. Bai Xianyuan returned to the room, nodding to her grandmother to indicate that Yuran was unharmed. Her grandmother returned the gesture. Bai Xianyuan then resumed her previous seat. After a while, Bai Wanru and Mu Qingfeng entered together. Upon seeing Bai Xianyuan, Mu Qingfeng exclaimed, Ayao, you have returned. I have been waiting outside for you. Is that so? It has snowed. Bai Xianyuan replied. Mu Qingfeng appeared quite animated. I thought you would be delighted. I wanted to watch the snow with you. Shall we go out for a while? Bai Xianyuan stretched her hand toward the fire. It's quite cold, and my stomach aches. I have no desire to go out. Mu Qingfeng looked somewhat disappointed, then let it be. Your health is paramount. Bai Xianyuan casually asked, you mentioned waiting for me outside? Yet I did not see you upon my return. Mu Qingfeng explained, oh, I might have been over by the swings at that time. Bai Xianyuan questioned, what business did you have over there at this hour? Mu Qingfeng replied, Ah Fei and the others insisted on setting off firecrackers. So I want to check for any flammable materials piled up. I happened to run into your sister and spoke with her for a moment. Bai Xianyuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Mu Qingfeng offered, shall I continue to enlighten you on the art of war? Bai Xianyuan replied, no need, you should rest as well. Drink some warm water to soothe your throat. Mu Qingfeng requested, then, dear miss, please brew me a pot of that fragrant black tea you made before. Bai Xianyuan informed him, that tea is only available from my mother's side. My grandmother does not enjoy black tea. Bai Xia interjected, my family has black tea. I shall send someone to fetch it for you. Without waiting for Mu Qingfeng's response, Bai Xia instructed her maid to go. That evening, Mu Qingfeng, unable to refuse her hospitality, ultimately drank the black tea brewed by Bai Xia. As midnight approached, the incessant snowfall had accumulated to half a foot, and sounds of cracking bamboo echoed from the grove, a consequence of the weight of the snow. The ancient saying of a timely snow foretells a bountiful year resonated, and on the eve of the new year, the noise resembled the sound of firecrackers, much to the delight of the adults, who were unconcerned about the bamboo. Except for the third aunt. Ever since the snow began to fall, she had wavered between belief and disbelief. When the bamboo began to crackle, her gaze toward Bai Xianyuan shifted, filled with dread for her own children, causing her to clutch her chest, her hands and feet growing weak, and cold sweat breaking out over her body. The children, however, were carefree. Upon seeing the snow, they erupted in joy, with Ah Fei running outside, marveling at the snowflakes, exclaiming in wonder at their shapes and patterns, and the enchanting scenery illuminated by the lanterns. After a bout of playful excitement, bedtime arrived, and the children began to feel sleepy. Their grandmother instructed for Ah Fei to be placed on her bed and opened the east wing for the children to sleep. After the New Year's Eve festivities concluded, due to the icy roads and cold temperatures, their grandmother allowed the children to rest there while the adults returned home. Since the third aunt's two children were also resting, she stayed behind to care for them. After bidding farewell to Wu Mi and her daughter, the second uncle and his family, along with Mu Qingfeng, inquired about Pei Er. Bai Xianyuan explained, I have arranged for Yu Ran to stay at Shihe Garden. She was lurking about. I instructed Qin Lang and the others to investigate who was behind this. Lady Lu asked, did you find out? Bai Xianyuan replied, I told Qin Lang that regardless of whether we uncover anything, we will discuss it tomorrow. It is late now. You should rest, grandmother. Lady Lu acknowledged. Then bring her over tomorrow, but do not alarm anyone. Bai Xianyuan agreed. Thus, Lady Lu retired for the night. Bai Xianyuan turned and caught the complex gaze of the third aunt. As sleep overtook Zhan and Jiao Jiao, the third aunt extinguished the light, instructed the night watchman to rest in the warm pavilion, and then pulled Bai Xianyuan outside. Ensuring they were alone, she expressed with great concern, it truly snowed tonight. Moreover, some bamboo has indeed been broken. Bai Xianyuan replied, Third aunt, I understand your feelings. Were I in your position, I would find such a bizarre occurrence hard to believe. The third aunt confessed, I truly do not understand why this is happening. Bai Xianyuan said, sometimes I, too, wonder if this is merely a nightmare I am experiencing. However, many occurrences in reality assure me it is not a dream. Third aunt, I have truly lived through this. The third aunt pressed, then tell me more, what else is there? Bai Xianyuan pondered and replied, as for the weather, the only thing I can recall is this snowfall on New Year's Eve. Additionally, this summer, Yuzhou will experience days of heavy rain, and Xioshan County will suffer from flash floods, destroying many homes and claiming numerous lives. The third aunt asked, aside from the weather, is there anything else? Bai Xianyuan reflected. From my observations, the people and events around me have changed due to my influence, differing from the last life. However, those things I cannot affect will likely still occur. Bai Xianyuan said, Auntie, if the weather is insufficient to convince you of my words, allow me to make another bold prediction. If this prediction comes to pass, would you be willing to believe in me and offer your assistance? Annie took a deep breath and nodded. In truth, even without your words, I would help you. Bai Xianyuan grasped her hand. I am well aware that in that previous life, both you and grandmother suffered persecution to protect me. Annie inquired, what is it that you wish to reveal? Xiaoqing had already believed about 60 to 70% of what she said. Yet her curiosity about verifying the foreseen event was exhilarating. Bai Xianyuan responded, "It concerns Lu Ping. Lu Ping has gained the trust of Uncle Qin, being treated as his right-hand man. He is a pawn they have carefully placed. Although there were complications with Huang Lanfang, they would never easily discard him." Xiaoqing asked, "What Lu Ping? What will he do?" Bai Xianyuan explained, "He will use the Xinbei script to frame Uncle Qin, claiming he colluded with the northern faction to assassinate my parents. In my previous life, Uncle Qin met a tragic fate, hung outside the military camp for a month." Xiaoqing frowned. "How do you know that Qin Jian was framed?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Because my parents are not dead." Xiaoqing gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Bai Xianyuan thought that Auntie might find it difficult to sleep that night, and she herself felt no inclination for slumber. Initially intending to return to Qianlong Garden for rest, she suddenly felt compelled to check if Yuran had heeded her advice and stayed in Shihe Garden for warmth. Thus, she altered her course toward Shihe Garden. Wudan inquired about her destination, and Bai Xianyuan simply stated her desire to see how Qinlang was faring. Yuran, indeed obedient, had not left. The fire was nearly extinguished, and he sat alone in a meditative position on the couch, seemingly practicing his skills. Bai Xianyuan reminisced about her childhood, recalling how every year during the new year, her parents would prepare a sumptuous feast for Yu Ran and Qinlang, allowing the brothers to celebrate the holiday in style. They would often find excuses to invite Yu Ran over for dinner. During those meals, Yu Ran would sit beside her, assisting her when her short arms could not reach the dishes, even helping her remove fish bones. Into this chapter, chapter 148. Could he be jealous? Once, when a fishbone lodged in her throat caused her to cough until she bled, he began to take it upon himself to help her carefully extract fish bones, ensuring that not a single tiny shard remained. Every time they shared a meal, Bai Xianyuan felt as though she had gained an older brother. Moreover, due to his past act of saving her from danger, Yuran held a special place in her heart, providing her with an unparalleled sense of security. She had always felt close to and relied on him. When did that change? She could vividly recall the first instance he defied her command. Angered, she had etched it into her memory. It was during the Mid-Autumn Festival following Mu Qingfeng's arrival when she instructed Yuran to deliver a package to him, containing a sachet she had embroidered herself. To her astonishment, he rejected her request with a dark expression, asserting that such tasks should be handled by the maidservants, as he was a guard and delivering items to her fiancé was beyond his duty. The customs of Yuzhou were simple, yet the distinction between master and servant was clear. Other servants treated her with the utmost respect, taking pride in serving her. Having grown up without encountering anyone who dared to disobey her, she was incensed and, unsure of how to handle the situation, reported it to her parents. To her surprise, they sided with Yuran, telling her she ought to recognize the boundaries of each person's responsibilities and not to give commands indiscriminately. Bai Xianyuan felt a deep sense of injustice, arguing that Mu Qingfeng was a man, and thus it was not inappropriate for her to request that he deliver something. Ultimately, under her parents' protection, the matter was swept under the rug. After that incident, Yuran seemed to transform, wearing a perpetual cold expression and treating her with indifference, avoiding approaching her unless necessary. She felt stifled by this change. However, he was someone her parents admired and who had saved her life, and since he had not always behaved this way, she could not bring herself to force him away. She merely assigned him fewer tasks, hoping that out of sight would bring her some peace. Of course, there were times he vexed her, prompting her to seek out his faults intentionally. Yet, strangely, every time she did so, he remained unperturbed, never reporting her behavior to her parents, and his demeanor was not as cold and sour as usual. Reflecting on this, Bai Xianyuan suddenly realized something significant. It was not merely a suspicion. It was certain that Yuran's peculiar demeanor, his sarcastic remarks, and his refusal to comply were all connected to Mu Qingfeng. Could it be that he was jealous? Bai Xianyuan pressed her lips together, blinking as she entered the room. Yuran opened his eyes upon her arrival and stood up. "Wudan, bring some charcoal. The fire is nearly out," Bai Xianyuan instructed. Wudan quickly fetched the charcoal, and the brazier soon blazed once more. She also brought a teapot filled with water and placed it on the stove to boil. Yuran informed her, "Payer has confessed. It was Aunt Fu who instructed her to follow you secretly." Bai Xianyuan inquired, "Where is she now?" "She's locked in the adjacent room. Her cotton clothes and shoes have been returned to her," Yuran replied. She won't freeze to death, he added. Bai Xianyuan nodded. Is there anything else? Yuran asked. Have you eaten dinner? Bai Xianyuan queried. I have, he replied. What did you have? She pressed. Tonight is New Year's Eve. The meal was quite sumptuous. He answered. Bai Xianyuan nodded, and, noticing he showed no intention of leaving, he inquired again, Is there anything else? It is late. You should return to rest. Into this chapter, chapter 149. Affection Bai Xianyuan said, The water is nearly boiling. Let me brew you a pot of tea. My mother has some fine tea. She rose to fetch the tea leaves, and once the water in the small teapot reached a boil, she prepared a pot of tea. Sitting opposite Yuran to pour him a cup. Try this, she urged. Yuran took a sip, is white tea. Bai Xianyuan responded, Indeed. Later, take that can with you. Drinking white tea regularly is good for your health. Yuran nodded. Yuran, since my birth I have never seen snow. This is the first snowfall of my life. Will you keep me company while I watch it? Bai Xianyuan asked. Yuran hesitated for a moment, but eventually moved to stand beside her under the eaves. In the serene night, snowflakes danced through the air, transforming the world into a silver wonderland, and the temperature was not too cold, creating an atmosphere of delightful comfort. Bai Xianyuan reached out to catch the snowflakes. Large clumps landing on her hands, cool and gradually melting away. How fascinating, she smiled. Why does this fall from the sky? Yuran gazed at her, unable to tear his eyes away. She was draped in a red fox fur cloak with golden trim, enveloped in softness, resembling a small red fox with long lashes and bright eyes, innocent and astonishingly beautiful. Do you enjoy the snow? She asked again. I did not like it before, but from this moment onward, I do, Yuran replied. He remained silent. Yuran, do you like it? Bai Xianyuan turned to face him, almost interrogatively. Yuran met her clear and bright eyes, and, somewhat awkwardly, responded, I like it. Bai Xianyuan smiled radiantly at him, her eyes curving in a way that seemed to shine with light. Does it snow every year in the northern region? She continued. Yes, he confirmed. Is it cold? She pressed. Very cold. Much colder than here, he replied. Have you ever had frostbite? Bai Xianyuan asked. Every year, he said. Do you go hungry or wear inadequate clothing? She inquired. Yes, he admitted. I have never experienced frostbite, Bai Xianyuan said, and I do not know what it is like to be cold and hungry. Do you think I do not understand the struggles of the world? Yuran replied yes. Bai Xianyuan pouted and shot him a glare. Her expression a playful mix of annoyance reminiscent of a kitten's paw, stirring a feeling of longing in Yuran's heart. He thought to himself, if it were up to me, I would cherish you for a lifetime, ensuring you never experience such hardships and cruelty, allowing you to live joyfully as you do in front of your parents. But alas, that is not my fate. I shall soon become nothing but bones. The one who accompanies you through life is him, Mu Qingfo. Yuran gently swallowed, saying, It's time to go back. Don't catch a cold. Bai Xianyuan replied, All right, you should rest early. I shall take my leave. Yuran remained silent. Bai Xianyuan walked away through the snow, her figure swaying gradually until it vanished from his sight. Yuran entered the house, closed the door, and gazed at the newly added charcoal fire and the tea on the table. He then went over to add some hot water, taking a sip and finding it exquisitely sweet. The following morning, Yuran tidied up the room and returned to the west second courtyard. Upon his arrival, Qin Lang stealthily pulled him into a room, whispering, Have you heard? Yuran inquired. Heard what? Qin Lang replied, Early this morning, Wadan sent a silver note to my father, instructing him to procure enough charcoal so that every servant in the manor, including the guards in the outer courtyard, can have a stove for warmth, lest they freeze. Everyone is saying that like mother, like daughter, the second young lady is just like Lady Lu, a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Are you still there, my dear friends? End of this chapter, chapter 150, Expulsion Yuran. So what? What's so strange about that? Qin Lang's expression was ambiguous, but why do I feel? This action of hers is actually for you. For us martial men, this bit of cold is nothing. Only you cannot endure it. All the servants in the manor can use charcoal freely. That is quite a sum of money. You are getting closer to becoming the beloved of the young lady. Yuran kicked at him, but Qin Lang, having been kicked many times, swiftly jumped aside, causing Yuran to miss. You can't kick me. He. Qin Lang made a playful face at Yuran. At Fusho Garden, Bai Xianyuan had someone bring Pei'er over. The old lady dismissed everyone except a few trusted aides and Bai Xianyuan, asking Pei'er what had transpired. Pei'er knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. It was Aunt Fu. She ordered me to follow the young lady. I was merely obeying her. What was her intention? asked old lady Lu. I do not know, Pei replied. However, she had previously mentioned that she was a maid of the previous mistress, and that if I listened to her, I would not lack for benefits in the future. Old lady Lu frowned and ordered someone to summon Aunt Fu. Aunt Fu adamantly denied the accusations, claiming Pei was slandering her. I am the previous mistress's maid, and everyone knows this. She is framing me. Aunt Fu protested, looking aggrieved. Old lady, I have been by your side for 18 years. When have I ever acted against you? This wicked girl doesn't even know who is behind her words. This is an attempt to use my identity as the old mistress's servant to frame her. As she spoke, she cast a sideways glance at Bai Xianyuan, nearly suggesting that Bai Xianyuan had instructed Pei to slander her. Fortunately, during the incident at Xiyun Mountain, old lady Lu had heeded the words of the third aunt. After a moment's contemplation, she said, Pei is one of your subordinates, and now she has been spying on her mistress's movements. Regardless of whether you instigated it, you cannot escape responsibility. Aunt Fu's complexion changed, and she knelt down. Old lady, it truly has nothing to do with me. I implore you to see clearly. Driven by a desire to protect her granddaughter, old lady Lu declared, Pei expel her and sell her. No belongings are to be taken from the manor. Pei cried out, unwilling to leave, but was forcibly taken away. As for you, old lady Lu turned her gaze to Aunt Fu. You may go as well. Considering your years of service, you may take your belongings with you. I will instruct Qin Jian to provide you with a sum of money according to the standard of sustenance. Old lady, Aunt Fu exclaimed in distress. Ya me wronged. This matter is clearly orchestrated by the second young lady. She has always wanted to drive away the first mistress and the eldest young lady. First openly, now covertly. Old lady, you must discern the truth. You claim it was Yuan who orchestrated this? Old lady Lu asked. Do you have any evidence? Aunt Fu replied. You have seen how she has treated the mistress and the eldest young lady, haven't you? How could she suddenly change? She must have found another way to harm the mistress. You are bold. Old lady Lu slammed her hand on the table in anger. With no evidence, merely conjecture. You dare to accuse your mistress. Very well. You need not take anything. Leave the manor directly. Aunt Fu panicked. Old lady, and thus, Aunt Fu was also taken away. End of this chapter. Chapter 151. Two aunts with the removal of a nuisance from her grandmother's side. Bai Xianyuan felt a sense of relief and said, Grandmother, thank you for believing in me. Old lady Lu asked her, what are your thoughts on this matter? Fearing Bai Xianyuan might not grasp her meaning, she further clarified, do you believe it was your aunt's instigation? Bai Xianyuan replied, it is possible, but it may also be that Aunt Fu took the initiative to seek favor with my aunt. I am uncertain. Old lady Lu held her hand. Say, Yuan, should you encounter any future matters, just speak to me, and I will certainly advocate for you. Bai Xianyuan replied, thank you, grandmother. Old lady Lu continued, how are things with Qingfeng? Bai Xianyuan responded, it remains the same. Old lady Lu remarked, he is a guest, and you're the host. He remains here for you. Do not solely concern yourself with the servant's comfort, but also take care of him. Bai Xianyuan, I understand, grandmother. Later, Wumi came to inquire about the situation with Aunt Fu and Pei. Old lady Lu recounted the events. Wumi frowned. You should have kept them for a thorough investigation. Old lady Lu looked at her, half smiling, and asked, are you not afraid that Aunt Fu might say you instigated this? Wumi replied, indeed, we need clarity. Expelling them without understanding the situation leaves me suspicious. Does it not? Old lady Lu assured her, I do not suspect you. If you truly harbored ill will towards Yuan, there must be a motive, right? If you were to bear a son, I might suspect you aim for the position of heir to the Bai family. But Wan Ro is a girl. Yuan is also a girl, both of whom are of marrying age and cannot stay at home for long. What do you intend to do with Yuan? Wumi responded, you speak rightly. Old lady Lu further inquired, do you have any other thoughts regarding Wan Ro's marriage? Speak freely if you do. Wumi quickly replied, I will heed your advice. Old lady Lu added, given Wan Ro's status, marrying into a higher family is certainly feasible. My family, the Lu family, has connections with the Mu family of Guangling, the Lu family of Jiangzhou, and the Li family of Chengdu. These are all relatives. The Chui family of Qinghe and the Wan family of Taiyuan have also been acquaintances for generations. However, you must understand that the larger the family, the more complex it becomes, and they are all located in distant places. Wan Ro has a gentle disposition. Can you assure me she would fare well in such a marriage? Wumi shook her head. I cannot assure you. She has never been apart from me, since childhood. I cannot allow her to marry far away. Indeed, old lady Lu concurred. Bai Yuan had no choice. It was determined by her grandfather. Otherwise, I would not wish for her to marry far away either. Although the Wu family may not be highly esteemed, they are among the top families in Yuzhou and are your maternal relatives. Wan Ro would not suffer there, and you two could still meet from time to time. Wu Mi smiled. Mother, your considerations are truly thorough. Old lady Lu instructed, send a message back, asking your maternal aunt to bring the Wu family's son over for a visit. It will be a good opportunity for them to get to know each other. Wu Mi agreed. Very well, mother. Once our relatives have visited sufficiently, I will have them come over. Old lady Lu nodded. During the new year, the customary dates for family visits had already been established. On the second day of the new year, Bai Xianyuan's two aunts would come to pay their respects to old lady Lu. The eldest aunt, Bai Pinghua, had married before the Bai family rose to prominence, settling into an ordinary but well-to-do family in Yuzhou. The younger aunt, Bai Qingyi, had married after the Bai family's rise, becoming part of the Li family of Qingdu. In the southern dynasty, there existed a renowned family, albeit not as powerful as the three foremost aristocratic clans. Yet, they held a respectable position in the hierarchy of noble families. End of this chapter, Chapter 152. Kuang Fu Lin. Consequently, the elder aunt felt an imbalance within her heart, harboring an inexplicable resentment towards her parents, as if blaming them for not achieving prosperity sooner, or perhaps wishing they had maintained their original status, thus sparing her from such an awkward predicament. She had previously clashed with her mother over various matters. Now that her parents were no longer present, it seemed that the elder aunt's resentment remained unabated. Upon her arrival, she deliberately lavished praise on Bai Wanru, extolling her virtues as if she were a celestial being, while also mentioning the incident where Bai Xianyuan had pushed Bai Wanru into the water, openly criticizing her in front of everyone. Bai Pinghua was not a reasonable person, and Bai Xianyuan was too weary to explain herself, yet remaining silent felt like conceding defeat. This was an opportunity for Bai Wanru to shine. She, as before, spoke softly, attributing everything to her own carelessness and claiming to have reconciled with Bai Xianyuan. As the younger aunt attempted to divert the conversation, Bai Xianyuan seized the chance to excuse herself, citing the need to take the younger aunt's daughter and Ah Fei, two children of similar age, outside to build a snowman. Upon exiting the Fusho garden, they fortuitously encountered Mu Qingfeng, who had been invited for lunch. Thus, the four of them, 2 adults and 2 children, spent time in the garden constructing a snowman. After a while, feeling the chill in their hands, they decided to return. However, just as they approached the entrance of Fusho Garden, Bai Xianyuan spotted Bai Wanru and Kuang Fu Lin. Kuang Fu Lin, the eldest son of the elder aunt's family, was 2 years older than Bai Wanru and would turn 21 after the new year. The elder aunt was quite selective and typically disdained ordinary families. However, Kuang Fu Lin had fallen in with a bad crowd, associating with gangs involved in nefarious dealings, which deterred respectable young women from considering him for marriage. Thus, his matrimonial prospects remained unfulfilled. Observing the elder aunt's excessive admiration for Bai Wanru, Bai Xianyuan sensed her intention to pair the two together, and her suspicions were confirmed when she saw Kuang Fu Lin blocking Bai Wanru at the entrance, seemingly pursuing her. Cousin, I heard you're 19 and still unbetrothed. I'm also not engaged. How about we make a match? Kuang Fu Lin's nose resembled his father's, flat and somewhat misshapen from the side. Bai Wanru's expression faltered. Elder cousin, such words are not fitting for a young lady. Please step aside. I am your cousin. What is there that cannot be said? Kuang Fu Lin retorted, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Cousin, you are truly beautiful. I have taken a liking to you indeed. From the moment I laid eyes on you at Uncle's funeral, I was smitten. Please be cautious with your words. Bai Wanru replied, her irritation mounting. I am still in mourning. Such matters are inappropriate. I hope you can understand. Elder cousin, mourning, you say? You have hardly spent any time with your father. Surely you lack any real sentiment. Kuang Fu Lin scoffed. You see, you are nearing 20. What family would want to marry off a girl of your age? I am your only option. Please step aside. Bai Wanru appeared equally incensed. Marriage is a matter dictated by our parents and matchmakers. How can a young lady decide such things on her own? Besides, I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Bai family. I expect you to show some respect. The legitimate eldest daughter? Kuang Fu Lin scoffed. It seems you look down upon me? You, raised as a servant, with such a brazen demeanor, Likely lost your virtue long ago, and yet you dare to disdain me? Bai Wanru's complexion paled. You. Into this chapter. Chapter 153. Get lost, huh? I've had my fair share of women. I can tell at a glance whether they are virtuous or not. Kuang Fu Lin proclaimed. You are clearly not. Bai Xianyuan, she called out sharply, striding over. Kuang Fu Lin, intimidated by Bai Xianyuan, instantly transformed. His previously arrogant demeanor shifted to one of feigned politeness. Ayo! Bai Xianyuan swiftly delivered a slap across his face. Go fetch you Ran and the others. Give him a good beating and throw him out. What are you doing? Kuang Fu Lin protested, his bravado faltering. I am a guest in your home. Why do you resort to violence? Bai Xianyuan replied, guess what? If I reveal your recent words to my grandmother, do you think you will ever be welcomed here again? I was merely joking with cousin Wanru. Besides, Kuang Fu Lin attempted to smooth things over, inching closer to her, only to be met with a cold glare from Mu Qingfeng, who stepped protectively in front of Bai Xianyuan. How absurd! You think I despise Bai Wanru? Bai Xianyuan retorted coldly. On my family's territory, I will not tolerate scoundrels like you. She presented him with two options. First, apologize to Bai Wanru and leave quietly. Second, I will beat you first, then explain my aunt and uncle why. Choose wisely. Kuang Fu Lin glanced at Mu Qingfeng, realizing that even if he denied it, Mu Qingfeng's testimony would hold weight with his grandmother. He begrudgingly admitted defeat, turning to Bai Wanru to apologize. I am sorry. I was merely joking. Please do not take offense, cousin. Bai Wanru, with tear-filled eyes, remained silent, appearing fragile and wronged, evoking sympathy from those around her. Mu Qingfeng stepped forward, standing protectively in front of her, frowning, leave. Kuang Fu Lin scoffed as he walked away, muttering under his breath about Bai Xianyuan's interference and questioning Mu Qingfeng's significance. Bai Wanru wiped her tears and thanked Mu Qingfeng. Thank you, young Master Mu. Do not stoop to his level. He is notorious for his mischief. It is best to avoid him, Mu Qingfeng advised. Why avoid him? Bai Xianyuan interjected. If he speaks out of turn again, just call for help. He thrives on intimidation. The more you fear him, the more he bullies you. If you report him to the elders, he will only twist the story. The best course of action is to confront him. Do you think everyone is like you? Mu Ringfeng, Tisit, Genti Pokink, Hadfordehat. Did your hand hurt from hitting him so hard? Bai Xianyuan shook her slightly aching hand. It does hurt a bit. With a tone of affectionate reproach, Mu Qingfeng remarked, in the future, let the servants handle such matters. There is no need for the second young lady to dirty her hands. Bai Xianyuan, feeling a mix of irritation and confusion from his teasing, managed a response. Let us return. The children must be cold. We should warm them up. Thus, they led the two children back inside. Bai Wanru lingered, her gaze growing increasingly cold and venomous as she watched Bai Xianyuan and Mu Qingfeng depart. End of this chapter, chapter 154. Already taken action at this moment. Mu Qingfeng perceived Bai Wanru's powerlessness, while Bai Xianyuan exuded strength and satisfaction. Yet, everything Bai Xianyuan possessed should have belonged to Bai Wanru. She ought to have had a loving and formidable father, a gentle and capable mother, and obedient and beautiful siblings like Bai Fei and Bai Jiao. She should have grown up carefree, with a radiant smile that shone like the sun, and the pride that came from being at the center of attention. On the day of her return, when she first encountered Bai Xianyuan, she had just come back from a horseback ride, dressed in a refined and elegant pale yellow riding outfit, moving gracefully like a dandelion. Upon seeing her, Bai Wanru's eyes widened with curiosity, and she recognized in Bai Xianyuan the very essence of vitality. In that moment, she resolved to seize everything that rightfully belonged to Bai Xianyuan. She exerted considerable effort in dealing with Bai Xianyuan, attempting to entice Mu Qingfeng. Just as she seemed on the verge of success, Bai Xianyuan suddenly transformed, and Mu Qingfeng's gaze lingered on her more and more. She was perplexed by this sudden shift. This emotional turmoil persisted until evening when Wu Mi visited Yulon Garden, frowning as she inquired, "What is the matter with you today? You have been out of sorts all day." Bai Wanru cast a cold glance at Wu Mi and replied, "You previously told me that Bai Xianyuan and Mu Qingfeng are of the same ilk. Both hail from extraordinary backgrounds, seemingly a perfect match, yet when faced with conflict, neither is willing to yield or back down, rendering them ill-suited as partners." Wumi responded, "Indeed. What of it? You advised me to feign fragility before Mu Qingfeng, suggesting that such a demeanor would evoke his protective instincts. However, I fear that my current demeanor only serves to diminish his regard for me. Wu Mi frowned. Has something transpired? Bai Wanru recounted her experiences of the day. When Bai Xianyuan mentioned striking Kuang Fuluan, the delight in his eyes was palpable. He clearly dotes on Bai Xianyuan even more than before. Wu Mi pondered. A woman with a strong character may incite disdain if she indulges in jealousy and mistreats others. However, if she strives to support the weaker, she will naturally be admired. Ultimately, it is due to the presence of influential individuals around her, strategizing and manipulating the hearts of others. Bai Wanru retorted, "Is it Qin Jin again? Why have you not taken action against him? What are we waiting for?" Wu Mi raised an eyebrow. "We have already acted. Once Qin Jin falls, a new horizon will open." Bai Wanru nodded, then seethed. "As for Kuang Fuluan, I want him dead." Wu Mi cautioned, "Do not rush. We still need him. Some matters must be handled by our own people, while others are best left to the local ruffians and scoundrels. The Qing Li, introduced by her great-aunt, is quite useful," Bai Wanru remarked. "Bai Pinghua has been effusively praising me, and now Kuang Fuluan is bothering me. Do they intend to marry me off? Surely not." Wu Mi chuckled. "The toad wishes to eat the swan's flesh." Today, when she broached the subject with the old lady, your grandmother swiftly rebuffed her, leaving your great-aunt embarrassed. While I was there to counsel her, Bai Wanru grimaced. The identity of this fabricated servant is ridiculed everywhere. Even a scoundrel like Kuang Fuluan dares to seek my hand. End of chapter 155. Still stubborn Wu Mi. You know he is a rogue. Why let bother you? My dear daughter, do not be upset. Regardless, I intend to seize this opportunity for you to win over Mu Qingfeng. You shall become the matriarch of the Mu family. Bai Wanru's expression softened. On the afternoon of the 5th day, a messenger from the Wu family arrived with an invitation, stating they would visit the old lady the next day to pay their respects for the new year. The Bai and Wu families are related by marriage, but since both the Wu family patriarch and matriarch have passed, and my father has remarried, the families maintain a cordial relationship, but do not interact frequently. Traditionally, the Wu family does not visit during New Year celebrations, indicating their interest in Bai Wanru. The matriarch summoned Bai Xianyuan, instructing her to accompany Bai Wanru to meet the Wu family's young men, to spare Bai Wanru the embarrassment of being alone as a girl. Bai Xianyuan had not intended to revisit her past with Wu Mei, but the prospect of accompanying her to a blind date was too awkward. Thus, she recounted her past of disguising herself as a boy to attend the academy and her pursuit by Wu Mei to her grandmother. Lady Lu expressed surprise. "Oh, so you know him? He continues to pursue you despite knowing you are betrothed?" Bai Xianyuan blushed. He stated that engagements can be broken and even marriages can be annulled. In essence, he is a foolish and reckless man. Lady Lu asked, "Is he still seeking you?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "Not anymore. I haven't seen him in ages." Lady Lu chuckled lightly, seemingly more intrigued rather than deterred. Who hasn't been foolish in their youth? It is merely a phase. Bai Xianyuan affirmed, "It has indeed passed. I did not wish to bring it up, but since you wish for me to accompany her, I felt it necessary to mention it." Lady Lu replied, "Well, as long as it is in the past. What do you think of the Wu family's young man?" Bai Xianyuan considered. His character is quite commendable. He is sincere, considerate, and lacks guile. He is also quite handsome. He and my sister are cousins. Should fate allow, it could be a good match. Lady Lu felt reassured. "Well then, you need not come tomorrow. I will have Qi Yu accompany her." The next day, to avoid an accidental encounter with the Wu family, Bai Xianyuan remained indoors. However, news of the Wu family's visit to see Bai Wanru swiftly reached her ears. Yi returned from outside, animatedly telling Bai Xianyuan that the Wu family's second son seemed unaware of the reason for their visit. Initially, everything seemed normal, but as he realized the situation, he boldly declared in front of both families that the reason for his prolonged single status was that he had already set his heart on someone else, and that if he could not marry her, he would rather remain unmarried for life. Bai Xianyuan, upon hearing this, held her forehead, utterly speechless. She had thought the young man had settled down, but it seemed he remained adamant. I heard that the matriarch's face was as awkward as could be. They left in a hurry, without even eating. Yu said gleefully, "Our two elders looked particularly displeased, and when they returned to Yulon Garden, they smashed the teacups." Bai Xianyuan asked, "Who did you hear this from?" Yu replied, "I heard it from Binger, ever since you treated her at Guanyin Temple. She has secretly befriended me." Bai Xianyuan smiled. "You have become resourceful, learning to gather intelligence on the enemy. However, be discreet, otherwise, it may bring her misfortune." End of chapter. Chapter 156. Qin Lang's Incident Yu. Rest assured, I understand. As the few of them engaged in casual conversation, Qin Lang came to seek an audience. Bai Xianyuan admitted him. Noticing his pale complexion, with dark circles under his eyes, he awkwardly said, "Miss, there's something I am unsure whether to say or not." Bai Xianyuan encouraged, "Speak freely. What is there to be hesitant about? That is, do you still remember the second son of the Wu family?" Qin Lang inquired. Bai Xianyuan responded, "I remember. What of it?" Qin Lang continued, "Previously, when you disguised yourself to go to the academy, I was pretending to be your servant. I owe him a favor, and today he came to collect it, asking me to relay a message to you. He is waiting for you in the alley to the north and wishes for you to meet him." Bai Xianyuan looked at him askance. "You dare bring such news to me?" Qin Lang grinned sheepishly. "I knew you wouldn't go, which is why I came to deliver the message. I owe him a favor, and I have no ulterior motives." Just as he finished speaking, a loud fart escaped him, and an unusual odor quickly filled the air. Qin Lang's face turned crimson as he clutched his stomach, mortified. Bai Xianyuan covered her nose and dashed outside. "Qin Lang, what did you eat?" The maidservants fled the room, giggling at him. Qin Lang, deeply embarrassed, followed them outside, stammering an apology. I apologize, miss. I do not know what is wrong with me these days. My stomach has been acting up, and I keep passing gas. I will leave immediately." He awkwardly made his way out. "Wait," Bai Xianyuan called after him. "Huh? Do you have further instructions, miss?" Qin Lang asked. Bai Xianyuan suggested, "Your complexion does not seem right. If you trust me, I can check your pulse for you." Qin Lang replied, "I trust you completely. Thank you, miss." Bai Xianyuan gestured for him to extend his hand, then placed a handkerchief over his wrist to take his pulse. Qin Lang clutched his abdomen with a pained expression and exclaimed, "It hurts again. I haven't eaten anything unusual these past few days. Yet my stomach is in constant agony, and I can't relieve myself. It's unbearable." Bai Xianyuan frowned, her countenance growing increasingly grave. The pulse she felt from Qin Lang did not suggest indigestion. Rather, it seemed indicative of poisoning. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. In her previous life, before Qin Jian was ensnared by Lu Ping, Qin Lang had fallen gravely ill, suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea, even passing blood, almost to the point of death. Qin Jian had desperately sought medical help, nearly turning gray with worry. During this tumultuous time, Lu Ping reported Qin Jian, claiming to have intercepted a secret letter written in Xinbei script. Their uncle had summoned someone proficient in Xinbei to decode it, revealing correspondence with the Northern Dynasty. The letter expressed gratitude from a general of the Northern Dynasty to Qin Jian for eliminating a pair of trusted aides, and urged him to further divide the remaining brothers of the Bai family, sow discord among key military leaders, and wait until the armored forces were in disarray before advancing southward. It boasted that the emperor of the Northern Dynasty promised him the position of chancellor upon unification of the North and South, along with a title of nobility. This revelation caused a tremendous uproar. Initially, many were skeptical. Their uncle had him detained and searched his home, uncovering numerous letters exchanged with the Northern Dynasty. Bai Xianyuan, infuriated, had taken a whip to him, leaving him battered and bruised. He remained silent, but when she grew weary and gasped for breath, he suddenly grasped her arm and whispered, "Miss, I am innocent. You must be cautious of them. Today, 6 chapters have been updated. Praise me." End of this chapter. Chapter 157. Bowls and Chopsticks by Xianyuan. Taken aback, was about to inquire further when Bai Tsong had already arranged for her rescue, taking Qin Jian away. It was then that Bai Xianyuan noticed the guards regarding her with expressions of anger. Most of them did not believe the letters, and Bai Xianyuan's act of whipping Uncle Qin only served to isolate her further. Later, Bai Tsong ordered Qin Jian to be executed in a gruesome manner, his remains displayed outside the barracks for a month. From that moment on, Bai Xianyuan never saw Qin Lang again. He had succumbed to his illness. Initially, she did not connect Qin Lang's affliction with Qin Jian's predicament. However, upon diagnosing him with poisoning, the two events suddenly intertwined in her mind. Undoubtedly, it was they who had poisoned Qin Lang, aiming to disrupt Uncle Qin's composure and lower his vigilance. Simultaneously, they could use the pretense of visiting Qin's household to smuggle those letters. Noticing Bai Xianyuan's change in demeanor and her prolonged silence, Qin Lang broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "Mississippi, am I afflicted with some terminal illness? Please just tell me. This uncertainty frightens me more. Bai Xianyuan examined his tongue, eyes, and nails before confirming. You have been poisoned. Qin Lang was bewildered. Huh? Poisoned? Me? Really? How could that happen? When did the stomach pains start? For 3 or 4 days now. It began shortly after dinner one evening, and it has been persistent, especially after meals. I used to have a robust digestive system. I don't understand what went wrong. Bai Xianyuan asked, how do you usually eat? She pressed, think carefully. If someone were to poison you, at what point would it take place? Qin Lang replied, we share meals in a communal pot. The poison certainly wasn't in the food, but rather the bowls and chopsticks. Bowls and chopsticks? Qin Lang nodded. After meals, we do not take them back to our quarters. They are washed and placed in the cupboard in the dining hall, which presents an opportunity for foul play. Bai Xianyuan nodded. The poison is likely slow-acting. It is still mild. I will prepare a remedy to counteract it. A few doses should suffice. Qin Lang's expression reflected relief. Thank you, miss. You have truly inherited the skills of a matriarch. Your abilities are remarkable. You have saved both my and Brother Ren's lives. We will surely repay your kindness. Bai Xianyuan interjected, enough flattery. Conserve your energy and focus on identifying the perpetrator. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. That is imperative. Bai Xianyuan cautioned, once you find the culprit, do not alert anyone. Continue feigning poor health. Qin Lang was perplexed. Huh? Why? Bai Xianyuan queried, do you have any enemies? None. I am well liked. I have never wronged anyone. Qin Lang insisted. If someone were to poison our leader, that would not surprise me, but me. I cannot fathom who it could be. Thus, I suspect they must have ulterior motives, much like the last incident when someone stole undergarments. Bai Xianyuan suggested, let us wait a moment before enacting a countermeasure. Qin Lang became excited. Excellent. Let us proceed. Bai Xianyuan instructed. Return and inform Uncle Qin to be wary of Lu Ping. Lu Ping? What is wrong with Lu Ping? Qin Lang questioned, confused. Brother Lu is exceptionally kind. He is my father's right-hand man. Bai Xianyuan urged, just relay the message. He must be cautious of his surroundings and keep an eye on Lu Ping. All right, if you say so. End of this chapter. Chapter 158. Qin Lang's makeup was remarkably realistic as per tradition. From the 1st to the 10th day of the new year, the Bai family's lord and lady do not venture out, receiving guests who come to pay their respects. On the 11th day, they gather at the home of the second uncle for a reunion dinner, and on the 12th, they visit the third uncle. On the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, the matriarch, accompanied by Wu Mi, Bai Wanru, and the Bai siblings, made their way to the second uncle's residence for lunch. After having breakfast, the family set off, and although it was merely next door, Bai Xianyuan's guards accompanied her, as customary. However, out of the usual 4 guards, only 3 remained. Bai Xianyuan casually inquired, where is Qin Lang? The expressions of the 3 guards turned solemn. Among them, Yuren was aware of the situation and feigned concern. However, Xiao Shi and Guisanyuan were genuinely troubled. Guisanyuan replied, Miss Qin Lang is ill. Ill? Bai Xianyuan asked, what affliction does he suffer from? He has been experiencing persistent stomach pains, and yesterday, he suddenly fainted. I heard. He has been passing blood and vomiting blood, Guisanyuan explained. Oh dear, how could this happen? Wumi exclaimed, visibly shocked. Blood in his stool? Does he have malaria? Old Lady Lu frowned. It should not be malaria. Malaria does not cause vomiting of blood. Wumi pressed. Has a doctor been summoned? Xiao Shi responded, of course. Yesterday, I sought the army doctor, who suggested it appears to be poisoning, but he could not ascertain the type of poison. He could only attempt to prescribe a remedy and see if it would be effective. Poisoned? How could he be poisoned? Wumi asked, bewildered. Did he eat poisonous mushrooms? Xiao Shi replied, that seems unlikely. He hasn't dined out alone recently. We all eat together in the dining hall. Old Lady Lu furrowed her brow. Qin Jian must be frantic. Indeed, Xiao Shi confirmed. Master has been unable to eat these past few days, restless and anxious. Oh dear, this child, who usually appears so lively, how could he suddenly fall ill? Old Lady Lu expressed her deep concern. Ayin, you should go and check on him. Your mother has many effective remedies. Perhaps one of them can cure him. Bai Xianyuan agreed and diverted her path to the Qin residence, not far from the Bai manor. Qin Lang's makeup was strikingly realistic. His complexion was pallid, with dark circles under his eyes, and he looked on the verge of collapse, with bloodstains on his pillow. Even though Bai Xianyuan was aware he was feigning illness, she couldn't help but worry whether her detoxification remedy would prove ineffective. She instructed the others to leave the room, allowing her to examine him in peace, with only Yuren remaining as she closed the door. As soon as it was just the two of them, Qin Lang lamented, "My goodness, how long must I keep this charade up?" Bai Xianyuan asked, "Are you all right? You look convincingly unwell." "It is the makeup our leader applied on me." Qin Lang grinned. "What do you think? Realistic, isn't it? Those who have come to see me believe I am on the brink of death, even suggesting that my father prepare a coffin." "Huh." Bai Xianyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at Yuran, "You can apply makeup as well?" Yuran averted his gaze, merely nodding slightly. Qin Lang remarked, "Our leader has trained with the Shadow Guard." "What does the Shadow Guard do?" "They handle intelligence, disguise, unlocking secrets, illicit transactions, various extraordinary skills." "Illicit transactions?" Bai Xianyuan interjected. "Huh." Qin Lang gasped, covering his mouth in horror. "Did I say that? I must have been mistaken." "Surely, you misheard me?" "You did say it." Bai Xianyuan looked at Yuran. "So you are capable of such things?" Yuran shot a cold glare at Qin Lang. "No, he is just spouting nonsense." However, Bai Xianyuan sneered. End of this chapter. Chapter 159. Pulse diagnosis through silk. Qin Lang hastily clarified. "Miss, I assure you on my integrity. Our leader is innocent and has never engaged in any illicit transactions. Even if he wished to, he would have no opportunity. Would he? He is not a member of the Shadow Guard. What I meant to say is, our leader is intelligent and eager to learn. There is nothing he cannot master." Bai Xianyuan scoffed. "In every profession, who dares claim to know everything? Indeed, our leader is exceptionally capable." Qin Lang asserted. "He has read numerous books and even been secretly mentored by several masters in the army. There is nothing he cannot do." Bai Xianyuan unexpectedly blurted out, "Can he give birth?" "Huh?" Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, then replied earnestly, "Our leader can indeed give birth." Bai Xianyuan asked, "Really? He can help women give birth?" Qin Lang grinned. "Well, that counts, doesn't it?" "Silence," Yuran commanded. The two turned to him, noticing his grim expression, though his ears were slightly flushed. Bai Xianyuan suppressed a laugh, cleared her throat, and said to Qin Lang, "Let me take your pulse." Qin Lang obediently extended his hand. Just as Bai Xianyuan was about to examine him, Yuran produced a handkerchief and placed it over Qin Lang's wrist. They both looked at him, and he expressionlessly declared, "Pulse diagnosis through silk." "Huh?" Qin Lang exclaimed, "When a lady examined your pulse, I didn't see you using silk." Yuran remained silent, his gaze filled with an air of threat. Qin Lang chuckled, "Allericht, allericht. Through silk it is." Bai Xianyuan's lips twitched as she checked Qin Lang's pulse. Soon feeling reassured, "You are fine." "How can I be fine? I feel as if I am dying." Qin Lang complained. "What is wrong? What do you feel unwell?" "Everywhere. Ever since I fainted yesterday morning, I have been lying in bed until this morning. My entire body feels stiff, my back, my behind, my legs all sore." Qin Lang gazed at her pleadingly. "Miss, how long must I pretend?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "It's uncertain. When no one is around, close the door and move about a bit. Don't just lie there." Qin Lang sighed in despair. "Fine." As they stepped outside, they found Xiao Shi and Guo Songyun anxiously waiting. The fewer people who knew of this matter, the better. Bai Xianyuan had no intention of informing them. The reason for confiding in Yuran was his illness. She feared he might become overly agitated. "How is it?" Xiao Shi approached, inquiring about Lang Guo. Bai Xianyuan answered ambiguously, "I will return and try my mother's antidote recipe. It's hard to say." "Miss." Xiao Shi suddenly reddened around the eyes, bursting into tears. "You must save him. I beg you." "Xiao Shi," Guo Songyun admonished, "don't let the master see you. It will only make him more distressed." Xiao Shi wiped his tears, but they only seemed to multiply, and soon Guo Songyun's eyes were also misty. The four of them had been together in the Bai residence for nearly a decade, sharing every aspect of life, and thus their bond was evident. Bai Xianyuan was at a loss for how to comfort them. Just then, another group arrived. It was Qin Jian accompanied by his uncle, followed by Lu Ping and several leaders from the guard. Into this chapter, Chapter 160. 3 letters in her previous life. Bai Xianyuan had paid little attention to the affairs of the outer courtyard, and her impression of Lu Ping was merely fleeting. Now, upon closer inspection, he appeared to possess a loyal and steadfast demeanor, resembling someone trustworthy, which explained his prominence in Qin Shu's regard. Upon seeing Xiao Shi and Guo Songyun's distress, the uncle furrowed his brow and inquired, "How is Qin Lang?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I will go back and find a remedy to try." "Uncle, what brings you here?" "I heard about Qin Lang's situation and came to check." Bai Xianyuan gestured towards the door. Please go ahead. Thus, they entered together. After a while, they emerged, all bearing sorrowful expressions. The uncle offered a few comforting words to Qin Shu, and they all departed together. However, after walking a few steps, an arrow suddenly shot forth. The arrow was aimed directly at Bai Xianyuan. Fortunately, the guards were skilled, and Xiao Shi stepped in front of Bai Xianyuan, deflecting the arrow with his sword. Guisongyuan retaliated with a sleeve arrow towards the source of the attack, the rooftop. Yu Ran dashed forward, swiftly leaping onto the roof in pursuit. Lu Ping and the guards followed suit, as did the uncle with his servants. Bai Xianyuan glanced at Qin Jian, who nodded reassuringly, allowing her to feel more at ease. The assassin was captured by Yu Ran. The uncle, seemingly feeling insecure, declared that the Qin residence was unsafe, urging Bai Xianyuan to return home and insisting that they take the assassin back to his house. Hence, everyone proceeded to the uncle's residence. That day, not only did Bai Xianyuan's family go to the uncle's house for the reunion, but he also invited several key military leaders, such as General Xie Heng, General He Yan, General Fan Wui, and the formidable Bai Lin from the Bai family, to join in the festivities. Upon hearing of the assassin, everyone emerged to investigate. The guards searched the assassin and uncovered a sealed letter among his belongings. Bai Zong opened the letter in front of everyone, revealing a look of surprise as he showed it to the generals. This is written in Xinbei script. Yu Ran understood Xinbei. General Fan Wui requested to see it. The uncle handed the letter to Yu Ran, instructing him to read it aloud in Han characters for everyone to hear. Yu Ran took it and read it aloud. The contents were identical to those from the previous life, explicitly stating that Qin Jian colluded with the northern territories to cause the deaths of Bai Hexing and Lu Chuyan. However, in the previous life, it was Lu Ping who reported him. This time, it manifested as an assassination attempt. It seemed that, due to her recent meddling, they sought to eliminate her, and, if that failed, frame Qin Shu instead. Upon hearing the contents of the letter, the grandmother gasped, nearly fainting. The uncle, visibly enraged, bellowed, "Someone, restrain Qin Jian." The guard stepped forward, binding Qin Jian's hands behind his back. Lu Ping, surround the Qin residence. Search it, the uncle commanded decisively. Lu Ping returned, leading the guards back. The grandmother, both furious and resentful, demanded to know why Qin Jian had acted this way and what grievances he held against them. Qin Jian replied that he was being wronged. Lu Ping soon returned, bringing 3 sealed letters. The uncle flung the letters at Qin Jian's face. "You claim to be wronged? What are these?" Second master, Qin Jian regarded him coolly. "If I were truly a traitor, why would I keep these letters?" Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows that upon reading a letter, one should promptly burn it. Chapter 161. The Shadow Guard uncle sneered. These letters contain numerous promises, titles of nobility, and when you venture to the northern lands, should they deny their commitments, this serves as evidence. Qin Jian inquired, "How do you know there are many promises within these secret letters if you haven't even perused them?" Uncle, seasoned from years of political maneuvering, concealed his emotions entirely and replied, "Wasn't that the essence of the recent letter from Yurin? Drawing inferences from one instance, is it so difficult to deduce?" Qin Jian insisted, "I would prefer if you examined the letters first." Uncle found his reaction somewhat peculiar, growing wary as he reached for a letter, opened it, and abruptly narrowed his eyes. Bai Xianyuan also picked up a letter from Qin Jian's possession and opened it. Inside was a painting depicting Lu Ping's encounter with an assassin, accompanied by text detailing the exact time, location, and the identity of the assassin, an experienced killer. In the lower right corner was a mysterious seal, devoid of words, merely a symbol recognized solely by the senior commanders of the ironclad army, representing the most clandestine intelligence organization under Father S command, the Shadow Guard. Over the years, the Shadow Guard had provided critical intelligence, greatly contributing to the ironclad army successes. One could assert that the information supplied by the Shadow Guard had been tempered by the ravages of time and warfare, earning profound credibility among the higher echelons of the military. Naturally, the lower-ranked soldiers remained unaware of their existence. Bai Xianyuan delivered the 2 letters, excluding the one in Uncle's hand, to Old Lady Lu. Each secret letter contained a similar illustration, one depicting Lu Ping meeting the assassin, and another showing Lu Ping sneaking into Qin Jian's study to hide a secret letter. The one in Uncle's possession illustrated him identifying Bai Xianyuan to the assassin, with the text instructing the assassin to recognize her for the purpose of assassination. What is the meaning of this? Old Lady Lu asked, her expression laden with confusion. Quite simple, my lady, General Xie Heng interjected. Old Qin discovered Lu Ping's treachery, while he sought my assistance in deploying the Shadow Guard to investigate him. He devised a scheme. I can attest that when Lu Ping stealthily entered Old Qin's study, we were observing closely. But why? Old Lady Lu was utterly perplexed. Lu Ping, what compelled you to act thus? Lu Ping's face turned ashen as he glanced at Uncle, preparing to speak, when, suddenly, two swift arrows flew from an unknown direction. One aimed at Uncle, the other at Lu Ping. With a clang, the arrow targeted at Uncle was deflected by the sword of a guard beside him, while other guards quickly encircled him. Unfortunately, Lu Ping was not as fortunate. The arrow struck his throat. He collapsed suddenly, his eyes wide with terror. Bai Lin and Fan Wui pursued the assailant. The guards formed a protective barrier around their respective masters. General Heyan approached Lu Ping's lifeless body and stood, declaring, "He is beyond salvation." The arrow was poisoned, sealing his throat upon contact with blood. This was an execution. Old Lady Lu, incensed, demanded, "Who could it be? They just attempted to assassinate my Xianyuan, and now they turn their blades on my son." No one knew the answer, save for Bai Xianyuan. She lamented the meticulousness of Wu Mi and Uncle. The arrow aimed at Uncle effectively eliminated any suspicion cast upon him. In a tactical trade-off, they executed their plan with remarkable efficiency. Qin Shu, send someone to investigate Lu Ping's family. Bai Xianyuan instructed. Perhaps they possessed knowledge of the matter. Qin Jian nodded and dispatched individuals to attend to the task. Meanwhile, a figure rushed in from outside. Qin Lang. Chapter 162. The elegant mountain villa, he anxiously asked, "Father, are you all unharmed? Did the assassin inflict any injuries?" "Why, Qin Lang," Bai Tsong remarked, "you appeared as though on the brink of death just moments ago. How are you now, so lively?" Qin Lang chuckled, "Uncle, I was merely feigning." Qin Jian smiled, adding, "Speaking of today's events, we must extend our gratitude to the second young lady." Everyone turned their attention to Bai Xianyuan. Old Lady Lu inquired, "Her? What has she done?" It was the second young lady who discerned that Qin Lang had been poisoned, prompting my vigilance, Qin Jian explained. Indeed, Qin Lang chimed in, grinning. The second young lady is undoubtedly a product of exemplary maternal training. Her medical skills are remarkable. When I visited Our Lady that day, I accidentally released an unpleasant odor. Noticing my discomfort, she took my pulse and revealed my poisoning. Old Lady Lu gasped, "Poisoned?" "Indeed," Qin Lang affirmed. "I suspect someone intended to eliminate me, using the guise of a visit or condolences to infiltrate our home and plant those secret letters to frame my father. Moreover, my lady, I have identified the individual responsible for my poisoning. It was Aunt Yang from the main kitchen. Then why not apprehend her?" Old Lady Lu urged. "We must uncover the true mastermind." "Very well." Qin Lang called a few individuals and headed straight for the kitchen. Bai Xianyuan observed Wu Mi and Uncle closely, noting their expressions bore no signs of guilt, as if they were entirely unaware. When Qin Lang pointed out Aunt Yang from the kitchen, their expressions remained unchanged, leading her to harbor little hope. Subsequently, it was confirmed that the one who had instigated Aunt Yang was indeed Lu Ping. With Lu Ping's demise, all leads were severed. Furthermore, the individual dispatched to locate his family reported that Lu Ping's wife and 2 children had also been murdered, while his mother, Huang Lanfang, was missing. Search parties have been dispatched in all directions. In the outskirts at the elegant mountain villa, Wu Mi and Bai Tsong wore expressions of discontent, remaining silent. After a moment, Wu Mi remarked, "It has all fallen apart due to Bai Xianyuan. Nothing seems to go smoothly lately. It's truly cursed. Bai Gong Thou Wen. That girl is as astute as her mother. She possesses medical knowledge. She must have inherited the skills of Lu Chuyen. Such a pity for Lu Ping. I had just managed to win him over." Wu Mi queried, "What shall we do next, given the recent setbacks?" Bai Tsong replied, "Today, I rashly brought individuals to my home. I fear I may have aroused the suspicions of the observant. We should tread carefully for the moment. There is no need for haste." "What of Mu Qingfeng's situation?" Wu Mi asked. "Things are relatively smoother on his end," Bai Tsong stated. "In that case, we shall proceed against him first. Did you not wish for Wanru to marry him? Expedite the dissolution of his engagement with Xianyuan. Without the Mu family's backing, Xianyuan will be rendered insignificant." Wu Mi nodded in agreement. Bai Xianyuan gazed at the exquisitely beautiful Wumi, taking her hand with tender affection. Ami, it has been far too long since we were alone together. I have missed you dearly. Wumi playfully chided. What a time to be thinking of such things. Bai Xianyuan pulled her close and embraced her, leading her into the inner chambers. The investigation into the plot against Qin Jian faltered with Lu Ping's family's demise, severing the trail. However, progress was being made elsewhere. The individuals tasked with investigating Qing, Li, and Hong Shan had returned. 2 months prior, Bai Xianyuan had entrusted Qin Jian with 2 portraits, requesting his assistance in their investigation. Due to Hong Shan being an outsider, the journey had been long, and they had only just returned. Qin Jian approached Bai Xianyuan, who appeared tense, and asked, "What is the situation?" "First, let us discuss Hong Shan," Qin Jian replied. The registered household and past experiences align closely, indicating no discrepancies. Bai Xianyuan narrowed her eyes. All aligns? Chapter 163. Illuminating the key points, Qin Jian confirmed. Indeed, our people visited her village of birth and verified her existence. However, having lost both parents at a young age, she went to live with her grandmother and never returned to the village thereafter, hence no one there recognizes her portrait. Our team then visited her grandmother's village, where they identified Hong Shan, revealing that her grandmother had passed away when she was around 9 or 10. Subsequently, she sold herself into servitude at a prominent local family, all of which corresponds with her records. Bai Xianyuan pressed, "What a follow-up? How did she arrive in Yuzhou?" Qin Jian replied, 3 years ago. That household faced a scandal involving corruption and multiple homicides, leading to the execution of the entire family. She, along with the other maidservants, was taken to the capital as an official servant. Later, she was sold by her previous owner to a human trafficker and eventually found herself in Yuzhou. Hong Shan is a highly skilled assassin, and her past must be far more complex than what she presents. However, no inconsistencies could be found, indicating that her account is a blend of truth and fabrication. Her childhood experiences may be genuine, but the details regarding her time as a maid in the household of a purged official are unverifiable and likely concocted. Bai Xianyuan paused for a moment before stating, her experiences truly reflect a tumultuous fate, suggesting a potential risk to both kin and masters. How could my mother have chosen to purchase her? Qin Jian shook his head. Perhaps Madame Lu was preoccupied and overlooked such details. Moreover, she may not believe in such superstitions. Bai Xianyuan inquired, what about Qin Li? Qin Jian's expression became animated. She turns out to have a remarkable background. Bai Xianyuan asked, "Oh, what kind of background?" Qin Jian replied, "In Yuzhou, there is a well-known figure named Master Ma San, who was once a petty thug but later acquired wealth, opening a gambling house and brothel, establishing himself as a local tyrant. Your cousin, young Master Kuang Falin, is quite friendly with him. Qin Li's real name is Ma Guangxiu, the younger sister of Master Ma." Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" She truly kept her origins hidden from me. In her previous life, she had suffered insults and even abuse at Qin Li's hands, and only realized she was not an ordinary maid when it was too late to protect herself and investigate her background. Qin Jian, puzzled, remarked, "But I fail to understand why she would come to serve us as a maid." Bai Xianyuan speculated, perhaps having a local tyrant at her disposal is quite advantageous? Advantageous? Qin Jian questioned, "Are you implying, Madame Wu? What purpose would she have for a local tyrant? Naturally to deal with us," Bai Xianyuan asserted. Despite Qin Jian's sharp intellect, he struggled to comprehend the underlying motives. Why go through such trouble to target us? You are the one set to marry, while I am merely a servant. We pose no threat to her core interests. Bai Xianyuan remarked, "Uncle Qin, have you managed to trace the design of that token we received last time?" Qin Jian responded, "They have traced it together. It turns out to be a token from the royal guard of the Liang prince's residence." Bai Xianyuan pondered, "But why would the royal guard disguise themselves as merchants and come to Yuzhou?" She considered, my aunt and sister cannot speak the Xinbei language at all, not even recognizing their own names. During the last washing ceremony, Bai Wanru presented the tribute snow skin cream from our southern dynasty, and my third aunt recognized it, appearing quite flustered. Their arrival coincided almost exactly with that of the Liang prince's guards. Considering all these factors, Uncle Qin, do you think Madame Wu and her daughter may not have returned from the north at all, but rather have some connection to the Liang prince's residence? The abruptness of her thoughts might seem unfathomable to anyone unaware of the context. However, once she made the connections clear, Qin Jian found no fault in her logic. Furthermore, On a macro level, he was privy to far more information than Bai Xianyuan. Her words immediately reminded him of the conflict between Liang Wang Huan Yi and the Crown Prince Huan Chuan in the capital. As the deadline for the return of the Crown Prince approached in the ceasefire agreement between the southern and northern dynasties, courtiers believed that, based on both seniority and merit, the Crown Prince Huan Chuan should be welcomed back to the capital and established as the heir. Yet, the emperor favored his younger son, Huan, intending to appoint him as the heir, leading to endless debates in the court. At this juncture, the stance of the three major families controlling the southern dynasty was particularly crucial. Qin Jian was the only one, apart from Bai Xing and Lu Chuyan, who knew Ren's true identity. It was evident where the Bai family would stand. The sudden misfortune befalling the princess and the appearance of the Liang prince's guards here, coupled with the suspicious nature of Madame Wu and her daughter, Qin Jian's expression shifted multiple times. If this were indeed the case, their return would signify a grand conspiracy. Bai Xianyuan did not interrupt his train of thought and waited a moment before speaking. Uncle Qin, have you come to a realization? Qin Jian regarded Bai Xianyuan with admiration. Your intelligence has exceeded my expectations. I will have someone keep an eye on that merchant convoy. Bai Xianyuan smiled. Uncle Qin, please refrain from mentioning Qin Li's situation to my grandmother for now. Qin Jian asked, why not? Her intentions are unclear and could pose a danger. We should capture her swiftly and uncover the truth. Bai Xianyuan replied, I believe it is better to refrain from acting against her for the time being. Someone like her may not be privy to the real secrets, and capturing her may alert others, complicating our investigation. It would be wiser to monitor her closely and wait until she makes a move, at which point we can gather evidence before taking action. Qin Jian nodded, understood. I will also assign people to follow her throughout the day. You must exercise caution, miss. If you go out, ensure you are accompanied by Run and Qin Lang. Bai Xianyuan affirmed, just as she conveyed to Qin Jian, Qin Li may not be aware of the true identities and intentions of Madame Wu and her daughter. Thus, Bai Xianyuan placed greater emphasis on Hong Shan, believing she held significant knowledge. However, based on her previous life's experiences, she could not share this with Uncle Qin. Unless she could find a way to leverage Hong Shan's weaknesses, she would have no grounds to interrogate her. After some contemplation, she decided to retrieve the steed Hong Shan had previously owned. It should have been well taken care of by now. A skilled rider would certainly appreciate a fine horse. Would Hong Shan take any action upon seeing her beloved steed returned by Bai Xianyuan? Would that provide her with leverage? The following day, she once again visited the stables. The climate in Yuzhou tends to be warm, and even after snowfall, the snow melts quickly once the sun shines, reviving life. The chestnut horse, having recuperated and received diligent care, was fully restored and seemed to recognize her as its owner, approaching her with affection. It even appeared to comprehend human speech. Bai Xianyuan inquired if the horse could be ridden, and it surprisingly knelt, gazing at her with wide, sparkling eyes, as if it could speak. Bai Xianyuan mounted, and the horse galloped steadily and joyfully, a stark contrast to the chaotic demeanor it exhibited when Run had ridden it. Young ladies typically travel by carriage, and opportunities for horseback riding are rare, so Bai Xianyuan did not own a horse until now. But from this moment on, she was also a horse owner. She felt elated, and her memories of horses surged back to life. Hey! Bai Xianyuan called from atop the horse. Ren turned to her. Do you remember what you said? Bai Xianyuan asked. Ren remained silent, but he recalled every word he had ever spoken to her. You promised that when I could shoot 3 arrows accurately, you would teach me to ride and shoot. Bai Xianyuan said. Did you see me practice archery on the day school started? I succeeded. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Ren's exceptional skills in archery were merely the foundation. He excelled in mounted archery, hitting targets with precision. Riding and shooting was significantly more challenging than stationary shooting, as one had to contend with the horse's movement and the unpredictability of the target. You aren't going to battle, so there's no need to learn mounted archery, Ren replied. But I enjoy it. Bai Xianyuan insisted, you must teach me. This was your promise to me when I was 12. Ren looked at her radiant expression and nodded in agreement. Bai Xianyuan had previously named her horse Qi Tu, and she rode it proudly back home. Along the way, Qin Lang wore a guilty expression. Miss, is it wise to ride it so ostentatiously through the streets? Bai Xianyuan replied, what is wrong with that? Qin Lang responded, after all, this horse was taken from a robbery. Bai Xianyuan shrugged, so what? Qin Lang continued, what if someone comes to claim the horse? Bai Xianyuan retorted, who would that be? Hong Shan? Do you think she would dare to come and demand it back? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang realized, she certainly wouldn't dare. If she comes asking for the horse, wouldn't that be a blatant admission? Bai Xianyuan, if you understand this logic, she naturally understands it too. Qin Lang was initially quite pleased, but soon realized, Miss, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am less clever than that ugly little maid? Bai Xianyuan, you'll understand in due time. The next day, just after Bai Xianyuan finished her breakfast, she was summoned to Wu Mi's quarters. Upon entering, she saw her uncle, Quang Longhai, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. Wu Mi inquired if Bai Xianyuan had returned on a chestnut horse the previous day. Bai Xianyuan confirmed it. Where did that horse come from? Wu Mi asked. Bai Xianyuan replied, I wanted to learn archery, so I went to the horse farm and selected a horse. What is the matter, aunt? Quang Longhai pointed to the stranger and said, This gentleman is my friend, Master Ma San. Master Ma San? Is he not the elder brother of Qing Li, the local tyrant from the northern part of the city? He was stout and carried an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Bai Xianyuan, his murky eyes fixated on her, making her feel as though she was covered in a sticky substance, which was utterly repulsive. What is the meaning of this? Bai Xianyuan asked Quang Longhai. Why did you bring an outsider to see me? Quang Longhai explained, My friend has a prized horse, which he acquired at great expense. Recently, it was stolen. Coincidentally, it is the very horse you rode back. Bai Xianyuan turned to Wu Mi, her tone laced with disgust. Aunt, what sort of scoundrel dares to extort me? And you, allowing him in and calling me over? Wu Mi replied. He described the horse's size, color, and distinctive features with precision, so I thought it prudent to consult you. Bai Xianyuan retorted, Our horse farm never accepts horses of dubious origin. The one I chose is from a batch brought in 5 years ago from Diyuan, raised in the farm since it was a foal. If you doubt me, have the farm manager come and inquire. Master Ma San interjected, Miss Bai, my horse is one that recognizes its owner. If you allow me to see it, the truth will be revealed. After a pause, he added with a threatening tone, If it were an ordinary horse, losing it wouldn't matter, and I could offer Miss Bai several in compensation. But this particular horse is invaluable to me. If it cannot be recovered, I will have no choice but to report it to the authorities, which would reflect poorly on the Bai family, and you, Miss Bai. Would you agree? How audacious to attempt extortion and threaten us at the Bai residence. Bai Xianyuan Laokit, Voden. Go find Uncle Qin and inform him of this situation. Peng Peng, please fetch my horse to the outside of Yuzhu Garden. Peng Peng was one of Bai Xianyuan's 4 second-tier maids. The two departed as instructed. Uncle, Bai Xianyuan said coolly to Quang Longhai, You hear such allegations and do not first seek my confirmation, instead bringing this man directly to aunt. Your disregard for your niece is quite unbecoming. And do not blame me for withholding my respect. If this man cannot prove that my horse is the one he lost, I will report him myself. Should that implicate you, do not hold me responsible. Quang Longhai's expression darkened as he replied, Ayin, what are you saying? I have seen his horse before. I brought him here because I believed his words to be true. Bai Xianyuan rose, then let us see. Outside Yuzhu Garden, the horse was brought forth. Qin Jian and others arrived, armed, forming an imposing line behind him. The close proximity of Yuzhu Garden and Yulan Garden drew onlookers from the latter, curious about the commotion. Among them was an inconspicuous figure, clad in simple blue and black, eyes fixated on the chestnut horse, as if it were poisoned. Ah, Hong Tan, your prized steed stands before you, yet you cannot recognize it. Are you not distressed? Bai Xianyuan smiled brightly, addressing Master Ma San. Did you not claim your horse recognizes its owner? Come, loosen the reins and see if it seeks its master. The groom reluctantly released the reins. The horse remained still, towering yet docile. Master Ma San produced a small cloth pouch from his breast, calling Hong Jianjun. Kulme. The steed reacted, turning its head toward him. Master Ma San, his face flushed with excitement, waved the pouch as he approached. Hong Jianjun. Kulme. The horse's eyes widened, and suddenly it galloped toward Bai Xianyuan, kneeling before her and whimpering. Bai Xianyuan surmised that the pouch contained a remedy for its distress, likely used to control it previously. Thus, upon smelling it, the horse instinctively feared for its well-being. Seeing the pitiful creature before her, Bai Xianyuan felt a mix of compassion and anger. Reaching out to stroke its head, Do not be afraid, it's all right. She then turned to Wu Mi to explain, This horse originally possessed exceptional qualities for military service, but was deemed unsuitable due to its timid nature. Otherwise, it would not have returned with me. Wu Mi remained silent, her expression inscrutable. Once, the horse had been unruly, and even after coming into their possession, no one could tame it regardless of the measures taken. It was only through the use of a controlling poison that it became manageable. However, seeing its response to the poison now, could it be that Bai Xianyuan had removed its affliction? In the afternoon, 2 more chapters remain. As for chapter 167, Get Out, the daughter of Lu Chuyin was indeed formidable. It seemed this horse would be difficult to reclaim. Others observed the scene with amusement, as Qin Jian remarked, "What a cowardly creature. It behaves like a puppy, even seeking affection from its owner." Bai Xianyuan replied, "Indeed. Red Rabbit, rise and do not embarrass me." The horse obediently stood, nudging her affectionately. Bai Xianyuan turned to Master Ma San. "It seems you have mistaken your horse." Master Ma San glanced at the pouch and then back at Kuang Longhai, looking bewildered. I cannot be mistaken. My horse is entirely chestnut with a tuft of white fur on its ears. That," Qin Lang interjected sarcastically, "is quite the coincidence. At our horse farm, I could present you with 14 or 15 horses that closely resemble it. Perhaps you should pay a visit to our establishment to see if your lost horse is among them." Master Ma San stammered this. Bai Xianyuan called out, You ran, stepped forward, present. Go to my uncle's place and file a report. Mention that Kuang Longhai brought someone here attempting to swindle me out of my invaluable horse." Yuran turned to leave. "Stop," Wumi exclaimed. However, Yuran ignored her and continued striding forward. Wumi called again, "Yuran." He quickly turned a corner and vanished from sight. That insolent servant, Aunt Gui fumed. How dare he disregard the lady's orders? "Miss, is this how you train your subordinates?" Bai Xianyuan shot a cold glare at Aunt Gui, sneering, "And what are you, to question me?" Qin Lang, sensing the tension, took it upon himself to administer a reprimand. With no intervention from his father, he approached and delivered a sharp slap to Aunt Gui. Being a man trained in martial arts, the blow was significant, and Aunt Gui cried out in shock, momentarily dazed. Wumi's countenance darkened as she prepared to speak, but upon spotting old Madame Lu approaching, she held her tongue, refraining from further action. The servants fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the face of such matters, a typical uncle would have sought clarification from me first. My uncle-in-law, rather audaciously, brought people directly to my doorstep, accusing me of being a thief and even threatening to report me to the authorities. One would expect a typical servant to defend their master in such a situation. Yet this particular individual chose to berate me for failing to manage my subordinates properly. Bai Xianyuan, now composed and assertive, rivaled her mother, Lu Chuyin, in demeanor. Her gaze swept from Kuang Longhai to Wu Mi, finally resting on Aunt Gui, as she clearly articulated, "What do you mean? One and all, now that my parents are absent, you believe you can bully me?" "Yuan," the voice of the old matriarch. Lady Lu echoed. Upon her arrival, everyone bowed in respect. On her way, Bai Xianyuan had instructed Yu to wait nearby, should they see a horse being led over. She was to call for Lady Lu. The matriarch arrived rather swiftly. Bai Xianyuan approached her, feigning distress. On the verge of tears, "Grandmother, my uncle brought people and claimed I stole someone else's horse. He even threatened to report me." Lady Lu's face turned ashen with anger as she glared at Kuang Longhai. "What nonsense is this? Get out, mother." Kuang Longhai hastily protested. "It's not like that. My friend lost a horse, and someone claimed to have seen Yuan riding one that looked very similar. So I brought people to inquire. Please don't be angry. This is indeed my oversight. How can I know girls have so many intricacies? I merely came to find a horse." The chapter concluded with Lady Lu's biting retort. "Finding a horse, you say? You, who are so astute at times, yet utterly foolish at others. Have you found your friend's horse?" Kuang Longhai glanced at the horse, "This one." Lady Lu interrupted, "Is this it?" Qin Jian replied, "No, Lady Lu, it is not. We have already reported this as extortion." Lady Lu nodded, "Well done. You have consistently acted foolishly, and I no longer wish to intervene. Since it has been reported, the authorities will mediate. Perhaps they will even assist your friend in recovering his horse. You may leave now." Defeated, Kuang Longhai led the man, Master Ma, away in disgrace. Qin Jian also took the horse and departed. As the crowd dispersed, Aunt Gui knelt before Lady Lu, weeping, "My lady, I have made a grave mistake today. The second young lady even had Qin Lang strike me. Please punish me." Lady Lu queried, "What mistake have you made?" Aunt Gui responded, "When the second young lady instructed Yuran to report to the authorities, the mistress asked Yuran to return first, but he ignored her. Regardless, the mistress is the elder of the second young lady, and Yuran's behavior was utterly unreasonable. In a moment of indiscretion, I mentioned that the second young lady ought to properly instruct her subordinates. The second young lady retorted, questioning my worth, and then allowed Qin Lang to strike me. Aunt Gui presented her swollen face to Lady Lu. Lady Lu turned to Bai Xianyuan. Is this true? Bai Xianyuan nodded. I did send Yuran to report. But Aunt insisted he remain, which was tantamount to aiding them. I was already upset, and Aunt Gui dared to admonish me in front of so many people. Questioning, is this how you instruct your subordinates? In a fit of anger, I had her struck. She then apologized to Wu Mi. Aunt, as the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with the dog. I was angry and did not consider your feelings. I hope you can forgive my youthful indiscretion. To consider the master when dealing with the dog? Aunt Gui seethed. Wu Mi, with a serious demeanor, advised, I understand that your anger towards Jean Gui is actually directed at me. However, I called Yuran back simply because we are relatives. There is no need for such a serious report. Your elder aunt is your grandmother's eldest daughter. Not only would it harm family ties, but it would also create trouble for your grandmother, would it not? It was they, not I, who spoke of reporting. Thankfully, my Chitu is clever and obedient. Otherwise, this exceptional horse of mine would have been extorted away. Not to mention, he might have gone to the authorities, and who knows what they would say about me. Bai Xianyuan turned to Lady Lu. Grandmother, do you think I should report this? Before Lady Lu could respond, Wu Mi interjected. After all, your uncle is still your uncle. How could he truly report you? He is merely a man, focused on his friendships, without considering the ramifications. You do not understand, Lady Lu remarked, leading Wu Mi inside. Wu Mi invited Lady Lu in, and Bai Xianyuan followed. Lady Lu explained, Wenru, you may not know, but my eldest daughter and son-in-law have often acted foolishly in the past. Bai Yuan's reaction is entirely understandable. Over the years, Lu Chuyan has invested much of her earnings from business into the ironclad army, as well as in establishing schools, building roads and bridges, and providing disaster relief to the people. The chapter concluded with reflections on Quang Long Hai, who, during his time working for Lu Chuyan, embezzled funds at every opportunity. Once she discovered his misdeeds, she dismissed him and recovered most of the stolen money. The Quang couple then came to cause trouble for Lady Lu, who had long since lost faith in them. Thanks to Lady Lu's elucidation, Wu Mi appeared enlightened, stating that had she known, she would have dismissed Quang Long Hai herself, and certainly would not have summoned Yuan. She then apologized to Bai Xianyuan, who graciously replied that ignorance is no fault, and took the opportunity to mention her desire to learn archery from Yuan. Bai Huxing has always supported the girls of the Bai family in their pursuit of knowledge, including martial skills and archery, so Lady Lu had no objections. With Lady Lu's approval, Wu Mi naturally had no qualms either. In the afternoon, Bai Xianyuan changed into her riding attire and went to the archery range. Training commenced early in the morning, and at that moment, there were few people present. Yuran was already waiting there, but he was alone and there were no horses in sight. Where are the horses? Bai Xianyuan asked, looking around. Yuran replied, There's no rush. What shall we do first? Yuran produced a black cloth strip from his sleeve, blindfolded himself, glanced at the distant target, then covered his eyes again and shot an arrow, striking the bullseye. Bai Xianyuan realized, you want me to practice blind shooting? First, memorize the position, then shoot blind. Yuran explained, removing the cloth. This trains your hand-eye coordination the fastest. Bai Xianyuan nodded, fetched her bow and arrows, and had Wadan blindfold her, mimicking Yuran's method to shoot an arrow. Upon lifting the cloth, she found her arrow absent from the target, unsure of where it had gone. My lady, that was quite absurd. Wadan laughed, pointing to a target 4 slots away where her arrow was lodged. Bai Xianyuan frowned, not wishing to be ridiculed, and instructed, when Wadan returns, you all should practice over there too. Yu cheerfully complied. Bai Xianyuan focused intently on her blind shooting. This method indeed enhanced her skill, and after firing over 100 arrows, she was able to hit her own target. How about that? Bai Xianyuan suddenly removed the blindfold and asked Yuran. To her surprise, she found him staring at her, lips, his gaze brimming with unspoken emotions. The moment she caught his eye, he quickly shifted his focus to the target, mumbling, not bad, you're improving quickly. Bai Xianyuan bit her lip, feeling a rush of heat flood her cheeks. Thankfully, at that moment, Yu approached with water, and after taking a large gulp of cool water, she managed to quell the embarrassment, remarking, a Fei should be back. Let us continue tomorrow. Yuran did not object. While changing clothes back at her room, Bai Xianyuan found her gaze inexplicably drawn to her own lips in the mirror. Her lips were soft and luscious, exuding an allure that made her almost want to kiss them herself. What, then, was Yuran thinking while staring at her lips? As she bit her lip, her cheeks flushed deeper. The following day, at the usual hour, she returned to the archery range. Before heading out, she donned her riding attire. Bai Xianyuan's bedroom was connected to a spacious wardrobe. The eastern section housed her spring and autumn clothing. The western held her summer garments. The northern section contained winter wear, while the southern part was reserved for accessories and intimate items. There was also a small wardrobe containing the latest riding and archery outfits, along with various boots. Yesterday, she had worn a black riding suit. Today, she selected a light-colored embroidered riding outfit. As she donned it, Kai Wei, who assisted her with dressing, exclaimed, "Miss, this ensemble is exceedingly suitable for you. It greatly enhances your complexion and spirit, striking a perfect balance between elegance and feminine grace." Bai Xianyuan remained silent, neatly arranging her handkerchief, picking up her specialized archery gloves, and carrying a small pouch of boiled silver needles before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she returned to the dressing table, retrieving a long and used powder compact from the drawer. She lightly applied some to her face, added a touch of lip balm, and dabbed on some fragrance. After checking her reflection in the mirror, she finally stepped outside. Kai Wei pulled Woden aside and asked, "Has the young lady made an appointment with young Master Mu today?" "Huh? I'm not sure," Woden replied. "Aren't we going to the archery range to practice?" Kai Wei inquired. "Isn't young Master Mu also going to the archery range?" Woden questioned. "Why do you ask?" Kai Wei responded. "The young lady just dug out some powder from the very back of the drawer. She even applied fragrance and lip balm." Woden playfully tapped her on the shoulder. "When did you become so mischievous? Even if young Master Mu is present, their relationship is one of mutual respect, without any impropriety. What does that have to do with Guanyin?" Kai Wei giggled, then asked, "I've noticed the young lady carries silver needles with her every day lately. Why is that? Could it be she's going to Xiaoyu Garden to practice needlework?" Woden shook her head. "No. The Xiaoyu Garden is just the same as before, no different. Perhaps it's just a precaution." Kai Wei mused. Kai Wei's comments caught Woden's attention, prompting her to steal glances at her young mistress. Suddenly, she realized how stunning Bai Xianyuan looked today, radiating beauty that was impossible to ignore. Could it be that she truly had an appointment with young Master Mu? However, upon arriving at the archery range, there was no sign of Mu Qingfeng. Only Yuran remained. Yuran was as he always was, cold and unyielding. He instructed the young lady to shoot with her eyes covered, stating that she could mount her horse only after she could hit the target while blindfolded. Thus, the young lady, once again, shot arrows with her eyes covered, one after another. Woden yawned, and along with Yu, went to sit beside the rack where the bows were hung, pulling out some thread and beginning to embroider while engaging in casual conversation. In this world, it was just them two. With no one else around, Bai Xianyuan could focus entirely on her practice, allowing Yuran to observe her more closely. Today, she looked different from yesterday. Clad in a pale white riding outfit, she appeared as if bathed in moonlight, her delicate face reminiscent of an innocent infant. Exuding a celestial charm, her skin as exquisite as jade, and her lips soft and radiant. Yet, she missed the target again. Bai Xianyuan pulled away the black cloth to check, shook her head, and turned to Yuran. Noticing that he had his back to her, as if covering his mouth and nose, she moved around to see him holding a handkerchief to his nose, stained with red. Bai Xianyuan's expression changed, and she took out a silver needle, pulling his hand away from his nose and deftly inserting the needle at the acupoint. His nosebleed gradually diminished and soon ceased. "How did you get another nosebleed?" Bai Xianyuan frowned. "Give me your hand. Let me check your pulse." Yuran refused. "No need. It's nothing." Bai Xianyuan removed her gloves, firmly grasping his hand to take his pulse. Though he was more vigorous than an ordinary person due to the sacrificial rites, his pulse was slower than many normal individuals. The last time he had bled and fainted, she had noted the same slow pulse, indicating it was his normal rhythm. However, as she continued to check, she noticed his pulse quickening. Bai Xianyuan lifted her gaze to him, only to find he was hastily averting his eyes. This wasn't an illness, it was a stirring of emotions. Embarrassed and flustered, she asked, "What were you just thinking about?" Yuran abruptly withdrew his hand, stating, "Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru." Bai Xianyuan. "What? A Wan?" The voice of Mu Qingfeng came from behind. Bai Xianyuan turned to see Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru approaching side by side. Mu Qingfeng wearing a stern expression, visibly displeased. Why are you here? Bai Xianyuan asked. I also wanted to learn archery, so I came over. I happened to meet young Master Mu on the way, and we decided to come together, Bai Wanru explained. Her tone tinged with ambiguity. Awan, were you just? Bai Xianyuan did not wish to clarify anything to them, but also wanted to avoid rumors. So she pointed to the handkerchief in Yu Ran's hand. He suddenly had a nosebleed. I'm just checking his pulse. What happened to Yu Ran? How could he suddenly have a nosebleed? Bai Wanru asked, concern evident in her eyes. Bai Xianyuan reassured her. It's nothing serious. It's likely due to the recent fluctuations in temperature. Are you all right? Bai Wanru looked at Yu Ran. Yu Ran remained expressionless and silent, prompting Bai Xianyuan to respond on his behalf. It's nothing. Bai Wanru nodded and turned to Bai Xianyuan. Awan, I would like to learn archery together with you. Is that all right? Bai Xianyuan replied. If you wish to learn, then learn. Why ask me? You can approach Master Gong, who teaches us archery, and seek his guidance. Bai Wanru said, what I mean is, let Yu Ran teach us both. Teaching one is the same as teaching two. Bai Xianyuan shook her head, sister. You may not be aware, but I have wanted to learn archery since I was 12. Yu Ran told me that I must hit 3 targets with 1 arrow before I can ride. I only accomplished that this year, and even so, I still cannot mount a horse. I must first practice my aim and then my riding skills. So, if you wish for Yu Ran to teach you, you'll likely need to hit 3 targets with 1 arrow first, or else he won't accept you. Bai Wanru replied, is that so? What about you? Yu Ran? Yu Ran stated, without a solid foundation, you cannot learn archery. It would be futile. Bai Wanru's expression soured. Bai Xianyuan then turned to Mu Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng, you would want to learn archery too, would you? Mu Qingfeng said, Awan, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you. Bai Xianyuan followed him aside, asking, what is it that you need to discuss? Why come all the way to the archery range? Mu Qingfeng said earlier, in front of everyone, you took Yu Ran's pulse without considering the implications. Bai Xianyuan replied, I am a doctor. What is there to hide? Mu Qingfeng frowned. You two already have rumors surrounding you. If others see this, who knows what they will say? Upon hearing this, Bai Xianyuan was not surprised. Who told you anything? Was it Bai Wanru or Bai Xia? Mu Qingfeng retorted, you're at it again. They are your sisters. How could they speak ill of you to me? I merely heard the servants gossiping. Bai Wanru asked, which servant? Mu Qingfeng replied, that's not the point. Bai Xianyuan pressed, not the point? You think someone defaming my reputation is not the point? Then what is? Her questioning darkened Mu Qingfeng's expression. The point is, you should avoid any appearance of impropriety with him. In your household, with such an abundance of guardians, you could easily replace one. Yet, not only do you continue to employ him, but you also engage in such intimate gestures. Even if you disregard your own reputation, do you not care for my dignity? Bai Xianyuan fell silent for a moment before responding. You should be able to discern his loyalty towards me. He is quite capable and serves as an excellent aid. The purpose of those malicious rumors is to drive him away, to strip me of my claws and fangs, ultimately aimed at undermining me. The 2 servants who spoke of this before you did not do so by mere chance. Tell me who they are, and I shall have grandmother deal with them. Grandmother, Ayuan, Mu Wingfeng interrupted her. Bai Xianyuan, Mu Qingfeng, I have reservations about him. Bai Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Mu Qingfeng continued, even without those rumors, I would still prefer not to see him by your side. It unsettles me. For my sake, would you be willing to replace him? If it were the Bai Xianyuan of her previous life, she might have indeed considered replacing Yu Ran, for Mu Qingfeng was the man she cherished, her future husband. However, that was no longer a possibility. Setting everything else aside, Yu Ran's illness meant that without her, he would perish. In her previous life, it was likely that he did not die from a carriage accident, but rather from a lack of medical care, succumbing to illness and blood loss. It seemed Yu Ran wished to keep his illness a secret, which Qin Jian and his son had concealed from her. Bai Xianyuan looked at Mu Qingfeng and said, the 4 of them were arranged by my father to protect me since childhood. We are well acquainted. Particularly Yu Ran. He is a trusted confidant nurtured by my father. Both Ah Fei and I require their protection, and I still need them to handle many important matters. Therefore, unless they choose to leave on their own, I will not replace any of them. If this makes you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. Mu Qingfeng, I did not mention the others. I only wish for you to part ways with Yu Ran. Without him, Qin Lang and the others can still serve you. And I have capable individuals here whom you may utilize at will. Bai Xianyuan asked, I have 4 guards. Why do you only concern yourself with him? Is it not because of the rumors? You must understand that it is precisely because he is the most exceptional that the tasks entrusted to him have never failed, which is why they spread such slander. By asking me to replace him, are you not falling into their trap? Mu Qingfeng, it is not due to the rumors. Bai Xianyuan, then what is it? Mu Qingfeng, a man's intuition. His feelings for you are not pure. Bai Xianyuan fell silent, pondering that his intuition was rather accurate. However, this was a matter between her and Yu Ran, and it no longer concerned Mu Qingfeng in this lifetime. Bai Xianyuan said, I can assure you that as long as I remain betrothed to you, I will never act in a manner that betrays your trust. Can you find solace in that? Please do not make this difficult for me. Today, I have no time to write, so I shall leave it at this. End of this chapter, chapter 173. You are different from before. Disappointment and anger gradually accumulated in Mu Qingfeng's eyes. I've been straightforward with you. Why do you still resist? To you, he is evidently more important than I am. Bai Xianyuan, if you insist on thinking that way, so be it. I'm going to practice archery. She prepared to depart, but Mu Qingfeng seized her arm, exclaiming in anger, Bai Xianyuan. Bai Xianyuan met his gaze, resolute and unyielding. Mu Qingfeng took a deep breath, nodded, and strode away. Meanwhile, Bai Wanru and Yu Ran stood in the middle of the archery range. Bai Wanru observed Yu Ran, who had never spared her a glance and appeared indifferent, and suddenly smiled slightly, saying, Just now, my sister took your pulse. And Mu Gongzi is feeling jealous. Yu Ran remained silent. Mu Gongzi will be your future lord. If you provoke him, how could you expect favorable outcomes? Bai Wanru said sincerely. Yu Ran, I suggest you consider other options. Yu Ran's peripheral vision swept towards Bai Xianyuan and Mu Qingfeng, yet he did not respond. Bai Wanru spoke softly. For instance, following me? If you're willing to come with me, I assure you that what I can offer will far exceed your expectations. What do you say? Yu Ran glanced at her. Bai Wanru flashed him her most enchanting smile. The words of a young lady, I shall convey to the old matriarch without alteration. Yu Ran replied seriously. If the old matriarch agrees, then I shall consider it. Bai Wanru's expression shifted. I am only saying this for your benefit. If you inform grandmother, will she not blame me for being meddlesome or for coveting my sister's place? Yu Ran, are you not? Bai Wanru gazed at Yu Ran. I merely believe that Mu Gongzi seems to harbor a disinclination towards you, and I am concerned for your well-being. While your sister is still at home, you may not feel it, but once you go to the Mu family as a daughter-in-law, your influence will wane, and she may not be able to protect you. At that moment, Mu Qingfeng approached, and Yu Ran turned to look. Their eyes met, and Mu Qingfeng's gaze was filled with hostility, cold and piercing. He then said nothing and walked away. Do you see? You should consider your own interests more. Bai Wanru said as she chased after Mu Qingfeng, looking dejected. Yu Ran simply refuses to teach me. He only wishes to teach my sister, alas. Mu Qingfeng's expression darkened, and he remained silent. In the archery range, Yu Ran asked Bai Xianyuan, what is wrong? Why does he look so grim? Bai Xianyuan replied, They have fabricated rumors about me and you. Their primary aim is to compel me to be wary of the gossip and refrain from using you. The second, and more significant, objective is to sow discord between Mu Qingfeng and me. Thus, even if grandmother issues a decree, how could they relinquish their intent to relay this matter to Mu Qingfeng? He sought me out after hearing the rumors. Yu Ran frowned. You should convey this to him. Bai Xianyuan, I have. Yu Ran, yet he seems unconvinced. Bai Xianyuan covered her eyes, drew her bow, and shot an arrow. Pay him no mind. Yu Ran frowned as he watched her. You're different from before. Bai Xianyuan shot another arrow and asked, In what way am I different? Yu Ran, if it were the past, you would not say pay him no mind. Bai Xianyuan did not answer him, shot another arrow, and upon lifting the blindfold, discovered she had hit the bullseye. She looked at him and smiled. I hit it. However, she noticed that his brow was furrowed in concern. Why? Yu Ran asked her. He is your fiancé. Misunderstandings are one thing, but this particular misunderstanding could harm your relationship, and you cannot allow it to escalate, can you? End of this chapter, chapter 174. That Mu Tao, is it the one I gave you? Bai Xianyuan remained silent for a moment and said, He is likely to call off our engagement, which is why I said to pay him no mind. You need not concern yourself with him. Yu Ran, why would he call off the engagement? Bai Xianyuan, were it not for her worries regarding the 2 children of her third aunt's family, would not have mentioned the matter of her rebirth to her. She had no intention of sharing it with others, for convincing them of such a notion would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, Bai Xianyuan concocted an excuse. I will inform him of what transpired that day. He certainly will no longer wish to marry me. Yu Ran's expression changed. Why must you tell him? Bai Xianyuan. If I do not inform him, is that not deceiving him into marriage? Yu Ran. Do you understand what consequences may arise once you tell him? Bai Xianyuan. The engagement will be annulled. What other consequences could there be? Yu Ran. And after the annulment? Where will you find another family like the Moos? Moreover, if he, in a fit of rage, were to disclose this matter, your life would be ruined. Being poisoned is not your fault. If anyone should bear the consequences, it should not be you, the victim, but rather those who have harmed you. In truth, Bai Xianyuan subconsciously believed that Yu Ran would appreciate such sentiments, which was why she shared them with him. To her surprise, he reacted so strongly. Anger surged within her, and Bai Xianyuan cast the bow to the ground, her expression cold. Rest assured, I will not drag you into this. I will ensure you remain unscathed. She turned to leave, but her arm was seized by Yu Ran. You are aware that I am not afraid of being implicated. Yu Ran's voice was strained. If there were any mishaps regarding your marriage, the Lord and Lady, as well as I, will be troubled in the afterlife. This fool, truly foolish. Bai Xianyuan gazed at him. Do you not wish for me to inform him? Yu Ran replied, a woman's chastity is of utmost significance. Speaking of it brings you no benefit whatsoever, unless you reveal the truth to me. Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow. That would peach. Was it the one I gifted you? Yu Ran responded, that is not the same matter. Bai Xianyuan pushed his hand away and turned to leave. After a few steps, Yu Ran's voice followed her, yes. Bai Xianyuan turned back, smiling triumphantly at him. Yu Ran averted his gaze, his face darkening. Then I shall not inform him, Bai Xianyuan declared. Upon hearing this, Yu Ran felt a slight relief, yet a bitter ache arose within him. He forced himself to swallow that bitterness, ignoring the wounds in his heart, and uttered a non-committal sound. When Bai Xianyuan's eyes were solely on Mu Qingfeng, Yu Ran felt as though a wild beast, driven mad, resided within him, longing to break free from its cage. However, when Bai Xianyuan truly opened the door of that cage, the beast regained its composure. She did not mock him, nor did she disdain him. Instead, she bestowed upon him care and tenderness beyond his imagination. It seemed she was even a little pleased. That was enough for him. In his lifetime, he harbored many regrets, such as failing to bring glory to the Bai Hexing couple, having instead led to their demise, or not having met his biological younger sister, Huanyu, who was barely half a year old when his mother and he were sent to the Northern Dynasty, leaving him uncertain of her well-being, or not having had the chance to thank Lu Chuyuan, the brother of Lu Chuyan, who served as a hostage in the north on his behalf. Yet for him, receiving the aid of the Bai couple and the care of the woman he loved left no room for regret. His final wish was for Ayan to follow her destined path, marry Mu Qingfeng, become the matriarch of the Mu family, and live a life of happiness and ease. He took out the Buddha Speaks of the 42 chapters and began to transcribe. Mu Qingfeng was taken aback that Yu Ran sought an audience with him. He gestured for Yu Ran to enter. Mu Gongzi, Yu Ran bowed. Is there something you need? Mu Qingfeng inquired. End of this chapter. Chapter 175. Have you been to a brothel? Yu Ran presented the transcribed scriptures before him. I heard from the second young lady that you wish to use this version of the Buddha Speaks of the 42 chapters as the original to correct the versions in various temples. Therefore, I have transcribed a copy for you. Mu Qingfeng scrutinized him. Weren't you unwilling to lend it before? Yu Ran replied, recently, there have been rumors tarnishing the young lady's reputation, and I hope Mu Gongzi will not heed such slanders. Mu Qingfeng seated himself at the main position, lifted his cup of tea, and took a leisurely sip before saying, what is this? An apology for the rumors? That is not for you to offer. Is this a gesture of loyalty? What does a transcription signify? Yu Ran stated, I do not intend to use the original of the 42 chapters for myself. I will present it to the young lady. Should Mu Gongzi be interested in the original, once you marry her and become a family, it will naturally be shared. Mu Qingfeng looked at him and chuckled. You are quite loyal to Ayan. Yu Ran replied, the Lord and Lady have granted me a second chance at life. My greatest wish is to ensure the safety of both the young lady and young Master Afei. I hope Mu Gongzi will not be swayed by the malicious rumors. You need only trust the young lady. Regardless of what occurs, stand by her side, and she will not be angered. Mu Qingfeng smiled, reached for the transcription, opened it, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Your handwriting, is it modeled after the calligraphy of the sage of calligraphy? Yu Ran's script was learned from Mu Shiji, the esteemed calligrapher of the Mu family, revered as the sage of calligraphy. His his style known as the sage's script. Yu Ran nodded. Indeed. Students across the land almost all learn to write in the sage's script, myself included. Mu Qingfeng remarked. Yet this is the first time I have seen such a close imitation. If placed alongside the original, it would be nearly indistinguishable. Yu Ran humbly replied. Mo gongzi fletarsme. The sage's script is robust and powerful, and I happen to possess considerable strength. Mu Qingfeng closed the transcription, stating, your talent. Capable in both literary and martial arts. I reiterate, relegating you to the inner courtyard as a guard is a waste. Yu Ran responded. Mu Gongzi is the fiancé of our young lady, thus your family. It is no trouble to inform you that I am an orphan brought back from the north by the Lord, without any identity or official registration. Being allowed to serve as a guard is already the Lord's exceptional grace. I cannot venture elsewhere. Identity and official registration? Mu Qingfeng remarked, that is not a significant issue. I can assist you in obtaining one. Yu Ran clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Mu Gongzi. Mu Qingfeng smiled, that is enough. My matters with the yin are not your concern. I will handle them myself. Yu Ran bowed and took his leave. Mu Qingfeng nodded. The following day, when Yu Ran returned to the archery range, he relayed this matter to Bai Xianyuan. I transcribed the Buddha speaks of the 42 chapters and presented it to Mu Gongzi. Bai Xianyuan frowned. What for? Yu Ran replied. If he takes the initiative to reconcile with you, please do not quarrel with him again. Bai Xianyuan looked at him, silent. After a moment, Yu Ran added, on your wedding night, you need not worry. I will devise a plan for you. Bai Xianyuan wore a bewildered expression. On my wedding night, you will help me? Yu Ran nodded. I have learned that there are individuals who specialize in this. Bai Xianyuan asked, specialize in what? In deception. Those private courtesans often employ such tricks to pretend it is a first night, deceiving clients to extract their money, Yu Ran explained. Huh. Bai Xianyuan laughed in disbelief. How do you know this? Have you been to a brothel? Into this chapter. Chapter 176. Lantern Festival. Yu Ran shook his head. I have not been. He did not appear to be someone who had. Initially, he seemed quite inexperienced. Bai Xianyuan wore a dark expression. You return and inform those few that my guards are forbidden from visiting brothels. If discovered, they will have their legs broken and be driven away. Yu Ran remained silent. Bai Xianyuan insisted. Did you hear me? Yu Ran replied. None of us have been. Bai Xianyuan retorted. Then how do you know all this nonsense? Yu Ran hesitated. Qin Lang mentioned it. Bai Xianyuan inquired. And how did he know? Yu Ran shrugged. Perhaps he heard it from someone or read it in a book. What kind of books does he read? Does he not wish to work? Not long ago, we just searched the house, and you've forgotten so quickly? Bai Xianyuan scolded. Signaling to Wudan, Wudan, come here. Wudan ran over and asked, Miss? Bai Xianyuan instructed, go tell Steward Qin to penalize Qin Lang a month's salary. Wudan acknowledged, understood. In the west second courtyard, the diligent Qin Lang suddenly sneezed several times. He rubbed his nose. What's going on? Have I caught a cold? Ashu. Before long, the Lantern Festival arrived. Every year on the night of the Lantern Festival, a Grand Lantern Fair is held in Yuzhou City. In previous years, Bai Xianyuan would almost always attend. However, this year she felt no desire to go. Perhaps her playful spirit had waned. Moreover, the Lantern Fair was often crowded to the point of being impassable, which could be quite bothersome. Nevertheless, Bai Yinghui persistently urged Bai Xianyuan to accompany him. Ah Fei also clamored to attend. Bai Xianyuan could refuse Bai Yinghui, yet she could not deny the eager gaze of Ah Fei. Thus she acquiesced. Upon stepping outside the manor, she was greeted by the sight of Mu Qingfeng waiting there. Bai Xianyuan glanced at Bai Yinghui, who grinned widely. I have also invited Qingfeng. Let's go together. Bai Xianyuan remained silent. Mu Qingfeng looked at her, also silent. Bai Yinghui glanced back and forth. Oh dear. Today is the Lantern Festival. What's going on with you two? You've been at odds lately? Mu Qingfeng remarked. You should ask your sister. Bai Yinghui immediately assumed the role of an elder brother, chiding Bai Xianyuan. Yuan, why has Qingfeng traveled all the way to Yuzhou Academy to study? Are there no academies in the capital? Surely, there are countless that surpass Yuzhou Academy. He has come here for you, and he didn't even return home for the new year because of you. Is it really acceptable for you to quarrel with him so frequently? Bai Xianyuan retorted. I'm not quarreling with him. Bai Yinghui turned to Mu Qingfeng. She claims she is not quarreling with you. Bai Yinghui's demeanor resembled that of a fool, eliciting a chuckle from Mu Qingfeng. His laughter lightened the atmosphere, prompting Bai Yinghui to gently pull Bai Xianyuan aside, whispering, I can see that you are unhappy, and it is all because of that person. Thus, I haven't invited her today, nor even Xie. It is just the three of us. Let us enjoy ourselves and reconcile. Shall we? No sooner had he spoken than Bai Wanru's voice came from within. Oh, you're all here? Are you going to the Lantern Festival? Bai Inghui froze momentarily, and no one responded. Ah Fei, in a childlike voice, chimed in, yes, big sister. Bai Wanru approached, affectionately ruffling Ah Fei's hair, and smiled. I was just about to go. Let us go together. Bai Inghui stammered. Bai Xianyuan found his awkwardness amusing, taking Ah Fei's small hand and saying, let us go. If we delay, the beautiful lanterns will be taken by others. Weekends are always particularly busy, and today is no exception. End of this chapter. Chapter 177. Mu Qingfeng's reputation. The lanterns at the festival are always innovative each year, yet the methods to acquire them remain unchanged. Most can be purchased for a price, while some shops distribute them through riddle solving. Such establishments are typically grand storefronts lining the streets, such as jewelry and silk shops, designed to attract a crowd. These shops are affluent, and their custom lanterns are far more exquisite than those sold elsewhere. Common folk seldom visit, as many are illiterate. Even those who can read often struggle to solve the riddles. The clientele of these shops usually consists of families of scholars and officials, as well as cultured young gentlemen. Bai Xianyuan and her companions arrived at a jewelry store's courtyard, where Bai Wanru immediately set her eyes on a remarkably beautiful and intricately crafted lantern. However, after pondering for a long time, she could not decipher the riddle, thus seeking Mu Qingfeng's assistance. Mu Qingfeng quickly solved it, and when Bai Wanru held the lantern, it evoked the enchanting image of a maiden holding a lamp, radiating grace. Bai Xianyuan stood beneath a crescent moon lantern, which featured two endearing children, a boy and a girl, sitting atop it. The riddle for this lantern read, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. What character does it represent? After a considerable time of contemplation, Bai Xianyuan could not arrive at an answer and called for Bai Inghui's help. He too could not solve it, so he summoned Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng pondered for a while, remaining silent. Bai Wanru interjected, why not ask Yuran to take a look? He could decipher the chess games at Guanyin Temple. Surely, a mere riddle will not stump him. With that, she called out Yuran. My sister wishes to acquire this lantern. Could you assist us? Yuran, accompanying Qin Lang and vigilantly observing their surroundings for any suspicious individuals, approached upon hearing Bai Wanru's request. After a brief examination, he shook his head. I cannot figure out. Bai Inghui seized the opportunity to tease him. I thought you were quite impressive, yet you cannot solve this? Yuran nodded slightly and withdrew. After observing for a while, the group departed from the shop and ventured elsewhere. Once the others had left, Yuran turned to Qin Lang and said, the answer is mouth. You should retrieve the lantern and place it in the carriage. Qin Lang, puzzled, asked, oh, you figured it out? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yuran replied, if I had spoken, it would have undermined Mu Qingfeng's reputation. Qin Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, you actually care about someone else's reputation? And it happens to be Mu Qingfeng. Yuran urged, hurry. If you delay, someone else will take it. Qin Lang turned to go back, but after a few steps, he turned back and asked Yuran, why is it? You must explain it to me. Otherwise, if someone asks, how shall I respond? Yuran elucidated, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Only the 8 is missing, which forms the character. Qin Lang, incredulous, exclaimed, who could have guessed that? You are quite remarkable. Yuran replied, you know I have studied cryptography. Qin Lang acknowledged, true. I shall give it a try. Qin Lang was well aware of Yuran's background. When their lord was alive, he had spared no effort in nurturing Yuran, secretly imparting numerous skills to him. In addition to literary and martial training, he had even enlisted the leaders of a shadow guard, responsible for intelligence, to teach him techniques in disguise and information analysis. Hence, Yuran's ability to discern the answer was not surprising. He returned to the jewelry store with Yuran's answer, revealed the solution to the shopkeeper, and indeed, it was. Successfully acquiring the crescent moon lantern, he quietly placed it back in the carriage. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. Meat-filled Tangyuan. Bai Inghui had an immense fondness for meat-filled Tangyuan. Conveniently, there was a renowned Tangyuan shop nearby, and he proposed treating everyone. The shop had only one table left in the corner, accommodating 4 or 5 people, so the 4 friends entered, while the servants waited outside. The flavors here were indeed delightful. The Tangyuan had a sweet exterior, while the specially prepared meat filling was exceptionally fragrant, combined with the savory broth and fresh green onions. It was irresistibly appetizing. Delicious. Bai Wanru exclaimed. This is my first time trying meat-filled Tangyuan. Bai Yinghui encouraged. If it's not enough, order more. No need to be shy. Bai Yuan always eats 3 bowls. Bai Xianyuan playfully hit him. I did not eat 3 bowls every time. Last year, I had 3 bowls. On other occasions, I only had 2. Bai Yinghui retorted. All right. You only had 2 bowls. Muqing Fink chuckled, noting that 2 bowls and 3 bowls were essentially the same. Both were quite a lot. Bai Xianyuan shot him a glance, noticing his teasing smile. So what if I eat a lot? She queried. Eating well means being healthy. Mu Qingfeng replied. I must earn more money in the future. Otherwise, I fear I may not be able to support you. Bai Xianyuan fell silent. Bai Yinghui burst into laughter. That much is true. Bai Yuan is not easy to maintain. She spends money without a second thought. Bai Xianyuan kiket Bai Jinghui playfully, he exaggeratedly exclaimed in mock pain. Bai Wanru stifled a laugh. One hand covering her mouth while the other formed a fist in her sleeve. By the way, Bai Yinghui suddenly inquired, Sister Wanru, how did your meeting with Wu Mei go? Bai Wanru replied, Did Aunt Air and Xia not tell you? He outright refused, saying he has someone he fancies. Bai Yinghui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced at Bai Xianyuan. This lad still holds on to hope? Oui, do you know who his beloved is? Bai Wanru pressed. Bai Jinghui's, I do not know. Bai Wanru commented. I have a feeling you know, but are unwilling to tell me. Bai Yinghui laughed awkwardly. I truly do not know, I truly do not. This small Tangyuan shop did not compare to larger establishments, lacking private rooms. They had settled at a table in the corner. Today it was crowded, and soon the shop was filled. For boisterous men, reeking of alcohol, swaggered in with unsteady steps and brazenly called for 4 bowls of Tangyuan. The shopkeeper apologized, explaining that the place was full and asked them to wait. The 4 men had no objections and continued to stand around as the shopkeeper busied himself elsewhere. The 4 scanned the room, quickly realizing there was no place to sit. Rather than waiting patiently, they boldly approached a small table that was only occupied by a young couple seated face to face, each on one side. The husband addressed them, saying, I apologize, but it is inconvenient with ladies present. Furthermore, our table is small and cannot accommodate so many of you. Please wait a moment. We will be finished shortly. As he spoke, he hastened to swallow his food. However, the 4 men, grinning mischievously, replied, Oh, there's no need to rush. It would be unfortunate if you choked. Look, we can squeeze in here. 2 of the men then squeezed towards the young woman, clearly harboring ill intentions. The woman, in a fluster, stood up and said, I have finished eating, dear husband. Let's depart. In chapter 179, the husband noticed the group S numbers and their intimidating demeanor, prompting him to rise and prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, the 4 men blocked their path, exclaiming, What are you doing? Are you leaving as soon as we arrive? Others might think we are bullying you because of our numbers. The young woman was obstructed by one of the men, who insisted, You haven't finished your meal. Look, there are still 2 dumplings left in your bowl. Come now, sit down and enjoy your food. He then forcibly made her sit in the middle, flanked by him and another man. The woman grew frantic, struggling to rise, while her husband's expression darkened as he moved to pull her back. The surrounding patrons hastily averted their eyes, and the waiter rushed over to intercede, suggesting they move to an available table. Yet, the 4 men shoved the waiter aside, insisting that the young woman join them for dumplings. At that moment, Bai Xianyuan had just finished eating and seized her bowl, hurling it at one man's head. The sound resonated as he staggered, gripping his head and glaring back, shouting, Who did that? Who dares to strike my lord? Bai Xianyuan stood and proclaimed, It was I. Your great aunt. Who threw it, you rascal? The 4 men, having never encountered such beauty, felt their resolve weaken and exchanged glances before advancing towards her. Bai Yinghui and Mu Qingfeng stood to block their path. Well, where did this lovely lady come from? Truly enchanting. The man who had been struck, his eyes filled with lust, remarked foolishly, Such a beautiful lady, yet so uncouth. Why did you throw your bowl at me? Are you seeking justice? Here's your chance. Bai Xianyuan replied, Apologize to them and sit down to enjoy your dumplings. In the spirit of the festival today, I shall spare you. How about that? Such bravado from a girl. Do you know who we are? Bai Xianyuan retorted. Who are you? The man scoffed. Have you heard of Lord Yin? We are his men. Bai Xianyuan shot back. Have you heard of the King of Hell? If you do not apologize, I shall ensure you become his subjects. Laughter erupted from the man. Well, this is interesting. Come here. Let me see how you would make me a subject of the King of Hell. He pushed Bai Inghui aside and lunged for Bai Xianyuan. Suddenly, he let out a scream, his body arching backward, for his hair had been seized. The one pulling his hair was Qin Lang, who smiled and said, "You will soon learn how to be a subject of the King of Hell." The man attempted to strike back, but the drunken ruffians were no match for the train guards. In a matter of moments, all four men were left bruised and kneeling like quails. Bai Xianyuan, hands clasped behind her back, strolled before them and declared, "Listen well. My surname is Bai. My name is Bai Xianyuan, and I reside in Yinshan Alley. If you seek revenge, come find me, but do not involve the innocent. Understand?" She revealed her family name, fearing these ruffians might retaliate against the young couple. In Yuzhou's territory, no one dared to lay a hand on the Bai family. Indeed, upon hearing her name, the four men's faces paled, and they bowed deeply, saying, "We understand. Great aunt, we were blind and did not recognize you as a lady of the Bai family. Please spare us." In chapter 180, Bai Xianyuan remarked, "It has been years since such bullies roamed Yuzhou. The prisons are empty. Normally, I would have them incarcerated for a few days, but today is a festival, and I do not wish to disturb the magistrate. Since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, I shall let you go. However, if I learn that you dare to bully the villagers again, you'll see what happens." The four men hastily bowed and swore they would not misbehave again. Subsequently, Bai Xianyuan released them and compensated the shopkeeper for the broken bowl as an apology for alarming the patrons before they departed. Once outside, Bai Xianyuan inquired, "Does anyone know who Lord Yin is?" Bai Inghui and Mu Qingfeng, being scholars, were oblivious to such street ruffians. Qin Lang explained, "They likely refer to Yan Gui, one of the two major gangs in Yuzhou, the other being Ma Sanyi. The two factions are rivals and frequently clash over territory." Bai Xianyuan reflected, "When my father was alive, no one dared to behave like this during the Lantern Festival. Now that he is gone, they have emerged. You must inform Uncle Qi. These bullies must be dealt with to deter them from harming innocent citizens." Qin Lang responded affirmatively. Mu Qingfeng, standing behind Bai Xianyuan, observed her naturally commanding presence, a slight smile gracing his lips. No one was more suited to the position of matriarch of the Mu family than she, strong, exceptional, and beautiful. He stepped forward and grasped her hand, saying, "If you wish to punish them, you should send Yuran to do so. Why are you taking matters into your own hands?" Bai Xianyuan paused, glancing at his hand. "It's fine," Mu Qingfeng reassured her. "Look at those young couples. Many hold hands, and husbands support their wives." Bai Xianyuan withdrew her hand, saying, "I have oil on my hands." Mu Qingfeng then produced his handkerchief, offering to wipe her hands. Bai Xianyuan felt goosebumps rise and feigned shyness as she snatched the handkerchief to clean her hands before tossing it back to him and hastily walking ahead. Mu Qingfeng chuckled and followed. Bai Wanru watched their retreating figures, a slight smirk on her lips, pondering her thoughts. After inspecting a few more lanterns, they prepared to return. That night, it seemed the entire populace of Yuzhou had gathered, the streets bustling with people. Bai Xianyuan, holding a Fei's hand, managed to navigate through the crowd under the protection of Yuran and his companions. However, upon turning back, she noticed that Mu Qingfeng, Bai Inghui, and Bai Wanru, along with their attendants, had vanished. After waiting for a while, Yuran dispatched Xiaoshi and Guo Songyun to search for them. Shortly thereafter, Guo Songyun returned, supporting Mu Qingfeng's attendant, who appeared unsteady and disoriented, crying out, "Miss, this is bad. Something has happened." Bai Xianyuan asked what has occurred. The attendant, seemingly unable to stand, weakly lamented, "We were attacked. They have abducted the young master. I also saw Bai Gongzi and Bai Dagongzhu being taken." Bai Xianyuan's expression changed drastically. "Abducted? In broad daylight? How did you not call for help?" The attendant replied, "I was silenced by something. It seemed to be cough, a very choking secret drug. Just one breath made me dizzy, and now I can barely stand." Bai Inghui and Bai Wanru belong to the Bai family, and their troubles are matters confined within their household. However, Mu Qingfeng must not encounter any misfortune in Yuzhou. Should he perish here, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Bai family to account to the Mu family. Moreover, in the previous life, such an incident had never occurred, leaving her uncertain as to who could be behind it. Bai Xianyuan felt a weight in her heart. "Xiaoshi, return to find the master and bring reinforcements along with the dogs," she commanded. "Songyun, go to inform the prefect about the situation and request him to send officials to disperse the crowd." The two promptly obeyed. Yuran approached Bai Xianyuan and reassured her, do not panic. She cast a glance at him and replied, I cannot fathom who possesses the audacity to target the Bai family within Yuzhou. Yuran responded, on a personal level, they are unlikely to share a common enemy. It is not a private grievance. On a public level, the Bai family's actions are marked by benevolence and fairness, maintaining a delicate balance among the various factions in Yuzhou, thus rarely incurring enmity. Even if enmity were to arise, no one would dare to harm the signs of the Bai family. Bai Xianyuan queried, then who could it be? Could it possibly be the merchant convoy? Yuran shook his head, I do not know. However, since they managed to abduct someone silently, they could also kill without a trace. Their choice not to murder suggests they intend to use them as hostages to negotiate with the Bai family. Therefore, even if we cannot locate them for the time being, they are safe. Do not worry excessively. Observing his calm analysis, Bai Xianyuan suddenly felt that despite having lived 2 lives, she seemed less composed than him. Xiaoshi returned to inform Steward Qin, while Guisongyun went to notify her 7th uncle, and both parties quickly arrived with help. Xiaoshi was also accompanied by Doc. The crowd gathered to view the lanterns was dispersed by the officials, bringing the festival to an early conclusion. Subsequently, the Bai family's guards discovered shoes, handkerchiefs, and other items along the way. Bai Wanru's maid recognized these as her belongings. She was clever enough to leave items behind to attract rescuers. The dog found by Yinghui in the backyard of a nearby house, bound and gagged, lying on the ground as he rubbed his wrists against the stone edge to free himself. Yuran approached, removed the cloth from his mouth, and untied his ropes. Brother, where are Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru? Bai Yinghui inquired. Follow me, he exclaimed, rushing into the street, pointing toward the nearby house with high walls and deep tiles. They are inside. Hurry and bring them back alive. I will make those scoundrels pay dearly. Yuran stayed close to Bai Xianyuan, while Qinlang, Xiaoshi, and Guisongyun led the other guards. Bai Xianyuan asked Bai Yinghui, Brother, who is responsible for this? Did you see them? Bai Yinghui replied with anger. It was those 4 scoundrels from the lantern shop. Bai Xianyuan found it hard to believe them. Have ruffians in Yuzhou become so bold and so capable? Just 4 of them managed to silently incapacitate your attendants and abduct all 3 of you? Bai Yinghui clarified, it wasn't them. It was their subordinates. A dozen or so blended into the crowd and suddenly attacked. We were all drugged, utterly powerless, unable to call for help. After a pause, he added, Jiao. They might have intended to capture you. When they saw Sister Wanru, they said they had caught the wrong person. Yuran asked, why did they release you? Bai Yinghui shook his head. Who knows? The leader among them claimed that capturing me was futile and ordered me to be discarded. So they threw me out here. Bai Xianyuan was still confused. If they caught the wrong person, why only release you and leave the others behind? Bai Yinghui replied, I do not know. Perhaps it has something to do with Qingfeng. They asked who Qingfeng was to you. When we did not answer, they attempted to strike him. In a moment of desperation, Sister Wanru revealed it, and I instantly felt something was amiss. At that moment, Xiaoshi hurried back, his expression grave. Bai Xianyuan's heart sank. What is it? Did you find them? Xiaoshi nodded, his brow furrowed, hesitating to speak. Bai Xianyuan clenched her fists, her voice tense. Is Mu Qingfeng still alive? Xiaoshi replied, rest assured, they're all safe. Bai Xianyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then why do you look so troubled? You scared me. Xiaoshi, filled with indignation, said, you should see for yourself. Bai Xianyuan looked at him suspiciously and approached the residence. In the courtyard, only Qinlang and Guisongyun were present, their faces mirroring Xiaoshi's distress. The other guards stood by outside. Something was amiss. Where were the assailants? Why were Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru nowhere to be found? The courtyard was unervingly silent. Where is everyone? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Qinlang responded. We did not see anyone upon our arrival. Then, Xiaoshi, Songyun, and I went to the backyard to investigate and found something we did not want others to see. So I sent the others away. Bai Xianyuan pressed. Something you did not want others to see? What was it? Where are Bai Wanru and Mu Qingfeng? Where are those lawless ruffians? Why are you all just standing here? Qinlang found it difficult to articulate, remaining silent. Xiaoshi's tension was palpable as he said, Young Master Mu and the young lady are in the backyard. You should go see for yourself. Bai Xianyuan cast a glance at Xiaoshi and proceeded to the backyard. Wadan and Yu attempted to follow, but were stopped, gestured not to go. Yuran had sensed something was amiss and asked, what is going on? Xiaoshi whispered to him, Boss, you should accompany the young lady to see for yourself. Yu Ran's expression grew complicated. Upon entering the backyard, Bai Xianyuan heard a sound. Upon recognizing it, she understood the peculiar reactions of the others. Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru were inside, engaging in intimate activities. Yet this was abnormal. Even if they had developed feelings for each other, it was inconceivable for them to act so impulsively in such a situation where they were being held captive. Bai Xianyuan approached the source of the sound. A window was slightly ajar, with a feather tube wedged in the crack. She picked it up and inhaled, her breath quickening as a wave of intense desire surged within her. It was a potent aphrodisiac. A faint scent wafted from the crack, confirming her suspicion. She glanced through the window and saw Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru engaged in passionate congress. In the following chapter, Bai Wanru's voice, sultry and enchanting, echoed, "Why don't you just pour it directly over my head?" They had all been drugged. Bai Wanru's voice, dripping with seduction, nearly caused Bai Xianyuan to collapse, her body weak from the earlier inhalation of the drug. Fortunately, someone supported her. Turning, she saw it was Yu Ran, who appeared to be concerned for her. She quickly retreated to a low wall where the air was fresher and took several deep breaths. However, the drug's potency was overwhelming. Leaning against a nearby tree, she felt herself grow weak and unable to resist. Do not be too distressed. There must be a reason for this. Yu Ran assumed she was overwhelmed by the situation. That feather tube contained an aphrodisiac. I accidentally inhaled some, Bai Xianyuan gasped. Yu Ran was momentarily speechless. Bai Xianyuan looked at him, her eyes glistening. Yu Ran, could you help me? After a long silence, he raised his eyes to survey the surrounding rooms, noting several doors left unlocked. Bai Xianyuan took his large hand and placed it on her lower back. Yu Ran's breath quickened as he embraced her delicate waist. Here, Bai Xianyuan then pulled his hand away, taking only his fingers to press on her acupoints. Please help me relieve this discomfort. After another moment of silence, Yu Ran complied and began to massage her acupoints. Bai Xianyuan's breathing gradually returned to normal. Thank you. Now, could you fetch me some water? She added. Yu Ran, always prepared, retrieved his water flask and handed it to her. Splash some on my face, she instructed, tilting her head back with her eyes closed. Her face still bore traces of a lingering blush, the allure in her eyes yet to fade. Yu Ran poured water with an indescribable emotion, splashing it forcefully onto her face. Bai Xianyuan felt not merely splashed, but drenched, her entire being jolted as she widened her eyes at Yu Ran. I asked you to sprinkle a little. Why not pour it directly over my head? Yu Ran pursed his lips and replied, step outside first. He then tucked away his water bottle and departed. Once outside, Qinlang, Xiao Shi, and Guo Songyun gazed at her, their expressions a mix of anger and sorrow. Bai Xianyuan remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Qinlang approached her and whispered, fortunately, when my father sent them over, he instructed them to follow the leader's orders. Thus, I commanded them to leave immediately, and they complied. Aside from the three of us, no one else is aware of what transpired inside. Bai Xianyuan nodded and said, Qinlang, investigate the backgrounds of those 4 individuals. Immediately. Right away. Qinlang affirmed, understood. Bai Xianyuan continued, focus particularly on who they are affiliated with. Qinlang replied, I recall them mentioning they were Lord Yin's people. Bai Xianyuan countered, not necessarily. Conduct a thorough investigation. Qinlang found her concern peculiar, but refrained from questioning further, complying with her request. Also, find out to whom this house belongs, Bai Xianyuan added. Qinlang departed with his men. Bai Xianyuan turned to Guo Songyun. Songyun, please inform those outside to return. Then, notify the officials that we have located everyone, and we shall handle the rest ourselves. Tell them to withdraw. Guo Songyun inquired. Should we send the guards away? Shouldn't we keep some behind? What if those individuals return? Bai Xianyuan reassured him. That is unlikely. Finish your task and return. Then help Shi to clean up this mess. Guo Songyun nodded and left. Bai Xianyuan then addressed Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, stay here with the attendant and those 2 girls. If they finish and can come out, escort them back. If they fall asleep from exhaustion, do not disturb them. Let them rest well. End of chapter. Chapter 184. Where did this lantern come from? Xiao Shi was quite agitated, exclaiming, how can you remain so composed? Those 2. They. Bai Xianyuan showed him the goose feather tube in her hand. They had been drugged. Go and discreetly open the window wider to let the medicine disperse. Xiao Shi suddenly understood and his anger subsided. So that's it. But why would they do such a thing? We'll find out once we retrieve them. Bai Xianyuan stated as she exited. In the carriage on her way back, she collected her thoughts about the day's events. She was certain that this scheme had been orchestrated by Wu Mi and Bai Wanro. In her previous life, Bai Wanro had not been intimate with Mu Qingfeng. Instead, she employed the tactic of playing the victim, casting aspersions on Bai Xianyuan, which caused Mu Qingfeng to waver in his affections, ultimately leading to his proposal to annul their engagement. They likely did not anticipate that after the annulment, Mu Qingfeng would lose his position as the heir of the Mu family. Perhaps due to this, Bai Wanro sent Mu Qingfeng to Bai Xiyu's bed and abandoned him. In this lifetime, it seemed that Bai Xianyuan had unraveled Bai Wanro's ploy, preserving her own reputation, and thus Mu Qingfeng did not harbor an all-consuming love for Bai Wanro, repeatedly extending goodwill towards Bai Xianyuan. In her desperation, Bai Wanro perhaps hastily offered herself to Mu Qingfeng. The conviction that Bai Wanro had set this trap stemmed from the apparent connections and causations within the unfolding events. However, upon closer examination, numerous inconsistencies emerged. For one, when Bai Xianyuan and her companions left, they did not disguise themselves. Any discerning observer, noting their attire and the conspicuous presence of guards, would recognize them as formidable. Many local citizens, upon seeing the guards' official armor, would know they were from the Bai family and would scarcely dare to act recklessly in their presence. Yet those four did precisely that. Furthermore, could Bai Wanro truly be so reckless as to discard items along the way? Bai Yinghui claimed he had also been drugged, feeling dizzy and weak, unable to speak. How was Bai Wanro so alert and clever? This was clearly a deliberate attempt to lure her. She likely feared that Mu Qingfeng would deny responsibility. So she orchestrated a rescue scene to ensure he could not escape his obligations, knowing that even if Mu Qingfeng did not initiate the annulment, she herself would. Miss, would Dan observe her with concern? What truly transpired in the back courtyard? Indeed, Yu remarked, I sense a mysterious aura everywhere. Bai Xianyuan turned to them and noticed Yu holding a lantern, the moonlight lantern. Where did this lantern come from? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Yu replied. Qin Lang brought it over. Qin Lang? Bai Xianyuan pondered momentarily before asking for the carriage window. Yu ran. Did you bring this? Yes, Yu ran affirmed. Wasn't it said that the riddle could not be solved? I wanted to spare young Master Mu's dignity. Huh. Bai Xianyuan scoffed. You seem particularly concerned about him lately. Yu Ran remained silent. Upon returning home, Bai Xianyuan first sent someone to check if her grandmother was asleep. The elderly lady had indeed settled down, so she refrained from disturbing her. As night fell, she decided to postpone everything until the morrow. She hung the moonlight lantern on the moon tree. The moment she laid eyes on the lantern, she felt it was perfectly suited for this place. It truly complemented the surroundings, exuding a profound sense of artistry. In a chapter 185, a secret delight today happened to be the 15th night of the first lunar month, the full moon shining brightly. Bai Xianyuan mused that it would be perfect if Yu Ran could come personally to make a wish. Having someone else do it felt somewhat lacking. While she was lost in thought, a knock sounded from the side door of the courtyard. This evening, many servants had returned home for the festival, and aside from the main entrance, all other doors were locked. Bai Xianyuan called out, "Who is it?" "It's me," came Yu Ran's voice. "May I enter?" Bai Xianyuan replied. "The door is locked." Before she could finish, Yu Ran pushed the door open, holding an unlocked padlock. "I have a master key. I can open any ordinary lock," Yu Ran stated. Bai Xianyuan extended her hand. "Let me see." Yu Ran handed her a key. Its teeth seemed alive, and it felt quite magical. She took the lock from his hand, attempted to lock it, and insert the key, but it wouldn't budge. "Why can't I open it?" Bai Xianyuan asked. "It's not that simple. There's a method. You must learn," Yu Ran explained. He took it back, and with some unknown technique, the lock was swiftly opened. Bai Xianyuan inquired, "Did you learn this from the Shadow Guards?" Yu Ran nodded. Bai Xianyuan remarked with a smile, "How intriguing." Noticing her ability to still smile, Yu Ran frowned and said, "If you're feeling unwell, you can cry it out. There's no one else around. There's no need to put on a brave face." Bai Xianyuan shot him a glance. "Which of your eyes sees me as unwell?" "I'm not unwell." She was not lying. She genuinely felt at ease. Perhaps deep down, she had been awaiting this day, and a sense of relief washed over her. Yu Ran countered, "You're lying." He understood better than anyone her feelings for Mu Qingfeng. "Is there a need for me to hide anything in front of you?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "I have long accepted that I cannot be with him, for he has fallen for Bai Wanro. Even without today, incident. He would eventually call off the engagement. Yuran frowned. He has fallen for Bai Wanro? Bai Xianyuan nodded. Yuran remarked, I did not perceive it. Bai Xianyuan explained, that is because you have not witnessed their interactions when they are alone. Observing her indifference to Mu Qingfeng, Yuran felt a peculiar comfort and an inexplicable secret delight. Although he knew he shouldn't feel this way, he could not control his emotions. Did you come to see me for something? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Today's events are rather suspicious. The streets are crowded, making it inconvenient to speak. So I took the opportunity to come at night, said Yuran. Bai Xianyuan inquired, what is suspicious? Yuran replied, I suspect that Bai Wanru is acting intentionally, aiming to take Mu Qingfeng away from you. Oh, so perceptive? Bai Xianyuan asked, why you feel this way? Yuran explained, today's events reek of peculiarity. To discreetly mesmerize someone and abduct them in such a crowded setting, right behind us, indicates meticulous planning and swift execution. This is not something ordinary street thugs could accomplish. It requires extensive training. Bai Xianyuan nodded. However, if they are indeed well trained, why would they leave behind shoes, handkerchiefs, and young Master Ingui? Clearly, they are guiding us to uncover the truth. Yuran continued, moreover, if it were those 4 drunken men acting brazenly to abduct a stunning beauty like her, why would they not keep her for themselves, but instead leave her fate to Mu Qingfeng? All this defies logic. Bai Xianyuan questioned, you consider Bai Wanru a stunning beauty? Yuran affirmed, indeed, she possesses remarkable beauty, regarded as stunning by some. Bai Xianyuan queried, and what of your perspective? End of this chapter, chapter 186. Whom do you wish to marry? Yuran responded, what is your focus? Is this merely about Bai Wanru's beauty? She seeks to usurp your fiancé. How do you intend to respond? Bai Xianyuan sighed, given the circumstances, what is there to respond to? Yuran furrowed his brow. Are you willing to give up on Mu Qingfeng? Bai Xianyuan shrugged. I will grant them their wish. Yuran retorted, knowing they intend to harm you. Why would you facilitate their plans? Bai Xianyuan, visibly displeased, asked, what would you suggest? Yuran asserted, naturally, we must uncover the truth and thwart her scheme. Bai Xianyuan remained silent, her expression grave. If Mu Qingfeng were to wed Bai Wanru, you and young Master A Fei would be in peril. Yuran added, for Fei's sake, and for the Bai family, you cannot abandon hope. Bai Xianyuan gazed at him. Yuran, would you still say this if my parents were alive? Yuran replied, if the prince and princess were here, you would need not consider anything. Marry whom you desire. But they are gone, and you must not act recklessly. Bai Xianyuan declared, I assure you, they are alive. Yuran frowned, what do you mean? Bai Xianyuan stated, they are alive. Captured by the king of Liang and taken to the capital. Those 2 rotting headless corpses are not them. Yuran narrowed his eyes. Who informed you of this? Bai Xianyuan responded, I promised that person I would keep their identity secret for their safety. Yet, Yuran, I swear to the heavens they are alive. If I utter a falsehood, let me be cursed. Yuran coldly interrupted. I believe you. There is no need for curses or oaths. Bai Xianyuan asked, really? Do you truly believe me? Yuran looked at her. When did you learn of this? Why not speak of it sooner? Bai Xianyuan explained, I had no evidence. No one would believe me. Furthermore, I fear that if they realized I knew my parents were alive, they would truly kill them. Yuran inquired, why are you willing to disclose this now? Bai Xianyuan confessed, I do not wish to marry Mu Qingfeng, nor do I want you to pressure me. Yuran's tone turned somber. Then whom do you wish to marry? Bai Xianyuan pursed her lips, saying, did you not say it? As long as I rescue my parents, I shall marry whomever I please. Yuran remained silent. Bai Xianyuan added, the most pressing matter is to obtain solid testimony, enabling Uncle Qin and the military uncles to devise a plan to rescue my parents. Yuran asked, whose testimony? Bai Xianyuan replied, the mother and daughter of Wu Mi. They may have connections to the king of Liang. However, we cannot act directly against them, as my grandmother cannot endure the shock. Moreover, they will certainly refuse to speak. My chosen targets are the Red Scarf and the guards of the king of Liang. If he can divulge something, perhaps we can obtain useful clues. Yuran appeared lost in thought, contemplating. Bai Xianyuan stated, Yuran, I have not shared this with anyone, including Uncle Qin and my 3rd aunt. I confided only in you. You must keep this secret. Yuran nodded. Bai Xianyuan perceived that regardless of his complete trust, there was hope in his eyes. Sharing her burdens with him made her feel closer to him. She said, Yuran, do you know what I was thinking just before you knocked on the door? Yuran shook his head. Bai Xianyuan pointed at the moon tree. Aunt Wang said that on a full moon night, if one makes a wish upon the moon, It will bear fruit. I was just thinking, with such beautiful moonlight tonight, you ought to come under the tree and make a wish. Perhaps by this spring, it will blossom and bear fruit. Into this chapter, chapter 187, You and Other Women. Yuren glanced at the lanterns hanging from the tree, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bai Xianyuan, tug him along. Never mind that. The moonlight is splendid tonight. Let us hurry. Together, we shall make a wish. She clasped her hands in prayer, addressing the trunk. Moon tree, O moon tree, we sincerely wish for the moon fruit to save Yuren's life. I shall sow your seeds, nurturing you and your saplings. If we too perish, our descendants will care for you, vowing to honor you as a sacred tree, never to fell you. Upon finishing, she looked at Yuren, only to find him gazing at her, unmoving. Hurry and make your wish. So, Yuren also clasped his hands and closed his eyes in prayer. His wish was more fervent than Bai Xianyuan's, for he yearned to live, to make amends for unfulfilled regrets. Now that she and Mu Qingfeng seemed unlikely to be together, he still wished to marry her and protect her for all eternity. When he concluded his wish, Bai Xianyuan asked, "What did you wish for?" Yuren replied, "The same as you, to plant trees and nurture them." Bai Xianyuan felt an inexplicable surge of hope within, smiling. With both of us wishing so earnestly, it must bear fruit. Yuren responded, "Yes." The night deepened. "You should return now." Bai Xianyuan stated, "I have a plan regarding Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanru. Trust me." Yuren nodded slightly, turning to leave. "Yuren," Bai Xianyuan called after him. He turned back. "You have yet to tell me. Do you see Bai Wanru as a stunning beauty? Between her and me, who is more beautiful?" Yuren paused for a moment, then turned his back to her. "To me, there are only two types of women." Bai Xianyuan inquired, "What are those two types?" Yuren replied, "You and all other women." Bai Xianyuan was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean?" As she pondered this, the door outside clicked shut, and Yuren had already departed. Bai Xianyuan reflected on his words, chuckling softly to herself. The following day, Bai Xianyuan was summoned by the old matriarch Lu. Upon arriving at the entrance of Fusho Garden, she beheld Mu Qingfeng kneeling outside. She paused briefly before stepping past him into the courtyard. Again, Mu Qingfeng's voice, filled with anguish, called from behind. Bai Xianyuan turned to see his face awash with guilt. He seemed to wish to say something, yet the words never left his lips. After waiting for a moment in silence, Bai Xianyuan entered the house. Inside, Bai Wanru was weeping softly, with Wumi comforting her, tears streaming down her face. Upon noticing Bai Xianyuan, Wu Mi's facade of feigned kindness vanished, replaced by a flash of intense resentment, though she managed to suppress it. Again, the old matriarch Lu furrowed her brow. "You are aware?" Bai Xianyuan nodded. "What are your thoughts?" The old matriarch inquired again. Bai Xianyuan remained silent for a moment before responding. "Mu Qingfeng is kneeling outside. Grandmother should let him in and question him first." The old matriarch Lu replied, "He kneels outside? Go fetch him in." Anthon exited to summon Mu Qingfeng. Once inside, he knelt before the matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, Qingfeng is ashamed." Madame Lu, holding her head and furrowing her brow, remarked, "I have heard their detailed reports, and this matter cannot be solely blamed on you. Once we apprehend those scoundrels, they shall face severe consequences. Now that the incident has transpired, as a man, you must adopt a stance. Pray, tell me, how shall we resolve this?" Mu Qingfeng, his brow knitted in distress, hung his head in silence. Madame Lu sighed. "If you cannot make a decision, I shall take it upon myself. You should break off your engagement with Yuan and wed Wanro instead." Mu Qingfeng slowly lifted his gaze, responding, "Grandmother, I have been betrothed to Yuan since childhood. I have long regarded her as my future wife. To break off the engagement, I cannot bring myself to do so." Bai Xianyuan looked at Mu Qingfeng in surprise, while the cries of Bai Wanro became more poignant. Wu Mi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You and Wanro have already shared a marital bond. What do you expect her to do?" Mu Qingfeng replied, "I pondered throughout the night. I truly cannot sever my engagement with Yuan, and my family would never permit it. If Sister Wanro does not mind, I could take her as a concubine, honoring her with the appropriate rites." "A concubine?" Wu Mi retorted angrily. "Wanro is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Bai family. How could she serve as a concubine? Would she then have to pay her respects to her own sister?" Mu Qingfeng, unwavering, stated, "In truth, few are aware of this situation. If we can keep it under wraps, who will speak of it? We may remain silent, but will those ruffians do the same?" Wumi interrupted him. Mu Qingfeng frowned, remaining silent. Yuan, what say you? Wu Mi turned to Bai Xianyuan, noting her exasperation. It seemed they had not anticipated that Mu Qingfeng, despite his connection to Bai Wanro, would refuse to marry her. Bai Xianyuan raised an eyebrow and said, if Brother Qingfeng were to break our engagement and marry my sister, though I would be saddened, I would not object for his sake. However, if he is unwilling, I cannot compel him. Yuan, Wu Mi's tone grew stern. You speak so lightly. Had you not entangled yourself with those desperate rogues, would such calamity have befallen us? Hearing this, Bai Xianyuan lamented Wu Mi's cunning. It appeared that Mu Qingfeng and Bai Wanro had become victims, while she had emerged as the instigator. Bai Xianyuan queried, what is your opinion, dear aunt? What should I do? Wu Mi's eyes reddened with pain, and she expressed, Wanro has endured much hardship in the north, and as her mother, I feel utterly powerless. I never anticipated returning home only to face such misfortune. Yuan, Qingfeng, I have always believed you two are well suited, and I do not wish to separate you. However, if Wanro does not receive fair treatment, I, as her mother, cannot bear it. I would rather die with her. That cannot be. Bai Xianyuan turned to Mu Qingfeng and said, Brother Qingfeng, let us break our engagement, and you may marry my sister. Yet Mu Qingfeng responded, Yuan, you're pushing me towards despair. Bai Xianyuan. What transpired next left Madame Lu in a daze. She had forgotten to call him up, prompting Mu Qingfeng to rise on his own and say, Grandmother, Madame Wu, I believe the pressing matter is to swiftly capture those scoundrels and ascertain whether they have disclosed anything. If only a small circle is aware, being our own, we may conceal it. We can find a suitable match for Sister Wanro as a legitimate wife. If concealment provas imposible. Taking her as a concubine is already my utmost limit. I had promised Yuan never to take a concubine in my lifetime. Suddenly, Bai Wanro stood and hurled herself against the wall. Wu Mi hurriedly caught her, cradling her as they both wept. Madame Lu sighed, her tone firm, addressing Mu Qingfeng. I shall personally write to your grandmother regarding this matter. Await her response. Should your family agree to the dissolution of your engagement with Yuan and allow you to marry Wanro, you shall marry her, whether you wish to or not. It is not your choice. The chapter concludes here. Did you not reveal any inconsistencies? Mu Qingfeng's countenance darkened. You all may leave now. Madame Lu instructed. Madame Wu and Wanro shall remain. Wu Mi and Bai Wanro stayed behind, as Bai Xianyuan and Mu Qingfeng departed. Madame Lu gently consoled. Wanro, do not weep. The event has occurred, and tears will not alter it. If you continue to cry, it will only exacerbate your mother's distress. Bai Wanro, sobbing, gradually stifled her tears. I will endeavor to persuade the Mu family to welcome you, Madame Lu assured. However, be prepared. The union between the Mu and Bai families is not solely based on the strength of our armored forces, but also due to the significance of the Jiangzuo Lu family. Their response may parallel Mu Qingfeng's sentiments. Wu Mi interjected, Mother, Wanro is our family's legitimate eldest daughter. How can she become a concubine, especially when her future mistress is her own sister? How will she hold her head high for the rest of her life? Madame Lu replied, what can be done? To put it plainly, this is a political marriage driven by interests. Wu Mi felt as if a stone lodged in her throat, stifling her voice. Madame Lu continued, both Wanro and Yuan are my granddaughters. I cherish them equally. However, let us address the matter at hand. Wanro's temperament is somewhat too gentle. If she were to marry into the Mu family and assume the role of matriarch, she may struggle to contend with formidable personalities. Qingfeng is kind-hearted, while Yuan, though seemingly strong, possesses a genuinely benevolent nature. If Wanro were to serve as a concubine to Qingfeng, both would surely look after her, ensuring her life remains stable. Moreover, the Mu family is certainly preferable to others, is it not? Qingfeng is exceptionally outstanding. Listening to Madame Lu's counsel, Wu Mi contemplated and replied, I understand, Mother. Let us await the Mu family's response. Madame Lu nodded approvingly, taking Wu Mi's hand. You have always been perceptive. Ponder this matter well. Wu Mi nodded in agreement. After they exited, Bai Wanro, filled with resentment, declared, I never imagined that Bai Xianyuan would agree to the dissolution of the engagement, yet Mu Qingfeng remains obstinate. Wu Mi frowned. You did not betray any inconsistencies, did you? Bai Wanro replied, no. This was his first time. He could not even discern the difference between the blood of a maiden and the ruptured pouch of fish intestines. Once the effects of the medicine wore off, he claimed he would take responsibility for me. Who would have thought he would be so responsible? Wumi remained silent, reflecting, had I known, I would have returned in a different guise. Bai Xianyuan continued, this servant's identity indeed invites disdain. Mu Qingfeng looks down upon me, and grandmother does as well, claiming I'm unfit to be the matriarch of the Mu family. Huh, absurd. Wumi continued to ponder, lost in thought. What shall we do, mother? Bai Xianyuan implored. Surely you cannot truly expect me to become his concubine. I refuse to be the subject of ridicule. You can never be a concubine. Wumi's eyes sparkled with cunning and worldly wisdom as she replied, let us wait a while longer. If the Mu family's response insists on you becoming a concubine, then I shall devise another plan for you. Bai Xianyuan nodded and remarked, Mother, do you not find Bai Xianyuan somewhat peculiar? Wumi inquired, what do you mean? She is far too composed. Her fiancé was caught in bed with another woman, yet she remains unperturbed. Her reaction so subdued. Do you not find that odd? Bai Xianyuan felt a sense of unease. Wumi conceded, indeed, it is somewhat unusual. However, she is not our focus. You must recognize that your aspirations to become the matriarch of the Mu family hinge primarily on Mu Qingfeng. Bai Xianyuan nodded in agreement. The chapter concludes here. Moving forward, you must not quarrel with Mu Qingfeng. Instead, exhibit your forbearance and heartache, Wumi instructed. You may also subtly convey your affection towards him. Bai Xianyuan wore an expression of impatience. Understood. Bai Xianyuan and Mu Qingfeng exited Fusho Garden, where Mu Qingfeng suggested they speak privately. Bai Xianyuan did not object and followed him into the garden. Mu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. I am truly sorry. I never imagined such a thing could happen. That drug, it was far too potent. I had no idea what I was doing. Bai Xianyuan remained silent. Mu Qingfeng grasped her hand tightly. Do you truly wish to call off our engagement? Bai Xianyuan withdrew her hand, replying, she is my sister. What can I do? I do not care who she is. I will never give you up. My family would never consent to my marrying her over you. Let us discuss it after your family responds, Bai Xianyuan said dismissively. You should rest. You have dark circles under your eyes. With that, she walked away. Mu Qingfeng gazed at her retreating figure, sighing heavily. In the afternoon, Qin Lang reported that the four individuals were indeed subordinates of Yan Ge. However, they had originally belonged to Master Ma's faction and had only defected to Yan's side 2 weeks prior. Yan, aware of their misdeeds, had turned them in. Yet, when they were found, the leader, Li Biao, had already hanged himself, reportedly terrified after sobering up. The remaining 3 were tortured. Qin Lang mentioned that they claimed to follow Li Biao's orders. He had promised them wealth by siding with Yan. They had been somewhat disoriented during last night's events and had no knowledge of who had abducted Bai Hui and the others. When the assailants entered the courtyard, their faces were concealed, and after taking the victims away, they merely exchanged a few words with Li Biao before departing. Did they mention why they drugged Mu Qingfeng and Bai Xianyuan? Bai Xianyuan inquired. They said that Bai Xianyuan had shouted that Mu Qingfeng was a member of the Mu family and your fiancé, seemingly trying to intimidate them. However, upon hearing this, Li Biao insisted on retaliating against you, locking them both in a room and administering the drug. The 3 of them were terrified and urged Li Biao not to proceed, but he dragged them along during the escape, giving each a large silver ingot along the way. Bai Xianyuan concluded undoubtedly, drugging Mu Qingfeng and Bai Xianyuan was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Someone instigated him to act this way. This entire affair is a meticulously woven conspiracy. Qin Lang agreed, indeed. By the way, regarding the house you asked me to investigate, the deed is indeed under Li Biao's name, but it was only transferred to him 2 weeks ago. The seller is out of town, having entrusted the house to a pawn shop for sale, so we cannot unearth any useful clues. Bai Xianyuan nodded, I understand. We have gathered all necessary information. Wumi is truly cautious and ruthless. Despite several encounters, she has left no evidence behind. The only informed party, Li Biao, has been silenced. Furthermore, she is reluctant to deploy Hong Shan. At this rate, capturing Hong Shan and obtaining a confession will be challenging. I must take the initiative and devise a plan to lure her out. However, lacking experience in this area, I have been pondering for days without a viable strategy, so I decided to consult Yuran in the secret chamber. Bai Xianyuan remarked, I brought back the steed, hoping she would act for the sake of this magnificent horse, allowing me to catch her red-handed, yet she remains completely still. What can we do to prompt Hong Shan into action? End of this chapter, Chapter 191. Bai Yuran proposed, there are 2 scenarios, one in which it is worthwhile for her to act. and another where she or her master is in mortal danger. Bai Xianyuan contemplated what would be worth her intervention. Yuran replied, for instance, eliminating witnesses or something that could completely dismantle you, which would justify her taking a risk. Bai Xianyuan mused, eliminating witnesses. We do have someone in our possession, but Hong Shan is too swift. I fear we might miss her, and she would indeed silence that person, just like last time at my uncle's house. The individual vanished in the blink of an eye, along with the Liu family of 3. Yuran nodded. So it must be something that could utterly topple me. But what could that be? Bai Xianyuan pondered. Suddenly, she noticed the glass tiles on the ceiling of the secret chamber were left ajar. Those bright tiles will let light escape at night, right? She exclaimed. How could they be left open? We must not let anyone see, Yuran assured. It won't be an issue. These tiles are specially crafted to allow light to enter while preventing it from escaping. From the outside, they appear as ordinary tiles. How remarkable! Bai Xianyuan suddenly had an epiphany. I've got it. Yuran inquired, what is it? Bai Xianyuan explained. They drugged me with aphrodisiacs and spread rumors of our affair, indicating they are eager to tarnish my reputation. Yuran remarked. To ruin your reputation is far more advantageous than killing you. Once your reputation is destroyed, the fault lies with you. However, if you were killed, suspicions would immediately fall upon her. Even without evidence, she could never gain the trust of the old matriarch or the Bai family, nor secure the guardianship of Master of Fei. Exactly. Therefore, let us use this as bait to lure her in. We will then set a trap to capture Hong Shan. Yuran questioned, how shall we entice her? It's simple. Bai Xianyuan pointed to the glass tiles. You must replace them with ordinary tiles that allow light to escape. Then, we will draw their attention to it. Wumi will undoubtedly send someone to investigate the roof, and without certain skills, one cannot stand on a roof. Hong Shan is an expert and resides in the inner courtyard, making her the most convenient and suitable to do so. When the time comes, she cleared her throat. Let them see what they wish to see. Wumi will surely be eager to uncover the secret passage of the chamber to catch us in the act. Yuran regarded her thoughtfully, but said nothing. Given the height of the building and the dense foliage surrounding the Bai residence, it would be quite difficult for Wumi and her companions to notice the glass tiles on the roof of the western second courtyard. Bai Xianyuan devised a plan to ascend Yin Mountain at night to gather moonflower, a medicinal herb. Her seemingly stealthy behavior aroused Wu Mi's suspicions, prompting her to send someone to follow. Standing atop the mountain, the Bai residence lay fully visible below. The follower noticed an unusually bright light emanating from one of the rooftops. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not have attracted attention. However, it was the western second courtyard, likely near Yuran's room. This immediately captured Wu Mi's interest, prompting her to dispatch Hong Shan to investigate that night. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Xianyuan and Yuran were present when they heard 2 knocks on the outer wall, Qin Lang signaling. Bai Xianyuan's expression tightened as she said, "They VE arrived." Yuran settled onto the bed, and Bai Xianyuan followed, then suddenly realized how to portray an affair under the watchful eyes of their enemies. There were no footsteps on the roof, yet some dust fell, indicating someone was approaching. Bai Xianyuan glanced at the roof and then at Yuran, feeling anxious. Oh no, what should we do? She intended to ask, but Yuran suddenly pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. Into this chapter, Chapter 192, just call out previously. In the matter of detoxification, she had been in an abnormal state, entirely controlled by the drug, reduced to mere instinct. For her, it was the first time being held by a man. A powerful masculine aura enveloped her, causing Bai Xianyuan's face to flush deeply. Her limbs at a loss for where to rest. Relax, Yuran whispered in her ear. Your tension will give us away. Bai Xianyuan feared being exposed. Burying her head in his garment, her racing heartbeat rendering her unable to think. Yuran gently pulled her away, cradling her chin, and leaned in slowly. Bai Xianyuan remained motionless, her eyes wide as he drew nearer. Was he about to kiss her? However, just as their lips were nearly touching, Yuran abruptly stood up and extinguished the lamp, plunging the secret chamber into darkness. He then returned to the bedside, beckoning her to lie down beside him. Bai Xianyuan fixed her gaze on the bright tiles, where a shadow seemed to lurk. Yuran sensed her tension, her body taut as a drawn bow, and suddenly leaned in to whisper, shouted out. Bai Xianyuan replied, shout? How should I shout? Yuran then pinched her suddenly. She exclaimed. Just like that. He instructed. Bai Xianyuan clenched her teeth. Yuran's hand reached out again, attempting to pinch her. She grasped it, brought it to her lips, and bit down. To Yuran, her strength was negligible. He merely felt a tingling sensation, his body softening from hand to toe. His breath quickened unexpectedly. And Bai Xianyuan sensed something was amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint the issue, prompting her to try to release his hand. To her surprise, it wouldn't budge. She pushed, but to no avail. His fingers brushed against her lips, rendering her motionless, as if frozen in place. At that moment, a knock echoed from the wall, indicating that the voyeur had departed. Bai Xianyuan hastily leapt from the bed, retrieved a fire starter, and lit the lamp. She then beheld Yuran, standing there unfazed, exuding an air of cool detachment and asceticism, as if it were someone else who had urged her to shout. Qin Lang entered, informing them. A figure in black just passed by, face concealed, only her eyes visible. Judging by her silhouette, she appears to be a woman. Bai Xianyuan scoffed. So we've been hooked. Qin Lang queried. But why didn't we apprehend her directly and instead let her go? Bai Xianyuan explained. She is too formidable, akin to a blade specifically designed for murder. Qin Lang, with a hint of arrogance, retorted. If we lay an ambush, what do we have to fear from her? Bai Xianyuan countered. I desire her alive. Skirmishes are inevitable, and she is armed to the teeth. I fear casualties. Those who have followed us for over a decade would be unwilling to see any harm come to her. Qin Lang asked, what shall we do then? Bai Xianyuan replied, having discovered this secret chamber, she will undoubtedly return to Shiha Garden to investigate the hidden passage she previously uncovered. At that time, when she enters the passage, we can strike, capturing her effortlessly. Qin Lang found the reasoning flawed. Why would she, having found this secret chamber, seek out Shiha Garden? There is nothing of value here. Bai Xianyuan clarified, because she intends to capture. Qin Lang interrupted. Capture what? Yuran smirked slightly. Oh, Qin Lang's eyes gleamed. I understand. Capturing a lover, right? They have long sought to tarnish the young lady's reputation. For them, this is more enticing than gold. Bai Xianyuan coughed awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying, saying, but I worry she might have noticed a flaw just now. I feel I performed poorly, utterly flustered. Yuran reassured her. She won't. That blushing, bashful look cannot be feigned. Chapter 193. What do you want me to shout? Bai Xianyuan remained anxious. When you pinched me, I gasped, which might not seem. Could she have heard? Qin Lang immediately understood, grinning. Fear not. This secret chamber was specially designed for soundproofing. Although she can see you, she will not hear a single sound. Bai Xianyuan inquired, soundproof? Indeed, even though the tiles were replaced. Our leader specifically instructed that the newly crafted glass tiles allow light, but remain soundproof. Qin Lang continued, we have tested it ourselves. No sound can be heard from inside. Bai Xianyuan paused for a moment. Qin Lang, please step outside for a moment. Oh, sure. I'll get back to work, he said, exiting. Bai Xianyuan approached Yuran, tilting her head slightly to observe him. Soundproof, is it? Yuran remained silent. So what do you want to shout? Bai Xianyuan glared at him. Yuran's lips curled slightly. Huh. Bai Xianyuan gritted her teeth. From now on, we must deploy people both inside and out without any gaps, each armed with smoke bombs. We must capture her. If she escapes again, I will hold you accountable. Taking a deep breath, she turned and left through the secret passage. Halfway, she suddenly covered her face with her arm and stomped her foot in frustration. Yet, her lips betrayed her, curling into a shy smile. Yuran opened the door to find Qin Lang still there, pressing his ear against the wall in an attempt to eavesdrop. The door swung open suddenly, and he feigned digging in his ear. Oh dear. My ear itches. Have you just come out, boss? Yuran replied. Qin Lang. Ah. Qin Lang responded. Yuran asked, do you know how Yang Xiao met his end? Qin Lang replied. Ah? Yuran continued. What about Sun Yu? Qin Lang answered. They both perished due to excessive talk. Are you implying I talk too much? Yuran shot him a sideways glance. What do you think? Qin Lang grinned. Even if I talk a lot. You are certainly no Chow Chow. Your temperament is infinitely broader. Yuran kicked him away. Get lost. Bai Xianyuan visited Shiha Garden daily to offer incense. The next morning, she encountered Bai Wanru. Sister, Bai Wanru said, her face clouded with worry. I have something to ask you. Bai Xianyuan replied, what is it? Bai Wanru continued. After you all left that day, grandmother kept me and mother to speak privately. She informed us that the Mu family is interested in an alliance with our Bai family, not merely favoring the Bai family, but also your maternal grandfather's family. Thus, it is likely that the Mu family's response will be a refusal to annul the engagement. Bai Xianyuan asked, and Grandmother also mentioned that a soft-spoken girl like me is unsuitable to be the matriarch of the Mu family. It would be better to heed Mu Gongzi's suggestion and become a concubine. Both you and Mu Gongzi would treat me well. Later, even my mother said that grandmother is doing this for my own good. Bai Wanru gazed at her with pleading eyes. Sister, if I truly become Mu Gongzi's concubine, will you allow me? Bai Xianyuan replied, marriage and concubinage are not matters for women to decide. My feelings are inconsequential. What matters is that Mu Qingfeng is willing. Bai Wanru responded, if I truly go to the Mu family, you will be my matron, thus I must seek your opinion. Bai Xianyuan smiled. I have no objections. Bai Wanru pressed, no objections? My sister and my fiancé would have become husband and wife. What objection could I have? If you wish to be a concubine, then so be it. I shall not make it difficult for you. Bai Wanru was immediately touched, grasping Bai Xianyuan's hands tightly. Sister, hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. Thank you. Chapter 194. Unfamiliar with the world, Bai Xianyuan replied, no need for thanks. I must go offer incense. After that, I need to visit the Jade Carving Garden. I can't linger here. Bai Wanru reluctantly squeezed Bai Xianyuan's hand before finally releasing her. All right, see you later. Bai Xianyuan nodded and departed. However, she felt an unfamiliar fragrance lingering on her. After sniffing around, she realized the scent came from her hand, recently grasped by Bai Wanru. Isn't this the scent of 100 Days fragrance? Bai Xianyuan recognized. 100 Days fragrance? Wu Dan inquired. Bai Xianyuan nodded. Once it clings, it lasts for 100 days. Though, of course, that's an exaggeration. Wu Dan asked, does the young lady enjoy using such fragrance? Bai Xianyuan replied, I hadn't detected it on her before, and the scent isn't particularly pleasant. It must be. She chuckled. Wu Dan asked in confusion, what must it be? Nothing, let us go. Bai Xianyuan later rubbed her hands on the vase that opened the secret door, then proceeded to offer incense. The following morning, while the children were at school, the house was eerily quiet. This time, Hong Chan observed clearly that Shiha Garden was entirely empty. She climbed over the wall and stealthily entered the study. Having undergone years of specialized training as an assassin, Hong Chan possessed a keen sense of smell. She sniffed around the likely spots until she halted at a particular vase. Twisting her hand, a hidden door opened at the base of the staircase. Hong Chan was elated as she stepped inside. To her astonishment, she discovered several open chests, all filled to the brim with gold. The vast secret chamber was crammed with identical chests, and upon casually opening another, it too brimmed with gold. It is evident that all the chests within are filled with gold. Upon entering, one is greeted by a vast treasury. It is said that the Jiangzhou Lu family possesses wealth rivaling that of nations, and indeed, this holds true. Hong Chan was profoundly astonished by the sudden appearance of gold, to the extent that her vigilance waned. Unbeknownst to her, the secret chamber door had silently closed, yet she continued to venture deeper down the passage. After only a few steps, something fell at her feet, hissing and emitting smoke. Startled, Hong Chan quickly turned back. She discovered that the hidden door was shut, and there was a mechanism beside it that she could not turn or open. The chamber was thick with a dense, intoxicating mist. She desperately covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, but ultimately succumbed to the haze, collapsing weakly to the ground. Coughing, she exclaimed, "What is this odor?" Suddenly, the wall beside her was pushed aside, revealing a deceptively realistic false wall, and Qin Lang and Yu Ran emerged from behind it. They had taken the antidote, but were still choked by the lingering mist. Qin Lang, holding his nose, lifted Hong Chan's hood, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh? It's this girl again. Boss, do you remember her?" Yu Ran gazed at her round face. "Hong Chan." The girl spoke of her as if she were a formidable opponent. Qin Lang scoffed. "To me, she seems utterly inexperienced. You merely opened a few chests, and she didn't even notice the secret door closing." "Huh," Yu Ran ordered. "Bind her and search her." Meanwhile, Bai Wanru rushed to old Madame Lu, claiming her maid Hong Chan was missing. She recounted that before Hong Chan left, she mentioned being summoned by Bai Xianyuan to Qianlong Garden. The old lady could not recall who Hong Chan was, yet a missing maid was still a matter to investigate. So she called for Bai Xianyuan to inquire about Hong Chan's whereabouts. In Chapter 195, Unraveled, Bai Xianyuan stated, "Grandmother, this Hong Chan must be the spy who infiltrated Shiha Garden and clashed with Yuran last time. She has sneaked into Shiha Garden again, and I caught her." Bai Wanru widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. "Sister, are you mistaken?" Hong Chan is honest and simple. How could she be a spy? Bai Xianyuan insisted, it is absolutely true. Bai Wanru protested, I refuse to believe it. Hong Chan clearly told me you summoned her to Qianlong Garden. How did it turn into Shiha Garden? The doors to Shiha Garden are usually locked. How could she have entered? With tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded, Ian, I know you must feel uncomfortable since the Lantern Festival incident, but I do not wish for this either. I'm a victim too. Is it not excessive to label me a spy? Bai Wanru continued to cry and beseech old Madame Lu, grandmother. Could you allow my sister to bring Hong Chan here for questioning? We cannot simply take her word for it. Old Madame Lu, already sympathetic towards Bai Wanru, permitted her request, instructing Bai Xianyuan to bring the girl forth for questioning. Bai Xianyuan remained silent for a moment before issuing the order. Wumi also arrived, pretending to engage Bai Wanru in conversation while waiting with him. Qin Lang and Yu Ran, fully armed, escorted the black-clad Hong Chan, who had regained consciousness. Qin Lang had bound her tightly, fearing she might escape. Release her, Bai Xianyuan commanded. Release her, Qin Lang exclaimed, growing anxious. What if she runs away? Bai Xianyuan retorted, You four have knives and arrows. Can you not prevent a single woman from escaping? What use are you otherwise? Qin Lang felt insulted, his face reddening as he said, Our boss believes she is the thief who infiltrated Shiha Garden that day. She possesses formidable skills. It is wise not to underestimate her. Bai Xianyuan replied, Release her. Whether she should be captured for interrogation is for grandmother to decide. Reluctantly, Qin Lang complied and untied her. Hong Chan, now free, knelt before old Madame Lu, asserting, Old Madam, they are framing me. It was the second young miss who summoned me and forced me to change into this outfit. Wumi inquired, In which room did they change your clothes? Hong Chan feigned recollection. It was in the third room to the right of the main house. Mother, should we send someone to check? Wumi suggested. Old Madame Lu instructed Aunt and to immediately search for Hong Chan's clothing in Qianlong Garden. Shortly, Aunt returned, confirming they found the garments. They were indeed in the room Hong Chan described, scattered haphazardly. Bai Xianyuan was somewhat astonished. How did they act so swiftly? Aunt and S team was trustworthy, and since she went to retrieve the clothes, it was impossible for others to have planted them there. They must have been placed there beforehand, indicating they took urgent measures upon discovering Hong Chan had been captured. Only after confirming the clothes were there did Bai Wanru arrive. Ian, Wumi's tone was both desolate and furious. I know you must feel troubled by the Lantern Festival incident, but Wanru is suffering too. She is the one who's been most harmed. Regardless, she is your blood sister. How can you harbor such animosity towards her? You have repeatedly hurt her, and now you accuse her of being a spy, seeking her life? In chapter 196, silent as the grave, old Madame Lu frowned, uncertain whom to believe. Bai Xianyuan interjected, Grandmother, please wait. I have something to show you. She approached Yuran and beckoned him closer. Leaning in, Bai Xianyuan whispered to him. Yuran nodded and produced an item from his sleeve. Everyone assumed the item was intended for Bai Xianyuan, including Hong Chan, who turned her attention towards them with an innocent yet wronged expression. Suddenly, a concealed arrow shot toward Hong Chan's face. The arrow, released from a mechanism, moved faster than a typical bow, reaching her in an instant. Hong Chan instinctively reached out and, with lightning speed, caught the arrow barehanded. The arrow halted just an inch from her brow. Realizing what had transpired, she lunged towards old Madame Lu, pinching her neck while aiming the arrow at her temple, coldly stating Bai Xianyuan, If you wish for her to live, prepare your bay horse. However, she suddenly collapsed. Wu Mi and the others had prepared in advance. Bai Xianyuan had similarly taken precautions. The arrow had been coated with a potent drug that could affect one through skin contact. She anticipated that Wu Mi and Bai Wanru would offer countless justifications. Furthermore, Bai Xianyuan's capture operation was highly discreet, excluding old Madame Lu from participation, making it difficult to prove Hong Chan was a spy. Thus, she and Yuran had orchestrated this arrow beforehand. Hong Chan would either perish or be exposed. Old Madame Lu, regaining her composure, concluded that such a skilled individual, who had repeatedly infiltrated Shiha Garden study, must be a spy from the north, thus ordering Qin Jian to hand her over to the military for thorough interrogation. Wu Mi and Bai Wanru knelt, visibly terrified, offering apologies, claiming they had also been deceived. Mother, Ian, Wu Mi expressed deep shame. I misjudged your character. I am deeply remorseful. Old Madame Lu gazed at her in disappointment, beginning to doubt them. Yet lacking direct evidence, she allowed Wu Mi and her daughter to rise. She wished to see what Hong Shan might reveal. Bai Xianyuan awaited the outcome as well. 2 days later, Zhou Imo sought out Yuran, who brought him to meet Bai Xianyuan. Zhou Imo, the nephew of the stable master Zhou Shu, serves as a lieutenant under Bai Xianyuan's father. He is a man in his 30s or 40s, with dark skin and a taciturn demeanor. By age, Bai Xianyuan should address him as uncle, but due to Zhou Shu's brotherly bond with her father, she refers to him as Gu Mo. Zhou Mo informs her that the identity of the royal guard has been clarified. He is a citizen of the capital named Lin Su, under severe torture. He has attempted suicide multiple times without yielding any information. The recently sent woman, Hong Shan, also demonstrates remarkable resilience. After enduring the most brutal instruments of torture for 2 days, she remains silent. Furthermore, her appearance has been altered through disguise. She does not truly look as she does now. Bai Xianyuan feels a heaviness in her heart. Those who can withstand such harsh punishments must possess a profound sense of conviction and honor, or have a significant hostage in the hands of their captors. Zhu Montakats. Which category do you think they belong to? He believes they fall into the latter group. Unless we can rescue the hostage, it will be exceedingly difficult to extract any information from them. Bai Xianyuan frowns. Even if there is a hostage, they are likely far away in the capital. Zhou Mo suggests, perhaps we could seek assistance from Second Master. He has been in the capital for many years and certainly possesses connections. Beginning of chapter 197. With a moment of silence, Bai Xianyuan confides, Gu Mo, you're not an outsider, so I will speak frankly. I suspect that the mastermind behind this is my second uncle. Please do not disclose the location of the 2 captives to anyone associated with him. Zhou Mo is taken aback, yet he does not express doubt regarding her words. I understand, he replies. Alternatively, you might consider contacting young Master Mu. The Mu family is well established in the capital, and their assistance would greatly facilitate our efforts. Bai Xianyuan shakes her head. Let us do this. I will find a suitable avenue and inform you afterward. In any case, do not allow them to die, especially not Hong Shan. If torture proves ineffective, refrain from using it for the time being. Zhu Montak notes, what is Hong Shan's true appearance? Bai Xianyuan inquires. She is quite a beautiful girl, with a beauty mark on her forehead, Zhou Mo explains, and she appears to have recently given birth, as evident from the stretch marks on her abdomen. A beauty mark on her forehead? And she has given birth? Upon hearing this, Bai Xianyuan is suddenly struck by a thought, recalling a little boy she had seen while trapped in the Liang royal residence. He too bore a small red mark on his forehead and was only 3 years old, exuding a lively charm. That boy was the son of the Liang king. How coincidental that Hong Shan also has a red mark on her forehead. Ge Montak, I wish to see Hong Shan's true face. Could you arrange this? Bai Xianyuan asks. Zhou Mo hesitates. Bringing her out is quite troublesome, if we are exposed. It would be unfortunate. If you wish to see her, you would need to go to the holding location. Then let us go. I shall accompany you, Bai Xianyuan insists. I must return and inform General Xie in order to bring you into the military camp, Zhou Mo replies. Bai Xianyuan ponders for a moment. Go, Mo. There's one more matter. Please, miss, go ahead, Zhou Mo prompts. Can you refrain from informing Uncle Xie? He is currently the supreme commander of the Iron Armored Army, and I fear my second uncle has begun to infiltrate him. Bai Xianyuan is uncertain whether Xie Hong has defected, but in her previous life, due to the death of Xie Heng's granddaughter, Wadan was executed, and she suffered greatly at his hands. Thus, she must remain vigilant. Zhou Mo furrows his brow in silence. I understand the military's strict regulations, Bai Xianyuan continues. If it is inconvenient, then let it be. Perhaps you could have someone paint a portrait of her for me. Zhou Mo responds, that is not impossible. However, you will need to come at night, and it is best if no one knows you have been out. This means you must make the round trip that very night. It is a distance of several dozen miles, over 100 miles back and forth. It may be, I can do it. Bai Xianyuan asserts. I have a swift horse. If I ride nonstop, I can make the round trip in just over an hour. Riding a horse is not the same as traveling by carriage. Even we, in a swift gallop over 100 miles, would find it exhausting and our bodies sore. You are a lady, and it is winter. Zhou Mo shakes his head. I will arrange for someone to paint a portrait for you. A portrait cannot compare to the real thing. It is better for me to go in person. Do not worry, I am not afraid of fatigue, Bai Xianyuan insists. Zhou Mo concedes. Then let us not delay. Let it be tonight. I will return to prepare, and you can come over in the evening. I will inform you Ran to guide you in. as it will be too dark for you to find a meeting place on your own. Bai Xianyuan nods in agreement. Shortly after Zhou Emo departs, Yuran brings Bai Xianyuan a list of items for her preparation, which includes a hooded thick cloak, a warm hat, thick cotton pants, sturdy boots, gloves, a hand warmer, and so forth. Bai Xianyuan chuckles. Are you attempting to wrap me up like a cotton ball? Beginning of chapter 198, Yuran replies. At night, riding a horse swiftly in the biting wind, without proper attire, you will turn into an ice pop. Very well. The journey back and forth will be arduous. Let Qin Lang accompany me, and you need not come. Yuran responds. He is unaware of the Shadow Guard's secret signals, and I cannot disclose them to him. Bai Xianyuan questions. Then, can you manage alone? Yuran's expression darkens slightly. This much will not be fatal. Bai Xianyuan reassures him. All right, go ahead. Why the sudden anger? Consequently, when the time to depart arrives, she notices that Yuran is the only one accompanying her. The only horse available is the swift steed, Qi Tu. There are no others. Where are the others? Bai Xianyuan inquires. Yuran explains. Too many people would create too much noise. I will go alone. What about your horse? Bai Xianyuan asks. Yuran mounts Qi Tu swiftly. Qi Tu is fast. The others cannot keep up. We can ride together. Huh? Bai Xianyuan exclaims. Yuran extends his hand to her. I will ride in front, and I can shield you from the wind. Come on up. But, won't you be cold? She questions. I am wearing a winter helmet. It is fine. Thus, Bai Xianyuan climbs onto the horse, settling behind him. Yuran dons a military winter helmet, crafted from fine steel, which rests just above his eyebrows, with a thick neck guard that can be pulled down to shield the lower part of his face. Once she is secure, Yuran unfurls a large cloak, enveloping both her and himself within, as though carrying a child on his back. Are you trying to suffocate me? Bai Xianyuan protests. You won't suffocate, but you might freeze to death. Hold on tight, Yuran instructs. As Qi Tu bolts forward, Bai Xianyuan nearly topples backward, quickly grasping Yuran's clothing to steady herself. The horse's night vision far surpasses that of humans. Given even a modicum of light, they can gallop through the night. The evening is particularly clear, and Qi Tu has not galloped in some time. In a flash, within less than half an hour, they arrive at their destination. Along the way, Yuran feels Bai Xianyuan leaning against his back, sound asleep. Had it not been for the cloak securing her, she might have fallen off. A warm, soft weight rests against him, rising and falling rhythmically. He loosens the cloak and glances back at her, gently nudging her head. We have arrived. Bai Xianyuan awakens, slightly embarrassed as she wipes the drool from the corner of her mouth. How did I fall asleep? Yuran replies. I too am curious. Bai Xianyuan lets out a nervous laugh. It must be your warmth. You feel like a furnace. Yuran smiles faintly and leads her to find Zhou Emo. As a member of the Shadow Guard, Zhou Emo has access to a special passage into the military camp. Hong Shan is imprisoned in a concealed dungeon, reportedly having been sedated and lying unconscious on a bed. Upon seeing her true appearance, Bai Xianyuan notes the beauty mark on her forehead, an oval face, and striking features. She is indeed a captivating beauty. The resemblance to the little boy is striking, enough to reveal their mother-son connection. The Liang King has not taken a wife, so Hong Shan is, in fact, his concubine. Therefore, whether for the sake of her child or the Liang King, she will not divulge any secrets, unless they bring her child to threaten her. A child is forever a mother's Achilles heel. Bai Xianyuan felt a newfound sense of direction and turned to leave. Now, she needed to devise a way to establish a connection in the capital, a means to approach the Liang Wangfu. As she rode back on her steed, the sky began to drizzle. Concerned that the rain might intensify and delay her journey, Yuran urged the horse to gallop fervently. Initially, Bai Xianyuan was fine, but soon, her back ached and her stomach growled with hunger. The sound of her stomach's protest was so loud that Yuran heard it. End of this chapter, chapter 199. A heart full of joy, he slowed his pace and reached into his pocket, producing a small paper packet which he handed to her. Beef, have some to ease your hunger. Bai Xianyuan accepted it and opened it, revealing tender slices of beef. She took a piece, savoring the fresh flavor of the sauce, still warm from Yuran's body. Why do you still have beef with you? Bai Xianyuan inquired. Yuran replied, it's common sense to carry provisions while traveling. Bai Xianyuan retorted, what do you mean? Are you saying I lack common sense? Yuran teased. You can't even manage your hair. I don't expect you to know much else. You, Bai Xianyuan, irritated, playfully tugged at him. Yuran chuckled softly, feeling his amusement. Bai Xianyuan inexplicably felt a swell of joy within her. This delicacy, often reserved for the servants, was something she rarely indulged in. Even when she had tasted it occasionally, it never seemed particularly delightful. Yet today, perhaps due to her hunger, the beef tasted exceptionally rich and flavorful, the aroma wafting delightfully. Not wanting to keep such deliciousness to herself, she took a few pieces to offer to Yuran. However, she found herself enveloped in Yuran's cloak, unable to extend her hand. Instead, she cleverly reached beneath his arm. "You must be hungry too. Here, have some." Yuran glanced down, feeling it was inappropriate. Yet, the allure of the beef was irresistible, and he leaned down to bite into the slices she offered. Bai Xianyuan felt his cool lips brush against her fingertips, causing her mind to whirl as she abruptly withdrew her hand, staring at it in astonishment. "Another bite," Yuran prompted. Bai Xianyuan shyly offered a few more pieces, half embarrassed, half annoyed, exclaiming, "You can take it yourself. Do I have to feed you?" Yuran, with a playful smirk, replied, "My hands are dirty." Bai Xianyuan. After a short while, Yuran asked, "Is there any more?" Bai Xianyuan replied, "None left. You're not getting any." The round trip took just over an hour. Bai Xianyuan, bundled up like a cotton ball, with the cloak shielding her from the wind and Yuran acting as a warm furnace beside her, felt neither overly fatigued nor cold. The journey was smooth, unnoticed by anyone. The following day, she sought out her Aunt San to inquire whether there were trustworthy contacts in the capital. Aunt San mentioned that the Bai family's primary connection in the capital was her second uncle. Additionally, her father and mother might still have acquaintances there, but she did not. After some discussion, they decided to write a letter to Bai Xianyuan's grandfather. The letter, of course, could not contain anything else to avoid falling into the wrong hands. Simply inviting her grandfather to personally celebrate her grandmother's birthday. Bai Xianyuan emphasized repeatedly that he must come in person, as she missed him dearly. The journey from Yuzhou to the capital was long, and the official courier moved slowly. It was only after over a month that the response from the Mu family reached the old lady's hands. The content of the reply was exactly as old lady Lu had anticipated. The Mu family refused to annul the engagement with Bai Xianyuan, but they would consider Bai Wanru as a concubine. Bai Wanru shed tears before the old lady, returning home furiously to confront Wu Mi about what to do. Wu Mi opened a small box containing a large pill sealed with wax. "What is this?" Bai Wanru asked. Wu Mi replied, "If you take this, it will simulate a pregnancy." "Simulate a pregnancy?" Bai Wanru's brow furrowed. Wu Mi nodded. "In other words, when the doctor checks your pulse, he will conclude that you are pregnant." "What good does that do?" "Will Mu Qingfeng marry me just because I'm pregnant? My grandmother has said that the Mu family values the wealth of the Lu family. Moreover, if I'm diagnosed with pregnancy, how am I supposed to cover that up? Stuff a pillow in my belly? And I'm still in mourning. If I stuff a pillow and my belly gets bigger, what will people say?" End of this chapter, chapter 200. The joyful Pulse Wu Mi said, "I've told you before, the key to this matter lies with Mu Qingfeng. If he takes the initiative to speak to his family, the Mu family is likely to agree." Bai Wanru protested. "Isn't he unwilling?" Wu Mi whispered something in her ear. Bai Wanru frowned. "Not this again?" Wu Mi insisted. "It works. You've done it before. You're familiar with it." Reluctantly, Bai Wanru conceded. "Fine." Wu Mi cautioned. "The success of this plan hinges on this moment. You must remain steady and not falter." Bai Wanru took a deep breath. "All right. Mother, what about Hongshen? What if she betrays us? That would truly ruin everything." Wu Mi reassured her, "Don't worry. She has undergone special training and can withstand pressure. Moreover, her son is the eldest of the Liang Wangfu. She will keep her mouth shut for his sake." Bai Wanru asked, "So we just leave her be?" Wu Mi replied, "Once your second uncle takes control of the Iron Armored Army, she will naturally be released." Bai Wanru queried, "But when will he take control of the Iron Armored Army? I see they hardly listen to him. Is he even capable? We've been back for so long, and there's been no progress." Wu Mi maintained a calm demeanor. "Is there anything in this world that is easy? I believe the Iron Armored Army is not a monolith. There will always be weaknesses to exploit." Fusho Garden. It was once again the day to pay respects to old lady Lu. As the women gathered for lunch, Bai Wanru suddenly clutched her mouth and retched a few times. Everyone inquired about her well-being, and she claimed her stomach had been unsettled for the past few days. Old lady Lu, being experienced, decided to keep Bai Wanru and Bai Xianyuan behind once everyone else had departed. Wu Mi also remained. Old lady Lu instructed Bai Xianyuan to check Bai Wanru's pulse. After examining her, Bai Xianyuan was astonished to discover that Bai Wanru was indeed pregnant. "What is it?" Old lady Lu asked, frowning. Bai Xianyuan hesitated. "It's a joyful pulse." Old lady Lu's expression darkened. Wumi covered her face, exclaiming, "Heavens! What are we going to do?" After a prolonged silence, old lady Lu said, "A Yuan, prescribe some medicine for your sister to terminate the pregnancy." Bai Xianyuan was taken aback. Bai Wanru held her belly, tears streaming down her face. "Grandmother, no." Old lady Lu admonished, "You are still in mourning. Besides, you and Qingfeng have not made it public. Once your belly grows, what will you do?" Bai Wanru protested, I don't know, but grandmother, he is my child. How can I kill him?" "Woo-woo," Bai Xianyuan interjected. "In my opinion, it has nothing to do with their moral issues. We should simply disclose the entire situation and honorably give birth to the child." Old lady Lu firmly rejected, "No. Do you think that simply revealing the truth will lead everyone to believe it? It will only turn into a scandal. Not only will Wanru suffer, but the entire Bai family will be shamed. Our reputation will be severely damaged." Bai Xianyuan conceded, "True, rumors can be more fearsome than tigers." She glanced at Bai Wanru, intending to suggest exploring other options, but Bai Wanru had already covered her mouth and dashed out in tears. "Wanru, where are you going?" Wumi hurried after her, but in her haste, she stumbled and twisted her ankle. She turned back to shout, "A Yuan, I've hurt my foot, and it's so painful. Quickly, go after her quietly. Don't let her do anything foolish." Bai Xianyuan had no choice but to follow. She saw Bai Wanru heading straight for Mu Qingfeng's residence. After a moment's thought, she decided to accompany her. Upon arrival, she witnessed Bai Wanru sobbing in Mu Qingfeng's embrace. Mu Qingfeng was gently stroking her back, soothing her with tender words. Observing their natural and intimate embrace, it was clear they had spent considerable time together in affection. Upon noticing Bai Xianyuan, Mu Qingfeng's expression turned slightly awkward, yet he did not push Bai Wanru away. He merely called out, "A Yuan. The number of individuals engrossed in reading is dwindling, and each day, I find myself questioning whether my writing has become increasingly unappealing." End of chapter.